Chapter 1 Rocks Pirates Landing. The salty sea breeze blows the wet gravel. Go. May 21, 1480, Highwind calendar. The sky is blue. The clouds are white. Everything is normal. However, on an island called Erebra in the New World, there were bursts of thunderous noises. Boom. Boom. It lasted for a long time. The sun was shining brightly, and the scorching sun made the air hot and scalding. Under a big tree, several villagers wearing straw hats and with their trouser legs rolled up to their knees sat under the tree to enjoy the coolness, their expressions full of helplessness. Here he comes again. Can't Aries take a day off? He is a lunatic. He doesn't even consider himself a human being. Aries is a monster, a lunatic. If he keeps going like this, all the mountains on the island will be flattened by him. I don't know what's wrong with him. He has been a different person since 3 years ago. If he keeps going like this, he will probably kill himself sooner or later. In my opinion, Aries should be driven out of this island. The villagers were full of helplessness and complaints during their conversation. And the protagonist Aries, as they were talking about, was in front of a mountain at the moment. This mountain was about 200 to 300 meters high. In front of a mountain wall at the foot of this mountain, there was a young boy who looked young, only about 14 or 15 years old. But this boy was shirtless, revealing his bronze skin, with knotted muscles and shiny tendons. Each muscle looked like a pile of rocks, full of explosive power. The whole person's figure was extremely burly, looking like a human bear, with a height of more than 3 meters and almost 4 meters. Just standing there gives people a sense of oppression like a ferocious and violent beast. At this time, Aries was doing daily training. Ha! Bang! A loud noise. He crashed directly into the mountain wall in a brutal and violent way. Stones flew. Even huge and terrifying cracks appeared on the walls of the entire mountain, spreading and spreading. Aries seemed to have no feeling of such a strong impact. Boom! Boom! He kept hitting the mountain wall again and again, each time more violent than the last. The cracks were also gradually expanding. Finally, with a loud bang, the whole mountain collapsed directly. Smoke and dust rose, and the earth trembled continuously. The rocks and soil of the mountain collapsed and buried the boy. After a while, with a loud bang, the burly boy with skin as white as brass dug open the boulder. Walked out. Aries said to himself, "This kind of training seems to have little effect on my body." His face became distressed, and then said, "If this goes on, my body will not be able to continue to become stronger. It is far from enough to make my whole body as hard as a sword. I heard that the best craftsmen in the world can make the world-famous swords such as the Supreme Great Sword 12 works and the Great Sword 21 works. I want to surpass them and use my own body to forge a sword that surpasses the Supreme Great Sword 12 works. I am the strongest sword in the world. And the hardest sword." With a burning light that was almost crazy in his eyes, he walked towards the forest in front of him. At this time, a huge pirate ship appeared on the edge of the island. On the deck. "Ha ha ha ha, I hope this island can bring a good harvest." The speaker was a man with 2 long swords on his waist and a very conspicuous golden hair like a lion. He is the captain of the Rocks Pirates 1st Division, the Golden Lion, Shiki. On the way back this time, passing by this small island, it is possible to rob it. After all, for the powerful Rocks Pirates, such a thing that comes along does not take any time at all. A man with a crescent-shaped beard said provocatively with strong confidence on his face, "Shiki, whoever grabs the treasure will own it, so let's see who grabs more this time." "You too, don't you take me seriously." A woman with long pink hair, a curvy figure, and a body of 8 meters said. She was dressed very boldly and hotly. She only wore a suit-like jacket on her body, exposing the deep ravine in the middle and the belly without a trace of fat. It's still the same old rules. Except for the part that is handed over, whoever grabs the rest will own it. At the same time, devil fruits, weapons, and women have the right to be dealt with first. A burly man wearing a black cloak said. This man is the captain of this pirate group Rox D. Jibek. Hearing the captain's words, the pirates on the deck cheered excitedly. Whoever tries to steal my spoils will be killed by me. Hee, I only want women. If anyone finds a beautiful woman, I can exchange her with money. I can't wait any longer. I really like to see those people begging for mercy. We must grab enough treasures this time, and we won't have to worry about wine and women next time. The vicious pirates were ready to fight, and some crazy pirates licked the cold blades in their hands with their scarlet tongues. It looked horrifying. The ship was close to the shore, and the pirates on the ship immediately dropped the anchor. Move! Lox gave an order, and the deck suddenly heard a rapid and silent sound of dong dong dong. Ha ha ha, I'll go first. Shiki, the golden lion, flew into the air and shot out like an arrow. Whitebeard Newgate jumped out from the side of the ship, leaped down like a hawk, and ran wildly on the ground. He said boldly, Ski, I won't let you take the lead alone. He was 6 meters tall, and the distance he crossed with each step was no less than several meters, which was much faster than the speed of a cheetah when hunting. The whole person seemed to be racing with the wind. The sound of whistling wind came from my ears. In comparison, Wang Ji, who was wearing heavy golden armor and holding a giant sword, and Yin Axe, who was wearing silver armor, were much slower. Charlotte Lingling was not to be outdone, and rushed to the front of the team. And Rox slowly walked down from the ship, followed by Captain John, who never let go of his drink. Rox looked at the village in the distance, and raised his mouth. Only by training everyone to be tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves can we stimulate the strength in these people's bodies. What I want is a group of ambitious guys. I am no longer satisfied with wealth. I want more territory. Captain John beside him had a gleam in his eyes, raised the bottle and drank it down, and smiled sinisterly. Captain, do you want this world? So our Rox pirates must have more men. More powerful people. The new book is set sail. If readers like it, they can give the author power for love, urge for more, give 5-star praise, and comment. It's not easy to write. I hope readers will cherish and encourage the author. Thank you. Chapter 2 Ares returns from hunting. I need a group of brave and warlike guys. Rox's eyes were shining with amazing light, and his ambition was growing in his heart. He said domineeringly, Next, I will occupy the entire new world. I want to be the king of all pirates. In the past, he chose to establish the Rox pirates for money. Now, the growth rate of the Rox pirates is quite amazing. Now the wealth has overflowed a lot for Rox. When money accumulates to a certain extent, people will start to think about pursuing other things. People's ambitions will also change with time and what they have. Captain John grinned. Now the pirates in the New World are very afraid of you, Captain. Our Rox pirates, no one can stop us. You will be the king of the New World sooner or later. He dared not compete for power with the man in front of him. What he wanted was endless treasure. After taking a sip of the wine, his stomach began to burn. As long as he followed Rox and made the Rox pirates stronger, he would be able to obtain more treasures. The two of them walked towards the village. At this time, in the village, the pirates of the Rox pirates were like wolves rushing into a flock of sheep. The villagers were simply unable to face these vicious pirates who survived the constant fighting. Puff! Golden Lion Shiki cut a villager's throat cleanly with a sword, blood splattered, and the body fell to the ground with a plop. He shook off the blood on the dead wood of the big blade 21 with a frighteningly cruel smile on his face. Everyone listen, take out all your money and don't try to resist. Otherwise this will be the fate of this person. We want treasures, so if you don't want to die, hand it all over to me. He exhaled a puff of white smoke from his mouth, lingering on his face, not caring about the villagers who were crying and trembling with fear. Some pirates violently broke into the villagers' houses and took away all valuables. For the house owner, punch, kick, or even kill with a knife. From time to time, the sound of muskets was heard in the town. The wailing and begging for mercy sounded in this village, and the sound of smashing and destroying was endless. A miserable scene. Golden Lion Shiki smoked a cigar comfortably, and his subordinates piled up treasures, valuables, and even wine in front of him. Not long after, it was piled up into a half-person high treasure pile. Not only Golden Lion Shiki, but also other Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and others also reaped a lot. This means that they can share more treasures. Gradually, more and more pirates gathered on the street, forming clear groups. Every pirate had a happy smile on his face. I didn't expect this existence to be so rewarding. This time when I return to Beehive Island, I'm going to pick up 3 bunny girls at once. Only 3. Hey, it seems you can't do it. What's so good about women? Only cigars and fine wine are the best. Those women in the bar can only climb from one man to another man's bed. If the captain hadn't forbidden to take the women in this village, I really wanted to take these people back to Beehive Island. Humph. Are you horny? Aren't you afraid that women will stab you in the middle of the night? These women with hatred can do anything. If you are really greedy, give me 100,000 Baileys, and I will help you guard it and ensure that no one will ruin your good deeds. How about it? The pirates joked in groups of 3 or 2, and all this has become normal for them. Indulgence is life. After all, if you don't take advantage of this period of time to grab enough wealth to squander your life, you will starve to death on the streets when you are old. However, such people are rare. More pirates spend as much money as they have. Because no one can keep wealth. If the strength is not enough, wealth will only attract the covetousness of other pirates on the ship. The wanton laughter of the pirates and the crying of the villagers are intertwined. At this time, Rox and Captain John also appeared in the town. It seems that the harvest this time is good. Rox looked at all the harvests of the pirates present, then follow the old rules. Oh! Captain is mighty! The pirates howled excitedly. Suddenly, a pirate's pupils suddenly widened and exclaimed, everyone look! Is that a monster over there? With the pirate's exclamation, all the laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at the street in unison, and saw a burly man with terrifying bronze muscles like a brown bear appear in everyone's sight. What was even more shocking was that the man dragged a huge monster with a body size of more than 10 meters with one hand. It was a tiger with brown and yellow stripes. Such a huge body can be compared to an ordinary small 2-masted sailing ship. How heavy is it? And how strong is this man? Drag such a huge tiger with one hand. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the pirates changed drastically, and shock and fear appeared on their faces. This person gives people the feeling that he is even more ferocious and wild than the tiger on the ground. Who is he? Why does he feel like a monster like the newcomer Kaido? Isn't this guy also a villager on this island? What a terrifying momentum! There is a dangerous feeling of being targeted by a wild beast as prey. Even the elite pirates of the Rocks Pirates, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sweat on their cheeks. One by one, they tightly grasped the blade in their hands. Ha ha ha! It seems that this action will not be boring. This guy's face is still a little immature, he should be still young. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the Golden Lion Shiki, and his voice was full of strong interest. Whitebeard Newgate also grinned, this guy seems to be a good candidate. Just that savage and violent aura is enough to shock many people. With a hint of admiration in his eyes, such guys are very rare in this sea, and the closest one is the newcomer Kaido on the ship. It's also a monster. I don't know if such a man is enough to satisfy me. Charlotte Linling's eyes were filled with lust, and she was even so excited that she stretched out her scarlet tongue to lick her lips. I like young and strong bodies, and the key is that this guy looks pretty good. Captain John smiled. This guy seems to have good fighting power. Should the captain consider letting him join the Rock's pirates? He paid attention to the changes in Rock's expression beside him from the corner of his eyes. Let's see first. Rock said calmly, but there was a hint of interest in his eyes. And a group of villagers who were seeking safety saw Aries appear, and a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. An old man suddenly rushed out from the crowd, tears welling up in his eyes, and a shrill voice rang out from his mouth, "Aries, you must stop these brutal sea monsters quickly." Thief. Chapter 3: How to Forge Yourself into a Sword? Pirate. Aries stopped and looked at the old man expressionlessly. Then he shifted his gaze to the group of pirates, as if he was talking to himself. Are they pirates? There was no fluctuation or change in his expression. It seemed that he was so cold that he had completely lost any emotion. If he said that he had human characteristics except for his appearance, and his body was a robot, it was not an exaggeration at all, and it was even appropriate. The old man's call for help instantly caused ridicule from many pirates present. "Ha ha ha, stinky old man, even if this person is very powerful, we are the Rock's pirates. Just relying on this man to save your village from the Rock's pirates, it's really laughable. Tisk tisk tisk, you may not understand that the name of the Rock's pirates appearing on the sea can scare countless people. Little old man, wake up, stop dreaming, no one can resist the will of the Rock's pirates." Hundreds of pirates looked at the old man, who fell dejectedly on the dusty ground as if they were looking at a fool, making all kinds of harsh ridicule, disdain, and sarcasm. For the old man's request for help, the pirates seemed to be watching a show. At this moment, Aries looked at Rox Djibek, the most unique and conspicuous in the middle of the crowd, with a calm expression, and asked a question that caught everyone off guard and surprised everyone. "Do you know how to make a person into the sharpest and hardest knife in the world?" This question made the pirates present dumbfounded. The scene became quiet instantly. Then they started laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, did I hear it right? This guy wants to make himself the sharpest and hardest knife in the world." A pirate laughed with his belly in his hands. "I can't stop laughing. This guy is really crazy." Someone laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. "I've never heard of anyone wanting to make himself into a knife. How funny, how could it be successful? How can the human body be compared with the hardness of a knife? Is this guy a lunatic? I think he has some problems with his brain." Aries' serious question made all the pirates present laugh and cry. There are actually people in this world who would ask such a question. If not a fool, what is he? What an interesting guy want to forge himself into a sword. Whitebeard grinned, with a strong interest in his captivating eyes. He thought to himself, there is never a shortage of crazy people in this world, but there are crazy people who can constantly break the limit. I wonder if this little guy can do it. Whitebeard Newgate even had a strong expectation in his heart. "Ha ha ha, this is the first time I, Golden Lion, have heard someone ask such a question, but no matter how strong the human body is, it can't compare with the supreme big knife 12 works at all." Golden Lion couldn't help laughing. The Sakura 10 and Deadwood he owned were both large sharp swords of the 21st level. Of course he knew how sharp and hard such weapons were. People and swords are different. The sharpness of a sword cannot be matched by human flesh. "I don't care what kind of sword he has." Lingling stared at Ares's bare upper body with a burning gaze, and his muscles were as perfect as bronze Greek sculptures. Strong hormones were emanating all the time. She stretched out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips. "I just want to give birth to excellent and outstanding offspring. He has a strong body, I like it. He must be more durable and powerful than those useless giants." The undisguised burning gaze stayed on Ares. Ares remained calm in the face of everyone's ridicule, and he didn't even blink from beginning to end. His eyes were on Rox Djibek from beginning to end. Rox also laughed, and even laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha." The deep eyes revealed an amazing domineering aura. He uttered 2 words firmly. Fight! Fight! A gleam of doubt flashed in Ares' eyes, and he looked at Rox with a hint of seeking a solution. Yes. Rox answered affirmatively, only through constant fighting can you make yourself stronger. Only then can you sharpen yourself into an indestructible sword. There was an admiring look in his eyes. Although the question asked by the young man in front of him was a very funny and unreasonable question in the eyes of ordinary people. He looked like a madman. But sometimes madmen are the most persistent people in the world. Fight! Ares whispered to himself. Then a smile appeared on his face, and an amazing light burst out from his black and white eyes. The voice became a little hoarse because of excitement. Then you fight with me. I will fight with you. You hit me. Ares exuded an amazing aura, like the violent, savage, tyrannical, and other fierce auras of being with wild beasts for many years. Ares' bold words and actions, in the eyes of the pirates of the Rocks pirates, were overestimating one's own abilities. Hey, did I hear it right? This guy actually dared to challenge Captain Rox. Ha ha hacked, do you know how powerful our Captain Rox is? He is a pirate with a bounty of 3.5 billion, and now he is the man with the highest bounty in the world. I can see this guy, he is a lunatic. Sure enough, he is a newborn calf. He actually has the courage to challenge Captain Rox. She is really brave. Kid, don't overestimate your own abilities, let alone the captain, even if it is other people, you are not a match at all. The pirates present were amused and surprised by Ares' challenge to Rox. Sure enough. This is indeed what a madman can say and do. Kulala hate a courageous kid. Whitebeard Newgate laughed heartily, with a little more appreciation in his eyes. It really looks a bit like when he challenged Rox. Golden Lion Shiki took a deep puff of cigar, pinched the cigar with his fingers and smiled. I didn't expect there would be such an interesting kid on this island. I would like to let this kid join my squad. Silver Axe, wearing silver armor, looked at Ares with interest, and asked Wang Ji beside him with a smile, do you think this guy will be a monster like Lingling? Chapter 4 Kaido, I'll be your opponent. Tisk. The expression under the silver axe mask showed extreme disapproval, and he curled his lips and said, how is that possible? After all, Lingling is a unique monster in this world. How can this kid compare with that monster Lingling? You know how hard Lingling's body is. Don't think about cutting her skin without the strength of a great swordsman. Although the young boy in front of him looked extremely burly, his muscles were full of explosive power, and he exuded a strong aura like a beast. But the human beings in this world who can compare with that monster Lingling have not been born yet. Lingling's physical talent is so strong that it is beyond reach. If Lingling hadn't devoted herself to having children, I'm afraid she would definitely be able to replace Whitebeard and Golden Lion to become the strongest cadre of the Rocks pirates. That's right. Wang Ji agreed, stretched out his hand to stroke the long black beard that was almost as tall as him, and said, even if he is not a super monster, this guy's potential should not be underestimated. He stared at Ares, who had no fear, and then laughed, let's see how the captain will deal with this guy. Wang Ji looked at Ares with interest, wanting to see how the captain dealt with this guy. Captain Rox's strength is definitely the strongest on the entire ship. No doubt. No one dared to challenge Rox's position and authority on the ship. It is because his strength is stronger than everyone else. That is why so many strong people gathered on the ship and obeyed Rox's orders. The pirates around also had an expression of ready for a show. Suddenly, a very loud voice sounded, "Little devil, you are not qualified to challenge the captain. Let me be your opponent." A tall and strong pirate came out, with 2 horns on his head and a huge mace. It was estimated that he was about 7 or 8 meters tall, like a 3-story house, almost twice as tall as Ares, who was 4 meters tall. The muscles on his body bulged, his 6 abdominal muscles were like steel plates, and his huge chest muscles were like the front of a truck. It looked very scary. He walked out of the crowd, and the oppressive feeling brought by his huge body made the pirates around him stay away. It's the monster trainee Kaido. Tisk tisk, Kaido wants to teach this kid a lesson on behalf of the captain, so as to make a good impression in front of the captain. Now there's something interesting to watch. Both of these guys are strong, and I don't know who will win. Of course it's Kaido. That guy's size and strength are there. He is 3 or 4 meters taller than that kid. Interesting, a duel between two little monsters. Kaido. Teach that arrogant kid a lesson, let him see how powerful our newcomer of the Rocks Pirates is. The pirates around were all excited, and the excited shouts and whistles were endless. Rocks moved his eyes and looked at Kaido, with an evil smile on his lips. Ha ha ha, it's the newcomer Kaido. Do you want to compete with this guy? The most impressive among the newcomers is of course Kaido in front of him. This guy not only has brute force, but also is an extremely hard-working and ambitious pirate. He likes pirates like this. Kaido took 2 steps forward and walked in front of Ares, with a somewhat ferocious expression, grinning. Of course I want to compete with this, the little devil is going to compete with me. He exerted force on his arm and put down the heavy mace on his shoulder. The mace touched the ground with a dull bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Rocks grinned. Ha ha, okay, then I'll leave this kid to you. I also want to see how strong this little guy is. He really didn't want to do it at all, because only the strong ones standing on this sea can be my Rocks opponent. Kaido just happened to appear, so let him try this crazy little guy. Kaido stepped forward and stood in front of Rocks, and the shadow brought by his huge figure enveloped Ares. The two were several meters apart. Kaido looked at Ares in front of him with a playful look and smiled. Little devil, you are not qualified enough to challenge Captain Rocks. Let me teach you a lesson and let you know how powerful the Rocks pirates are. Ares raised his head, but his eyes, like the night stars, were calm, as if he had no fear of Kaido, who was so huge. He asked Kaido in front of him calmly, "Do you want to fight me?" Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed loudly, "I'm not fighting with you, but teaching you a lesson, you little brat who doesn't know the vastness of the sea. You can't take my punch," said. Raising his arm that was as thick as a stone pillar, his strong and hard muscles swelled up. He punched Ares with great force. The sound of breaking through the air and the fierce whistling wind showed that the punch was extremely powerful. The other pirates present widened their eyes. Want to see how this kid Ares could resist Kaido's powerful punch? Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, everyone was surprised. Ares flew backwards dozens of meters in an instant, and fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a large cloud of smoke and dust that filled the air. All the pirates present, even the villagers on the island, were stunned for several seconds. It was really anticlimax. This kid just like this was defeated by Kaido with one punch. Is he a fool? Why didn't he dodge or resist Kaido's attack? I thought this guy was so powerful, turns out he's just a fool, he can't even dodge attacks. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, this kid's tiger, didn't he pick it up in the forest? The pirates around couldn't help but burst into laughter, each with a look of disdain and contempt on their faces. They thought that this kid who looked extremely strong and sturdy could give them a wonderful battle with Kaido. As a result, he was inexplicably knocked out by Kaido's punch. It was like the people who were originally excited and looking forward to watching the video, but found out that it was a video explaining the rule of law. It was boring. He was even a little exasperated. Golden Lion Shiki had an intriguing smile on his face, and turned his head to look at Whitebeard on the side. And Whitebeard seemed to have noticed something, and also turned his head to look at Golden Lion Shiki. Both of them had a hint of excitement in their eyes. It was definitely not a spark of gay love. Chapter 5, Whitebeard and Golden Lion's Bet. Shiki exhaled white smoke from his mouth and grinned, "Ha ha ha ha, what an arrogant kid. I admire this little guy more and more." Whitebeard's eyes burst into a terrifying light, and he met the unruly eyes of the Golden Lion, and laughed heartily, "Kula lala. I like this kind of kid too, this person belongs to me, Whitebeard." The two people's eyes met in the air, colliding with fierce sparks. The pirates standing behind the two were all confused, wondering why Ares, the kid, was obviously knocked out by Kaido. Why do these two big guys seem to value that kid more? He was full of doubts. And Lingling's subordinate, Longbread, had a solemn face, looked in shock in the direction of the smoke, and said in disbelief, that kid. Could it be another monster? As a great swordsman, he saw clearly what happened just now. The kid named Ares took Kaido's punch at a very fast speed. It was as if he longed for that punch to hit him, it was intentional. It made Longbread feel a little unbelievable. Lingling licked her sexy red lips, with a strong desire in her eyes, and exclaimed with extreme hunger, "Such a strong body will allow me to give birth to excellent offspring. The combination of monsters and monsters. What is born must be a monster." He was full of expectations. "Kaido, Ares. As long as I combine with them, I, Lingling, will definitely be able to create the most powerful family in the world." The reactions of the captain-level figures made all the pirates feel that something was wrong. All the members of the Rocks Pirates looked into the smoke. Sure enough, the diffuse smoke, a huge black shadow emerged from the dust. It must be Ares who was knocked out by Kaido. He has not been defeated by Kaido yet. Everyone had only one thought in their mind: could it be that the attack of the monster rookie Kaido did not cause any damage to that guy? Everyone looked at the black shadow in the smoke with curious eyes, because they knew the power of the rookie Kaido very well. Perhaps his strength is nothing in the Rocks Pirates at present. But the terrifying power in Kaido's body is unmatched by few people. This punch. Even a hard boulder can be smashed. With everyone's eyes focused, Ares slowly walked out of the smoke and said as if talking to himself, "This punch is very good, it actually made my body vibrate. It's much stronger than the effect of hitting the mountain with my body. And it seems that the technique of exerting force is different from mine." He wanted to know how the people outside fought, because the pirate said before that fighting can sharpen people into a sharp sword. A hard sword. Ares believed it without a doubt. So he chose to take Kaido's punch with his own body. At the same time, he was quickly thinking and analyzing the secret of Kaido's punch in his mind. Ares, who had never been exposed to anything outside this island, was also exposed to a powerful pirate for the first time. Everything made him full of hope. Full of hope to make himself a peerless sword, surpassing the supreme big sword 12 works. Looking at Ares slowly walking out of the smoke, the pirates present stared out of their eye sockets, and their chins were so exaggerated that they fell directly to the ground. This body structure is the same as that of a trademark toy set, and the chin can be disassembled. What's going on? Started from the novel group, 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6. This guy was hit by Kaido and he was fine. What kind of pervert is this? Even steel can't protect this body so well, right? I really misjudged this guy. This guy is definitely a monster. No wonder this guy dared to challenge the captain. It turns out that he is not an ordinary little character. Tisk tisk tisk, now there is something interesting to watch. Who do you think will win the duel between two little monsters? Would you like to make a bet? I bet 1 million on Kaido to win. Then I bet 500,000 Baileys on that kid to win. Exclamations rang out all around. He took Kaido's punch head-on and directly convinced all the pirates present. That is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Kaido suddenly exclaimed in shock, he is fine. The power of his punch was strong enough to smash a pirate ship with one punch. On the entire Rocks ship, he thought that no one except the captain could withstand his punch. But he saw with his own eyes that the kid in front of him was hit by his punch, but he was unscathed. What the hell? His body is so strong. Kaido's face became serious, and he put away his previous contempt. This time, he really didn't dare to underestimate the kid in front of him. Hiss! The member of the Rocks Pirates on the side couldn't help but take a breath, and said in horror, "Today we really encountered a monster. That guy's defense won't be the same as Lingling's. In the clash between monsters, Brother Kaido should win, right? He has been following Kaido and knows Kaido's strength and power. If he had taken that punch with his fist, he would have vomited blood and been seriously injured. There are very few people who can take this punch without any defense." At this time, Whitebeard raised his mouth and suggested to Golden Lion with great interest, "Yellow Lion, how about we try to bet?" "Whitebeard, let's bet, who do you choose?" Golden Lion looked at Whitebeard unwillingly, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in their eyes. Whitebeard shifted his sight to Aries and Kaido, moving back and forth between the two, and finally decided, "I bet on that kid, do you dare to bet 100 million Baileys?" The provocative smile under his white beard was stimulating Golden Lion. "Whitebeard, let's bet, I'll bet on Kaido." Golden Lion responded immediately, and then laughed, "Kaido is not only a monster, but also works hard. The combat experience is not comparable to that kid. Even the official crew members may not be the opponent of that guy. This time I will win, you just prepare the 100 million treasures." Whitebeard smiled undeniably, "That's not necessarily the case. I think Aries is the final winner. His physical strength is the strongest person I have seen except Lingling. Maybe he can create a miracle." He looked at Aries with interest, who never changed his expression, and admired this ignorant kid in his heart. No matter who it is, it seems to be the same in front of that kid. It can't make him have any emotional fluctuations. The two focused their attention on Aries and Kaido, because Aries had already left the smoke. Chen Zhong walked in front of Kaido again. The same cold voice as always sounded, "Your fist. Not strong enough." Chapter 6. This kid is a monster. Aries' statement-like tone made Kaido feel greatly insulted. "My fist has no power." Kaido's eyes burned with a blazing fire, and anger occupied his huge lantern-like eyes. No one has ever said that his fist has no power. And power is also a point he is proud of, but at this moment, he was trampled by this kid in front of him. He couldn't stand it. He immediately shouted angrily, "Today, I will let you see what power is." He grabbed the mace that fell to the ground with his right hand, and the thick blue veins like hemp ropes first appeared from his skin. Crossed, all over Kaido's arms. It makes people's scalps numb. The beast-like brutal breath burst out from Kaido's body. Swinging the huge and heavy mace in his hand, he smashed it towards Aries head-on. The sound of the blow was like the roar of a ghost. Kaido glared at Aries, staring at him with wide eyes, vowing to see the miserable appearance of this little ghost being smashed into a pulp by his stick. "See if you can block it." Facing this extremely fierce stick, Aries moved. The action was very fast. He squatted and jumped into the air like a monkey. His feet stepped on the mace flexibly. "What?" Kaido looked at Aries with horror. The other party actually jumped in front of his face while stepping on his mace. A huge fist kept getting bigger in his eyes. Bang! Aries' punch hit Kaido's big face. Crack! The fist continued to move forward, sinking deeply into Kaido's elastic and thick face. Kaido immediately felt a terrifying force transmitted from the opponent's fist to his face, and his nose bone broke instantly. Nose blood splattered. At the same time, several broken teeth flew in the air. Kaido's whole body instantly fell backwards, his palm loosened, and the huge mace fell from his hand. As his huge body fell to the ground, bang! The huge sound shook everyone's eardrums, and even the ground seemed to shake violently. A large cloud of dust rose from under Kaido's fallen body. Aries' body also landed gently beside Kaido's fallen body like a hawk, and said, "Kaido, I remember your name, your punch is very useful. It makes me stronger than usual." In the previous punch, he used the technique of Kaido's previous punch, which was indeed much stronger than the technique he learned from some beasts. So the force of this punch was even greater than usual. At this time, except for Aries' own voice, the whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at Kaido lying on the ground in shock. The battle was over so quickly that it caught people off guard. The pirates looked at Aries in a daze. Gurgle. A pirate swallowed the saliva in his mouth in shock and shouted, this kid is so strong." The other pirates were also awakened by the pirate's scream and exclaimed. The new monster Kaido was defeated by this brat with one punch. Too strong, what kind of monster is this brat? It's over. My money. Kaido is so useless. I chose to believe that he could defeat this brat before, but I didn't expect him to be defeated so soon. The pirates exclaimed in surprise. Kaido was the strongest newcomer in the Rocks Pirates. Even many of the regular crew members on the ship were not sure of defeating this guy, and now he was knocked down by a single punch. Such an ending was a situation that no one could have expected. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Including Rocks, his deep and domineering eyes were filled with surprise and shock, and he grinned to reveal his 2 rows of silver-white teeth. This kid is a little unusual. Excellent hunting reaction ability, strong body strength, and unshakable will. He will definitely grow into an excellent pirate in the future, ha ha ha. Finally, he couldn't help laughing. It was originally just a game of plundering treasures. But he encountered a good seedling like Aries. Once such a monster grows up, it will be a capable cotter. At that time, he will have another brave and combative subordinate under his command. Rocks was very happy. Seeing Rocks, he couldn't help laughing. Captain John beside him also drank from the bottle, wiped his mouth and praised, "Good boy, what a strong talent. This kid is so strong without anyone teaching him. If he stays on the ship for 2 or 3 years, I'm afraid only you, the captain, can subdue this kid." He was also happy to see such a monster appear and strengthen the Rocks Pirates. This ship is full of various ambitious. The pirate who dreams of hatred doesn't care even if there is one more Aries. Only he is extremely happy. Only by gathering more strength can he go further. Only by gathering more strength can he fight against the huge and powerful organization that has stood on this sea for hundreds of years, the world government. Not far away, Whitebeard showed off to Golden Lion with a smug smile on his face. "Kulalal, I think that kid will win. I'll take your 100 million Baileys. This is what you lost to me. Kulalala, that kid helped me, Whitebeard, earn 100 million. I, Whitebeard, want to have a good drink with him." At this time, Whitebeard was extremely happy. The 100 million Baileys won from Golden Lion seemed to be happier than robbing 1 billion Baileys. Just now, Kaido was defeated, and Golden Lion's stunned and unbelievable expression was seen by Whitebeard. He couldn't stop laughing. Whitebeard's loud laughter was extremely harsh in Golden Lion's ears, and he snorted with an unhappy face, "Humph." Biting the cigar in his mouth with his teeth, he said unconvincedly, "It's because you chose that kid that I can only choose Kaido. I lost to you this time, but I won't lose to you next time." Golden Lion stared at Aries in the field with burning eyes, and a strong desire rose in his heart. "I want this kid to join my team. This guy will definitely grow into a pirate who makes the whole sea tremble." He couldn't help but think of the last time Kaido joined the Rocks Pirates. Unfortunately, Kaido seemed to have gotten together with Lingling. At such a young age, can Aries resist Lingling's attack? Chapter 7 Rocks, come on! Golden Lion thought carefully and began to panic. He thought to himself, "No. If Aries joins the Rocks Pirates, he must tell him not to get involved with Big Mom, that messy guy. Lingling is just a beast. He has seen many guys who have had sex with Lingling, and none of them ended up well. After all, Lingling only saw those people as reproductive tools." Aries didn't even look at Kaido lying on the ground, but instead focused his burning gaze on Rocks. His expression was not as calm as before, and there was a hint of excitement under his calm and handsome face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Now, can I fight you?" He was eager to fight rocks because of Kaido's punch. He did learn a lot of useful things, which made him know how to exert the power in his body to a greater extent. Aries was eager to meet a stronger opponent, and he was looking forward to it. Fighting can really sharpen myself. He is right, fighting can really sharpen a person into an indestructible sword. He felt the long-lost blood flowing rapidly in his body, and he was eager to fight. He was eager to fight with a stronger person. Seeing Aries full of fighting spirit, Wang Ji couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a lively and courageous kid, he still wants to challenge the captain." After defeating Kaido, you think you can challenge Captain Rocks, who is famous in the sea. I didn't expect that Aries didn't show off after defeating Kaido. Instead, he chose to continue to challenge Captain Rocks. It made many people look at him sideways. Silver Axe smiled. Isn't it more interesting to be a kid who has never seen the vastness of the sea? If he knew how powerful Captain Rocks was, would this kid still have the courage to challenge the captain? As if he was waiting to watch a show, he didn't choose to intervene. Such a good show. It's not common. The pirates around also started to stir up trouble. "Captain Rocks, let this kid see your power." "Yes, yes, yes. Let this ignorant kid know that you, Captain Rocks, are not someone that anyone can challenge. Ha ha ha, Captain Rocks, let him know what real power is." There was a lot of noise all around. For them, such things were much more interesting than staying on the ship. Plundering and returning to the Honeycomb Island to indulge were their happiest times. Facing the noisy shouts all around, Aries had no reaction or fluctuation. His eyes had never moved away from Rocks from beginning to end. He could sense that the man in front of him had a more dangerous aura than any beast he had ever seen. The powerful heart also beat rapidly because of the high fighting spirit. A sound like a war drum sounded. He must be very strong. By fighting him, I will definitely be able to gain more powerful fighting skills, which will make my body harder. I want to build my body into a sword that surpasses the supreme big sword 12 works. Aries unconsciously exudes a fierce and savage aura. That is the aura he has accumulated from countless fights with wild beasts. Looking at Aries, who is about half a meter taller than him, Rocks also feels the savage and violent aura on Aries. However, in the perception of the observation Haki, Aries' strength is not enough to attract Rocks, who stands at the top of the sea. There is only a hint of interest in his eyes, and he smiled slightly. "If you want me to fight you, you can. You have to agree to one request of mine. If you lose, you will join the Rocks pirates." Although Aries now has an extremely terrifying aura, it is not dangerous for him. However, Rocks also values Aries' potential. A 14 or 15-year-old kid not only took Kaido's punch without any injury. He also defeated Kaido very easily. Such potential makes Rocks very excited, a kid who has not been polished. He is very interested in witnessing such a kid grow up step by step on his ship and become a world-famous pirate. "Okay." Aries agreed immediately and said impatiently, "Can you fight me now?" He couldn't help but rub his hands, and his muscles and bones made a crisp sound. It seemed that the previous battle with Kaido couldn't even make him move his muscles. This time, the pirates around also stared at Aries and Rocks in the field with full concentration. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, afraid of missing any details. Even many pirates held their breath instinctively. The scene became quiet in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. Silence. There was only the sound of the wind blowing slightly and the sound of Aries' heart beating in his body. Rocks' unruly face was full of arrogance, and he grinned, "Little devil. Come on." After the words fell, Aries suddenly jumped up, and the hard ground under his feet suddenly stepped out 2 round pits with a bang. The figure was like a crossbow arrow. He shot at Rocks at a high speed, and his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. The fierce and rapid fist made ripples in the air. This punch. Ares once killed a giant ape more than 10 meters tall with one punch. He also killed a thick-skinned and huge black bear with one punch. Looking at Ares' punch, Rock's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he laughed with satisfaction. Boy! You are not good enough now, I'm waiting for the day when you can really challenge me. He raised his hand and punched out. The air suddenly made a bang. Bang! Rock's fist landed accurately on Ares' fist. Ares immediately felt the horror of a mountain moving at high speed hitting him violently, causing his figure to fly backwards at the speed of a meteor. The body was completely out of control, flying hundreds of meters away at an extremely fast speed. The power of a punch. The little monster Ares, who shocked all the pirates present and easily defeated Kaido, was easily knocked out by Rox with one punch. There was a loud bang. Rox retracted his fist and said to Captain John beside him, "Take this kid back to the ship. He will be a member of our Rox pirates in the future." His sharp and domineering eyes swept all the pirates around him, grinning with a fierce and domineering smile, "And I declare, he is not joining the Rox pirates as a newcomer, but as joining as a formal crew member." Rox emphasized the last few words and notified all the pirates loudly. Chapter 8 Lingling, I like him. Formal crew member. Golden Lion was shocked and a little surprised at Rock's decision. After a slight surprise, his face quickly returned to normal, and he smiled. Yes, such a strong kid is indeed qualified to become a formal crew member on Rock's ship. His strength is obvious to everyone. I am afraid that there are not many formal crew members who can defeat the kid's strength. Whitebeard walked quickly to Rox and said with a serious face, "Captain Rox, can Ares join my team? Such a kid joining his team and teaching him carefully will be another powerful helper. He really hopes that Ares can join his team." Before Rox answered Whitebeard's question, an angry voice resounded throughout the venue. "Asshole! Ares should join my Golden Lion Shiki's team." In a hurry, Golden Lion Shiki used the ability of the floating fruit and appeared next to Whitebeard in a flash. He looked at Rox and said hurriedly, "Captain, I like Ares very much. Let him join my team. If that boy is snatched away by Whitebeard, won't Whitebeard's team become stronger? This must not happen. He was the first to see Ares. He must not be snatched away by Whitebeard." Hearing that Golden Lion was snatching someone from him, Whitebeard's face immediately darkened. He looked at Golden Lion with a fierce look and threatened, "Yellow Lion, do you want me to sink you into the sea? Whitebeard, do you believe I will cut off your beard?" Golden Lion was not to be outdone. He stretched his neck and hit back directly. The two looked at each other at the same time, and the smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. Staring with eyes wide open, the heads of both sides began to slowly approach, confronting each other, not giving in. "Ares is mine. I saw him first. He must join my team. Ares will definitely choose to join my team." When the faces of the two people were getting closer and closer, a fierce verbal attack was launched. At this time, a woman with a devilish figure and a huge body suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Lingling said directly without hiding anything from everyone present, "Ares. I've got a crush on him. You two guys, don't compete with me." It was as if she was announcing that Ares would be hers from now on. Her words instantly made Whitebeard and Golden Lion turn their heads and slightly raise their heads, and they saw Charlotte Lingling. They said in unison, "No. Ares is mine." The tacit words of Whitebeard and Newgate made them turn their heads to look at each other again, with sparks flying in their eyes. The other members of the Rox Pirates also looked at the captains as if they were watching a good show. There was envy on their faces and eyes. The captains obviously had their eyes on Ares and wanted to train him as their confidant. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for. It is often safer to follow a captain, and the spoils and treatment are higher. Just as they were arguing over the human body, suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the deputy captain, John. This kid okay?" This cry of surprise instantly attracted everyone's attention. A few hundred meters away, Aries stood in front of Captain John, and more importantly, he didn't seem to be hurt too much. Just a little blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Hiss!" Bread couldn't help but gasp, and said in shock, "This guy was hit by Captain Rocks and he was fine. He was directly knocked hundreds of meters away, but now he is fine." He was shocked. If he was hit by Captain Rox's punch, he might lose his fighting ability immediately. He couldn't help but comment, "What a monster! Oh! He is fine." Wang Ji also looked at Aries, who came with Captain John, in surprise. A punch from Kaido and a punch from Captain Rox are completely different. Although he knew that Captain Rox did not use his full strength, such a punch could not be taken casually. Silver Axe was also very surprised and said, "It seems that we still underestimated this kid. What's wrong with his body? There should never be another monster like Lingling in this world. Lingling's skin is like a steel balloon. If she doesn't have a very strong armament haki, her defense can't be broken at all. And Lingling's body will also allow her to recover quickly by eating cakes. It can be said to be abnormal to the extreme. The body of this kid in front of him wouldn't be as abnormal as Lingling." Thinking of this possibility, Longbread couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and even had a very bold idea in his mind. That is to let Aries and Lingling complete the combination and give birth to a strong offspring. 1. 2. A large group. In his mind, Longbread even began to imagine that Aries and Lingling would join hands after they grow up. With a large group of strong and fierce children, they will definitely be able to dominate the world. His breathing became rapid, and his whole face was filled with unprecedented excitement. Such a beautiful future, it's simply amazing. At this time, Aries followed John dumbly, but his mind kept recalling and pondering Rock's punch. There was also a big question in his mind: his body obviously doesn't look as strong as mine. Why can he easily overwhelm me in terms of strength? The power technique of that punch. He kept recalling the scene just now in his mind. It was like rewinding. Just watching and learning back and forth. While walking, Aries even began to constantly imitating the punch that Rox had just hit him. The momentum was getting louder and louder, and the whistling wind began to be piercing. The airflow in the air was constantly stirred by Aries' fist. Captain John on the side looked horrified and couldn't help asking, "Aries, are you learning from Captain Rox? What a strong learning ability! What kind of monster is this guy? What has he experienced since he was born?" Chapter 9 Is that kid imitating Rox? That punch was very strong. Aries answered without raising his head, and continued to concentrate on studying the punch that Rox used to knock him away. He punched faster and faster. Strong winds swept in all directions, and all the dust on the ground was blown away. The clean ground was exposed. Looking at Aries, who was concentrating on studying, Captain John had only one thought in his mind at this time: this boy will become a great man. In the future, he will definitely be the top powerhouse in the world. His talent and potential are all at the monster level, and now, even his learning ability is so strong. Terrible! Aries' actions also fell into everyone's eyes, and the Cotter Silver Axe saw this scene. His deep eyes suddenly shrank. He is imitating Captain Rox. The greatest characteristic of a person is the ability to learn and possess wisdom. It is all about constant training, learning and growth, and a person's learning and comprehension speed also determines his growth speed. What an amazing learning ability! His fist power is getting stronger. Silver Axe couldn't help but marvel, because Aries' fist was already strong enough. Even Kaido was defeated by him with one punch. Now, still getting stronger. The speed of getting stronger is still visible to the naked eye. Kaido also opened his eyes in a daze. He only remembered that he was hit in the face with a punch and immediately lost consciousness. Consciousness recovered. He suddenly widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "I lost! He was knocked down by that kid with one punch. He stood up from the ground angrily and glared at Ares. Boy, I was just careless just now. Now, I will defeat you. Kaido's face was full of reluctance and anger. As the strongest and most watched newcomer in the Rocks Pirates, he was slapped in the face in front of so many members of the Rocks Pirates. It was a punch in the face. It was a naked insult. How can he continue to stay in the Rocks Pirates in the future? Just when he was about to take action, a big hand pressed his shoulder, making him unable to move. Kaido turned his head and looked at him. His expression was startled. Lingling. Don't stop me, I'm going to teach that brat a lesson today. No. Lingling didn't care about Kaido's thoughts and wishes at all, and stopped Kaido directly. You lost. If you lost, whether you admit it or not, you were defeated by that guy. Next, work hard to make yourself stronger. The man I approve of will never be discouraged. Lingling. Kaido looked at Lingling in a daze, with a strong touch of emotion in his heart. But this touch came and went quickly. Lingling's next sentence dropped Kaido from the paradise of happiness directly to the nightmare hell. Ares is the man I like. Lingling's eyes did not hide her possessiveness and strong desire to give birth to a monkey. Ares's bronze-like body shone brightly under the sunlight. For her, the bulging and full muscles were full of strong temptation. The Golden Lion immediately spoke to Lingling. Ares must join my team. No. Join my Whitebeard team. Whitebeard also declared loudly. Okay. Rox's majestic voice rang in everyone's ears. He looked at Ares and asked, Boy, you have already lost. Do you want to join our Rocks Pirates now? He was full of domineering aura, and the black captain's cloak fluttered without wind. The seaweed-like hair on his head also fluttered. I'll join. Ares' voice was filled with excitement and excitement. I must make myself the strongest sword through fighting. Hearing Ares' agreement, Rox also laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what a persistent kid. Ares, welcome to the Rocks Pirates. I am the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rox D. Jibek. Whitebeard rushed to Ares and put his arm around Ares' shoulders without hesitation. He raised his arm and winked, saying, Boy, I admire you very much. Join my Whitebeard's team. Seeing this, Golden Lion was immediately dissatisfied. He flew in front of Ares and said hurriedly, Ares, don't listen to this guy. My Golden Lion's swordsmanship is the best on this ship. If you join my Golden Lion's team, I will teach you swordsmanship. When it comes to swordsmanship, no one on this ship is better than me. There was an extremely confident look on his face, and his long golden hair fluttered unconsciously. Golden Lion Shiki's confidence naturally comes from his own strength. The combination of superb and powerful swordsmanship and the ability of the floating fruit makes him the world's leading swordsman. After hearing the conditions offered by the Golden Lion, Whitebeard immediately extended an olive branch to Ares. Boy, join my team. I'll teach you how to exert your physical strength to a greater extent. My fists are unmatched in destructive power. My swordsmanship is more powerful. The voice of the Golden Lion Shiki suddenly became louder. Whitebeard also shouted, My fists are more powerful. The two quarreled again. Lingling didn't want Ares, whom she valued, to join the team of Whitebeard and Golden Lion, so she walked quickly to Ares. She pushed away the quarreling Whitebeard and Golden Lion with both hands. She said righteously, Ares is the one I like, and no one of you is allowed to snatch him away. No. Ares is the one I like. Ares, join I am Whitebeard. All the Rocks Pirates have gotten used to watching the quarrel in front of them. On the Rocks ship, these guys are unwilling to submit to each other, and only Captain Rocks can subdue these strong men. Others. Even Cotters Wangji, Silver Axe, Captain John, and others do not have this prestige and strength. Facing three people who don't know him at all fighting for him, Ares was very calm. For him, as long as he joined the Rocks Pirates, it would be enough to sharpen himself into the strongest and hardest sword through fighting. As for which team to join, He didn't care at all, and he couldn't even hear the quarreling sounds in his ears. He was still recalling the punch of rocks before. No matter how he imitated that punch, he still couldn't reach the level of rocks. Seeing the quarreling Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Lingling, Rocks shouted coldly, "Stop quarreling! Let Aries follow Wang Ji for the time being." Chapter 10 Wang Ji, grow up quickly. Monster! Follow me! Hearing Captain Rox's arrangement, Wang Ji's face was obviously dull, and he said in disbelief, "Let this kid follow me." After a little surprise, he understood the captain's intention. Obviously, he didn't want the team of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Lingling on the ship to become stronger, so he threw Aries to himself in order to balance the forces on the ship. But Wang Ji also knew that he couldn't refuse, and then said, "Then let me take this kid." Then he waved to Aries, "Kid, come here, follow me from now on, I will tell you the rules of the Rocks Pirates." Aries shook his shoulders, broke free from Whitebeard's big hand, and walked towards Wang Ji. This kid Whitebeard had a look of loss on his face. He was very optimistic about Aries' future. If Aries could join his squad and cultivate feelings, he would be his right-hand man in the future. He sighed with regret. He couldn't refute Captain Rock's decision. Golden Lion also became depressed and regretted losing a good seedling like Aries. The most unhappy one was naturally Charlotte Linling. She stared at Aries with her eyes, and then licked her lips. "I will not give up. Only a strong physical talent like Aries can satisfy me and give birth to stronger offspring." Her blunt words made Whitebeard and Golden Lion feel nauseous. They all avoided her. "This guy is simply a pervert. His mind is full of pornographic and violent things." Lox turned his head and said to Wang Ji, "Wang Ji, take Aries back to the ship first, and tell him the rules of the ship." Under Rock's order, Wang Ji also took Aries to the pirate ship on the coast. Lox walked straight to the group of villagers who were huddled together and shivering, and looked at the old man who asked Aries for help. He squatted down and asked with interest, "Tell me about Aries." He also wanted to know what Aries' life was like before. The old man sitting on the ground subconsciously moved his body back, trembling in his mouth, and said in great fear, Don't kill me. Things just take all the things." He lowered his head deeply, without the courage to look at Rock's face. Seeing that the old man did not answer Rock's question, Captain John scolded impatiently, "Hey, old man, the captain is asking you a question. If you don't want to die, answer it quickly." The old man was so scared that he shivered and his body trembled even more violently. Then Pingfu grabbed a life-saving straw and told all the information about Aries. "Aries, his father is a very famous swordsmith. That year, his father forged a famous sword, but it was taken away by the sea by someone. His father also died, leaving him alone. It was fine at first, but I don't know why, he suddenly went crazy 3 years ago." While saying this, the old man couldn't help but recall the day when the incident happened, when Aries suddenly ran out of his house. He asked everyone how he could make himself a famous sword that surpassed the unparalleled big sword. Many people were scared at that time. Aries had been forging swords with his father, and he was as strong as a bull when he was only 10 years old. Many people didn't stop him. At that time, Aries seemed to be trapped in a kind of demon barrier. In the end, a villager came back. He answered Aries' question and told Aries that he could make a hard knife through training. From that day on, Aries trained except for eating and resting. As time passed, the training method became more and more terrifying. From the normal push-ups and heavy objects at the beginning, to hitting the trees with his body, and finally hitting the mountains with his body. After listening to the old man's story, Rock stood up, turned around and looked at the sea, and said to himself, "Is there something wrong with his mind? No, but such a guy's potential is indeed very outstanding. Just by training and fighting with wild beasts, he can grow to this point. This kid's potential is really monster level." He understood that Aries not only has great potential, but also is not afraid of hard training and is extremely persistent. He is much better than Lingling. That wanton woman has wasted her horrible talent. And Aries is completely different. Not only does he have inhuman talent and potential, but he also constantly strengthens himself through various training methods. Compared to Lingling, Rox is naturally more optimistic about Aries. He walked slowly towards the coast and shouted to other pirates, "Little guys, return home." Captain John took a sip of strong liquor and said excitedly, "When this kid grows up, he will definitely not lose to Whitebeard and Golden Lion." He followed Captain Rox slowly. Kaido also heard the story told by the old man, and couldn't help but tremble his eyes. He said in shock, "Aries is actually undergoing such a terrible training." A gleam of light flashed in his huge eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I, Kaido, will not lose to him. I also use the Hell training method to train my body. Next time I will definitely win." Looking at Aries' back, Kaido's heart was full of high morale. He also followed the large group to the pirate ship on the shore. The coast. It was the first time for Aries to see such a huge pirate ship, which was just like a mobile war fortress. He was 4 meters tall and looked very small in front of this ship. Wang Ji said proudly, "How about it, this ship is big. Our Rox pirates are the most powerful pirate group in this sea. Countless pirates are scared to death just by hearing the name of our Rox pirates. They are scared to death." Ha ha ha. He couldn't help laughing, as if something like this really happened before. Aries on the side was indeed calm, as if he was not interested in anything else except making himself a famous sword. Wang Ji patted Aries on the shoulder and said, "You will be a formal member of the Rox pirates in the future. There will be countless battles waiting for you. Grow up quickly, I am looking forward to seeing a monster like you grow up." Chapter 11 Whitebeard, "This guy is really desperate. I am eager to fight too." Aries answered Wang Ji excitedly. The battle with Kaido and Rox just now made him have a small improvement in his own strength. It was much faster than his usual improvement by hitting the mountain. He walked to the shore, jumped and fell directly into the sea with a splash, splashing a wave. Wang Ji was dumbfounded, his eyes burst out, and he hurriedly shouted to Aries in the water, "Aries! What are you doing in the sea? Come on the boat with me." He was very surprised by Aries's behavior, and even thought that Aries was mentally disturbed. He actually jumped directly into the sea. "No." Aries poked his head out of the sea, his whole body immersed in the sea water, and said to Wang Ji on the shore, "You take the boat, I can just swim in the sea and follow the boat." The cool sea water was refreshing, making him feel very comfortable and free. Looking at Aries in the sea, Wang Ji was really impressed and said again, "Aries, if you can't hold on, remember to get on the boat at any time." Aries, this kid, is really a training maniac. He doesn't even want to stay on the boat, but chooses to swim in the sea. He is simply a weird creature. "I know." Aries responded lightly, and then floated on the sea. Wang Ji shook his head and sighed in his heart, it's not without reason that he can become a monster. This guy is really cruel to himself. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Aries took the initiative to take Kaido's punch before, which was like bumping his body into the muzzle of the gun. Madman! At this time, the captains also brought their people back to the shore. Looking at Aries in the sea, Whitebeard looked surprised and asked Wang Ji hurriedly, "Wang Ji, why is Aries staying in the sea?" He was not the only one who was curious. Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin and other pirates all looked at Wang Ji, asking for his explanation. Wang Ji curled his lips and said, "I didn't ask him to go to the sea. He jumped in by himself. He didn't want to stay on the ship. He wanted to swim in the sea to exercise himself and sail with us. He couldn't do such a thing anyway. It was too crazy and too torturous. It would be better to go back to his room on the ship, take off this heavy armor and go to sleep." Hearing Wang Ji's explanation, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with admiration, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "No wonder this guy can become so strong. It turns out that he is thinking about training all the time. This guy is really desperate." Whitebeard's regret and frustration became more obvious. It would be great if Aries joined his team. He is already 32 years old this year. Whitebeard, who lost his family since childhood, also longs for family affection. Seeing a kid like Aries, some emotions and thoughts naturally arise in his heart. This thought is not fencing. It is a feeling and impulse to make Aries like his family. As he gets older, this idea in his heart becomes stronger and stronger. Golden Lion couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the spark of the cigar on his mouth suddenly lit up. He admired, Aries is only 14 or 15 years old. If this guy grows up, I wonder how terrible he will be. Aries was originally very talented, and he trained himself so hard. The peak of ordinary people is generally in their 40s or 50s, and Aries is at least 30 or 40 years away from this peak. If Aries keeps insisting like this, coupled with his terrifying talent and potential, Golden Lion really can't guess how terrible this guy's future will be. No matter how terrible he is, as long as he is stronger, I like him more. Lingling licked her bright red lips excitedly. Looking at Aries floating on the sea, with his brass-like muscles bulging high, Lingling couldn't help but start fantasizing in her mind. A large blush appeared on her cheeks. A dazed look appeared in her eyes. Although it was just an illusion, she enjoyed it. Then Rox came and said to Aries in the sea, "Aries, when you are tired, just go on board and rest. I will have someone arrange a room for you." Then he stepped onto the ladder. All the members of the Rox pirates also looked at Aries with admiration. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. If they were asked to swim in the sea and follow the ship, I'm afraid no one would be willing. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts in the sea, but it is a very troublesome thing. Put yourself in his shoes, Aries is really crazy and desperate. Kaido, who arrived later, also saw this scene, and his face changed immediately. The expression on his face was uncertain, and he held it in for a long time before he said heavily, "I will not lose to him." Originally, he planned to go back to the ship to rest, but now he plans to go back to the ship to train. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words from his teeth, "Absolutely not." Turning around and stepping onto the ladder. An involution officially began. Weigh anchor. Set sail. The huge pirate ship began to sail on the sea, and Aries followed behind the huge pirate ship by swimming. Except for resting and eating, Aries spent all his time in the sea. 5 days passed in a flash, and Aries' persistence also convinced most of the pirates on the ship. At the port of Beehive Island, dozens of various ships, large and small, were docked at the huge port. Most of them are affiliated pirate groups of Rox pirates, while a small part is trade conducted by underground dark forces. As the island with the most pirates in the New World, the underground forces here are also extremely complex. And Rox is extremely indulgent in the behavior of these pirate groups, because he believes that only by being strong can you get everything. Women, treasures, fine wine, territory. As long as you are strong enough, as long as you can protect it, it is yours. This island is also full of dark events such as assassinations and robberies at all times. As the huge pirate ship slowly approached the shore, countless people in the entire port also cast their attention. Just because of the words Rox Pirates. At this time, there was a very tall woman standing at the port, at least 3 or 4 meters tall. She was dressed very boldly and hotly, and a tight leopard print outfit outlined her body curves vividly. She was convex and curvy, and had strong capital. She had thick red lips on her mouth and wore a pair of sunglasses. And she was holding a bunch of bright roses in her hands. Chapter 12. A sword can only be forged after repeated tempering. It's Miss Ba Jin. She came to Whitebeard to express her love again. No matter how many times she was rejected, Miss Ba Jin never gave up. Such persistence will move Newgate one day. I really envy that guy Whitebeard, who can win Miss B. Jin's heart. On the deck of the Rocks Pirates, a large group of Rocks Pirates members were talking about it. The words were full of envy. With Miss B. Jin's figure, the eyes of the perverts on the ship were staring. I wish I could stick my eyes on B. Jin's devilish figure. Silver Axe stood by the side of the ship and couldn't help but whistled at Miss B. Jin at the port. Miss B. Jin, Whitebeard doesn't accept it, would you consider me, Silver Axe? The pirates on the side watched the excitement. Get lost. Otherwise I'll kill you. B. Jin on the shore had a face full of hostility and retorted without any hesitation. Suddenly, the whole port was silent, without any sound. She looked up at the huge pirate ship and couldn't help but reach out to take off the sunglasses on her face, revealing her beautiful eyes. The eyes turned back and forth, as if searching for Whitebeard's figure. At this time, Whitebeard leaned against the mast with a nervous and awkward look on his face. A little bored. He said to himself, "Why is she here again? Didn't I tell her not to court me in public?" He was very distressed. He only wanted to live the life of a pirate now, and he couldn't take care of and protect other people at all. Maybe he would die one day. Golden Lion, holding a cigar in his mouth, laughed. "Whitebeard, I think you should accept Miss B. Jin. This is something that many people envy." There was a hint of ridicule on his face. After all, it was rare to see Whitebeard in such an embarrassing state. And the woman named B. Jin was also a human best. Ordinary people don't have that blessing. "Get out!" Whitebeard shouted at Golden Lion unhappily. Golden Lion smiled, floated up, and flew towards the port. And in the sea, a loud bang sounded. Ares jumped out of the sea like a dolphin and landed on the port. He was soaked and the sea water was constantly flowing down to the ground. He looked at the bustling port. This is the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates. Ares shook his body and the sea water on his pants splashed like rain. At this time, Wang Ji walked to Ares and said, "Come with me, I'll take you to change clothes. We'll attend the banquet later. This is the habit of our Rocks Pirates. After each successful operation, everyone will have a carnival." Ares nodded and followed Wang Ji to the skeleton castle in the center of the island. His 4-meter height attracted the attention of many people. Many people pointed at Ares with curious eyes, wondering why there was a stranger next to the cotter Wang Ji. On the streets of Beehive Island, most people here are pirates, and those who are not pirates are various dark forces. On this island, even civilians, under the survival of the fittest, are not simple characters. Not long. Wang Ji took Ares to a room and said with a smile, "This room will belong to you from now on. This is also the treatment for a formal member of the Rocks Pirates. It's much safer than outside the Skull Castle. Outside, you have to worry about whether someone will attack you and take away your treasures and everything valuable when you sleep. Even your valuable organs. Only when you are in this world can you realize how cruel this world is. In this world where pirates are prevalent, underground dark forces have also sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Where there is profit, countless people will flock to it, not to mention the beginning. 9:8 0:2, 0,58,5.6. It is still a lucrative industry. Providing love and sex services, guns and artillery, selling stolen goods, supplies, contraband, etc. for pirates, gradually forming an ecosystem. Even the organs of pirates can be sold to those in need through the black market. However, the first question Ares asked was about training. Is there a place to train here? You kid, you never forget to train wherever you go. It's not that easy to make yourself an indestructible sword. A hidden gleam flashed in Wang Ji's eyes, and then he said, "In this skeleton castle, there is naturally a place for everyone to train. Wait for you to change your clothes, I'll take you there to see." Wang Ji leaned against the door frame, quietly waiting for Ares to change his clothes. He looked up at the gradually darkening sky. After a while, Wait for Aries to change his clothes. He also took Aries to the training room. The next day, before dawn, Aries opened his eyes automatically, and a pair of bright eyes burst out with a gleam of light. He turned over and got up, and the action was done in one go. I don't know if people would think Aries was sleepwalking. After washing up, Aries walked out of the room. Looking down at the entire Beehive Island from a high place, the lights were still bright. He also began to walk towards the training room. Suddenly, a wanton and charming laugh came from the road. Even if you are a cotter of the Rocks Pirates, you have to walk out of here by holding on to the wall. Aries looked closely and saw a man in silver armor holding on to the wall with one hand, staggering away. It seemed to be the cotter of the Rocks Pirates, Silver Axe. His appearance also attracted the attention of the boss, who immediately waved at Aries with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Oh, it looks like a newcomer, or a virgin. Looking at Aries's sturdy upper body, he sighed, but this physique is a bit too big. Those women can't stand the destruction of such a guy. A height of 4 meters is not something that ordinary people can bear. She dared not recruit such a business, for fear that someone would die. The women under her command were all cash cows for her. Hearing her voice, Silver Axe glanced back and saw Aries, and immediately left quickly with his legs tucked under him. He began to feel nervous. Will that guy recognize me? How could that guy see such an embarrassing thing? It's not even daybreak yet, so he shouldn't recognize me, right? Everything was just a small episode for Aries. He was very nervous. Ignored nothing. Walked straight to the training room, found a huge and heavy iron rod in the training room, and began to hit various parts of his body. Bang! 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 What is the feeling of steel hitting the body? Aries said that his muscles became more solid with each hit. Only after 1,000 hammers can a peerless sword be forged. These pains have long become a habit, even addictive. Long-term persistence has gradually made him dependent, and even a kind of perverted pleasure. If I don't exercise for a day, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Chapter 13 Wang Ji, it hurts just looking at me. The iron rod hit Aries's muscles, making a very dull sound. Bang bang bang! The repeated blows made Aries's skin, which was originally bronze and could reflect luster, begin to show a hint of obvious blush. Blood began to flow rapidly in the body. The body's metabolism was also constantly accelerating. The intense pain was constantly stimulating Aries' nerves, causing scenes to emerge in his mind. There were tall buildings and busy streets. Cars shuttled through the spacious road, and the scene was constantly changing. Then a hospital called Guangwei City First Brain Tumor Hospital appeared on the screen, and the picture flashed by. The next scene. Aries felt that he appeared on a bed, with his hands and feet tied to the bed. Then a nurse appeared and replaced the infusion bottle with a full of medicine for him. The picture flashed quickly, flashing through Aries' mind like a slide, and the picture finally stopped in the nurse's scream. A patient drank the infusion medicine. Then there was a noisy sound and a chaotic sound. When Aries returned to reality, he didn't know how many times his arms had been bent and how many times he had hit his body with the iron rod. Am I Aries or Li Yang? My father's last wish was to forge a famous sword that surpassed the Supreme Big Knife's 12 skills. My forging skills can't surpass my father's. I can only seek change. I will definitely make myself a famous sword. If I can't do it, I will make others into famous swords. This situation of images appearing in his mind began. Posted in Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6. It's not the first time. Whenever something stimulates his brain, there will always be such a real and dreamy experience and feeling. His ability to withstand pain has been improving. Not only because of training. The full chest muscles have turned red, and Aries also began to use the iron rod to hit his abdominal muscles, each of which is larger than an ordinary person's thigh. A full 8 pieces, like a protruding boulder. As Aries swung the iron rod vigorously, the muscles on his abdomen began to turn red. He violently and savagely tempered his body. It was like a piece of steel that could only be tempered into steel by hammering it back and forth. In the skeleton castle. After washing up, Wang Ji put on his heavy and shiny golden armor, opened the door and walked towards Aries' room. Captain Rox handed Aries to him, so he naturally arranged Aries' room very close to him. Walked to the door of Aries' room. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and Wang Ji shouted, "Hey, Aries, open the door." After shouting several times in a row, there was no movement in the room. He pushed the door open with all his strength and looked inside. This guy is not here. Did he go out to train again so early in the morning? This was the only thought that came to Wang Ji's mind, and he immediately rushed to the training room. A series of thunderous sounds rang out in the huge training room. He stared at Aries, who was training, and the thick iron rod was almost as tall as his wrist. You should know that he was also 4 or 5 meters tall, even a little taller than Aries. It's just not a human. It's so cruel. The iron rod hit Aries' body with a bang, accompanied by the whistling wind. Wang Ji was frightened and his scalp was numb. He originally thought that Aries swimming and sailing in the sea was cruel enough, but he didn't expect that compared with the scene in front of him. It was just a small witch meeting a big witch. I thought Kaido was fierce and strong enough, but I didn't expect that there were people who were even more perverted and freakish than him. Wang Ji couldn't imagine that if he had to endure such training, he might not be able to hold on for an hour. He walked in front of Aries and asked Aries with a strange look on his face, "Aries, doesn't it hurt to train like this?" "It hurts." Aries didn't stop his movements at all, and answered Wang Ji's question without changing his expression. "It hurts?" Wang Ji looked at Aries with a strange look in his eyes. "You told me it hurts with your expressionless face? If it weren't for the banging sound, he would really think it was a balloon. It's fake." But the sound produced by the collision made him know that this was a real iron rod. He didn't know if Aries was really a real iron rod. Aries kept hitting like this. Will this iron rod be sharpened into a needle in the future? Wang Ji suddenly thought of the banquet last night, curled his lips and said, "No wonder you are such a big eater." Last night's banquet is still vivid in his mind. This guy ate hundreds of people's food by himself. Rox Pirates is the biggest eater, and he deserves to be the first. "When will you train?" Wang Ji asked, standing aside. "When eating." Aries' answer made Wang Ji feel that he asked a very stupid question. The next second, Aries asked Wang Ji a question. The captain said that fighting can sharpen a person into a sharp sword, so what other ways can make yourself a famous sword? The iron rod in his hand changed the position of the strike to the thigh. He turned his head and looked at Wang Ji. Hearing this question, Wang Ji was also stunned, and stretched out his hand to stroke his black beard that was longer than Guangong, straight and smooth. After thinking carefully, he said, "In our Rox Pirates, the strongest swordsman is naturally Shiki the Golden Lion. But are you sure you want to make yourself into a famous sword?" Wang Ji couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. He had never seen such a ridiculous idea. Who would forge himself into a sword? Can this person be the same as iron? The human body is very complex and cannot be shaped at will like steel. Not only a famous sword. I also want to make myself a famous sword that surpasses the supreme big sword 12 works. Aries' voice was sonorous and full of fighting spirit, and he couldn't help but increase the strength in his hand. With a bang, even the air produced a slight vibration. And Aries' muscles also produced circles of waves and ripples like a calm lake. This voice exploded in Wang Ji's mind, and he couldn't help but gasp, hiss. "It hurts me to stand by and watch. I'm leaving first. I'll call you when we eat." He turned around and left quickly. If he kept watching, he felt that he might not be able to eat. "I'm going to vomit." After Wang Ji left, Aries muttered to himself while training, Golden Lion Shiki. Will he have other ways for me to hone myself into a famous sword that surpasses the supreme large sword 12 works? Then ask him after training. The training room continued to hear loud bangs. Chapter 14 Xiaoqi, this guy can't stay. When Aries finished training, his muscles were like red irons. In the shocked eyes of a group of pirates, Aries left the training room. After he left, the whole training room was filled with deafening exclamations. Fuck, where did this guy come from? I've really learned a lot. Is he still a human? His training method can kill us with one blow. With this abnormal body, those women may not be able to satisfy this guy even if they scream their throats out. Satisfy this guy? I'm afraid even my life won't work. Do you know how many times that guy hit himself? Tens of thousands. Tisk tisk, from now on, our pirate group has another monster. Other pirate groups and the navy will have a headache. A group of pirates were amazed. Such wolf destruction was simply insane. He was playing with his own life and making a joke. After Aries replenished his energy, he left the cafeteria under the stunned gaze of another pirate. Because he was a formal crew member, he had the right to enjoy free food. As for informal crew members, it depends on his own ability and whether others are willing to give him food. So many newcomers are actually standing in line, belonging to various captains. It's just that this is a world of survival of the fittest, and newcomers are more like pioneer camps. They do the dirtiest and most tiring work, carrying supplies, cleaning pirate ships, and skeleton fortresses. They tie their heads to their belts just to become a formal member of the Rocks Pirates. Aries found someone at random, asked about the location of Golden Lion Shiki, and left. In the skeleton castle. Captain, that guy eats too much. Do you know how much he eats in one meal? This guy can't stay. He ate hundreds of people's food by himself, and those chefs almost collapsed from exhaustion. Listening to the voice complaining to himself, even Captain Rocks, the most famous captain on this sea, looked a little unnatural. Awkwardly smiled, Xiaoqi, the people have been recruited. Besides, the guy Aries has unlimited potential and will definitely grow into a strong man like Newgate and Shiki in the future. Although he eats a lot now, he will be able to bring greater benefits to the pirate group in the future. Recruit a few more chefs. If the chef falls down due to exhaustion, who will cook for the members of our pirate group? In front of Rocks was a lady with short black hair, holding a lady's cigarette in her mouth. Xiaoqi reached out with her hand holding the cigarette holder with his fingers. He exhaled a puff of white smoke and said unhappily, "Do you know how much he spends for a meal? The ingredients alone cost more than 100,000 Baileys. This is just the guy's consumption for one meal. If we count 3 meals a day, that's 90 meals a month. He alone consumes millions of Baileys a month. Plus labor and so on. One more person is equivalent to supporting hundreds of more people." Hearing Xiaoqi scolding, Rocks grinned and laughed. "More than 1 million Baileys is more than 1 million Baileys. I am very optimistic about that kid. It's worth spending Baileys. Such a guy is worth it." Xiaoqi snorted coldly, "It's not my money anyway, just be happy." He turned around and left the room. Rocks smiled, walked to the window, looked at the outside world through the window, and his deep eyes were filled with the light of ambition. He murmured, "Talent is much more important than gold. As long as I become the overlord of this world. As much money as you want, you can have as much money as you want. I am not interested in money, and I don't want to touch money. I just want this world." He said such pretentious words because he had already gained a lot of wealth by leading the Rocks Pirates over the years. He is no longer the Rocks who was worried about his livelihood. In another room of the skeleton castle, Aries knocked on the door of Golden Lion Shiki, and his huge palm slapped on the door with a bang. A panicked sound suddenly came from the room. In the room, Golden Lion Shiki said to Miss Biajin in a panic, "Hurry up and leave from the back." I will give you every penny you want. He stretched out his hand and threw the clothes on the bed to the other party. Miss Bajan had no intention of appreciating the other's tall, white, and full chest. She took the clothes thrown by Golden Lion and threatened at this critical moment, "It's agreed that 50 million Baileys cannot be less. Go. You won't be less." Golden Lion hurriedly urged, put on his clothes, lit a cigar and took a deep breath. This woman's figure, appearance, and skin are simply top-notch. She just loves money too much. After getting the guarantee from Golden Lion, Miss Bajan smiled, put on her clothes and left through the back door immediately. Hey! Golden Lion exhaled a thick puff of smoke, stood up and walked to the door and opened it. When he saw the figure outside the door, he said in surprise, "Aries! What do you want to do with me?" He didn't expect that the one who came to him was Aries. When he and Whitebeard were fighting for him, this guy offered a lot of conditions, but he didn't waver at all. He did not make a choice. Aries told the purpose of his visit. "Mr. Wang Ji said that you are the best swordsman on the ship. I want to know if you have a way to forge a sword that surpasses the supreme big knife 12-work knife." His big copper bell eyes were full of curiosity, staring at the Golden Lion. This question again? The Golden Lion was naturally familiar with this question. When he first met Aries, this guy asked Captain Rock's this question. Captain Rock's answer at that time was, "Fight." Later, he also heard Rox asking the old man and knew Aries' past. This guy has completely changed since a few years ago, and he frantically asked the villagers how to forge himself into a famous sword. Finally, he began the Devil's Hell training. Aries is very persistent in making himself a famous sword. Let me think. The Golden Lion did not answer Aries' question immediately, but decided to think about it carefully first. After a moment, he raised his mouth and smiled. "The human body is far from being comparable to famous swords, but there is a way to make the body comparable to those famous swords. Swordsmen can use their own domineering to temper their swords into black swords. And the armed color domineering can greatly improve personal defense. As long as it is strong enough, even famous swords can't cut it." Hearing the answer of the Golden Lion, Aries' eyes lit up and asked excitedly, "Armed color domineering? What is that?" Chapter 15 The Golden Lion Who Instigated Aries to Drink. It turned out that this kid didn't know about armed color domineering. The Golden Lion cheeky rolled his eyes, looked around, and grinned with a cigar in his mouth. "You kid, come in first." After Aries entered the room, he immediately closed the door. "You kid, sit down first, I'll go get something." When the Golden Lion appeared, he was already holding several bottles of rum in his hand. He sat across from Aries with his legs crossed, grinning. "Ha ha 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 Aries, do you want some wine? This is my treasured wine. Even if Whitebeard wants to buy it, I won't give it to him." He flicked his finger, and with a bang, the cork on the bottle flew out. However, the Golden Lion used his power to suspend the cork in the air, and it finally fell straight onto the table with a whoosh. "I don't drink." "Aries," he replied calmly, and then continued to ask, "What exactly is armament haki?" He only had the desire and curiosity for armament haki in his heart. Because armament haki can make the body defend against famous swords. It can make your body stronger. Aries' heart was burning, and his eyes, as fierce as a beast, burst into a terrifying light. "Hee hee." Golden Lion smiled, holding a cigar in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other hand, and gulped it down, like drinking water, and half of the bottle of wine was gone in an instant. He showed a happy expression on his face, and laughed, "Ha ha ha, as a pirate, how can I not drink? Pirates can live without food and weapons, but not without wine. Aries, try it, you will love it, and after drinking this bottle of wine, I will tell you what armament haki is." As he said, he also opened a bottle of rum again and placed it directly in front of Aries. With a playful and interested smile on his face, the Golden Lion took a deep puff of the cigar, and the whole person felt comfortable as if he was floating in the air. He also wanted to see what Aries, a guy who had never drunk alcohol, would do after drinking this kind of alcohol. Aries frowned slightly and picked up the bottle with 2 fingers. For ordinary people, it takes one hand to hold the bottle. In his hand, it was like a lighter. Putting the mouth of the bottle to his mouth, Aries paused slightly because he had never drunk alcohol. Aries's actions made the Golden Lion laugh. "Drink it quickly, and I will tell you what armament haki is after you drink it. And how to practice armament haki." As soon as he finished speaking, Aries raised his finger, and the wine in the bottle flowed into his mouth. Immediately, a spicy and stimulating taste and feeling came, stimulating the throat, and the stimulating feeling of the wine falling into the esophagus was also very obvious. The blood in the body also began to accelerate. Or maybe it's the blood pressure that's rising. Cough cough. Aries started coughing immediately. He drank half a bottle of wine for the first time. The stimulating heat made him physically uncomfortable. A burning sensation suddenly came from his stomach. The hot and spicy feeling in his stomach was actually a warm feeling. Seeing Aries's embarrassment when he drank for the first time, the Golden Lion couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, a pirate's life without wine is imperfect. Wine is a dual material and spiritual need for pirates. You will realize how happy drinking is in the future." He also picked up the bottle of wine by himself, tilted his head and poured it into his mouth boldly. The sound of gulping was accompanied by the movement of his Adam's apple, and the wine went straight into his stomach. It made Shiki feel very happy. When Aries drank the strong wine, he felt that the taste of the wine was a bit irritating at first and didn't like it very much. But the next second, he felt a little lightheaded, his brain suddenly became muddy, and the dizziness gradually became stronger. "Is this the feeling of drinking? It seems that my body has become lighter." He felt hot on his face. Because his face had become extremely red, but he didn't know it, he just felt a little hot. Aries opened his mouth and poured the remaining wine in the bottle into his mouth. With a dizzy feeling, he didn't think the wine was as bad as the first time. The stimulating pleasure instantly swept through his nerves, and he muttered to himself, "This wine burp. This wine tastes good. My body is getting hot." His usually sharp and fierce eyes also became a little blurred. Seeing the wine on the table, he unconsciously reached out to take it. Like the Golden Lion's previous movements, he flicked the cork out. The cork shot directly into the wall with a bang like a bullet. Aries held the bottle with 2 fingers and poured it into his mouth, gurgling. For ordinary people, a bottle of wine is not a lot, but for Aries, who is 4 meters tall, it is very small. A bottle of wine entered his stomach in 2 or 3 seconds. Then he started to drink another bottle. Seeing this, the Golden Lion's face changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Hey, you little drunkard, you can't drink anymore. These are all fine wines I have collected for many years. You can't drink it all at once." But Aries, who was intoxicated and confused, didn't listen to the Golden Lion's words at this time, and still drank the bottle of wine in a gulp. The Golden Lion immediately opened his hands to protect the bottle in front of him like a hen in the game of eagle catching chickens, and said with a cigar in his mouth, "Aries, you are not really drunk, are you? You can't drink this wine anymore." He felt a little sad. This was a good wine that he usually couldn't bear to drink, and this kid drank 3 bottles at once. He only had more than 10 bottles in total. 1/5 was missing. "Hey!" Aries' head was shaking a little, tilting left and right. Seeing the Golden Lion protecting the wine, he immediately reached out and pushed the Golden Lion away. But how strong is his power? Aries, who was drunk, couldn't judge the size of his own power. The Golden Lion was not prepared at all, so he was thrown out in an instant, and smashed the glass window next to him with a bang. He flew out of the skeleton castle directly, blasting a heavy crash hit the street outside the skeleton castle. A large cloud of dust was stirred up. Groundwork flew everywhere. It immediately caused a commotion among the pedestrians on the street. Did you see what just fell? How could something suddenly fall from the sky? It seemed to have flown out from the skeleton castle. What happened? Did anyone see what happened? A large crowd of people suddenly gathered around, looking at the center of the dust. The next second, the embarrassed figure of the golden lion floated out of the dust, and the dust-covered appearance immediately shocked everyone around. Golden Lion, Shiki. Chapter 16 Drunk, Hammering Golden Lion. What? It's Golden Lion, how could he fly out of the skeleton castle, and... No way? Did Golden Lion and Whitebeard fight? The noisy discussions around him fell into Golden Lion's ears, thinking of Ares throwing him into the hall without knowing the severity of the situation. His expression was a little unnatural. He looked up at the skeleton castle, and couldn't help cursing, "Asshole! He drank the wine, and threw me out, that bastard!" Before he finished speaking, he heard a roar like thunder from the sky. "I want to drink wine." The terrifying sound waves made the eardrums of the people present buzz, and the window glass in the skeleton castle began to crack with a crackling sound, and finally exploded with a bang. This voice shocked countless people, and many of them turned pale by the thunderous roar. Many people even covered their ears with their hands, with an extremely uncomfortable expression on their faces. Whose voice is it? This voice is too scary. It even shattered the glass. Drinking. What's going on? This is the base camp of the Rocks Pirates. No pirates dare to make trouble here, right? This voice alone can shatter so much glass. What kind of monster is it? Various doubts and fearful voices rang out one after another on the street, and no one knew what happened. Only Shiki the Golden Lion knew. He turned pale, and said to himself in surprise, "Could it be that guy is drunk and crazy? We must stop that guy." With a whoosh, he flew rapidly in the air towards the window of his own room. The next second, boom! The entire wall with the window exploded into pieces of rubble. The wall was destroyed, revealing Ares's extremely strong and muscular body. In his dazed and intoxicated eyes, Ares saw several golden lions flying over, and immediately shouted to the golden lions, "Golden lions, I want to drink." The sound coming out of his mouth was simply a sound wave attack, and a strong wind with a strong smell of alcohol instantly submerged the golden lions. This guy is really drunk. Golden Lion Shiki twitched his mouth. He didn't expect that he just let Ares try to drink and taste the taste of wine. Unexpectedly, this guy became addicted to the taste of wine and got drunk. His face became irritable. "I guess Captain Rocks will tell him off now, so let Ares stop first. If he gets drunk and destroys the skeleton castle, the problem will be even more serious." Golden Lion Shiki did not draw the long sword from his waist, but used the power of the floating fruit to appear in front of Ares in a flash. He raised his arm and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Swish! The whole arm instantly hardened the armament haki, and it was black and shiny. Golden Lion grinned, "Boy, don't you want to know what armament haki is? Today I'll let you feel the power of armament haki. It can be regarded as teaching by example." He punched Ares' head with a punch, making a sound of breaking through the air. Bang! With a loud bang, Ares's huge figure suddenly flew backwards. Some furniture and floor in the room of Golden Lion were smashed by Ares, and finally the wall collapsed with a bang. Buried by rubble. Golden Lion exhaled a deep breath of thick smoke, biting the cigar and grinning, "Kid, this is armament haki. I can make Kaido bleed with this punch." He flew towards Ares who was buried under the rubble. Suddenly, a bang sounded, rubble flew, and Ares stood up from the rubble. "Hey, you didn't!" Golden Lion was a little surprised. He was still flying forward, but his face suddenly changed, because Ares's huge fist whistled towards his face. This powerful fist! Bang! It hit Golden Lion's face hard, making his face deformed instantly, and the cigarette in his mouth flew out. Suddenly, it flew out from the broken wall again like a cannonball. Boom! Enter the palace again. It hit the street again on the road. The noise was several times louder than the previous one. The passers-by who were watching were completely stunned. The Rocks Pirates leader Shiki the Golden Lion was beaten. Everyone had only one thought in their mind: who was that guy? He was able to knock the Rocks Pirates leader Shiki the Golden Lion twice. Asshole! The face of the Golden Lion who flew out of the stone pit became completely ugly. The strength of Ares's punch was simply strange strength. This punch made his head heavy, and a huge pustule appeared directly at the corner of his eye, purple-red with a little blood, destroying the original domineering image of Shiki the Golden Lion. Even the cigar was gone. I wanted to teach that kid a lesson with the armed color domineering, and at the same time, I got hit hard by the punch. I have embarrassed myself in public. I am afraid that this matter will spread on Beehive Island. Golden Lion was also very angry. He glanced coldly at the passers-by around the street and shouted, "Shut up!" A strong domineering aura emanated from his body and instantly swept the entire street like a hurricane. Many people fell to the ground unconscious. In an instant, everyone on the entire street was silent. No one dared to speak. Those who were awake felt cold all over their bodies, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Golden Lion's current state is a bit like a cat with its fur exploded. The lush golden hair on his back became much fluffier than usual. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground darken and looked up. A huge figure blocked the sun, and countless people could only see a huge black shadow. A deafening sound came out of his mouth, "Damn it! How dare you sneak attack me?" Ares's mind was extremely confused. The punch of the armed color domineering of the Golden Lion still had a certain impact on him, and the drunken state and the confusion of thinking made his brain very confused. He suspected that someone wanted to take his first blood? Strange. What is the first blood? The next second, the brain switched to other thoughts. Ares looked crazy and roared angrily. "Golden Lion! Accept your life!" Chapter 17 Charlotte Linling's body became hot. Ares, who fell from the sky, raised his huge fist, and his face was as red as Guangong's face. The thick muscles on his arms swelled up and became several circles bigger. Just like the second brother, he got an erection. The muscles not only became bigger, but also became harder. Under the strong muscles, there was explosive power, and Kaido had a deep understanding of this. Ha! A punch was thrown, bringing with it a terrifying airflow from Ares' fist, creating terrifying ripples in the air. Powerful! One punch can break rocks and break metal. Asshole, I won't be careless this time. The arms of Golden Lion Shiki were covered with strong armament haki, and were actually wrapped in a layer of enchanting black and purple flames. It was not a real flame, but a kind of armament haki flame without real temperature. Although he was not a master of physical skills, he had already mastered the armament haki. Even if he didn't use swordsmanship, he was still a strong man. "Boy, this time I must knock you out!" Golden Lion roared with an arrogant and domineering face. He must prove his strength as Captain Rocks under the gaze of countless people. He has the confidence and strength. A punch with a strong armament haki met Ares's fist. The size of the Golden Lion's fist is several times bigger than that of Ares's. Bang! The loud noise was deafening. It was like a thunder that suddenly exploded in the clear sky, which made people's hair stand on end. Ares's huge body flew out under the Golden Lion's punch, and a 3-story building was knocked down with a bang. Shiki couldn't help but grin and laughed. "Ha ha ha, this punch should sober me up." But he was still full of surprise in his heart. This kid is so strong before he learned armament haki. If this kid learns armament haki, he really can't fight Ares. The floating Golden Lion showed his majesty. It looked down at the Beehive Island with a look of contempt. Countless pirates on the Beehive Island also came back to their senses and exclaimed at the Golden Lion in the sky. As expected of the captain of the Rocks Pirates 1st Division, he is so strong. I don't know who that big guy is, he is so brave to challenge Shiki the Golden Lion. Who cares? This punch will take care of that big guy. Such a strong armament haki. The Golden Lion is really too strong. He hasn't used his swordsmanship and abilities yet. Countless people sighed. And the huge noise has long attracted the attention of other members of the Rocks Pirates. Whitebeard, holding a large guandao from Yunkai, grinned and asked the Golden Lion in the sky, "Hey, Golden Lion, what happened?" Then he couldn't help laughing, "Kulalala, I heard that you got beaten up by someone. Let me see who it is, Whitebeard." Whitebeard felt sorry that he didn't see the scene at that time, but he would not miss the opportunity to mock Golden Lion. Hearing Whitebeard's mockery, Golden Lion Shiki's face turned pale instantly. He took out a cigar from his pocket and put it in his mouth, lit it and took a deep breath. "It's Aries. I wanted him to try the taste of drinking, but I didn't expect this guy to get drunk directly. As a result, he made a fool of himself in public." Aries. Whitebeard looked surprised, then relieved, and then laughed, "Haha, it turned out to be that kid. Pirates should be accompanied by wine. You did the right thing. In the future, that kid can also drink with us happily. How can a pirate's life be perfect without wine? As a pirate, you should eat big chunks of meat and drink heartily." Then, Charlotte Lingling, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe and others also rushed over, asking the people around them what happened. Such a commotion was not small, and the whole Beehive Island was aware of it. Just at this moment, there was also movement in the ruins, and Aries, with a fiery face, shook his head and put his hand on his forehead, and seemed to be extremely dizzy. "So dizzy. My head hurts," Aries murmured to himself. And the scene of himself being knocked away by a punch from the Golden Lion immediately appeared in his mind. The blood surged instantly. The feeling of heat in the body has not disappeared yet. The confused brain seems to be a little wrong again, and the screen slows down the scene of the Golden Lion using the armed color domineering. Power, that kind of power. Why is it more powerful than my fist? Hiss. My head hurts. Aries held his head with one hand and clenched the other into a fist, subconsciously imitating the Golden Lion's use of armament haki. At that time, the feeling of the two punches of the Golden Lion was intermittent in his chaotic mind, and could not be connected into a complete sequence. Disorder. Relying on his strong talent, his arm changed. Unlike the conventional black armament haki, Aries' arm completely turned into a bright red. Even he himself didn't know that the chaotic brain thinking and the chaotic picture perception made him complete an act that ordinary people could not imagine at this moment. It is equivalent to reverse training armament haki. It can't be said to be completely reversed, it can only be said to be extremely chaotic. The changes in Aries' body after walking out of the ruins also shocked countless people, and they all widened their eyes. The expression was like being petrified. Hiss. Wang Ji took a breath and exclaimed in surprise, "That kid, what happened to that kid? Why did his arm turn red?" Still smoking. He had no idea why Aries had such a bizarre change. Wisps of white smoke came out of Aries' arms. It was like hot air. What on earth was going on? Puff. Captain John, who always had a glass of wine with him, sprayed a mouthful of wine from his mouth and couldn't help asking curiously, "Why is Aries so weird? He's not a devil fruit user, why is this happening?" Silver Axe, who was carrying an axe and wearing silver armor, was also stunned. Aries had been swimming in the sea for several days, and he was definitely not a devil fruit user. The devil fruit ability was that he was a landlubber, and he was abandoned by the sea. How could he swim so vigorously in the sea for such a long time? Charlotte Lingling's eyes were shining with gold, and her huge eyes looked bright and full of admiration. Her scarlet tongue stretched out of her mouth and licked her lips. This is even more interesting. I wonder if Aries can make that place the same as his arm. This hot feeling must be very comfortable, right? Hee. Her body couldn't help but get hot, hormones were secreted quickly in her body, and her brown eyes were full of autumn water. Chapter 18 The Huge Gap in Kaido's Heart. That feeling must be able to make him feel like he was in heaven. This was the increasingly intense thought in Charlotte Lingling's mind. She was so greedy that she began to drool wildly, and drops of saliva splashed on the ground. It actually made a hissing and corrosive sound. This is also the reason why Lingling's husband usually has a bad ending. Ordinary people can't bear the surging love from Lingling, this horrible monster. The pirates around were so scared that they avoided it, fearing that they would be stained by this terrible saliva. The golden lion floating in the sky also changed his expression. What's going on? Posted in Novel Group 9:8 0:2 0 5 8 5.6 That kid was hit by my punch. How could he become like this? Aries' strange arm made him full of doubts and puzzlement. He had never seen such a bizarre thing happen. Now Aries' arm was like a branding iron, beyond his imagination. The next second, Aries' huge body was like a cannonball, flying towards the golden lion with a whistling sound. The red and hot arm made the golden lion's domineering his eyes couldn't help shrinking. This kid! Are you still drunk? He didn't care about that and used his armament haki to hit Aries' punch. Boom! The sound was earth-shattering, and the shock wave generated by the collision of the two fists was like a hurricane, sweeping across the town. The strong wind swept across the land, causing many objects to collide with clangs. The windows also banged, and even many glass pieces were broken. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly widened his eyes and said in horror, "When did this guy become so strong?" The previous punch easily knocked Aries away. Now his punch with armament haki couldn't suppress Aries in front of him. What kind of growth rate is this? Almost didn't shock the Golden Lion's jaw. He also instantly thought of Aries' red and hot, very strange arm symptoms. It felt like it had become harder and more powerful. Good boy, is this some kind of fighting skill you have hidden? Golden Lion couldn't help but praise him. Aries' sudden change really surprised him. The performance was completely different from armament haki, so Golden Lion Shiki didn't associate it with armament haki at all. One punch collided. Aries, who couldn't fly, also fell straight down from the sky. Golden Lion also fell rapidly, and the fists of the two collided violently in the air like a storm. The speed was so fast that after images were produced, a dense and dull sound kept coming from the air. This guy Whitebeard was full of shock, and exclaimed, "This kid is growing too fast. He can actually compete with Golden Lion's armament haki for so long." He was shocked, although this was not all of Golden Lion's strength. But for a little guy of 14 or 15 years old, such a record is simply unbelievable. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe that a kid of 14 or 15 years old could actually do such a thing. Shiki the Golden Lion is the captain of the first squadron of the Rocks Pirates, and he is now over 30 years old. He has a great reputation on the sea. He conquered the sea with strength. Captain John excitedly raised the bottle and poured the wine into his mouth, the arc of his smile almost expanded to the position close to his ears. "Ha ha ha, such a fierce kid will definitely be a super powerful monster in the future, and his growth rate is far beyond imagination. Perhaps in a few years, Aries' name will be completely resounding in this sea. Become a capable coder under Captain Rocks." His heart was full of surprises. His physical strength, body, combat power, etc. are all at the monster level. If he grows up, he will definitely make the Rocks Pirates invincible. Invincible. Occupy the entire new world. Captain John's heart was instantly surging. At that time, if he followed Captain Rocks, he would gain countless wealth. He would fulfill his dream of sleeping and drinking in a sea of gold and silver. Aries' brave performance also made Kaido, the guy defeated by Aries, open his mouth wide. The mouth opened wide because of surprise was big enough to swallow a table. How can this guy be so powerful? Damn it! He was obviously not so strong before. How can he be so strong now? The huge gap made Kaido feel very uncomfortable. The gap between him and Ares was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, Ares was actually fighting with the captain of the first team, Golden Lion. A few days ago, he still had the confidence that he could make himself stronger through hard training and finally defeat Ares, but now his hope in his heart was gradually getting smaller. The blazing desire to win became smaller and smaller, and this huge gap made Kaido's beast-like heart cold. But suddenly, a voice of opposition sounded deep in Kaido's heart. It seemed to tell him that if he chose to escape and thought he was not as good as Ares, he would lose the qualification of king forever. A light rose in Kaido's huge eyes, his hands clenched tightly, and he said with a firm will, "Yes, I am Kaido who has the potential to be a king. One day in the future, I am destined to become the most powerful existence in this sea. I will not admit defeat." A strong and domineering aura suddenly burst out from his body, that is the domineering color domineering. It made the surrounding pirates look sideways. However, the domineering color domineering is already commonplace for the members of the Rocks Pirates. Because not only Captain Rocks, but also the captain of the first team, Golden Lion, the captain of the second team, Whitebeard and Linlin all possess the domineering color domineering. Bang! 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 The sound of collision continued to sound, accompanied by the sound of houses being destroyed around. The Golden Lion's expression became more and more solemn, and his mood was quite heavy. This kid's physical strength and power are simply a monster among monsters. That kind of huge power actually made my arm numb. How long will this kid stay drunk? If he doesn't wake up, I will have no choice but to draw my sword. He never expected that this kid would become so much stronger after the inexplicable change. Even on the Rocks ship, he is still a leader. Golden Lion shouted at Ares, "Hey! Ares! Wake up quickly!" Chapter 19 Whitebeard's Punch, Sober? What greeted Golden Lion was Ares' fierce and powerful fist. The fist, like a red-hot iron, was extremely powerful, not inferior to Golden Lion's armament haki. Ares was confused at the moment, and he only knew to punch blindly, using the random version of armament haki. It caused his mutation armament haki to consume more physical strength, but at the same time it was stronger than the normal armament haki. Harder. This wanton squandering of the power in the body. The primitive and savage feeling of the collision of flesh and blood made Ares feel extremely happy in the drunken state. Bang! 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 The sound of collision made a deafening sound, and there was a kind of earth-shaking feeling. Golden Lion shouted to Whitebeard, "Whitebeard, help me subdue this guy, he is drunk. Can't let this guy continue to make trouble." He really didn't want to draw his sword, it would be bad if he hurt Ares. And after hitting again and again, Golden Lion felt that his arm was really numb. Hearing what Golden Lion said, Whitebeard grinned, "Kulala, just let me see how strong this little guy is. Even your fist can't beat Ares." He threw Kong Yunki directly to his men beside him, and his legs made a banging sound. Whitebeard shouted, "Get out of the way." Golden Lion dodged instantly. And Whitebeard jumped up, his figure like a leaping antelope, jumping high. The muscles on his arms swelled up, and the veins popped out. "Ares, try to see if you can take my punch." The arms stretched backwards, accumulated strength, and then with the force of thunder, he punched out. The air seemed to be squeezed under Whitebeard's fist, and became a little distorted. Falling from the sky. And Ares, who was drunk, punched out with his body's instinctive reaction. Bang! The two huge fists collided with each other. Whitebeard was in the sky. And Ares was on the ground. The next second, Ares' feet crushed the stone slabs under his feet with a bang, and his legs sank deeply into the ground. And the stone slabs around his feet, in a circular shape, shattered all at once. Pieces of broken stone slabs flew in the air. A large sunken pit was formed in an instant with a radius of more than 10 meters. It was so terrifying. Ares also felt a terrifying force impacting his strong body. Instantly, his blurred eyes regained clarity, and he looked at the white beard in front of him in surprise and asked, "What happened? Newgate, why are you here? Wasn't I drinking with the golden lion in the room?" Drinking? A few black lines appeared on the white beard's forehead. He retracted his fist, fell to the ground, and said, "You little guy is drunk. It's okay now. This kid. Monster." Although he didn't use his full strength and ability in this punch, he also estimated that this kid couldn't take it. But the facts were beyond his expectations. This punch only made the other party sober up. The situation of drunkenness began. Posted in Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0, 5, 8, 5.6. He has seen many, but he has never seen a few people like Ares who made a scene after getting drunk. The most surprising thing is that this kid also gave Golden Lion a big setback. Thinking of this, Whitebeard burst into laughter. "Pay attention to controlling the amount of drinking in the future. This is your first time drinking. When you can drink better in the future, I will drink with you happily. As long as you can drink, it's okay to drink as much as you want." Golden Lion also flew over quickly, looked at Ares with a bad look, and accused, "Hey, Ares, you drank 7 or 8 bottles of my treasured wine in one go. That's good wine that even Bailey can't exchange for. If I had known, I would have given you ordinary wine." He was really heartbroken. He originally wanted to treat Ares well, even if he couldn't become a member of his team now. There will be opportunities in the future. Golden Lion also wanted to get closer to Ares, so he spent a lot of money. Unexpectedly, he made the other party drunk. "I'm sorry." Ares stretched out his hand to scratch his head, and he also saw the destroyed scene around him. "I was probably in a lot of trouble after getting drunk. How much Bailey do you need to pay for it?" he asked a little embarrassedly because he had no money. The only thing he had was this pair of pants. He didn't even have a shirt, and he was always shirtless, fighting with beasts in the forest, and his clothes were always torn. After that, he was always shirtless, and it has been 2 years. Whitebeard walked to Ares' side and patted his shoulder, smiled and said, "It won't cost much, just leave this to us. When we do it next time, you can do more, and it's okay to pay me back then. Repair these things, plus compensation. A few million Baileys are enough to get it done." For Whitebeard, this cost is a piece of cake. The Golden Lion also floated to the left side of Ares and said, "This matter is all caused by me, so let me do it." After seeing the strength of this kid, his heart was simply salivating for Ares. The weird state of the kid after being drunk actually greatly improved his strength. He resisted his armed color domineering. The key is, this guy is not yet an adult. How can he not be tempted by this terrifying talent and potential? Whitebeard looked at Golden Lion unhappily and shouted, "Yellow Lion, you should ask Captain John to get you some medicine to reduce swelling. The bump on your head will look better if you align it." "Kulala kulala." He laughed loudly. Golden Lion gnashed his teeth in anger and retorted, "I was careless. Who knew that this guy was drunk and couldn't tell the difference between strength and weakness?" Ares smiled awkwardly and said nothing. "It seems I was the one who hammered the bump on the corner of Golden Lion's eye." Captain John also came up at this time and said with a smile, "This kid's alcohol tolerance needs to be trained. Let's go back first." As for the bump on Golden Lion's head, he didn't care at all. Golden Lion's physique, it won't take long for the bump to disappear by itself. It just hurts his image. Comma, 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 colon, comma, 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 colon. 20. walked towards the direction of the skeleton castle. In the town, a group of pirates looked at each other, as if they had seen something incredible. After they walked away, a heated discussion and exclamation broke out. "Who is that guy? How come he looks like a good brother to Whitebeard and Golden Lion? Hey, isn't Ares that kid too strong? Even Whitebeard's punch only helped him sober up. Not many guys could take Whitebeard's punch, how come that guy is like nothing happened? That guy is a newcomer who just joined the Rocks Pirates a few days ago, and he is also a formal crew member appointed by Captain Rocks. He is so fierce. Newcomer. Such a fierce newcomer." Countless people looked at Ares' back with envy. The formal crew members of the Rocks Pirates are treated differently. And he is a guy that is valued so much by Whitebeard and Golden Lion. The future is promising. No matter what, I'm going to get that guy. Charlotte Linland's eyes were filled with determination. However, Golden Lion and Whitebeard were both there, and she couldn't do anything to them. And the officers of the Rocks Pirates were all around. She looked down at the long bread at her feet, licked her lips excitedly and asked, "Long bread, is there any way to get Ares to join my squad?" The pair of burning and eager eyes were 10 or 100 times stronger than seeing delicious food. The long bread, who was familiar with Lingling, naturally knew what that meant. With drops of cold sweat on his temples, he said, "That guy is quite strong. Even Whitebeard's punch only helped him sober up. And that kid's growth rate is too amazing. If we want him to join our team, we can only start with his dream. Didn't we know from the villagers before that this kid has some mental problems? He is obsessed with making himself a famous sword. Maybe we can start from this aspect. Ares' strength is improving too fast. I'm afraid that in less than 3 to 5 years, he will become a leader of the Rocks Pirates. Very scary." Ares had just reached adulthood at that time. Such a monster has too much room for growth and potential. He may even become a legendary figure like Captain Rocks. "Okay." Charlotte Lingling looked excited, lowered her head, her pupils contracted, stared at Long Bread like a devil and said, "Think of a way to make Ares belong to me." Today, she saw Ares in a different state. The red and hot arm made her think of something that could expand and contract freely. Being stared at by Charlotte Lingling's extremely terrifying eyes, Long Bread cold sweat broke out on his face, and he answered with a trembling voice, "I know." That feeling was like Lingling was taking away his soul and life. A tremor from the soul. Until Lingling retracted her gaze and raised her head, the fear disappeared, and Long Bread couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Raised his hand to wipe the sweat. Following Lingling, he left here. And Kaido in the distance suffered a painful blow again, and his firm belief couldn't help but start to shake in his heart. He was in a state of confusion. Ares, how could he suddenly become so strong? Whitebeard's punch was just to help this guy sober up. Is his talent really the same as Lingling's, which others can't envy? Lingling's talent has reached a level that no one can reach, and that terrifying body is simply beyond reach, and despair. He has experienced many actions with the Rocks Pirates, but no one has been able to break through Lingling's body defense so far. Kaido turned away with a gloomy face. He knew he had to seize every minute and every second to train. Only by becoming stronger could he catch up with Ares, or even surpass him, and completely regain his lost face. When he walked 100 meters alone in a dull manner, a man as tall as Kaido stood in front of him. Charlotte Lingling looked at Kaido with a confused look in her eyes and said, "If you want to become stronger, as long as you satisfy me first, I will let someone help you become stronger. Otherwise, you will never catch up with that guy Ares." Lingling was really burning with desire, which made her a little unbearable. Since she couldn't find Ares, she could only find Kaido. Hearing Lingling's words, Kaido's face darkened. He had tried to combine with Lingling before. But later he found out. This guy is a somewhat picky prostitute, or in layman's terms, a bus. Even Lingling had a child in her belly at that time. However, unlike the others, Lingling was too big, so she didn't look pregnant at all. Since then, he reduced his contact with Lingling, which made him feel sick. Kaido fell silent. The other party was the captain of the Rocks Pirates, whose strength far exceeded his own. Reject? Or agree to make his strength grow rapidly? On the other side, Whitebeard and Golden Lion started to spit at each other. It simply refreshed Ares's three views. Why are these two guys still on a pirate ship? Will there be a conflict and fight one day? Over the years, he has lived alone and doesn't understand why these two people can still stay on a ship. At this time, Ares stopped thinking about this question and asked Golden Lion, "Shiki, you promised to tell me what armament haki is before. Can you tell me now?" His words immediately made Golden Lion and Whitebeard, who were arguing, stop tacitly. Shiki the Golden Lion said, "This armament haki is a use of physical strength, and it is even more useful than armor. It can also evolve into an attack method, and it is even more of a natural devil fruit ability user who can touch. You can regard it as a special energy, and this energy is hidden in the body and needs special skills to be used. And the two most common uses of armament haki are hardening and externalization." He seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, "Oh, I told you before. Using armament haki can allow a swordsman to temper his sword into a black sword." After listening to the words of the Golden Lion, Ares' mind was full of questions, and he asked first, "Black sword? I have only heard of the supreme big sword, the big sword and the good fast sword, but I have never heard of a black sword. What kind of sword is a black sword?" Chapter 21 Golden Lion, how is it, hard enough? Ordinary blades will inevitably have gaps in collisions, and may even be cut off by a sharper knife. Golden Lion Shiki's expression became solemn, and then he said, "The black knife uses the armed color domineering to temper the knife, making the knife sharper and tougher. As long as your domineering is strong enough, your knife will never be damaged. Even after hundreds of years, it can still cut iron like mud. This is the black knife. In the final analysis, the strength of the black knife depends on the strength of the user's armed color domineering," said. Golden Lion Shiki pulled out the long knife from his waist, and his arm suddenly turned into black metal, reflecting bursts of cold light. And the armed color domineering quickly spread from his arm to the originally bright blade. It also made the blade quickly turn black. Golden Lion Shiki, holding a cigar, said very complacently, "This is the black knife. Hey!" Turning his head around and spitting out a puff of white smoke. Ares' eyes sparkled with gold, and he became excited. "With armament haki, my body can become harder than a sword. As long as my armament haki is strong enough, I can surpass those famous swords. No. Not just a famous sword, but a supreme block of 12 swordsmen." He looked excited, staring at the Golden Lion with a pair of eyes as big as car lights, and said impatiently, "Quick! Teach me armament haki." The three of them had unknowingly walked to the front of the skeleton castle. Whitebeard smiled and said, "Let's go in first. With your physical fitness, you can learn armament haki very quickly." Just entered the skeleton castle. Whitebeard and Golden Lion quarreled again, both asking to go to their own rooms. Whitebeard said angrily, "Yellow-haired lion, your room is broken like that, and you still use it to entertain Ares." Golden Lion retorted, "My room is broken, can't I go to my subordinate's room? Ares is learning armament haki from me, why are you, white-haired beard, joining in the fun? You can teach Ares haki, can't I teach him? White-haired beard, do you know how to temper a black knife?" The two of them were arguing. Face to face again. If it weren't for the cigar in Golden Lion's mouth, Whitebeard's face might have hit Golden Lion's face. "Okay, let's go to my room." Ares stopped the living enemies and made his own suggestions. Whitebeard and Golden Lion looked at Ares at the same time, their faces separated, and they stood on the left and right sides of Ares. They all agreed to this proposal. After solving this problem, the three of them went to Ares' room with their arms around each other. The other pirates who saw this scene were all stunned. There were only the simplest furniture in the room, and Whitebeard and Golden Lion didn't care. Anyway, their target was Ares. Golden Lion glared at Whitebeard fiercely and said to Ares, "This armed color domineering is the energy in the body. To practice armament haki, you must have a perfect control over your body. The power and potential of the human body can be stimulated." His eyes were filled with strong expectations. What level of armament haki can a monster like Ares reach in the future? He said again with some excitement, "Ares, put your hand on my arm and feel how I, the Golden Lion, use armament haki." Hearing this, Ares also excitedly put his big hand on the Golden Lion's arm and said, "Okay, let me see armament haki." The next second, buzz! With a trembling sound, the Golden Lion's arm instantly hardened its armament haki, just like polished black metal. Awesome! Ares couldn't help but shout excitedly, his big copper bell eyes sparkling, exclaiming, "This is armament haki, it can make the body harder than metal. So hard! This is what I want!" His heart beat violently in an instant, and he saw the hope that his body could surpass the unparalleled great swords of the 12 works. With armament haki, his body must be harder than those famous swords. Seeing Ares's excited expression, the Golden Lion raised his mouth and said proudly, "How is it, hard enough?" He suddenly recalled the happy time last night, and the loud and clear singing of Miss Jin last night. Armament haki is really hard and strong, and it's really useful. The Golden Lion quickly restrained the spring light in his mind and continued, "Ordinary attacks can't break through the defense of my armament haki. Ares, armament haki is a skill that must be practiced on the road to becoming a strong man. It can stimulate your strength exponentially." Whitebeard on the side also grinned and said, "Kulalala Shiki is right. If you want to become the top strong man in this sea, you must have a strong armament color domineering." Their loud voices fell into Ares' ears, and the blood in his body began to boil involuntarily. The mind also recalled the strange feeling when he touched the Golden Lion's arm just now. The human body can continue to become stronger through exercise. The repeated blows and collisions made Ares's skin, muscles, and bones harder and more durable, but compared with the changes in the Golden Lion's armed color domineering, the difference is obvious. Ares is convinced that armed color domineering is the hardness he has always pursued. And it is enough to make his body harder than the supreme big knife 12 workers. He began to recall the scene of the Golden Lion Shiki using armed color domineering, and the scene was like a slow motion. Normally, a person's memory will only be remembered if there is a deep impression, and most of it will be forgotten. Unless it is repeatedly trained and deliberately strengthened, it will be forgotten and disappear. There is a saying, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Ares is different, as long as he wants. Everything that happened can be replayed in his mind, and it can be accelerated or slowed down according to his thoughts and will. It all happened because of a certain day a few years ago. Since that day, his soul brain seems to have become extremely special. Now, Ares replayed the feelings and pictures of the Golden Lion using the armed color domineering in his mind over and over again. Falling into deep thinking and recollection. Golden Lion looked at Ares in surprise, and said to himself, "This guy seems to be thinking about how to use armament haki, but armament haki can't be learned in 1 or 2 days. Then he chuckled, "It took me more than a month to use armament haki skillfully." "More than a month, then I am much faster than you. I only took more than 20 days. Whitebeard raised his chin proudly, and the sound he made blew the beard on his mouth. "Quite interesting." Golden Lion looked at Whitebeard with a rather unhappy expression, and responded with a proud face, "That's because your physical skills are strong, and I, Golden Lion. It's the double sword style, a great swordsman." Just at this moment, a voice broke the argument between the two. It's armament haki, right? Chapter 22 Whitebeard, you are really a genius. The air suddenly became quiet. Golden Lion and Whitebeard turned their heads to look at Aries' arm at the same time, and their eyes popped out. Hey! What? Golden Lion was shocked, and exclaimed with his mouth wide open, is armament haki used now? Immediately. As his mouth opened wide, the cigar fell on the tatami. He also hurriedly reached out to pick up the cigar, and blew it with his mouth whoosh, blowing away all the ash. Whitebeard also reached out to raise Aries' arm, which had become big, black, thick, and strong, in front of him. This big arm was as thick and strong as an elephant's leg. It's really armament haki hardened. Whitebeard looked like he had seen a ghost, and his eyes shifted from his arm to Aries' face, seeing his expression without any fluctuations. The corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally, and his heart was sour. You are so pretentious, you have learned to use armament haki so quickly. He reached out and patted Aries on the shoulder, and said with great emotion, Aries, although you are a little dull, you are really a genius in a million. If this guy had not been arranged by Captain Rocks to work under Wang Ji, he would have accepted Aries into his own team even if he didn't care about this face. It's a pity. Whitebeard is really regretting it now. Golden Lion Shiki took a deep puff of cigar, calmed down his heart that was deeply shocked by Aries, and exclaimed, you learn armament haki just like drinking water. I have never seen someone with such a strong learning ability. You are definitely more monster than Lingling. The Rocks pirates are not short of monsters, and even they themselves are monsters. But there is a gap between monsters. It was also the first time for him to see Aries, a monster among monsters. Pervert among perverts. Aries suddenly frowned and said, this armament haki. Strange. Why do I feel my body resisting? Aries' mumbling and nagging made both Golden Lion and Whitebeard look confused. This guy's spirit seems to be a little different from that of ordinary people. Golden Lion looked at Aries with strange eyes. Whitebeard's face also changed, and he said, indeed, he seems to have always been different from others. Do you remember when Aries challenged the captain? This guy is more persistent than ordinary people. Golden Lion reached out and took out the cigar in his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. The old man said that Aries was not normal a few years ago. I don't know what the reason is. Maybe it's a good thing. He thinks that in this world, being strong is enough. The two of them talked. Some memories seemed to flash through Aries' mind. It was the drunken state that had just happened. The blurred and messy fragments made his brain confused again. Following the instinct of the body, he used the reverse armament haki. The dark arm instantly became red and hot, and wisps of white smoke came out. Whitebeard, who was holding Aries' arm, suddenly felt a burning pain from his hand, and his body nerves subconsciously let go. He hurriedly shook his hand. Whitebeard opened his mouth and shouted in surprise, this is the state of Aries when he was drunk before. And Aries' arm fell with a bang, smashing the small table on the tatami in front of him. Seeing this scene, the bag at the corner of the Golden Lion's eye hurt again, and he asked in surprise, Aries, is this state your own special fighting skill? Following the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion has seen many guys with strange races. There are even many on the ship of Rocks pirates, such as the fur tribe that can stimulate lightning power and turn into moon lions on the full moon night. And the fishmen that can control seawater as weapons and bullets. Whitebeard also stared at Aries with his eyes full of questions, and said, yes, when you were drunk before, this state made your strength improve a lot. I have never seen this kind of power before. Very strong. The two in the mouth of Whitebeard, the captain of the second team of Rocks pirates, very strong. Of course, it is not just ordinary strong. This is the power of armament haki. Aries looked at his red and hot arm, his face full of strong surprise. This armament haki has a fiery attribute, and it is harder. It is more powerful than the increase brought by armament haki hardening. Aries' eyes sparkled, and he said excitedly, I like this feeling. This feeling is like putting an iron block into a furnace, constantly quenching and melting it, and extracting impurities. His childhood memories also emerged in his mind. Ares' father is a very famous sword forging master, who once forged a famous sword of the 21st level of the large fast sword. Under the influence of his father and mother, he was naturally very impressed by some things about the forging of the sword. In the process of forging a sword, there will naturally be a step of melting the iron block. And his usual self-abuse behavior is also one of the processes of forging a sword. The Golden Lion raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. "You said this is armament hacky. I don't believe it. I have never seen armament hacky like this." Looking at Ares's red and hot arm, which was even smoking, his heart trembled violently. Could this be armament hacky? This is almost the power of a devil fruit. Whitebeard also thought of this, and immediately asked excitedly, "Ares, have you ever eaten a very strange fruit before? The color is very different from ordinary fruits, and there are spiral patterns on it. It tastes very bad, and it makes people want to vomit after eating it. Recall carefully, have you eaten such a fruit?" Thinking of the taste of the devil fruit, Whitebeard's face suddenly turned the color of green grassland. His eyes stared at Ares nervously, because Ares's head might not really know that he had eaten a devil fruit. He didn't even know that he had a very special devil fruit ability. Maybe it was yesterday or today that he accidentally ate the devil fruit. After all, Ares had trained in the sea before, so it might have happened in the past 2 days. Ares looked confused, frowned, and tried to recall the past. The more he recalled the past, the more the memory fragments in his mind intertwined, causing his brain to ache. Ah! He reached out to hold his head, inserted his fingers into his hair, and actually brought out clumps of black hair that fell down. That was the pain from the disorder of the brain nerves. That was the inhuman torture and pain that came from the tearing of the soul. Even Ares, with his extremely thick nerves and ability to resist pain, couldn't help but howl. Golden Lion shouted at Ares with an anxious and worried look on his face, "Hey, hey! Ares, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 23 Naked Boiled Egg, Bald. Golden Lion stood up and rushed to Ares, pried his hands apart and shouted, "Ares, wake up! Why is this kid like this?" Whitebeard also shook Ares's huge body vigorously, making a deafening sound in Ares' ears, "Ares, what's wrong with you?" And Ares's reverse armament hacky also began to change positions. Sometimes it appeared on the feet, sometimes on the chest, and sometimes on the back and even the buttocks. So that Whitebeard and Golden Lion had to use armament hacky to resist, so as not to be burned. Whitebeard said to Golden Lion with an anxious look, "I'll take care of Ares, you go find Captain John to take care of Ares. What's wrong with this kid?" Just as Golden Lion was about to fly out, Ares' voice sounded, "I'm fine." He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "My mind is just confused sometimes, it will be fine after a while." "Ares, your hair." Golden Lion stared at the hair that fell off Ares' head in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, this guy's head became a bald egg. It was silky and smooth, like a polished jade, reflecting a burst of light. Ares also reached out and touched his head immediately, like an oversized smooth marble, without any prickly hair. "I'm bald," he murmured to himself, then his face was happy, and he said happily, "This is good, now I can exercise my head." Ares also suddenly remembered that he seemed to have rarely trained his head. Now that he has no hair, it is easier to train his head. Gurgle. Whitebeard swallowed hard, a little frightened by Ares' words, and immediately dissuaded him, "Ares, you can't do anything rash, the head is an extremely important part of the human body. If there is any problem with the training, it will be troublesome." His eyelids couldn't help but twitch violently. Not only was Ares's bald head extremely eye-catching, but this kid seemed to be planning to train his head as well. It really surprised him. Golden Lion couldn't help but curiously reached out and touched Ares's jade-like smooth head. The silky touch made him touch it a few more times. "It feels really good." He didn't forget the business, and advised, "Ares, most likely, it was your strange armament haki that caused all your hair to fall out. If you ask me, you should stop practicing your armament haki and just practice the armament haki I taught you before." Golden Lion was a little confused. Why did the armament haki become such a weird ability in Aries' hands? Not only is it very different from the normal armament haki, but it can also make people lose all their hair. Golden Lion couldn't help but think of what his title would become from Golden Lion if he didn't have this handsome and majestic golden hair. He couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't accept it. No. Aries rejected Golden Lion's proposal and said firmly, "I like this armament haki. It is unique. I must practice armament haki to the strongest." Then he stood up and said, "I'm going to practice." He ignored Whitebeard and Golden Lion and walked out of the house with his thick and muscular legs. Aries is such a training maniac. Golden Lion took a puff of the cigar in his mouth and couldn't help but admire it. This guy can swim in the sea for several days, he is a ruthless man. Whitebeard had a look of curiosity and expectation on his face, and raised his mouth. "Let's go and see how this kid used to train." "Okay, I also want to see how this kid became the monster he is now." Golden Lion also had this idea, so he readily agreed to Whitebeard's proposal. The two of them hit it off and followed Aries in tacit understanding. On the Beehive Island, in an extremely huge room in the Skeleton Castle, a fierce battle was taking place. Bang! 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 A series of dull sounds resounded in the room like thunder, and the whole house seemed to be falling apart. No! Like an earthquake, the tables and cabinets in the room were shaking, making a crisp sound. Even the objects placed on them jumped rhythmically with the impact and vibration. Charlotte Linland's actions can be described as wild and violent. Then, with a smile on her face, she said to Kaido, "Kaido, it's not enough. Kaido, do you want to have powerful power? If you want, use all your strength." The bodies of the two were so hard that they could not be hurt by swords, and their streamlined muscle lines were full of beauty. The battle between Charlotte Linland and Kaido was like two pieces of steel colliding continuously, making a sound like the collision of metal and iron in fencing. Clang! Kaido gritted his teeth and tried to hold on, because he knew that once stopped, Linland would definitely fall into a state of rampage. "Linland, when will you give me the devil fruit you said? I want powerful power. I want to defeat that guy Aries. Prove that I am the strongest on the ship, newcomer." Kaido's voice clearly suppressed a strong anger, and it was this anger that made his attention begin to shift, and he became more tenacious. The strength between the two was very different, but it was the shift of will that allowed Kaido to survive the exploitation and squeezing of Lingling's monster-like body. Lingling smiled happily, with the touch of spring in her eyes, and said to Kaido, "It's not enough. I will let Long Bao teach you how to use armament haki, and I will also let him teach you how to make armament haki stronger." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but stick out her scarlet tongue and purse her lips to spit out a sentence that she expected: "Use armament haki to make your body harder." Hearing Lingling's words, Kaido couldn't help cursing in his heart. This damn woman still refuses to give me that devil fruit. No, I must get the devil fruit. Only the devil fruit can make me stronger. Defeat that Aries kid. A moment later, with a loud bang, the originally hard stone bed suddenly broke under the huge force. The hard floor in the room also showed cracks, and finally broke apart like crushed potato chips. Although Lingling was a little unhappy, she looked very interested and said with interest, "Next time, ask someone to make a bed with steel." Chapter 24 Kaido, Lingling said, "I am not as good as that kid?" Hearing Lingling's words, Kaido's mouth twitched, but he secretly vowed to get the devil fruit in Lingling's hand as soon as possible. Get away from this monster as soon as possible. Lingling's monster-like body is simply a disaster for him. The final result of this war is that Lingling won. Feeling Kaido's body gradually weakening and showing a decline, Lingling looked unhappy and said, "Kaido, quickly learn the armed color domineering, and quickly become stronger. Your body is too different from that kid Aries. Although the body is big, it looks good but is useless. He stood up directly from Kaido's body, with a pair of huge eyes with obvious warning, if you can if you don't, I won't give you the devil fruit. I'm waiting for the day when you become powerful. Kaido stretched out his hand to push away the gravel, and stood up from the ground with a gloomy face. Ling Ling's words directly hit his inner self-esteem. As a man. At this time, when he was mentioned that he was not as good as others, a strong anger surged in his heart. Wait, I will definitely surpass that guy. Kaido said with gritted teeth, and he was even unwilling to mention Ares's name. He stepped out and crushed the gravel on the ground into powder. After putting on his clothes, he immediately left the room. In the skeleton castle, Captain John, carrying a bottle of wine, walked into Rock's room, looked at Rock sitting on the sofa, and said as he walked towards the sofa, it was Ares who made the noise before. He sat down on the sofa, holding the bottle and pouring it into his mouth, tun tun tun. Ha! Captain John showed a happy expression on his face after taking a big gulp of wine, and then said, Ski taught Iris to drink, but he accidentally got Ares drunk. As a result, Ares hit him without any lightness. Then he raised his mouth corner with a smile, even Shiki's face was hit by Ares. Lox also had a trace of surprise on his face, and stretched out his hand to stroke the hair on his head that was like a bundle of seaweed, swaying in the wind. With a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, he said, Interesting. That kid is mentally ill, don't you plan to show him? Captain John put the bottle on the table with a bang, staring at Rox across from him, his mouth curved, Why should I treat Ares? Isn't he doing well now? A man with persistence and dreams can't be stopped by the sea. That guy wants to make himself a famous sword. Captain, don't you want to see if he can succeed? Although he is the navigator and part-time doctor of the Rock's pirates, he has no intention of treating Ares. Instead, he is thinking about how to make Ares go further on this impossible road. Haha. Hearing John's words, Rox couldn't help laughing. Well said, I also want to see the guy who has the courage to challenge me, Rox. What can you grow to in the future? He leaned back, resting his hands on the back of the sofa, his face full of arrogance and confidence. As long as it's on my ship, I have the confidence that I am the strongest. Whether it's Newgate, Ski, or Lingling, my ship is big enough to accommodate their dreams. The final destination of the Rock's pirates will be this world. This ship accommodates many pirates with ambitions and dreams, and Rox knows this very well, but he has absolute confidence to control these guys. Let them become their own powerful generals on the road to pursuing their dreams and ambitions. Captain John reached out and took out a bottle of wine from his body, threw it directly at Rox, and said, Ares is really a monster. I don't know what method he used to raise his body temperature and greatly improve his combat effectiveness. Then he told Rox everything that had happened before. There was only a quarter of the bottle left. Rox put the bottle down, his domineering eyes turned slightly in his eye sockets, and said, Maybe it's some special instinct. It will take some time for this guy to grow up. As he said this, his face began to become solemn and serious. Let's talk about business. We have many enemies in this sea now. There are the Walled Pirates, the Roger Pirates, and even some very powerful pirates, such as the Lone Red Redfield. But our real enemy is the Navy and the world government. There are many pirates, and everyone has his own ambitions and dreams. Compared to pirates, Rox cares more about the world government and its naval organizations that have stood in this world for more than 700 years. That is the biggest obstacle to his domination of the world. John's face also became solemn and serious. After a moment of silence, he said, In the past 2 years, the Rock's pirates must grow rapidly and grow stronger, and at the same time, we must find powerful devil fruits. 2 years later, the world government will hold a world conference. That is the best time. Otherwise, if you miss it, you will have to wait another 4 years. It is now 1480 in the Haiwan calendar, and there are only 2 years left before the next meeting. Rox nodded, drank the rest of the wine in the bottle, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his tone became heavier. Then it will be completed within these 2 years. We must also find a powerful devil fruit. Putting the bottle down, looking at John, he said, John, you are the person I trust the most, and you have also seen the devil fruit illustrations. So for our respective dreams, we must find a powerful devil fruit. I'll leave this to you. Be careful and don't let the Navy find out. John stood up from the sofa and said with a smile, leave this to me. I will definitely find a devil fruit that the captain will be satisfied with. The two of them met each other's eyes in the air, and they could see the ambition in the other's eyes. The scene changed. In the training room of Beehive Island. Pirates are a group of energetic guys. Some pirates choose to use wine and women to vent their excess energy. And some pirates choose to exercise to vent. The reason why some of them choose to exercise is not that they don't want wine and women, but because they have no money. This is the reality. And their strength will also determine their status in the rocks pirates and the treasures they harvest. The sound of he kept ringing in the training room, but it was covered by a loud bang 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 sound. That was the sound made by Ares during training. The sound of thunder and wind came from the iron rod, and finally fell heavily on Ares's strong muscles. Bang! The bronze muscles trembled. Golden Lion looked at Ares, who was training vigorously in front of him, and raised his mouth with interest. Ha ha ha! Newgate, I have an idea. What do you think if I teach Ares swordsmanship? With this kid's persistence and hard work, how far can he practice swordsmanship? Chapter 25 Golden Lion, he is a man born for the sword. Teach this kid swordsmanship. A gleam flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and his eyes were fixed on Ares, who was training like self-mutilation. He whispered to Golden Lion, I think this kid's strength is about to catch up with the elite Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. With his physique and vitality, he can definitely hold on for more than half an hour in the hands of the elite Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. If Ares learns swordsmanship, even that strong brute force is not something that ordinary people can withstand. You can teach Ares swordsmanship. Whitebeard gave his evaluation. Ares's current strengths and weaknesses are very obvious. He has a strong physique, but his moves are too simple and primitive. In front of a strong man who is proficient in armament haki, his body will definitely not be able to withstand multiple attacks. If you are not proficient in armament haki, you may not even be able to break Ares's defense if you want to kill him. Ha 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 ha, Newgate, he is very strong now, isn't he? Golden Lion looked up at Newgate, who was taller than him, and reminded him, don't forget that this kid is only 14 or 15 years old. I can't see his future. Because maybe Ares will create a miracle, and I, Golden Lion, will create this legend myself. With the corners of his mouth raised high, the 30-year-old Golden Lion, who is at the peak of his career, asked Whitebeard in a flamboyant manner, isn't this a very interesting and exciting thing? If one day, Ares becomes the world's #1 swordsman, and I, Golden Lion, will be the master of the world's #1 swordsman. With Ares' potential, coupled with his persistence and seriousness in training, such a thing is not impossible in his opinion. Golden Lion's heart surged, and the dull banging sound of Ares hitting his body was like the sound of his heart beating, which made his blood excited. Whitebeard on the side suddenly frowned and said to Golden Lion reluctantly, you want to be that boy's teacher and recruit him into your squad, right? No way. I want to be Ares's teacher and teach him taijutsu. A strong sense of vigilance rose in his heart. If Golden Lion and Ares got involved, wouldn't Ares become Golden Lion's man in the future? This must not happen. Golden Lion can't get what I can't get. Hey! Hearing what Whitebeard said, Golden Lion was confused. After a moment, a blazing fire burned in his eyes, and he stared at Whitebeard with wide eyes. Biting the cigar tightly, he said word by word, you want to snatch Ares from me. If I teach him swordsmanship, he won't learn physical skills. He is a man born for the sword. Whitebeard also opened his eyes wide, not willing to be outdone, raised his head slightly and said proudly and fearlessly, what? Do you have any objections? You can teach Ares swordsmanship, but I can't teach him physical skills. The upper bodies of the two people were like magnets, pulling each other closer, and their tilted bodies made them look at each other again. The other's face was within reach. And many pirates in training around also looked over, they had seen such things countless times. On the ship of the Rocks pirates, Whitebeard and Golden Lion's ideas and styles of doing things are completely opposite, but they both have their own dreams and the same hobbies, wine and banquets. Of course, this is also the hobby of 99.9% of pirates. At this time, Wang Ji came over, one hand on the chest of Golden Lion and the other on the chest of Whitebeard. Pushing the two away, he gave a very reasonable and compromising suggestion, since you both want to teach Ares, I think it's better for each of you to teach for one day. This way you don't have to fight again. Although he thought he was a master of swordsmanship, he was still a little inferior to Golden Lion. Wang Ji didn't want to fight for Ares either, he had no other ambitions or ideas. As for the purpose of Golden Lion and Whitebeard, one was mostly preparing for a powerful companion in the future, and the other was mostly wanting Ares to become his family. But these have nothing to do with him. Whitebeard and Golden Lion were silent. Wang Ji smiled and said, just do as I say. This way you won't have to fight. If the captain disagrees, you won't have any other options. Both Golden Lion and Whitebeard compromised, and Whitebeard even took the initiative to give in. Ares is yours today. Don't disturb me teaching Ares tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for Golden Lion's consent. It was like he had taken advantage of a little, and Golden Lion had lost half a day's time. This made Whitebeard feel a little proud, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He left the training room in a good mood. The angry Golden Lion gnashed his teeth and was helpless. He snorted coldly, it's only half a day, there are still many days to come. Then he looked up at Ares who was training alone in the distance, with no one around him, and shouted, hey, Ares! I'll take you to a place, follow me to practice swordsmanship. The pirates around him cast envious eyes. Being promoted and taught by the boss himself is the dream of many Rocks pirates. Not everyone can hug the thick thighs of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion doesn't take ordinary people seriously. No one dared to provoke this guy, because when the Golden Lion Shiki was ruthless, he could kill even his own men and crew. In addition to Rocks, the most unprovoked people in the Rocks pirates are the Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin. This is the rule privately recognized on the ship. Ares stopped what he was doing, and under the urging of the iron rod, patches of red blood covered his muscles, looking very scary. He turned to look at the Golden Lion and said something that shocked all the pirates in the training room, I'm not interested in swordsmanship. I just want to train my body and make myself surpass the unparalleled big sword. All the pirates stared at each other with their eyes wide open and their jaws dropped to the ground. Rejected. He rejected the Golden Lion Shiki. This thing they dreamed of was directly rejected by Ares in public. Isn't this guy afraid that the Golden Lion will get angry? Once this guy gets serious, only a few people like Whitebeard and Rocks can stop him. When the Golden Lion heard Ares' words, his face turned black and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. For a time, he suspected that his ears were hallucinating. That kid Ares actually rejected him. Who am I? That's Rocks Pirates Golden Lion, Shiki. That's the world-famous double sword style, the great swordsman. Golden Lion couldn't help but take a deep breath and shouted, you kid, you have to learn from me even if you don't want to. What I, Golden Lion, say, I will keep my word. Chapter 26 Sword Chi spans 30,000 miles, and a sword light chills 19 continents. Golden Lion's figure lifted off the ground and flew in the air at a height of 1 or 2 meters. Swoosh! It appeared in front of Aries at a speed as fast as a bullet. Golden Lion had a mixed expression of love and hate on his face, and said to Aries, "Aries, do you know that my swordsmanship is the best in this sea? How many people want to learn my swordsmanship, but they don't have the qualifications. Waste is waste after all. Even if you try your best to teach waste swordsmanship, it is impossible for it to become a great swordsman." The tone of his voice unconsciously began to get heavier. Even Aries himself was extremely surprised and incomprehensible for rejecting him. The domineering and unruly face of the Golden Lion was filled with disdain for others, and then he said, "You are the only person that I, the Golden Lion, value when joining the Rocks Pirates. I believe you can reach the top of this world." The eyes became eager and gentle, and he said excitedly, "Learn swordsmanship with me. Become a powerful pirate that everyone fears. Use your powerful strength to conquer this sea." Ha 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 ha. Finally, he laughed arrogantly and confidently, and an amazing momentum burst out of his body, causing a fierce wind to sweep in all directions. The hair that reached the ground and was like a lion's mane fluttered wildly. The powerful and intimidating aura shocked the pirates in the training room. "This is Golden Lion, Shiki." And Aries in front of the Golden Lion still had a calm face, not shaken by the pie drawn by the Golden Lion, and insisted on his own beliefs. He refused, "I don't want to practice swordsmanship, I just want to make myself a famous sword that surpasses the unparalleled big sword. Swordsmanship will only distract me and waste my time." Hearing Aries' words, Golden Lion's face suddenly showed a burst of anger, staring at Aries with sharp eyes, and said a little excitedly, "Aries, do you know how many people want to practice swordsmanship with me? Do you know how powerful swordsmanship is?" When he said this, the anger on his face disappeared by more than half, with a hint of doubt. "Aries, this kid doesn't know how powerful swordsmanship is." Thinking of this, Golden Lion immediately said, "Aries, come with me, let me, Golden Lion, show you what is great swordsmanship at the level of a swordsman. Let me show you how I, Golden Lion, became the first captain of the Rocks Pirates because of my strong strength." Aries nodded and said in a very calm tone, "No matter how strong your swordsmanship is, it is not as real as improving your own body." Then he followed Golden Lion and left the training room in the envious eyes of his fellow pirates. Wang Zhi walked quickly to Aries' side and put his arm around Aries' shoulders. He didn't mind the sweat stains on Aries' body. Anyway, he could just wipe the shiny armor with a rag when he got back. Simple and convenient. Fortunately, Wang Zhi was not small, otherwise he couldn't put his arm around Aries' shoulders. He smiled and said in Aries' ear, "Aries, Golden Lion's swordsmanship is very strong. Even I can't compare to him. There is only one person in this sea who can compete with him in swordsmanship, the lonely Red Barak Redfield." The lone Red Redfield. Aries had never heard of this person, and had no idea of his strength, but although he knew that his mind would be confused sometimes. But he also knew that someone who could be on par with the Golden Lion Shiki must be very powerful. Wang Zhi smiled, stroked his beard with his other hand, and said, "Speaking of the story of that guy, it would take a day and a night to tell it all. He is a lone ranger, and has never lost to anyone in swordsmanship." With a yearning on his face, he said with some regret, "It's a pity I didn't meet that guy, otherwise I really want to see his swordsmanship." The lone Red, Barak Redfield. Aries remembered this name in his heart. If such a powerful person fights with him, he will definitely be able to hone himself. If he meets him, he must not be missed. The three of them gradually moved away from the direction of the town and walked towards the extremely remote valley area. On the way, Wang Zhi also patiently told Aries about the interesting things on this sea, and Aries listened with relish. After all, he still knows very little about this world. "Okay. That's it." The leading Golden Lion stopped and turned to look at Aries. With strong confidence on his unruly face, he said to Ares, "Ares, take a good look at my swordsmanship. It will definitely surprise you." As he said that, he pulled out the big knife deadwood from his waist. Ares's tiger eyes were also fixed on the golden lion, who seemed to be waving the knife in his hand casually. With a swish, a dazzling golden slash flew out from the blade, instantly cutting off the top of a small mountain. It was as easy as using a kitchen knife to cut a cucumber in half. And this was a mountain that was several times larger than the giant. Fast and strong. Seeing this scene, Ares couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, "What is that?" The dazzling and powerful golden slash refreshed his cognition. For Ares, who had never seen a slash before, his heart was deeply shocked. Boom! The cut mountaintop fell fiercely from the air onto the mountain body, making a deafening sound, and smoke and dust filled the sky. Ares also felt that the ground under his feet trembled violently. "How is it? This is my golden lion's swordsmanship." Golden Lion boasted with a smug look on his face, and even showed off his skills by using the famous sword in his hand. The sharp and bright blade reflected bursts of cold light under the sunlight, which was a bit dazzling. Wang Ji also reached out and patted Ares on the shoulder, smiling, "Now you have seen the power of swordsmanship, right? Just based on swordsmanship, Shiji is a well-deserved strong man in this sea. Only by seeing the vastness of this sea and the power of the world's strong will you know how insignificant you are. Most people will be desperate and afraid because the enemy is too strong, while a small number of people will choose to work hard to surpass those strong people. People's choices determine their own destiny. And the efforts and persistence made will determine how far he will go on this road, so as to surpass the set goals. Reach a new height, and climb to the top on the basis of predecessors. And Ares is undoubtedly one of those small groups of people, otherwise he would not have persisted after several years of brutal training." With golden light in his eyes, he said excitedly, "This swordsmanship is too powerful. I also want to learn this way of attack." For some reason, a sentence popped up in his mind at this moment. The sword energy spans 30,000 miles, and the sword light chills the 19 continents. Chapter 27 Flying Slash, learned in a few minutes? Ares' heart beat violently, and a strong yearning and desire suddenly rose in his heart. Suddenly, there was only one thought in his mind, that he should practice swordsmanship. He will also become the strongest swordsman on this sea. It was a kind of innate strong self-confidence. Ares' voice was so excited that it was a little hoarse. "Golden Lion, I want to learn swordsmanship." That sword was really handsome and cool. It was powerful beyond imagination. It made Ares fascinated. At this moment, his mind was replaying the Golden Lion again and again. The scene of Shiki's slashing was played frame by frame in his mind. From the moment the Golden Lion grasped the sword until the golden slash cut off the mountain. Over and over again. From the angle and speed of the sword to the force of the arm, Ares' brain absorbed it bit by bit. After slowing down, Ares also understood the power of Shiki, the Golden Lion, and the power of this slash. Just a random blow, not only contains various skills, but also contains powerful and swift power. Seeing Ares's impatient and excited look, the Golden Lion couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful swordsmanship is. Ares, you will feel lucky for what you did today. It will be a blessing in your life to have me, a great swordsman of the double blade style, personally guide you in practicing swordsmanship." Wang Ji patted his shoulder, his eyes full of high hopes, and said earnestly, "Learn from Shiji well, if you learn all his swordsmanship. Your name, Ares, will be praised and resounded on this sea." Then he looked at the Golden Lion Shiji and smiled, "Hehe, Ares will be handed over to you for the time being, I will go back first." The Golden Lion wanted to teach Ares swordsmanship, and he chose to leave tactfully. But just as he turned around, a blue light stimulated his eyes. A snort came from his ear. A gust of wind hit him, and he couldn't help but turn his head and look. exclaiming in shock, "Flying //." A blue slash several meters in size flew out. It hit a big tree with a bang, knocking it down with a sound similar to an explosion. "What?" The golden lion also widened his eyes, and his voice was long and full of surprise. "This kid has learned to slash." The golden lion was deeply shocked at this moment. Ares actually used his own arm to slash out with a flying slash in just a few minutes. The two were stunned on the spot. Gurgle. Wang Ji swallowed his saliva and asked the golden lion with a somewhat unnatural expression, "Shiji, how long did it take you to learn the flying slash?" His question made the golden lion fall into reminiscence. After all, it was a long time ago, but the understanding of the flying slash was still very impressive to him. He immediately answered Wang Ji's question, "It took about 2 or 3 years." Then the golden lion also asked Wang Ji, "How long did it take you?" 4 years. Wang Ji answered solemnly. He was deeply shocked. It took him 4 years to learn to fly and slash from a swordsman, but Ares only took a few minutes, which simply refreshed their cognition. At this moment, Ares frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction, "No, it's too different from the slash you just swung. Is it because my body can't compare with the famous sword?" The golden lion's slash was enough to flatten a mountain, and the cut surface was smooth and flat, like a mirror. And his slash was very violent and barbaric, just like a cannonball, not cutting, but exploding. Then Ares watched and replayed the style of the golden lion's sword in his mind, and at the same time began to gesture with his arms. He used his thick and strong arm as a sword, and when he swung it, it created strong airflows that spread out like a gust of wind, accompanied by a wheezing sound. It was like the sound made when a huge iron rod was swung quickly. As Ares' arm bent and rose and fell, dazzling blue sword lights flew out from his arm and landed on the ground in the distance with a rumbling sound. It also made Golden Lion and Wang Ji slightly avoid him. Wang Ji couldn't help but exclaimed, "Shiji, look at this guy's slash, isn't it very similar to the 6 styles used by the Navy?" After hearing what he said, Golden Lion Shiji also nodded in approval, "But Ares' slash is not the storm kick in the 6 styles, his slash is not sharp enough. This guy's slashing power is not concentrated enough. So there will be a bomb-like explosion." Then he exclaimed with some emotion, "But this is already amazing, Ares has just started to slash, what an enviable talent. This talent is terrible, I still underestimated Ares, and his swordsmanship will be destined to be a thorny road." Wang Ji's eyes were fixed on Ares. His face was also moved, and those slashes had begun to become more powerful. After Ares's repeated attempts and changes, the power of the slash was rapidly increasing. A storm surged in his heart, and he exclaimed, "If this guy continues to grow, his body will turn into an extremely terrifying weapon." The golden lion on the side was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling, and he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha, I said he was a man born for the sword. In Ares' hands, swordsmanship will surely shine with a light that will shock the world." His domineering eyes were filled with strong expectations and a touch of pride in his achievements. A new star of swordsmanship was rising in front of him, and it would surely illuminate the entire sea in the future. Wang Ji nodded in approval, stroked his beard to calm his inner shock, and commented, "Ares' talent is amazing. The world is shocked, he joined the Rocks Pirates, maybe it was the guidance of fate. The Rocks Pirates will be the most suitable soil for his growth." He turned his head and looked at the golden lion, and said with some envy, "If I had known that Ares' swordsmanship talent was so strong, I should have taught him swordsmanship first. I'm leaving first, so I won't bother you to teach him swordsmanship." After Wang Ji left, Golden Lion stepped in front of Ares, and because of his height, he had to raise his head slightly. "Ares, now you know the power of swordsmanship, and there are more benefits to practicing swordsmanship. Practicing swordsmanship can not only cultivate physical agility and dexterity, but also cultivate and train a person's instant reaction and endurance, etc. And practicing swordsmanship is not just a physical training, it can also have a powerful effect on the spirit, strong concentration, and decisiveness. He felt it necessary to tell Aries the benefits of practicing swordsmanship, so as to stimulate this guy to practice swordsmanship hard and seriously. Practicing swordsmanship does have many benefits. In this regard, Shiki, the Golden Lion, has a lot of say. He has been practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years, and the benefits it has brought him are enormous. After listening to the serious explanation of the Golden Lion, Aries's face became serious, and he said in a firm tone, "I will practice swordsmanship seriously." Then he said with great passion, confidence, and sonorous force, "I will become a stronger swordsman than everyone else." Chapter 28 Aries, My Body is My Weapon. Aries's extremely serious and firm attitude made Golden Lion nod with satisfaction. This guy, apart from his poor alcohol tolerance and mental disorder, is the most monstrous person Golden Lion has ever seen in other aspects such as talent and hard work. Golden Lion stretched out his hand to pull out another big sword Sakura-ten from the scabbard on his waist, and said, "The size of this sword is not suitable for you. Just use it for now, and find someone to make a suitable sword for you when you have time." As he said, he used the power of the floating fruit to float the sword in front of Aries. Aries' body is really huge. And he is still growing, so the size of his weapon is not suitable for Aries' physique. His physique is more suitable for a machete or a naginata like Whitebeard Newgate. However, Aries did not reach out for Golden Lion's sword, and said to Golden Lion with a serious face, "I don't need a weapon, my body is my weapon. I believe that one day, my body will be able to surpass the supreme big blade." Golden Lion couldn't help but frown at this, took a puff of the cigar in his mouth, thought for a while, and said, "Then don't use the sword, I want to see how far you can go in the future. It's really exciting, maybe you can create your own swordsmanship." Golden Lion has also felt Aries's almost morbid and crazy obsession many times for his obsession with turning his body into a famous sword. It is also the reason that drives Aries to exercise his body in a barbaric and violent way. He no longer advised, and then stretched out his hand, and Sakura-ten flew into his left hand. After a little thought, Golden Lion Shiki warned Aries solemnly, "Then use your arm as a sword, but remember, before your armed color domineering is strong, don't use your hands to resist the slash of the great swordsman." With Aries' current strength, resisting the attack of the great swordsman will only cut him in half. Aries nodded and kept the words of the Golden Lion in mind. He has always been extremely serious and meticulous about things that can help him improve and build a sword that surpasses the supreme block. Powerful swordsmanship is not just about releasing slashes. Although you have used the flying slash that only swordsmen can use, the power of your swordsmanship and slashes is far behind that of a real swordsman. The Golden Lion recalled that Aries had just swung his arm to slash. He directly poured a basin of cold water on Aries. The Golden Lion held the dead wood in his hand vertically, and his unruly face was reflected on the bright blade. As he spoke, the cigar kept rising and falling. "Now, I will start to break down the simplest single-click swordsmanship movements for you. Only when you have learned the single-click movements can you do combo movements. The first movement, Tang Zhu. Swish. A knife chop straight at the head. The key points and action requirements of exerting force are." The Golden Lion patiently explained this very basic swordsmanship action to Aries, and then said, "Because you use your own body as a weapon, you can try to use your arms or legs to perform the actions in swordsmanship." Aries nodded, then raised his arms high, opened his 5 fingers and put them together to make the shape of a hand knife. Wow! A knife chopped down. Compared to the sharp and short sound of the wind caused by the Golden Lion swinging the knife with a dead wood, the sound of the wind brought by Aries's action was longer and louder, mainly because his arms were very strong. Golden Lion nodded with satisfaction, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "This talent is indeed far beyond ordinary people. I really look forward to you becoming a great swordsman in the future. I believe you will definitely make a sensation in the whole sea in the future." He also began to teach Aries swordsmanship, breaking down various basic actions one by one, and then telling Aries the key points. In with Aries' extraordinary talent, half a day of training allowed Aries to quickly master the basic movements of swordsmanship. The afterglow of the setting sun poured down on Aries' body, making his originally bronze skin even darker and brighter, and drops of sweat as big as beans flowed down the contours of his muscles. It was enough to make countless bodybuilding champions in the previous life shed tears of envy. Wow! Wow! Bang! The sound continued. Aries practiced the basic swordsmanship movements, that is, using both hands and feet, using his hands as knives, using his legs as knives. He kept replaying the teachings of the Golden Lion in his mind, and he kept combining his own situation. Posted in Novel Group 9:8 0:2 0 58,5.6 to make adjustments. He was not only replaying the teachings of the Golden Lion, he was also replaying his own movements. Aries can clearly feel that for the same action, changes in his angle, force, etc. will lead to different strengths, and his special function can help him find the mistakes and advantages. The progress is very fast. Golden Lion is no longer surprised by this. Aries has really shocked him too much. He is also very satisfied with Aries' progress. He sits carelessly on a smooth boulder, and a smile appears from time to time. This guy's learning in one day can be equivalent to an ordinary person's learning in a month, or even longer. If he appeared on the sea a few years earlier, he might have been a powerful man who was terrified by everyone. Ha ha ha! Maybe everything is guided by fate, so that I, Golden Lion, can meet such a swordsmanship genius. This gem will one day attract the attention of the world. For Aries, Golden Lion's heart is full of love and expectation. After all, there is a saying that goes well, everything may betray you, but hard work will never. For those who stick to their dreams and work hard for them, they will be welcomed wherever they go. Golden Lion reached out and extinguished the butt of his cigar, stood up from the big rock, and shouted to Aries, "Hey, Aries, it's time to go back. If you're late, you won't be able to catch up with dinner." "Okay." Aries retracted his arm, looking unsatisfied. He had just embarked on the path of Kendo, not to mention the beginning. Posted in Novel Group 9:8 0:2 0 5 8 5.6. This amount of training is not worth mentioning to him at all. The two returned to the skeleton castle. In the cafeteria, Aries Feng quickly wiped out the food on the table in front of Xiaoqi's murderous gaze. "Pile up the plates high." Golden Lion handed Aries a bottle of wine and said with a smile, "Aries, you must cultivate your drinking capacity, otherwise how can you enjoy the happiest party time of pirates in the future?" Aries also took the wine handed by Golden Lion without hesitation and gulped it down. "Ha! Good wine and meat, so enjoyable." He smacked his lips and continued to wolf it down, eating in a very barbaric way. And Xiaoqi on the side gritted her silver teeth tightly, and said word by word with an angry face, "How long are you going to eat?" The piles of high plates piled on the table were taller than her. This guy's appetite has increased again. It's even 1/10 higher than yesterday. How much does it cost? Just eating and doing nothing. Chapter 29. Are you still holding on to your dream? Ha ha ha. Golden Lion looked at Xiaoqi and said nonchalantly, "Eat more. Aries is growing at the fastest speed now, so we can't let him not keep up with the nutrition." Then he reached out and patted Aries' shoulder, laughing like an elder and caring, "Aries, eat as much as you want. Eat more, it will help your body grow and develop." There was a deep shock in the depths of Golden Lion's eyes. Aries's food digestion speed was different from that of ordinary people, and now he didn't see his stomach bulging. Thinking of this guy's terrible body, he was relieved. Hearing what Golden Lion said, Xiaoqi's eyelids jumped, and she clenched her teeth so that deep teeth marks appeared on the filter of the cigarette in her mouth. She asked in surprise, you said this big guy is still growing. Shiki, how old is this guy now? As the chef of the Rocks Pirates, she suddenly felt that the world was dark. Black lines suddenly appeared on the white jade forehead. This 4-meter-tall guy, several times bigger than a bear, is still growing. This guy can eat as much as dozens of people in one meal if he continues to grow like this. How much can he eat in one meal? 14 or 15 years old. Golden Lion replied, and then just wanted to help Aries solve this problem, but when he thought of losing 100 million Baileys to Whitebeard. Plus he was squeezed a lot by Miss Ba Jin, and now he is short of money, so he gave up the idea. Golden Lion smiled and said, he is a formal crew member recognized by Captain Rocks, and this food is free. Don't worry, this guy's fighting power will soon be able to contribute to the Rocks Pirates. Xiaoqi glared at Aries, who was wolfing down his food, stomped his feet in anger, and said helplessly, now the Rocks Pirates have come. What a big guy, a Kaido, a Lingling, and an Aries. Can you eat more? He turned angrily and walked towards the kitchen. The chefs in the kitchen were busy and the hot kitchen made them sweat. He couldn't stop the action at all. This was a battle. Golden Lion said to Aries proudly, eat as much as you can. If it's not enough, just ask the chef to make more. If it wasn't for free, I would really think he was the sponsor of the dinner. A meal. It took almost an hour, and the plates on the table added up to 3 or 4 people high. Aries, your talent is really enviable. Golden Lion stood up from the bench. This guy's appetite and digestion are simply an assembly line factory. He continued with some excitement, guys like you should become pirates. Such a person will have extremely strong vitality and recovery ability far beyond that of ordinary people. Verb. Aries burped and said happily, the food here is so delicious, much more delicious than the food I made myself. I have never eaten such delicious food before, I want to eat such delicious food every day in the future. In the past few years, he simply roasted the hunted animals on the fire and ate them when they were cooked. And eating such carefully prepared and cooked dishes with various delicious seasonings and master-level cooking skills made him want more. Feeling extremely excited and happy. Let's go, it's time to go back. The Golden Lion said to Aries. Aries also stood up, his burly body was much taller than the Golden Lion, and he looked down at the Golden Lion and said, I still need to train. Even if I practice swordsmanship, it will not make my body surpass the supreme great sword. Physical training cannot be stopped every day. The firm and persistent tone made Golden Lion helpless, with a touch of admiration in his eyes, you are really self-disciplined. If even you can't fulfill your dream. There are not many people in this world who can fulfill their dreams. Golden Lion patted Aries on the shoulder with some emotion, and said with some sighs, Aries, finally one day you will see the day when I, Golden Lion, fulfill my dream. I hope that at that time, you will stand by my side and share this supreme glory with me. He looked at Aries with burning eyes, with a hope in his eyes. Although he is now in the Rocks Pirates, he believes that one day, he will be able to surpass Rocks one day and become the overlord of this sea. And Aries is definitely the strong man who can help him. Unfortunately, the words of Golden Lion are like playing the lute to a cow for Aries, who is now 14 or 15 years old and has just come into contact with the outside world. Instead, he asked with a puzzled look, what is your dream? Golden Lion's face was full of pride, and he glanced at the other pirates around him. He didn't face the question directly, and said vaguely, of course, I will become famous in the sea. I will also become famous in the sea. Aries said, I know that only the famous swords that have been tempered by thousands of times can be recognized by the world. I will do it. At that time, I will be the sword, and the sword will be me. There will be another famous sword in the world that surpasses the unparalleled big sword. It must be Aries. Golden Lion suddenly laughed, ha ha ha, go, work hard to fulfill your dream. This vast sea is a place where dreams intersect and converge. In my opinion, the world is chasing fame, wealth, and status, but you are different. The dream you pursue will be destined to break the rules and cognition of the world. I hope you can succeed." He turned and left with a wanton laugh. The world will definitely become more interesting because of Aries' appearance. Golden Lion firmly believes this. Xiaoqi in the kitchen also cast a curious look, looking at Aries with some surprise. This kid can be so valued by Golden Lion. He has his own persistence and dreams. He said to himself, it seems that this guy who can eat is not so annoying. Aries also strode out of the cafeteria and headed straight for the training room. The blood in his body began to flow faster, and it seemed to be slightly heated up. It was a good time to train. He also knew. The dream of making himself a sword that surpassed the supreme sword was something that ordinary people could not accomplish at all. He didn't care. Giving up without trying was the behavior of a coward, and it was the self-psychological comfort of a coward. Some dreams are not something that can be grasped in your hands when you put them in front of you. In the empty training room, as always, there were huge knocking sounds, and Aries was the piece of steel that was constantly being hammered. It was destined to be a long and continuous process. The skin and muscles gradually turned red and hot under the beating, and even the temperature of the iron rod in Aries' hand began to rise gradually. It made his skin and muscles harder. Even the resistance to high temperatures was gradually getting stronger and improving. Quantitative change will eventually lead to the day of qualitative change. Chapter 30 The muscles of a strong man will never relax. Bang 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 bang. The continuous knocking sound was like a war song, and it was quite rhythmic. Aries suddenly frowned and muttered to himself, it seems that I need to find someone to help me knock my back. This back is really hard to exercise. In his hometown, he can still use his back to hit big trees and mountains. But here, he has no choice. This knock will definitely collapse the house. And the violent and strong muscles make it impossible for him to bend and turn his arms like normal people to knock on his back. The trapezius muscles on his back and the deltoid muscles on his shoulders are so big that they become obstacles to his exercise. While making him full of strength and explosive power, he lacks some body flexibility, which is inevitable. Aries can only be forced to use the iron rod to knock on the places he can knock. The area above the center of the back cannot be exercised for the time being. 3 or 4 hours later. It was almost 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. After training, Aries walked out of the training room and walked towards the direction of the skeleton castle. There were many drunk pirates on the street. A big guy in silver armor came towards him. It was Silver Axe. Seeing Aries, Silver Axe was surprised and said, "Hey, why are you bald? Why haven't you gone back to rest yet?" When he fought with the Golden Lion, his hair was fine. Why is Aries' head bald at night? Aries reached out and touched his smooth head, saying, "I don't know why my hair fell out while practicing domineering." "Where are you going?" Silver Axe had a lewd and obscene smile on his face. "Of course I'm looking for a beautiful woman to open her heart and talk frankly." "You don't understand. I'm leaving first." Waving his hand, he couldn't wait to laugh and walked towards a brightly lit flower building. Aries really didn't understand why the smile on Silver Axe's face was so strange. He always had the urge to punch him in the face. He went straight back to his room. After washing up, he lay on the bed and fell asleep in a short while. In his mind, the scenes of the day were replayed in my mind again and again, from the battle with the Golden Lion to the practice of swordsmanship. The scenes were not blurred at all, but it was like experiencing them again, as if wearing VR glasses, feeling immersive. The impressions and insights of swordsmanship, fighting, domineering, etc. in my brain were also slightly deepened. The next day, Aries got up early as usual, as if his biological clock was strangled by God. Woke up on time. No day has changed, at least in recent years. He started training in the training room again with full energy, until the arrival of Whitebeard Newgate, which allowed Aries to end his morning exercises. "You got up early enough, a talented and hard-working guy." Whitebeard smiled and praised, Aries, go have breakfast first, the whole day today, you belong to me. After breakfast, Whitebeard brought Aries to a forest far away from the town, stuck the cloud-cutting sword in his hand into the ground, stood on the ground, and folded his hands across his chest. He looked at Aries with a smile and said, Aries, let me see what that guy Shiki taught you yesterday. Yet. Aries nodded and raised his arm. He chopped forward fiercely. Swish! A bright blue sword light flew out. It fell on the tree trunk fiercely, making a bang, and the broken tree trunk fell to the ground. What? You learned to slash in half a day? Whitebeard looked at the fallen tree in shock. Although this powerful slash was not as powerful as the slash swung by the swordsman, it was more powerful than many cannons. The key is that Aries has only been practicing swordsmanship for less than half a day. He restrained the shocked expression on his face became solemn and serious, walked to Aries, patted his shoulder and said, You can learn to slash in such a short time, definitely because of your own strong and outstanding talent. It's not that the Golden Lion taught you well, someone else taught you swordsmanship and the effect would be the same. Although he was extremely surprised in his heart, he didn't admit that it was all the credit of the Golden Lion. It must be Aries' own talent that allowed him to comprehend the flying slash that others need several years to practice successfully in such a short time. Whitebeard's proud heart would not allow him to lose to Whitebeard, thinking, I will teach Aries physical skills, and I will definitely make this kid stronger. I will definitely not lose to the Golden Lion's swordsmanship. Then he began to teach Aries physical skills. A real killing skill. Whitebeard's eyes became sharp, which was a very dangerous signal. His voice was a little low, Aries, a real strong man is impeccable in every aspect. Through exercise, you can train your muscles, but few people can mobilize the power of the body at any time, control the bones, and use the power of the abdomen, waist, legs, arms, back and other parts of the body to twist them into one. Burst out all the power in the body. And to do this your physical skills are just getting started. The real strong master the energy in the body, which includes blood, tendons, bones, domineering, etc. Only when you reach this level can you truly be called a master of physical skills. Even when you are old, your muscles will not relax, and you will not show signs of premature aging and death. A new world opened up in front of Aries, a world called Taijutsu. Let him know. The strong in this world are far more powerful than he imagined. From the conventional punches and kicks, controlling the body, to the reaction and response, and how to resolve and weaken the opponent's power. Whitebeard explained in great detail and taught very seriously. He didn't want to lose to the Golden Lion. One day to practice swordsmanship and one day to practice taijutsu. And Aries used the morning and evening time to exercise and temper his body. After 7 or 8 days, his progress was also visible to the naked eye. This day, Aries' first mission also arrived. Wang Ji also informed Aries of this action one day in advance, and took Aries to the port of Beehive Island this morning. There are many pirate ships docked at the port, as well as many merchant ships belonging to black market merchants and underground dark forces. Morning is also the busiest time of the day. Many strong sailors and workers are carrying various goods. Wang Ji stood beside Aries and said, Aries, get on board. This mission is very easy and can be completed in about a month. After several days of practice, he also found the difference in Aries. Aries' aura seemed to become a little sharper. Yet, carrying a big iron stick, Aries walked up the ladder. There were already many pirates busy on the ship. Someone untied the mooring rope, some carried supplies, some collected the anchor, some checked the wind direction, etc. Fortunately, Aries was a formal crew member and did not need to do these things. After a while, Wang Ji also boarded the ship, and immediately a pirate came forward to report, Captain Wang Ji, the list of supplies is here. Took the list of supplies, looked at it carefully, and returned it to the pirate after confirming that there was no problem. He asked the navigator on the ship loudly, "Set sail when you are ready." With a crash, the huge sail was lowered, and the pirates under the mast immediately tied the sail with ropes. The anchor has been collected. The sail has been fixed. The helmsman is ready. Wang Ji shouted with high spirits, "Set sail!" Chapter 31 Wang Ji. This time I am in big trouble. The huge pirate ship broke through the sea, stirred up white waves, and began to leave the port. At the same time, the pirate ships led by other captains also set off. On the deck, Wang Ji reluctantly put his hand into his helmet, scratched his ear and said, "Aries, can you take a break? Don't you want to experience the life of a pirate sailing on the sea?" He leaned against the iron-wrapped side of the ship, looking at Aries who was banging his body with a bored face. "I won't stop until I achieve my dream," Aries replied expressionlessly. After practicing physical skills with Whitebeard Newgate, he has a better understanding of his body. He also tried to deliberately control and swell his muscles when the iron rod hit his body to resist the impact of the iron rod. Reduce the damage and pain caused by the iron rod. Continuous knocking. The sound of banging made the pirates around look at this monster with horror. Aries' story had already spread on Beehive Island. However, seeing such a brutal and violent training method with one's own eyes still shocked and surprised them greatly. Many pirates were so frightened that cold sweats appeared on their faces and they felt uncomfortable all over. Wang Ji looked up at the azure sky, not knowing whether he was talking to Aries or to himself. How many people are born pirates? Are you destined to be a pirate from birth? Then he looked down at Aries and said with a smile, "Aries, most of the pirates on the ship are without relatives. When they became pirates, they all had their own dreams and pursuits. But there are too many temptations on this sea, and the danger is too high. Countless people gradually forget their original dreams." Wang Ji laughed a little self-deprecatingly, and the smile on his face gradually widened. He looked a little rebellious and domineering. As a pirate without relatives, it is natural to pursue dreams without hesitation. Do something spectacular and make a name for yourself in the sea. I hope you don't get lost in the pursuit of your dreams. His words made many pirates present look ashamed. They once had dreams, but now they just live a life of burning, killing, looting, and getting by. Wang Ji did not say this unintentionally. Captain Rox arranged Aries under his command, and he naturally took on the task of teaching Aries how to become a pirate. Aries usually trains, and this mission is also an opportunity to teach Aries. Aries turned his head to look at Wang Ji, and said with a firm look, "I will keep going." The iron rod in his hand hit his body with great force, even his rock-hard iron rod could not resist. The general muscles also vibrated under the impact of the iron rod. With the strengthening of his body control and the deliberate use of his muscles to weaken the force of the iron rod, the force in his hands was a little heavier than a few days ago. "I hope so." Wang Ji smiled helplessly. This man is like a ship on the sea, always deviating from the direction inadvertently. Even the most skilled navigator needs to constantly use the compass and record the direction, and let the helmsman control the rudder to adjust the direction, to ensure that the ship does not deviate. More than a day later, the pirate ship successfully arrived at the first island. Officially started this mission journey, that is, to collect protection fees. This model has gradually replaced the pirate model that relies entirely on robbery for a living. Rox established a huge pirate organization, and also needed huge wealth to maintain rule and recruit soldiers and buy weapons, ships, cannons, guns, and pirates. All require a lot of supplies and bailee. After collecting the protection fee from one island, they rushed to the next island without stopping. As the supplies on the ship increased, the speed of the ship gradually slowed down. It is now the 12th day since leaving Beehive Island. Wang Ji looked at the blue sky and the blue sea boredly, holding his forehead with a headache, and said to himself depressedly, "Maybe it was a mistake to bring Aries out. Next time, I'd better not bring him with me except for fighting. The scenes that emerged in his mind were all pictures of Ares eating frantically. Nearly half of the food on the ship was consumed by Ares alone. And most of the protection fees were supplies, otherwise the supplies on the ship would not be enough for Ares to consume. With his elbows on the side of the ship, he looked back at Ares on the deck, who was undeterred by wind and rain. Even in stormy weather, this guy was still training on the deck. At that time, Wang Ji was really worried that his iron rod would attract thunder from the sky, which made him feel terrified. Fortunately, that didn't happen. If they were injured or killed by lightning, it would be troublesome. Wang Ji asked the navigator on the deck, "Hey, how long will it take to reach the next island?" He was almost sick of the unchanging scenery on the sea. "It's almost there, it should only be 1 or 2 hours." The navigator looked at the nautical chart in his hand and roughly judged the current location. 1 or 2 hours later. Everyone could see the island clearly, and the pirates couldn't help but get excited. Suddenly, a pirate on the observation tower on the mast shouted in horror, "Oh no, a pirate ship is rushing towards us." He raised the telescope in his hand and looked at the flag of the pirate group. His face turned pale and cold sweat kept pouring out. He shouted at the top of his voice, It's the Walled Pirates." Hearing this name, Wang Ji's face changed instantly. He drew out the huge sword from his waist, raised it high and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Helmsman, turn the direction immediately. Gunner, reload the ammunition." On the deck, the pirates swept away their previous laziness, and their faces became tense and even fierce, and they began to get busy. Ares also stopped training, walked to Wang Ji and asked, "Wang Ji, is the World Destroyer group very powerful?" "Of course it is." Wang Ji stared at the ship that was still a black dot in the distance with a nervous look, and said in a heavy tone, "The captain of World Destroyer is Bondi World Destroyer, known as the World Destroyer, with a bounty of 200 million baileys. It is a very famous and powerful pirate group." He tightly grasped the huge sword in his hand, his eyebrows twisted together. "Do you know how World Destroyer got the title? Because whether it is the residents of the town, the Navy's warships, or the powerful pirates, they were all destroyed by this guy. So he got the title of World Destroyer. It seems we are in big trouble this time." Chapter 32 Bondi Walled, We've met a big fish. It seems we've met a big fish this time. Big brother. Bondi Walled put down the telescope and handed it to a man with a dwarf-like figure and a broken horn helmet on his shoulder. "Ahem." Beanjack coughed twice at the man called Big Brother by Walled, and then raised the telescope with his skinny hands, and his face changed immediately. With shock and worry on his face, he coughed twice and dissuaded Walled, "Ahem. That's the ship of the Rocks Pirates, Vodi better not clash with them." "I don't know if it's because of his size or because of his illness." Beanjack's voice seems a little low. Bond World looked at the pirate ship on the sea in the distance and said firmly, "Who cares about the Rocks Pirates? I, Bondi World, only know that there must be a lot of materials and treasures on their ship. Brother, without money, how can we build a pirate ship of our dreams? Whatever stands in my way, Bondi World, I will make it disappear." His loud voice shocked all the pirates on the deck, and everyone was silent. Wold turned and looked at his 3 cotters, with a fierce look in his eyes, and said in a cold tone, 3 minutes, kill the enemy within 3 minutes, don't exceed the time I set." "Yes. Yes." A blue-skinned, huge fishman stood up immediately, with a strong confidence on his face, and said, 3 minutes is enough. Let's go destroy that ship. Swoosh! Merkeeman Sebastian jumped up from the deck of the ship into the air, and with a thud, he crashed into the sea from the air, making a sound like an explosion, splashing a large area of crystal waves. He is a hybrid of a Merkeeman and a giant, which makes his body several times larger than that of an ordinary Merkeeman. On the deck, when the other 2 cotters were about to land on Sebastian's back, Bin Jack on Wald's shoulder exclaimed, "There are enemies in the sea, there are enemies in the sea." Holding a telescope, he clearly saw a figure on the sea approaching the pirate ship quickly by swimming. "Hey!" Bondi Wald was immediately surprised, and then laughed, "Wailalalal, I didn't expect the other party to have the courage to fight back. But no matter who it is, they can't resist me, Bondi Wald. Little ones, fire at me. Blast that guy in the sea into pieces and make him fish food." Under his command, the pirates on the ship immediately lit the fuse of the cannon, and the sparks spread rapidly with a hissing sound. Cannons were fired from the dark and cold barrel. Bang! 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 In the cold sea water, Ares swung his arms quickly back and forth, and a large wave was stirred up between his feet. It was him who approached the walled pirate ship quickly in the sea. The captain said that fighting can sharpen a person into an indestructible sword. "After so many days of training, my body has long been thirsty. I want to fight." Ares looked up at the sky, and shells fell one after another. He immediately dived, changed his trajectory, and avoided the bombardment of shells. The splashing water and surging waves could not stop him at all. When he thought that the other party had a strong opponent, even the cold sea water could not stop the blood in his body from boiling and heating up. Time passed, back to 1 or 2 minutes ago. On the pirate ship. When Ares heard from Wang Ji that the other party was an extremely powerful opponent, his eyes lit up immediately, like a beast seeing delicious prey. Then he jumped into the sea with a plop before Wang Ji could react. "Nanny!" Wang Ji was instantly confused, his hands trembled, and he almost pulled off the black beard on his chin. He immediately shouted to Ares in the sea with a panic, "Hey! Ares! Come back soon!" But under the strong wind and the roaring sea, his voice was intertwined with other sounds, so Ares couldn't hear it clearly. "Oh no!" Wang Ji cursed anxiously in his heart, "Now it's really a big trouble. This guy is really reckless." In a hurry, he punched the iron-wrapped side of the ship with a bang, knocking out a concave fist mark. "Too brave. Too reckless. The opposite is the walled pirates, who are famous in the sea. The Navy has launched many suppression operations, but they have all returned in vain, and even suffered heavy losses. Ares rushing over like this is no different from sending himself to death." Wang Ji's face sank, and he quickly made a decision. He immediately shouted to the pirates on the deck, "Turn around and prepare for battle." After giving the order, he turned and looked at the sea. With a face full of worry and tension, "Ares, you can't get into trouble. If something happens to you, those two guys, Ski and Newgate, will take off my armor." I was anxious and angry, worried and secretly cursing. In the sea, Sebastian, the fishman cotter of the walled pirates, poked his head out of the sea with a disdainful smile on his face. "What a stupid pirate, he actually abandoned his companions and chose to sneak into the sea to attack alone. In the sea, it is the world of our fishmen." He had a cold face and a confident look of winning, and then his head disappeared from the sea. The whole person swam towards Ares at a very fast speed in the sea water like a launched torpedo missile. As the blood of the fishmen and giants, he inherited the giants' huge size and great strength, and even the enviable lifespan. But at the same time, he also retained the characteristics of the fishman. In the sea water, it can be described in 4 words, like a fish in water. On the pirate ship, Wold raised his hand and sneered, "Stop the bombardment, Sebastian will take action, that guy will not survive more than 30 seconds. He was also very confident in the strength of his cotters. What's more, it started. From Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0, 5, 8, 5.6 or in the sea, the fishman Sebastian was born with an unsurpassed racial advantage. He set his sights on the other pirates. On the ship, Wang Ji, who was wearing a golden and shining armor, was very conspicuous. Wang Ji, the cotter of Rock's pirates. He grinned and said, I wonder how long you can hold out in my hands. Bin Jack on his shoulder reminded with a worried face, Wald cough cough, don't be careless. The other pirate ship has turned around, which means that the guy in the sea is extremely important. Ordinary pirates. Cough cough. They gave up long ago. He knew that the Rocks pirates were an extremely cruel and realistic pirate group. They would never give up escaping and start a frontal war just because of an ordinary pirate. Bondi Wald had a smile on his face, which made his green beard curl up. It's too late, Sebastian is already close to that kid. As he said that, he took out a pocket watch with interest, looked at it, and remembered the time. He said with great confidence, the outcome will be decided in 10 seconds. Chapter 33 Ares's Toys as a Child. In the turbulent sea. Ares also noticed that the huge blue fishman was swimming towards him very quickly in the sea. Enemy. His eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light, which was a high and hot desire to fight. Ares opened his mouth wide, revealing the 2 rows of white jade-like teeth in his mouth, and said excitedly, then use the enemy to test the results of these days' training. The pair of eyes that were several times larger than ordinary people stared at the fishman in the water, and his heart beat violently. Excitement and expectation. A strong surprise rose in his heart, he is so fast in the water. If I learn his way of swimming, can I also reach such a fast speed in the water, or even faster than him? So, he stopped directly and stared at the flying fishman with full concentration. Looking at Ares, the fishman Sebastian laughed triumphantly, stupid pirate, are you scared by my speed in the water? In the sea water, our fishmen have a unique advantage. This is the powerful ability given to the fishmen by God. In just a moment, the distance between the 2 sides from hundreds of meters was shortened to tens of meters. He grabbed the sea water in his hand with his fins, and threw it again. The action was done in one go. The sea water in his hand actually split into more than a dozen small water balls. It broke through the sea water with strong penetration like a bullet, and shot towards Ares in the sea water. It can make a whistling sound in the sea water at a speed faster than a bullet. Oya takes aim. This is an attack method created from the fishman boxing, which can turn water drops with no lethality into lethal weapons comparable to or even beyond bullets. What a strange move! Ares was immediately surprised. This kind of boxing was beyond his expectations and completely different from some physical skills taught to him by Whitebeard Newgate. And this blow was deeply imprinted in his mind. Facing the fierce attack of the fishman, Ares suddenly bent his legs, and his legs bent like a frog suddenly kicked back. Bang! A large area of sea water was stirred up, causing his figure to suddenly rush forward more than 10 meters, avoiding the water ball like a bullet. 3 seconds passed. Including the previous time, it took about 10 seconds in total. The fishman Sebastian also suddenly appeared in front of Ares, and his voice was full of contempt like judgment, go to hell. Anyone who stands in front of the walled pirates must die. With his feet together, he swung gently like a fish tail, and suddenly crossed the last few meters and appeared in front of Ares. A punch was thrown, and the surging sea water hit Ares' face. The next second, Sebastian's face was moved, full of disbelief, and his heart was suddenly shocked, shouting, "Impossible! How can humans be so fast in the sea?" His confident punch actually missed. Then his face became serious. No, he didn't have such a fast speed before. Could it be that this guy was originally very fast in the sea water, but he just didn't use it before? Sebastian looked up at Ares, who was breathing with his head out of the sea, and sneered, "I was almost fooled by you, but you have no chance of winning in the sea. 5 seconds, 5 seconds, I will kill you." And Ares took a deep breath and dived into the sea. Excited, what a strange way of swimming, which greatly increased my speed in the sea. Although I haven't mastered it completely, I have gained a lot, but that kind of attack method using sea water is not easy to master. He stretched out his hand and tried to imitate the fishman and grab the sea water, but the flowing sea water made it impossible for him to grab it with one hand and condense the water ball like Sebastian. Aries firmly believed that as long as he continued to study and practice, he would be able to learn the special attack method of the Fishman tribe one day. He had no time to comprehend now, because Sebastian had already swung his fist at him. This time, Aries also swung his fist to meet him. After he got on the water, the resistance of the sea water instantly made him feel that the power of his fist was much weaker. The resistance of the sea water far exceeded the resistance of the air. It made him feel that his punches were extremely unsmooth. Not only the power was weakened, but also the speed was much reduced. He finally understood why the blue weird and ugly fishman in front of him had been so arrogant before. Bang! Two fists of similar size suddenly collided in the sea water, making a dull sound. The sea water was stirred up into chaos. What? This kid is so strong! Sebastian was shocked. The opponent was suppressed by the sea water, and this punch was actually on par with his own. Terrible physical strength. His face suddenly changed, and he cursed, "Damn it!" Then he roared and threw another fierce punch, Murphy fist, big water strike. Armed, mountain-breaking fist. And Aries also shouted, his arm instantly turned red and hot, huge and terrifying blue veins suddenly protruded from under his skin, like green snakes coiling on his skin. Even the cold sea water made a hissing sound of evaporation, and a large amount of white mist rose up to the sea surface. His strange arm suddenly made Sebastian's heart jump violently, and he felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Boom! Sebastian suddenly felt an extremely huge and irresistible strange force hitting his body through his fist. It made his body fly backwards instantly. A touch of bright red blood gushed out of his mouth, mixed with the sea water, and gurgling bubbles rose from his mouth. Aries grinned, secretly surprised. The captain is right, fighting can really hone oneself. His fists seem to have no resistance in the sea water. If I can learn it, I will definitely become stronger. He did not pursue the victory, but clamped his legs and swam to the surface of the sea with a splash. He took a deep breath again and plunged into the sea. I have to learn a lot from that fish man. This is what he thought in his heart, just like when he was hunting on his home island a few years ago, he always tortured the beast to death and stopped only when it was dying. Until the beast's ability is almost exhausted. Unlike normal children, other people's toys may be real toys, while Aries' toys are ferocious beasts on the island. The difference in living environment leads to completely different things in childhood. But they all have one thing in common, that is, they are really fun and interesting. When Aries raised his head out of the sea for the second time, Bondewald couldn't help but frowned and muttered with some dissatisfaction, "What is Sebastian doing? 30 seconds have passed, why haven't we solved the enemy yet?" Chapter 34. Am I a fishman or is he a fishman? The original 30 seconds have now been about 40 seconds. This made Bondewald feel dissatisfied in his heart, which was directly reflected on his face. He snorted angrily, "Humph, if Sebastian can't kill the enemy, then let that guy starve for a few days." Ben Jack on his shoulder was worried and frowned at the sea. The turbulent sea and the distance made it impossible to see the situation under the sea. Posted in Novel Group 9:8 0:2 0 58,5.6. Cough cough. The strong worry and uneasiness made him cough more severely. He turned his head to look at Wald's angry face and suggested, "Wald, let someone check Sebastian's situation." Start. From Novel Group 9:8 0:2 0 58 5.6. Let's go. Let everyone prepare for battle. The enemy's ship is approaching us. 40 seconds. The two ships sailing in opposite directions are also approaching each other quickly, from the original distance of thousands of meters to only a few hundred meters apart. Really? Wald looked up at the other party and shouted directly to the pirate beside him, "Bring me a cannonball." I want to let Wang Ji see the power of my world destroyer Bondi Wald's multiplication fruit. The pirate on the side immediately held a heavy bomb in both hands and sent it to Bondi Wald. Wald reached out and grabbed the black bomb in the pirate's hand. He threw the heavy bomb in his hand, looked at the pirate ship in the distance with a playful face, and suddenly a fierce momentum burst out from his body. The sturdy arm held the bomb in his hand high. Let everything in front of us be destroyed. Let's have a gorgeous explosion show. He exerted force on his arm and threw the bomb in his hand with a whoosh sound. Multiply, 100 times cannon. When the high-speed bomb flew halfway, it suddenly became larger in size. Once. Twice. 3 times. Directly from the size of a bowling ball to the size of a car shell. The huge shell frightened the pirates on the deck with fear on their faces, and cold sweat flowed out. The sound of panicked screams rang out. At this time, a voice suddenly rang on the deck. One sword style, seeking straightness in the curve. Wang Ji, the warrior wearing heavy golden armor, suddenly jumped up, holding a several-meter-long sword with a cold and shining light, and slashed it in the air. Swish! A silver light flashed. More than 10 meters away, the huge bomb in the sky suddenly broke from it. Split into 2 gorgeously. It fell from both sides of his body in 2 halves, and slammed on the left and right sides of the ship, splashing a large wave of spray, pouring on the deck. Wang Ji, who split the bomb with a sword, did not stop, and shouted to Wald in the distance, "Let me try it too. What kind of ability does the guy who is called the World Destroyer and has a reward of 200 million from the Navy have?" Then he held the sword in both hands and swung it in the air. One sword style, flying stream slash. It has the charm of flying stream straight down 3,000 feet, and a brilliant and gorgeous white sword light suddenly bursts out from the long sword. The huge slash of 20 to 30 meters was so fast that it tore the air and made a piercing sound. It seemed to be so fast that it broke the sound barrier. What a powerful slash! Seeing such a fierce and sharp slash, Wald couldn't help but praise it, grinning, as expected of a cotter of the Rocks pirates, the golden swordsman with a bounty of 180 million Wang Ji. His expression became ferocious, and he stretched out his hand to grab the long sword held in the hands of his pirates. "Brother, hold on to me!" Bondi Wald warned Bin Jack on his shoulder, then stepped hard on the wooden board and used the shave in the 6 styles. He jumped into the air and appeared at a height of 20 to 30 meters. He stepped hard with his feet and made a sonic boom. The whole person turned in the air and went straight for the slash. He shouted excitedly, "Double 100 times slash!" The long sword in his hand instantly became larger, and in the blink of an eye it became a sword of tens of meters. He raised his sword with both hands and chopped it down with all his strength, meeting the slash. Bang! A deafening sound resounded across the sea. The brilliant sword light instantly shattered into countless pieces and dissipated in the air. Wald, who shattered the slash with one sword, immediately laughed out loud, "Wailalalal." He said loudly and proudly, "I am the multiplier who ate the multiplication fruit." The loud laughter resounded over the sea. Wang Ji saw that his slash was easily shattered by the opponent, and his face sank immediately. Is this the world destroyer Bondi Wald? What a powerful strength! Bringing that Aries guy out is really a hassle. Originally, it would be fine to just follow the ship and run away. At most, some heavy supplies on the ship would be thrown directly into the sea, and there should be no problem in escaping. Now, Bondi Wald's powerful strength cast a shadow on Wang Ji's heart. The opponent is very strong. So strong that even though he is a cotter of the Rocks pirates, he has no confidence in defeating Bondi World. Wang Ji couldn't help but worry. Aries is now in a situation. Start. Novel. Group, 9:8, 0:2, 0, 5, 8, 5.6, what's going on? It will be a big trouble if he is killed. In the sea water. Sebastian, who is a hybrid of the fishman and the giant, cursed in his heart, what kind of monster is this? Not only does he have the power to surpass his own giant, this kid is even swimming faster and faster in the sea water. This made him feel like he had seen a ghost. Am I a giant or is he a giant? Am I a fishman or is he a fishman? Originally, the advantage was mine. Now, Sebastian really felt that his advantage in the water was getting smaller and smaller. The key is that his extremely confident power was weaker than the opponent's. He couldn't help cursing in his heart, what a pervert. I'm not going to play with you anymore. He felt like the other party was teasing him. If he used the same moves, the other party would hit him hard. Using new moves would reduce the strength in his hands. It was basically playing and teasing him. It was so abominable. It's just a fish, is it so fun? Sebastian made up his mind and turned and ran. He really didn't want to fight this monster. I ran away. Ares looked stunned, then glared at me, and said viciously, I won't let you run away so easily, I have to squeeze him dry. His attack method is very powerful, which makes my fist less resistant in the sea water, and the power is reduced even less. And that strange water control ability. I will write it down and practice it well when I go back. Dividing line. It's not easy for the author to write. I hope that readers can give the author some power for love, urge for more, and give 5-star praise if they like it. I hope readers can encourage the author. I really need your support, writing is not easy. The author would like to thank all the book friends. Love you. Chapter 35 Understanding the Secret Between Air and Slash. Ares swung his feet and immediately swam in the sea like a cannonball, just like a free fish. Just not a mermaid, but a violent muscular man. The momentum and speed were just like a small submarine sailing at full speed. However, his speed was still not as fast as Sebastian of the Fishman tribe. Following behind Sebastian, he deeply engraved every detail of the opponent's movements in his mind, so that he could learn later. A few seconds later, Sebastian suddenly jumped out of the water and climbed onto the deck along the hull with his hands and feet. Sebastian, a cubic fruit ability user, Guy Ram, a coder of the world pirates, who was carrying a huge hammer on his back, hurriedly asked him, "How is it, did you solve the kid?" Before Sebastian could answer. With a splash, there was a movement on the sea surface, and Ares also climbed up along the hull and appeared in everyone's sight. A large amount of sea water flowed onto the deck along Ares' bronze and hard muscles. You didn't kill him. Nakin, the ship doctor of the world pirates, exclaimed in surprise. Sebastian is a powerful coder on the ship. As a hybrid of fishmen and giants, he has a unique advantage in fighting in the sea and a strength that ordinary people cannot match. In the sea water didn't he kill this guy? Sebastian looked at Ares nervously, and reminded his companions with a serious face, "Don't be careless, this guy is very weird. His strength is extremely terrifying, and his swimming speed in the sea water is not slower than that of fishmen." Thinking of the boy's terrifying power, his fists and chest ached slightly. The power is more terrifying than that of the giants, a terrible guy. Is it weird? Gayram reached out and took off the iron hammer on his back that was bigger than his body, and said confidently, "In front of my fruit ability, no matter how terrifying the power is, it is useless." He raised the big iron hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the deck. Bang! The deck did not break, but instead, rays of light emerged to separate the overtime, presenting a piece of square cube objects. Cube, chaos. Cubes floated up from the ground deck and suspended in the air. Is it the ability of the devil fruit? Ares looked a little surprised. He also learned some basic information about the devil fruit from the mouths of Golden Lion and Whitebeard. It is roughly known that the devil fruit is divided into 3 categories: animal, superhuman, and natural. Each devil fruit has its unique ability. He also secretly became alert. Instantly, those suspended cubes suddenly smashed towards Ares, like a cannonball. Ares did not change his expression, and punched and blasted the cubes away, muttering to himself, "It can separate things and turn them into cubes. What a strange ability!" His body was like a towering tower, and his figure did not move. "You still have some strength, then try this trick of mine." Garam laughed and put the sledgehammer on the ground. A glowing cube suddenly appeared between his hands. Ares found the weirdness at a glance, that is, the air was compressed. He couldn't help but look surprised. This devil fruit ability can also compress the air, but what attack effect will the air compression have? He had never seen such a weird attack method, which surprised him. He also thought it was very interesting. Air cube. The cube emitting white light was thrown directly at Ares by Garam. Ares also raised his arm quickly and chopped forward fiercely. "Although it is not clear what this thing is, don't touch it easily." This is what Whitebeard Newgate told him. When facing a devil fruit ability user, don't touch the other party easily before knowing the other party's ability. As his arm fell suddenly, a whistling sound of wind was emitted. One sword-style Tangzu. A bright blue sword light flew out from Ares's arm. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it hit the white air block, and a deafening explosion sounded. The deck was suddenly filled with a large piece of white smoke. This kid actually slashed with his body. Nakin, who was wearing heavy makeup, screamed in shock, with a look of surprise, "This kid is so fierce." The so-called slash is naturally a way of attack that can be exerted when the speed and reach a certain level. But if this method is used with weapons, it is not something that ordinary people can achieve. What's more, the beginning. From Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0, 5, 8, 5.6, the tall and strong man in front of him actually used his thick arm to swing such a fierce slash. She finally understood why Sebastian said this guy was weird and had extremely terrifying power. This time she really saw it. There is such a fierce man. The pirates on the deck became nervous, and each of them showed fear and terror on their faces, and cold sweat appeared on their temples and foreheads. Air compression can have a stronger power than a bomb. Air. I understand. Ares' eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized it. His face was full of surprise, and he instantly understood some of the secrets of the slash. The powerful speed and power drove the air. His big copper bell eyes sparkled, and he looked at the pirates on the deck like a ferocious beast, grinning, "Thank you so much for letting me learn so much about fighting. Captain Rox is right, fighting can sharpen a person into an indestructible sword. Now, I seem to be looking forward to fighting more and more." In just less than a few minutes, he learned how the fishmen swim quickly in the sea water, the special boxing method of controlling water, and comprehended some of the secrets of slashing from the air cube. The battle is not over yet, and the harvest is great. The dripping sea water dripped onto the wooden floor under his feet, and his whole body was filled with high fighting spirit, which made his already majestic body exude a savage, violent, and terrifying breath like a terrible beast. The members of the walled pirates, who were stared at by Ares' fierce eyes, couldn't help but shudder, and their hair stood up like animals meeting their natural enemies. "This guy, you should know now that there is something wrong and weird about him." Sebastian's face was gloomy, and his heart couldn't help but beating. He couldn't beat this guy in the sea, and he might not be able to beat him on the ship, but fortunately he still has his own companions. The cotters of the walled pirates stood up, opened their lips painted with pink peach hearts, and laughed, "He, this kid is only one person. With so many of us, he can't beat us. Let this reckless boy know how powerful our walled pirates are." As he said, he reached out and took out a paper-wrapped medicine powder from his body, and poured the pink medicine powder directly into his mouth. Excitedly shouted, "Chinese herbal boxing, secret medicine, newcomer from Goryeo. Dividing line." It's not easy for the author to write. I hope that readers can give the author some power for love, urge for more, and give 5-star praise if they like it. Click Power for Love, rest your eyes, and support the author. Tens of thousands of book friends work together to do something fierce. If you have any suggestions, you can reply to me in the comments section, I will read it. Please book friends, give more power, work hard. The author will add more chapters if he feels your love. As long as you give power, I will be the donkey of the production team. I will roll over my colleagues to death. Except for eating and sleeping, I sit in front of the computer and write. Heart. Chapter 36. This guise is made of iron? Nakin jumped in the air. Like the transformation of Sailor Moon, she, who originally had short limbs, had her arms and legs become longer. Not only that, even her breasts became taller and plump, shaking and trembling, attracting people's attention. Immediately, Aries was eye-opening. What kind of boxing is this? It can actually change a person's appearance? It's really weird. It simply refreshed his cognition. By taking the medicine, the ugly, short-limbed, skinny woman in front of him turned into a tall, curvy, and fair-skinned woman. It was like a new world for Aries. Just when he was surprised, Nakin launched an attack, spitting out a green poisonous mist from his mouth. Chinese medicine poison. Aries quickly jumped up and dodged, and the wooden board under his feet was immediately corroded and damaged by the green poisonous mist, leaving holes. Just as he dodged, Sebastian suddenly launched an attack. Be prepared to die. No matter what kind of pirates are on the ship of the world pirates, they will die. A punch came. It made a sound of breaking through the air, and the fierce punch made the air ripple. Looking at the unchanged punch, Aries frowned, and the strong muscles of his arm swelled up like raised bricks. What was even more terrifying was that the bronze skin turned blood red. Whips of white smoke came out of his arm. Armed great ape king fist. The strange and terrifying punch made the air vibrate. Aries had already gone all out with this punch. The air made a fierce and deafening explosion. The wind whistled. The momentum was huge. Sebastian's face turned pale. Just from the momentum of this punch, it could be seen that this punch was a mess. But he couldn't dodge it at all. They could only bite the bullet and let their fists hit it. Bang! Crack! Two different sounds rang in everyone's ears one after another, followed by a wail of extremely painful tearing. Ah! My hand! The huge fishman Sebastian flew backwards, smashed the side of the ship with a bang, and fell into the sea. Just when everyone's heart was chilled and felt a strong fear, a loud laugh came. Ha ha! I got it! Garam, a cotter of the world pirates, appeared in the air holding a huge hammer. Waving the huge hammer brought the whistling wind. He had a smile of success on his face, wantonly and confident. Go to hell! Bald big guy! Guy Ram could already foresee that if he hit the opponent with this hammer, his opponent's head would be smashed like a watermelon. Bang! The huge hammer hit Aries' head with great force. But the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Cotter Guy Ram's eyes widened suddenly, and he had a strong doubt in his heart, did I hit steel? Why is his head so hard? What kind of monster is this? I hit him with my hammer, but he was not hurt at all. While he was stunned, Aries threw a backhand punch, hitting Gayram's face with a bang, and the terrifying force instantly made his whole face concave and twisted. Saliva, broken teeth, blood, etc. sprayed out of his mouth. Instantly, he was knocked out by Aries and fell directly into the sea. It's so terrifying. Aries reached out and touched his bald head, muttering to himself with some dissatisfaction, it still hurts a little, I need to continue to exercise. Seeing this horrifying scene, a pirate's pants were wet immediately, and he urinated on the spot. A foul smell filled the air and was blown away by the sea breeze. There was also a pirate who clanged and dropped his weapon on the deck in fear. Is this guy's head made of iron? Why is his head not hurt at all after being hit by a heavy hammer from Gayram? This is a monster. Everyone looked at Aries with horror. Even the Kadernikin was no exception, stepping back with high heels, shouting tremblingly, "Monster, this guy is a monster! How could someone be hit on the head by Gayram and still be unharmed?" She kept backing away, and finally hit the wooden board of the bow with a bang, and her body couldn't help shaking. The strong man in front of her was too strong, and the Kaders Sebastian and Gayram were defeated by this guy one after another. At this time, a cannonball suddenly hit the hull on one side of the ship, and the rumbling sound was accompanied by a burst of thick black smoke. The whole ship shook violently. A pirate rolled from one side of the hull to the other side of the deck in fear, shouting in fear, "What happened? It's the Navy!" A pirate grabbed the side of the ship and stuck his head out to see a huge Navy ship sailing rapidly on the sea. The elegant seagull was holding the Libra flag and flying on the top of the ship's mast. Navy! Eris immediately looked up and indeed found an extremely huge Navy ship. His eyes shining, Wang Ji said that the Navy is an extremely powerful organization in this sea, and there are many strong people in it. There must be strong people on such a big ship. The blood that had just calmed down in his body began to boil again. These pirates were really not challenging. Even so, he gained a lot. Fighting with a powerful navy will definitely allow him to learn more. Ares immediately jumped off the deck without hesitation and fell into the sea with a splash. Seeing Ares leave, Nakin, a Kader of the world pirates, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead, but before she could calm down, a scream on the deck almost scared her heart out. That's the warship of Vice Admiral Garb. Garb. Nakin's mind went blank. Vice Admiral Garb. One of the most powerful admirals in the Navy today. It can be said that he is one of the admirals that countless pirates least want to meet. The strongest in the Navy today are nothing more than Wise General Sengoku, Iron Fist Garb, Black Arm Zephyr, and the Navy Marshal Steel Bone Sora. Vice Admiral Garb represents one of the strongest fighters in the Navy at present. He is here to arrest the captain. This thought suddenly emerged in Nakin's mind, and her heart was instantly flustered. She looked anxious and panicked, and immediately shouted to the pirates on the deck, "Go to the sea and fish Sebastian and Garam out. We must find the captain immediately and leave here. If he is caught by Vice Admiral Garb, he will probably be sent to prison and pushed into the city." At this time, Nakin suddenly thought of the little kid whose name he didn't know before, and felt relieved. That monster-like guy should be looking for trouble with the Navy. I hope he can delay it for a while. Buy time for our escape. Today is the third chapter. I ask for encouragement and support from fellow readers, for example, to generate electricity for. Generate electricity. Generate electricity. I don't have a masochistic tendency, and I won't admit it if I do. Important things should be said 3 times. Thank you all. Chapter 37 Ares, who is the strongest among you? Ares dived into the sea and swam quickly towards the Navy ship using the swimming skills he had just learned from Sebastian. On the Navy ship, a man in a black suit, with full and strong muscles that bulged the suit, stood tall, and the white cloak of justice on his body was full of energy. Swaying in the wind with the blowing sea breeze. He grinned, revealing his 2 rows of white teeth, and an excited smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect to meet the leaders of the Walled Pirates and the Rocks Pirates at the same time. Very good. It's boring to sail on the sea, so let's have some fun with them. Send them to prison again. He placed his hands horizontally in front of him, moving his fingers and wrists, making a crackling sound of muscles and bones. Can we finally fight? I, Monkey D. Dragon, will destroy those evil pirates. At this time, a slightly immature voice sounded, with strong courage and fighting spirit in the voice. The speaker was a boy who was more than 1 meter tall, with a somewhat ferocious face and fair skin. But as soon as he said this, a fist as big as a sandbag fell on his head with a bang. A large purple bag suddenly appeared on Dragon's head and hung on his forehead. It hurts. It hurts so much. This punch made Dragon hold his head with both hands and squat down to scream. The Navy officers beside him were so scared that they were silent and sweating. Vice Admiral Garp's loud voice also rang in Dragon's ears, "When you learn the 6 styles, you can join the battle. You are still a child. You can't join such a battle. The enemy is the powerful walled pirates and rocks pirates. With Dragon's strength, he will die." Garp also gave Dragon a painful lesson without hesitation, Iron Fist of Love. Garp, who hit Dragon with a punch, didn't care about Dragon's resentful look. He calmly stretched out his finger to pinch his nostrils and squinted at Dragon. Drag immediately turned his head, clenched his fists tightly, and muttered with an extremely unwilling expression, "You still treat me like a child, damn it." At this time, he was still a 13-year-old boy, wearing a white sailor suit without a military rank. Garp also set his sights on Bondi World and Wang Ji, a cadre of the Rocks pirates, who were fighting on the pirate ship in the distant sea. He said excitedly, "This time we will catch them all in one net." Suddenly, Garp's expression moved, and his sensitive senses seemed to detect something, and his mouth corners grinned. "It seems that someone is here to cause trouble." And Drag immediately stretched his head and looked around, puzzled. As Garp's voice fell, a huge, bald head reflecting the sun emerged from the side of the ship. Ares moved quickly. In a few moves, he flipped over the side of the ship and appeared on the deck of the Navy warship. His appearance, with his huge body and muscles, and his extremely fierce and violent aura, brought a strong sense of oppression to the Navy. It immediately caused panic and commotion among the Navy on the deck. "It's a pirate. But why is he here? Who is this guy? Doesn't he know that this is Vice Admiral Garp's warship? So tall and big, does this guy have the blood of the giants? The muscles are too big, just like brass." In an instant, dozens of muskets were aimed at Ares, with the black muzzles pointed at him. Drago looked at the man in front of him in confusion, and said to himself, "Why did this guy come to the Navy ship alone? Aren't the pirates over there still fighting?" Garp said to Ares carelessly, "Boy, do you want to join the Navy? You have a good physique. You will definitely become an excellent Navy in the future." Hearing this, the faces of the Navy on the ship, including Drago, instantly darkened, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. Ares looked at Garp, if nothing unexpected happened. The man in front of him was the highest officer on this Navy ship. Facing dozens of muskets, he said calmly, "No, I will not join the Navy. I am a pirate." Then the fierce eyes looked around and asked, "Who is the strongest among you? Let him fight me." Hearing this arrogant words, Drago was instantly angry and turned his head to look at his father, but a huge snot bubble appeared on Garp's nose. Falling asleep. Dragon was speechless. The big pirate in front of him had such a loud voice that his father could fall asleep. "I was convinced. What are you doing? Shoot!" Dragon shouted at the sailors on the deck with great dissatisfaction. Instantly, the sailors on the deck pulled the triggers of their muskets. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of black lead bullets shot at Ares at high speed. Ares also reacted immediately. His arm instantly completed his unique armed color domineering, and suddenly became crimson. Wisps of white-hot air rose up, which looked extremely terrifying. Stretching out his arm and waving it in front of him, the bullets fell to the ground with a clang. "What is this? What kind of monster is this?" Dragon stared at Ares, who was more than 10 meters away, with his eyes wide open. His arm suddenly became so weird. State. He was greatly surprised and shocked, even the bullets from the musket were useless. The Navy around him was also shocked. Ares, who blocked all the bullets, also moved, and jumped directly into the air, punching the sleeping Garp fiercely. Garp, who had no reaction, was punched and flew out, and crashed into the cabin with a bang. All this made Ares very puzzled and confused. Vice Admiral Garp! Vice Admiral Garp! The soldiers on the ship stared at the pirate who knocked Vice Admiral Garp out. "Damn it! Go to hell! Pirate!" Drag, with a heart full of blood and justice, punched Ares' thigh. Bang! A dull sound came, and Dragon felt as if he had punched on steel, and his hand hurt so much. A thought came to his mind: is this guy a human? At this moment, Ares's legs suddenly turned red and hot, and instantly made Dragon feel a burning pain, and subconsciously retracted his arm. "It's so hot! Is this the power of the devil fruit?" Before he could react, a red and hot foot like a branding iron kicked him in the face with a bang. A hissing and burning sound was heard. Dragon suddenly felt a strong stimulating pain sweeping through his nerves, and then his brain went blank and he lost consciousness. And his figure instantly flew out like a meteor. Just as Garp came out of the cabin, he flew past him and smashed a lot of wooden walls with a bang. Garp pinched his nose and asked in confusion, "What happened?" Looking at the deck, he always felt that something was missing, and then he suddenly realized and asked, "Where is Drago? Did that kid get scared away?" Seeking support from fellow readers, giving encouragement and power. Thank you for the gifts from fellow readers, I love you. Writing, Serious Face. Chapter 38 Vice Admiral Garp, your son was kicked away. Garp's question. The many Navy officers on the deck looked as if they had eaten shit, and their expressions were horrible. God knows how tired the Navy officers who followed Vice Admiral Garp were, having to deal with such a Navy commander. The Navy officers on the deck had not really started fighting yet. They were already exhausted. A Navy school commander said, "Vice Admiral Garp, the one who was kicked and knocked away just now was your son Dragon." "Hey! What?" Garp was so shocked that his eyes popped out of his sockets, and he shouted in panic, "That's Dragon!" He turned around and rushed into the broken wall. There were bangs in the room, and soon he lifted the unconscious Dragon out with one hand. Dragon had blood on the corner of his mouth, and a red mark was printed on the left side of his face, but the mark was slowly disappearing, and it seemed that it would disappear soon. The mark did not really stay on his face, probably because Ares's power and domineering were not strong enough. Garp threw Dragon to the Navy beside him, looked at Ares angrily, and asked, "Damn it! What's your name?" "My name is Ares." As soon as Ares' voice came out, he saw the Navy in front of him suddenly disappeared from the spot, which made him suddenly widen his eyes. So fast! When he saw Garp again in his sight, he had already flown above Ares' head. "Pirate kid, taste the power of my iron fist!" Garp's roar came, the sound was like a bell. Even the huge fist turned black. It was the hardening of the armed color. It was so fast that Ares couldn't react, and the powerful black iron fist slammed into his head. Duan! Ares felt a strong pain attacking his brain, and he was dizzy in an instant, and felt that the world was turning upside down. The world changed. The direction is tilted. The brain is blank, the confused consciousness and the severe pain make him unable to control his body at all, and he only feels that he is flying rapidly. Finally, he is covered and wrapped by the cold sea water. Gurgle! A large number of bubbles rise from the sea water and float above the sea surface. Memories emerge from the depths of Ares' mind, where there are other friends, slides, and various toys. It seems to be a place called kindergarten. There is an orange car that can sing to pick him up. Li Yang. Kindergarten, who is Li Yang? Gurgle. When Ares, who was in severe pain due to brain concussion, read out this name, he was suddenly choked by the sea water poured into his mouth and woke up. The tearing pain in his mind made it impossible for him to calm down and feel the large amount of memories emerging in his mind. He closed his mouth tightly, shook his head, and simply ignored the pictures in his mind, and immediately headed towards the sea surface swim up. On the deck of the Navy warship, many Navy officers saw the pirate Ares being punched into the sea by Garp, and they cheered and their morale was boosted. It was Vice Admiral Garp who made the move. What a terrible power, he defeated the pirate with one punch. Vice Admiral Garp is one of the strongest fighters in the Navy. How could such an unknown pirate be the opponent of Vice Admiral Garp? That punch was so handsome and powerful. Vice Admiral Garp's fist is enough to scare the pirates. The atmosphere suddenly changed from the previous solemn fear to the current warm excitement. At this time, under the call and treatment of the ship's doctor on the warship, Durag slowly woke up, and the moment he regained consciousness, he felt the burning and severe pain on his left cheek, and suddenly remembered that Ares kicked him in the face. Durag was furious. Dora, control your emotions, don't be angry, the mark on your face is getting red again because of the anger. The ship doctor who was supporting Durag immediately reminded him in his ear. Mark on the face? Dora was startled when he heard this, and immediately reached out to touch his left cheek, and indeed found some marks of dents and heat. His face instantly became extremely ugly. That was the mark on the sole of the shoe. The doctor's voice came again, Dora, you have to stay calm and reduce the flow of your own blood. It will take at least 2 or 3 days for this mark to disappear. Don't get angry during these 2 or 3 days, otherwise the mark on your face will never disappear. The frightened Durag immediately took a deep breath to adjust his emotions and suppress the strong anger in his heart. The doctor immediately said, the pirate has been hit in the head by Vice Admiral Garp and thrown into the sea. If no one rescues him, he will be eaten by the fish in the sea. Hearing this, Drago felt much better and breathed a sigh of relief. Vice Admiral Garp also grinned proudly, haha, after being hit by my iron fist, that guy will be unconscious for at least several days. But his head is really hard. Even if the pirate named Ares is so hard, he will be unconscious and lose his ability to fight after being hit by his punch. He is still very confident in his iron fist. He looked up at the pirate ship where Wald and Wang Ji were fighting, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, just now it was just a warm-up. Now it's time to have a big fight to stretch your muscles. Only Bondi Wald and the Cotters of the Rocks pirates, who are famous in the sea, are the pirates he really cares about. Vice Admiral Garp turned his head and said to the Navy on the deck, dock the ship. Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes bulged out of his sockets with disbelief, and he looked funny and shocked. What? This kid is fine. In his sight, Ares climbed up to the deck of the Navy warship from the sea again. The Navy on the deck also turned their heads to look at Ares, and everyone was stunned and shocked. He, such a tenacious vitality. Drago's face turned pale, and the burning pain that could not be ignored appeared on his face again, making him hurriedly control his emotions. The red mark on his face gradually began to fade. He was shocked. The fist he received was the iron fist of love, and the fist received by the enemy was completely different. The fist of his father, Iron Fist Garp, was not something that everyone could easily take, let alone Hajime. Posted in Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6, and was still hit in the head. He was still able to appear on the Navy deck alive and well. Unique physique. Tenacious vitality. Definitely not an ordinary pirate. After boarding the ship, Ares immediately locked his sight on the man called Vice Admiral Garp by other Navy. The punch just now made him remember it deeply. He clearly felt the extremely powerful force of this punch. Ares stared at Garp with amber eyes, an amazing light burst out of his eyes. The burning fighting spirit appeared in his eyes, burning fiercely. Excitedly said, "You must be the strongest person on this warship. Come and fight with me." Silently follow, ask for comments, and power generation, I want them all. I am not playing misery, I am really miserable. Let's generate some power. Chapter 39. What is Garp? I am Bondi Wald. This guy. Drager couldn't help but frowned, secretly surprised. This guy has such a strong desire to fight. Even if Roger met his father, he would not want to fight with his father like this. Obviously, this guy was knocked away by his father's punch. which should be enough to make that guy understand the difference in strength between him and his father. Now, instead of feeling fear and terror, this guy named Ares has a stronger desire to fight. What a weirdo! Looking at Ares, Garp also put away the surprised expression on his face, his eyes lit up, and he smiled and praised, "This kid is so suitable, we can join forces to become Navy soldiers." It perfectly echoed the direction he wanted to train his son dragon. It's a pity he's a pirate. Ares also launched an attack, and with a flick of his arm, the sea water on his body shot out. Although it didn't reach the point where the water droplets became stronger than bullets like the fishman, it had already reached a strength that was enough to seriously injure ordinary people. If hit by these water droplets, it would definitely be like being hit hard by someone. Ares, who had thrown out the water droplets, also moved his legs and rushed forward fiercely, following the flying water droplets, and raised his extremely strong arms to attack. Hundreds of water droplets flew towards Garp, and Garp's figure instantly made a slight evasive movement, sometimes leaning to the left and sometimes to the right, with great ease. He dodged the dense water droplets. At this time, Ares had also reached Garp's body, and his fist, which was as big as his head, blasted towards Garp's head with a strong gust of wind. The power of this punch! It was enough to smash a large truck. The fierce punch made Garp's eyes flash with excitement, and then he was the first to punch him. There was no surprise. Ares was knocked out again, and hit the side of the ship with a bang, almost falling into the sea again. Fortunately, he grabbed the side of the ship that had not been broken yet, so he didn't fall down. What a strong force! My body is obviously much stronger than his, but there is still a big gap in strength. Is it because of the armed color domineering? His body width is at least twice as big as Garp's, and he is more than 1 meter taller. However, in the confrontation of strength, the difference is obvious. He felt that there was a huge difference in strength. No, it's not just the armament haki, but also the strength and skills are very different. Ares's eyes condensed, and his arm completed the special armament haki hardening again. The arm was as red as a red-hot iron block. The white heat lingered on Ares' body, as if he had turned into a red bloody demon, which was frightening. That's it! Drag shouted. He was kicked in the face by Ares in such a weird state. He could never forget it. Garp's face was also full of surprise, and he was puzzled. This guy should not be a capable person, otherwise he would not have come from the sea. His face was full of confusion. What a strange guy! Devil fruit users are naturally restrained by sea water, and will lose their power and be unable to move in the sea water. This kid is definitely not a devil fruit user. But he didn't know how to explain the strange phenomenon on Ares. He was secretly surprised. Ares also bravely attacked Vice Admiral Garp. Under the special armed color domineering, his strength was greatly enhanced. The already extremely terrifying strange power was at least increased by 2 times above. The fist made a sound of breaking through the air. The strong and violent fist made Garp pay more attention. His fist hardened his armament haki in an instant and punched forward. Bang! The collision of the fists produced a dull loud noise. The violent airflow spread out, and a violent wind swept in all directions. Ares's huge body retreated backwards, and his huge feet crushed the hard wooden deck under his feet. He retreated several steps. But he was not knocked out by Garp like before. Come again! Ares shouted excitedly and rushed forward again. Like a mad bull, he launched a collision. The huge and strong feet stepped on the deck, making a sound like a war drum, shaking people's hearts. Bear hammer! His hands were put together like a huge iron hammer, and his red and bronze arms raised their arms like a huge brown bear, hammering down on Garp's head. The wind was howling. The mighty sound told of the terrifying brute force of this attack. Garp dodged to the side, and Ares's hand suddenly smashed down, making him feel the extremely terrifying and brute force. He was secretly surprised in his heart. This kid's strength is stronger than the giant's. He also had a strong interest in Ares. Bang! A big hole suddenly appeared on the deck, and wood chips flew everywhere. Garp kicked Ares in the waist and abdomen. The rock-hard muscles were visible to the naked eye like a squeezed ball. Knocked Ares out. On the other side, on the pirate ship under rocks, Wang Ji, who was fighting with Bondi World, also had pits and bumps on his golden armor with extremely strong defense. The ship was in a mess, and even the mast was destroyed. A pirate shouted to Wang Ji, "Captain Wang Ji, Ares rushed onto the warship of Vice Admiral Garp alone." Hey! Wang Ji's face changed instantly. A huge wave of waves surged in his heart. What the hell? Didn't that kid go to World's ship? Why did you go to Garp's ship again? His heart suddenly started beating wildly, and he almost had the urge to vomit blood. Ars doesn't he think there are enough troubles and enemies? I can't stop them here. Then the kid even rushed onto the warship of Vice Admiral Garp alone? Really? He almost choked himself to death with a breath of air in his chest. Wang Ji's distraction and carelessness instantly gave Wald the opportunity to punch the golden armor on Wang Ji's chest. Bang! Not only did he punch a concave fist mark on the armor, but he also made Wang Ji spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Wailalal! After succeeding, Bondi Wald laughed wantonly and arrogantly. "Wang Ji, the cotter of the Rocks pirates, is not enough to stop me, Bondi Wald. If Rocks comes, I will let him know that no one can stop me, Bondi Wald." In the world of pirates, there has never been a clear division of combat power levels, which has created countless illusions. It makes many people think that they are the strongest illusion. No matter how famous a pirate is, he can't completely eliminate this blind self-confidence and illusion. Bondi Wald, who defeated Wang Ji, was naturally very proud and happy. At this time, the calm Bin Jack on his shoulder said in Wald's ear, "Wald, we have to leave here quickly. The Navy will be here soon, that's Vice Admiral Garp. It will be very troublesome." When he was so proud, Bondi Wald, who was suddenly poured with a basin of cold water, immediately shouted unhappily, "So what about Vice Admiral Garp? I am the world destroyer Bondi Wald." Today's third update. Please support and watch the ads. Just take a break to rest your eyes. It would be okay to have a few dozen more generators. I cry so much every day. Chapter 40 Cap. It would be great if this guy was my son. Wald. Cough cough. Wald's elder brother Bin Jack couldn't help showing his impatience, and he coughed violently with a heavier tone. Resisting the pain of coughing, he grabbed Bondi Wald's collar and said excitedly, "Go back to the ship and have a look. The man named Aras is probably the guy who swam towards our ship in the sea before. Maybe something happened on the ship now." Brother Bin Jack's reminder made Bondi Wald's face darken, and with a bit of heaviness, he compromised and said, "Then go back to the ship and have a look first." Then he jumped into the air. His feet stomped in the air, creating circles of ripples. The whole person flew towards his ship like a flying cannonball. A moment later, Bondi Wald landed on the deck with Bin Jack. When he saw the damaged deck, side of the ship and the injured cotters, he couldn't help but frowned and showed anger. Did that guy do all this? When Bin Jack on his shoulder saw Sebastian and Gayram lying unconscious on the deck and receiving treatment, his pupils shrank suddenly. He was shocked. "Sebastian! Gayram!" Bin Jack shouted with great concern and asked, "Nakin, how are they?" The two people's completely different personalities led to completely different concerns when encountering the same thing. One seemed extremely irritable and full of anger, while the other was concerned about the safety of his companions. Nakin stood up, looked at the two people and immediately responded, "They are fine for the time being. I have applied medicine on their wounds. They will be fine after a few days of rest." "Captain, do you know what the name of that monster is?" Thinking of Ares's fierce and powerful performance, her tone trembled uncontrollably. Not only was there no bounty from the Navy, she had never heard of such a person in the Rocks pirates before. which really surprised her. With such combat power, he was almost a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Even the bounty of Captain Bondewald was only 200 million Baileys. It is not the era of future great pirates yet, pirates have not yet shown a blowout era, and the bounty of powerful pirates is only a few 100 million Baileys. Humph! Bondewald looked dissatisfied, and his fierce eyes swept over his men, causing the pirates to sweat on their faces and backs, and their faces turned pale with fear. He cursed loudly, "What a waste! Can't you guys even deal with a little guy who is not famous in the Rocks Pirates? That reckless guy is a newcomer at first glance. You were defeated by a newcomer. You are so useless." The other party was a pirate with no fame and no bounty, but he injured his own cotters. Where can the face of the world pirates be saved? The furious world's loud curse made all the members of the world pirates dare not even breathe. The cotter Nakin did not refute it, because it was an undeniable fact that the guy was really too strong. His terrifying strength and ability to withstand blows made her feel a strong fear in her heart. Only Binjak comforted and appeased, "Wold, you can't blame them, they have tried their best, the guy named Ares should be very strong. Maybe he is a main member of the Rocks Pirates, but his reputation has been overshadowed by others." Then he suggested to Wold, "Well, let's leave here first, that guy called Ares." "Leave?" Before Binjak finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wold, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, and he released his fierce and domineering will, "No matter if it's the Navy or the pirates, whoever stands in front of Wold, all will be destroyed." As he said, he reached out and put the panicked Wold down from his shoulder. And Wold also stopped him loudly, "Wold! Cough cough! Cough cough!" After shouting excitedly, he coughed again. Bondewald didn't care about that, and told Nakin, "Take good care of Binjak." Then he leaped into the air, stomping on the moon steps and flying towards the Navy ship. Wold! Binjak could only helplessly look at the departing Wold. He had been ill since childhood, and even seeing various famous doctors was of no avail. Not only did his body not grow at all over the years, but he looked old, weak and sick, and he was always coughing. The younger brother, who was almost as tall as him back then, has now grown into a burly man, and has gradually grown into a famous pirate. It made Binjak feel a little sad, and he couldn't help but shed tears, murmuring, "What our dream is. Travel around the world, seek true freedom." With no fighting power, he only hoped that his brother Bondewald would be safe. Time went back to a few minutes ago. Wang Ji stretched out his hand to pull the broken wood that was pressing on him, blood from the corner of his mouth stained his long black beard, and he covered his chest with one hand and slowly stood up. It felt like his chest was hit hard by a heavy object. If it weren't for this hard armor, I'm afraid the injury would be worse. Is this the strength of the world destroyer Bondewald? I'm afraid it's almost the same as Whitebeard and Golden Lion. He walked onto the deck through the big hole in the cabin wall. Seeing Bondewald withdraw, the heart that was carrying heavy pressure was relieved a lot, but when he thought of Ares, Wang Ji's heart suddenly choked. He cursed in his heart, "Asshole!" Wang Ji looked up at the Navy warship and immediately commanded, "Drive the ship over, rescue Ares and retreat immediately." He made a helpless decision. At this moment, he wanted to leave Ares behind, but he sighed inwardly, what a sin. Couldn't Ares just stay on the ship quietly and honestly? No. He stayed on someone else's ship honestly. Wang Ji felt a blockage in his chest, which was very stuffy and irritating, and he couldn't vent it, which was extremely uncomfortable. On the Navy ship, a loud bang sounded. When Durag saw Ares being knocked away, he was somewhat shocked and numb. With a dull expression, he muttered to himself, "This is the 35th time, including 4 times of falling into the sea, 24 times of being knocked back, and 7 times of being knocked away." The tenacious vitality and strong fighting spirit shocked him deeply. If he had been hit by such a fierce punch from his father, he would have been lying in the emergency room for rescue. And Ares still did not fall down. Drag also found something strange. It seemed that the pirate named Ares in front of him was getting more and more fierce. He knew it was not an illusion. The opponent was so weird. Garp's face was also excited. While Ares was being knocked away, he scratched his nose with his little finger. Turned his head and scolded Dragon, "Drag, look at him, then look at you, don't you have any ideas? It would be great if this guy was my son." Suddenly, Drag's face darkened. "I know many brothers are supporting the book, but brothers really need to take time to come back and support it, to generate some electricity. It's free. The author needs to make a living, it's miserable. I also need to exercise to lose weight. I haven't exercised for a long time, and my elbows still hurt after exercising. I hope the book friends will encourage me." A plea from a humble coder. Chapter 41 Wang Ji, does he think the Navy warship is an amusement park? The expression on Garp's face and the tone in his mouth are just like how awesome other people's children are. On the other hand, look at his own son. He was kicked in the face and kicked away, which was really embarrassing. Garp didn't care about Drag's dark face at all, and started the education method of the monkey family, learn more from Ares, and develop a strong body with strong vitality. A qualified navy must have a strong physique and an unyielding will. "Drag, I know you want to join the battle, but now you see that you are too weak. There is no harm without comparison." Before, Garp also thought that Dragon's progress was not bad, but now compared with Ares in front of him, it's simply unbearable to watch. He was defeated in one blow. Hearing Garp's reprimand, Dragon also clenched his fists tightly, his fingers deeply sunk into his palms, and the skin on his fingers turned pale. He clenched his teeth very hard and made a clattering sound, recalling that kick, the pain and embarrassment of being kicked. "Drag," he said with a firm look, "I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to defeat anyone. I will pursue the justice in my heart and use my power to protect and save more people." At this moment, an invisible and strong color emanated from his body. Let Garp raise a faint smile at the corner of his mouth that was not discovered, and a touch of satisfaction flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was happy in his heart. "My son Garp will definitely become an excellent navy in the future." This time, Dragon was stimulated. He will definitely train harder and grow into a qualified and excellent navy soldier as soon as possible. Just when Garp was happy, his ears moved slightly. Immediately turned around and looked at the sky, with a touch of excitement in his eyes, and a grin on his mouth. Warm-up is over. Finally, an opponent who can fight a big battle has come. Fighting with Ares with his powerful strength is indeed a warm-up. And Ares's tenacity and resistance to beating were beyond Garp's expectations, allowing him to fully move his body. With a loud bang, Bondwald, who has fallen into the air, fell heavily on the wooden deck, stepping on a solid wooden floor with a crack. Although the Navy's face was scared, the excellent quality, plus Lieutenant Garp was present, did not let these Navy have a greater panic escape. Many Navy set up the fire. The next second, Bondwald flew a few Navy with a punch and grabbed the fire in the hands of the Navy soldiers. The fierce color, laughed, multiple increase -100 times the musket. Ka! The fingers of both hands pressed the trigger of the musket in his hand, and with two bangs, the bullet was instantly ejected. What was shocking and frightening was that the bullet suddenly grew larger the moment it was ejected, and its volume continued to grow to 100 times. The bullet, originally the size of a marble, became almost as big as a ball. The Navy present was suddenly shocked, and looked at the bullet that looked like a cannonball in horror. Oops! Garp cursed inwardly, and his body was as fast as lightning. His arm was hardened with armed color and smashed one of the cannonballs with a punch. But no matter how fast he was, he could only smash one of the bullets in different directions. And the other one immediately hit the Navy, instantly blowing up more than a dozen Navy soldiers, and a large amount of black smoke and dust filled the air. Even the huge warship shook violently in the violent explosion. The scene of destruction made Bondi Wald laugh happily. "Walalala, I just want to destroy everything. Damn it!" Garp was furious and attacked Wald. The two fought each other. At this time, Ares was lying on the cold floor. My strength is still not as good as his. He did not rush to stand up. He did not give up, but kept replaying the learning function in his mind. The punch Garp had hit him on the head before awakened some memories in his mind, and it seemed to make his soul stronger. Both perception and will became stronger. This, even Ares himself did not know, and this was why Drago found that Ares was getting stronger and stronger. Ares fell into self-reflection. My own unique armed color domineering is not strong enough, and it can't even cover the whole body. My speed and skills are too different. Every detail of the previous battle with Vice Admiral Garp was replayed in his mind, especially when attacking and moving. These 2 points are the areas where he focuses on learning. Suddenly, Ares' eyes lit up, and he said to himself excitedly, "It seems to be explosive power." He seemed to understand one of the key points, that is, instant explosive power. The instant explosive power makes Garp's speed and strength very strong, and Ares stood up excitedly. His legs were slightly bent, and the well-defined muscles on his thighs were tightened and bulged. He said to himself, "Accumulate strength first and then burst out." Bang! The floor was crushed by the force of his feet, and the whole person went straight up like a rocket. The bald head directly smashed the thick wooden ceiling. The whole person appeared in the sky, and the wind slapped Ares' face and body. Ares shouted with great surprise, "The speed has really increased." At this time, he had risen to a distance of at least 20 to 30 meters. "It's Ares!" On the pirate ship, Wang Ji shouted in surprise, and a huge stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. "This kid is fine!" He immediately shouted to Ares, "Ares! Get on the boat quickly!" As long as he took Ares away, he could escape from this dangerous place. This surprise only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, and Wang Ji's eyes widened immediately, with a look of astonishment. Boom! Ares, who rose to the limit, fell straight from the air and smashed into the cabin fiercely. His figure also disappeared from the sight of the pirates. Let the pirates look at each other in bewilderment, completely unaware of what Ares was doing. Wang Ji also had a headache, his mood fluctuated greatly, and his mouth twitched. This kid. Does he think the Navy ship is an amusement park? Seeking support online, shamelessly begging for power, not shabby. If you like this book, please support it more. No need to spend money, just look at the ads, give a 5-star rating, urge for more, add a bookshelf, etc. Thank you everyone. Chapter 42. Garp is one of the most powerful navy. And the pirates also felt a little absurd and inexplicable. Ares, that guy. Is he really a pirate? No, it's too dangerous to stay here. Wang Ji was anxious and angry. He turned around and shouted hysterically to the dazed pirates on the ship, "Why are you still standing there? Keep controlling the ship and move over." He felt that if he continued to let Ares play like this, his heart might not be able to bear it. He used to think that Ares, who was always obsessed with training, was very cute, but now he didn't think that guy was cute at all. On the warship, Ares fell into the cabin and smashed a lot of things. He reached out and touched his head. "I still have to train. I can't master this explosive power yet." The power can be explosive. Even if it has not reached the limit, it still makes his strength improve a lot. But he can't control this explosive power perfectly, and can't completely turn it into a strong fighting power. Ares walked out of the cabin and immediately found Garp and another green-bearded man fighting on the deck. The man with a helmet and green beard should be the world destroyer Bondi World that Wang Ji mentioned, right? Is this the great pirate on the sea? They are both so strong. He did not participate in the battle this time. Instead, he watched the battle between the two strong men with full concentration and carefulness. Such a battle really gave him a lot of knowledge. He remembered the scene he saw at this time deeply in his mind. Ares, who had merged apart between different souls, was changing, and even his memory was strengthening and improving. At this time, Wang Ji jumped from the side of the pirate ship and landed next to Ares. Without saying a word, he put his hands around his waist and lifted him up. Ares, stop looking. He turned around and jumped onto the deck of the pirate ship with Ares, and immediately shouted to others, turn around. Retreat. Then he put Ares down. Wang Ji was furious and cursed Ares without any hesitation. Ares, do you know that you almost killed everyone on the ship? You will get into trouble if you act so recklessly. If the navy hadn't intervened and Bondiwald hadn't held Garp back, we would all have died in this sea today. Without the navy, Wald alone could have defeated everyone on the ship. If Wald hadn't stopped Garp, Garp could have overturned all the pirates on the ship. This lucky situation began. 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6, it was extremely lucky that it happened twice, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The captain said that fighting can sharpen oneself. I want to fight. Ares replied in a sonorous voice, without tempering, how can I make myself a famous sword that surpasses the supreme sword? This battle made him gain a lot, and his strength improved a lot. In the future, when he thoroughly mastered the results of this battle, he will improve even faster. The fist-to-flesh collisions with Garp also made him feel that his body was a little stronger. After listening to Ares' words, Wang Ji was speechless and choked, and then said, next time, maybe you won't have such good luck. If a person dies on the road to pursuing his dream, then his dream is not worth a bailee. And if a person completes his dream, no matter what dirty and despicable means he uses, he is great. All successful. People only see the final winner, and never care to remember how many people died on this road. He knew that Ares was still young and had mental problems, but there were some things he had to say. I have to teach him. If someone else had been the captain today, he might have abandoned Ares and run away. Ares nodded thoughtfully and remained silent. He seemed even more depressed. He said lightly, I'll go back to my room first. Turned and left the deck. Wang Ji looked at Ares, who was covered in bruises, and waved his hand to ask someone to find the ship's doctor to treat Ares. Then he started to clean up the mess on the deck. The battle between him and Wald not only destroyed the mast of the ship, but also part of the deck, the side of the ship and the room, which needed to be cleaned up, and an island had to be found to repair the ship. Ares returned to the room and sat alone on the hammock. I seem to be really wrong. There's nothing wrong with pursuing dreams, but I didn't take other people into consideration. After thinking for a while, Ares felt that he should pay more attention next time. After a while, the door of the room was pushed open, and the ship doctor with medicine came in. Looking at the burly Ares with bruises and purple swelling all over his body, he was still shocked. He walked in front of Ares, took out medical tools from the box, and said, "You are really lucky, you can hold on for so long in the hands of Vice Admiral Garp. Garp is one of the strongest people in the Navy, and he has caught and killed many pirates." After saying that, he began to apply medicine to Ares. The doctor's words also made Ares think of Garp. His expression changed, and he immediately asked the doctor, "Vice Admiral Garp, who is he?" The ship doctor paused and asked in surprise, "You don't even know Vice Admiral Garp?" Seeing Ares nod seriously, the ship doctor continued to apply medicine and explained, "He is a very famous general in the Navy. At the age of 36, he has been in the Navy for many years. He is with the Navy Admiral Sengoku, the Navy Vice Admiral Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. They are all now the strongest group of people in the Navy. The current timeline is 1480 in the Haiwan calendar. Zhang Guo is 37 this year and should be an admiral, because 2 years later, in 1482 in the Haiwan calendar, 38-year-old Zifa became an admiral of the navy. The ship doctor continued, their combat effectiveness is about the same as that of the captains on the ship, and even some captains are not their opponents. Aries also listened to the ship doctor's explanation of some things about the navy with great patience, and also got some understanding of the navy. After the ship doctor applied the medicine, he was wrapped with a lot of white bandages and asked the ship doctor, "Doctor, how long will it take for my injuries to recover? I want to resume training as soon as possible." This is the issue that Aries cares about most. Garp's fist hurt a lot, and even now he feels pain all over his body. He didn't feel it during the previous battle, but once the strength in his body disappeared, the pain and impact of the injury began to increase. It depends on the recovery of the body. 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6, maybe 10 days if it's fast, and 1 or 2 months if it's slow. The ship doctor replied after thinking, after all, this was the injury left by Vice Admiral Garp. And he looked at it carefully. Such an injury looks harmless, but it's actually quite destructive. It must be treated well and recuperated. The doctor's answer instantly made Aries' expression like a wilted cucumber, and his mood became depressed. Aries, don't think about exercising before your injury is healed, that will only damage your body, make your injury more difficult to repair, and even leave hidden diseases. The ship doctor warned again with concern. He was even planning to go out and report Aries' situation to Wang Ji, so that Aries wouldn't mess around. The ship's doctor gave another explanation and left the room. Aries had no choice but to lie on the hammock and enter his mind with his eyes closed. He started the special training. I will remember all the brothers who supported me. Thank you. Today is the 3rd update. Please urge me to update, send me messages, comment, etc. Thank you. Chapter 43 Marshal Kong, there is another monster in the rocks pirates. In Aries' mind, memories played in his mind like a short video, and he also watched his previous battles tirelessly. From fighting with the fishman to fighting with Vice Admiral Garp, he carefully watched and paid attention to every detail to understand and think. Read a book 100 times, and its meaning will become clear. Aries has not watched it 100 times yet. The time required to watch it repeatedly in slow motion is even longer than the time of fighting. It is also necessary to constantly combine his own understanding to experience it. It takes a long time. But the gains were great. From Gayram, he realized the role of air in attack. The explosive power he had learned from Vice Admiral Garp before gave Aries a deeper understanding of physical skills and swordsmanship. Many things that he didn't understand before suddenly became clear. Perhaps because of the fusion of partial souls, the pictures in Aries' mind became clearer, the feelings became deeper, and he saw more clearly. In his mind, he repeatedly watched the pictures of Vice Admiral Garp fighting, learning how to control and use the explosive power in his body. What Vice Admiral Garp didn't know was that Aries had been secretly learning his fighting skills without knowing it. Rapid progress. About an hour or two had passed. The door of the room was pushed open, and Wang Ji, who had taken off his golden armor, walked in. He casually walked to a netted hammock near Aries and sat on it, looking at Aries and teaching him earnestly, "Aries, Captain Rox is right, fighting can really sharpen a person. But you have to know that if you die in a battle, your dream will also disappear and be shattered." Wang Ji knew that Aries had great potential. It was precisely because his potential and talent were at the monster level that he was different from other pirates. He patiently taught Aries. He hoped that Aries could go further on the road of pursuing dreams, and even complete the dreams that ordinary people can't imagine. Wang Ji felt that Aries was different from others, and said with a little emotion, "The pirates I have seen so far are all the same: alcoholic pirates, pirates obsessed with women, pirates obsessed with gold, pirates who like killing. There are also very few pirates who pursue power, pirates who pursue dreams, and pirates who pursue ambitions. Maybe pirates don't indulge in something. I guess they can't survive. Even the powerful Captain Rox is no exception. Ordinary life has gone away the moment he became a pirate, and there is no turning back. I know. Aries looked at Wang Ji. Then he asked, Wang Ji, the doctor said that my injuries will take several days or even more than 10 or 20 days to recover. Do you have any way to make my body recover earlier? Replaying the previous memories in his mind, such a battle scene made him want to train now and immediately. I can't wait to test the new things he learned in the battle. Wang Ji smiled and comforted him. Let's talk about it when we get back to Hachino's island. You can go find Captain John then. Don't think that guy drinks all the time. His medical skills are the best in the Rox Pirates. He should have a way to help you recover quickly. When it comes to injuries, Wang Ji looked at Aries with some admiration and praised, you guys can hold on for so long in Garp's hands. It's no big deal to get so many punches from Garp. It's enough to be proud of. Vice Admiral Garp is famous in the sea for his powerful iron fists and has become the nightmare of countless pirates. How many pirates are afraid of Garp's strong and fierce fists? And Aries, this kid, has been hit so many times and it's still okay. It's enough to brag about it in the Rox Pirates for a while. It's not enough. Sooner or later, my fists will definitely surpass his. Aries was dissatisfied with such a record. Losing is losing. As long as he trains hard, he can defeat his opponent next time. He also firmly believes that his fists will be more powerful than Garp's in the future. Wang Ji smiled helplessly, but did not hit Aries. Instead, he encouraged him, then wait until your injury is healed and exercise well. I'll go out first. You stay in the room to heal your injury. Everything is arranged by the ship doctor. After showing some concern, he also left the room. With nothing to do, even if Aries wanted to train, he could only continue to open the playback function in his mind to watch. Without a mast, the pirate ship powered by sails is very slow on the sea. Fortunately, Vice Admiral Garp did not chase after him, perhaps because he was chasing the walled pirates. Sunset and sunrise. After repeating it twice, it was already 2 days later. Marine Headquarters Marineford. In the highest building in the center of the fortress, in the office of Admiral Steelbone Sora, a group of high-ranking naval generals gathered. Steelbone Sora's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. Listening to the report of the officer under Garp, his face became serious and solemn. After the officer finished his report, he finally spoke. His voice was slightly low and heavy. This is not good news. It seems that there is another monster in the Rox Pirates. Being able to hold on for so long in Garp's hands, this combat power cannot be ignored or taken lightly by the Navy. And previously, we received secret news from Beehive Island that a newcomer appeared in the Rox Pirates. He had a big fight with Golden Lion on the island and was finally stopped by Whitebeard. That person was exactly Aries. Steelbone Sora's majestic eyes looked at the other generals in the room, automatically ignoring Garp who was picking his nose, and his eyes fell on the Navy Admiral Sengoku. Asked, what do you think about Aries, the newcomer of Rox Pirates? Sitting on the sofa, Sengoku, wearing a black suit and a cloak of justice, looked stern. After a moment of silence, he expressed his opinion. From the intelligence, this newcomer is quite young and has great potential. The guy who can be selected by Rox and promoted to a formal crew member is not simple. Even the newcomer Kaido cannot get such an honor. This guy may become a powerful cadre of Rox Pirates in the future. Sengoku knows the strength of Vice Admiral Garp very well. Although he thinks Garp is suspected of letting him go, Aries' fighting power is unquestionable. The strong and durable physique and tenacious will show that this guy will grow up to be an extremely powerful and terrifying pirate. And under the protection of Rox Pirates, the potential threat of the newcomer Aries is really hard to deal with. It makes Sengoku's resolute face more worried. Steelbone Kora sighed, now the Rocks Pirates have become the most powerful pirate group in this sea. In addition to Rocks, they have Captain John, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin and other powerful cotters. There are so many pirates under my command, it's already difficult to handle. Now there are many newcomers with great potential, it's really a headache. The Navy also spent a lot of effort on the intelligence of the Rocks Pirates. After all, the Rocks Pirates move, any movement may affect the entire sea. Although the Navy organization has a large number of people and many strong men, it is unimaginable to mobilize troops and warships to deal with the Rocks Pirates. War is not determined by the number of people. Even if there are twice or three times as many soldiers as the enemy, it is not certain that victory will be achieved. The right time, place, and people are all indispensable. A single move can affect the whole body. The Rocks Pirates are an unprecedented super pirate group. There has never been such a powerful pirate group in history. It made the Navy Marshal Steelbone Sora feel a huge pressure, so heavy that he was a little depressed. Garp was eating donuts with a crunch. Hearing the concerns of Steelbone Sora and Sengoku, he stood up and said, "I'm going to train. It seems that my fists are still not strong enough. This time, I'll practice with 2 mountains to make my fists stronger. Thank you for the support of the book friends. The handsome and beautiful book friends will definitely get rich and find beautiful, gentle, and virtuous girlfriends. Please support. Persist in generating electricity. Don't be a silent book friend. Humble coders need encouragement." Chapter 44 Bounty Order, Bloody Hands Aries. Garp, who acted on impulse and had no organization and discipline, stood up directly from the sofa and turned away. Aries' strong physique and the fact that he didn't take down Bondi Wald this time made him very unhappy. Feeling that his own strength was not enough, he was ready to practice hard. Practicing boxing is not only to become stronger, but also to vent. In the office, the voice of Cyborg Kong came. "Stop, Garp, I haven't finished talking yet." Garp stopped at the door, smiled nonchalantly, and retorted, "You haven't finished talking yet, but I have heard it all." Then he opened the door with a bang and walked out directly. He could actually guess what was left to say, and he might even propose that he be made a Navy Admiral to boost the morale and prestige of the Navy. It was meaningless to stay, it would be more practical and enjoyable to practice boxing. The other generals in the room began to discuss. Garp's habit was no longer surprising, and it was a good thing that he could become stronger. The rapidly growing Rocks Pirates also made the Navy pay more attention and fear. The scene returned to the pirate ship. After 2 days, the mast on the ship had been repaired, and the speed was much faster, sailing against the wind and waves all the way towards the Beehive Island. On the deck, Aries leaned against the side of the ship and sat on the ground carelessly. The cabin was dark and damp, with the pungent smell of medicine, so he stayed on the deck most of the time to breathe fresh air and enjoy the sea breeze. Fortunately, he was a formal crew member, and he was huge. He had a separate room. Otherwise, he would have to squeeze in with others, and the room would be full of sweat and even the sour smell of feet. Wang Ji was telling Aries some strange stories on the sea, which made Aries listen with relish. At this time, the movement in the sky caught Wang Ji's attention. He looked up and said, "Aries, that's a news bird. Their function is to spread the latest news on the sea all over the world." He took out a green bailie from his body, raised the bailie and waved it towards the sky, shouting, "Newsbird, give me a newspaper." Originally, a white newsbird flew down from the sky among the dozens of newsbirds. Aries looked at the newsbird curiously, and said to himself with a smile, "If one day, I can fly freely in the sky like a bird." Wang Ji, who had completed the transaction with the newsbird, opened the newspaper, and the newsbird also flapped its wings and flew away. Wang Ji said while reading the newspaper, "The lonely Red Field defeated another powerful swordsman. I'm afraid that guy's swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle. Although that guy is always alone, he is stronger than many pirate groups. He turned his head to look at Aries, and warned in a serious tone, "Aries, if you meet this guy, don't rush up rashly. That guy is even more powerful than the world destroyer Bondi World. It is estimated that only Captain Rocks can compete with the Red Earl." Redfield Aries read out this name. This is the second time he has heard this name from Wang Ji. He is stronger than Bondi World, who defeated Wang Ji. He is definitely a very powerful pirate. Aries looked up at the sky with confidence in his eyes. He said firmly in his heart, "One day I will be able to make myself a famous sword that surpasses the unparalleled sword. At that time, let Redfield try. Is my body hard or his sword sharp?" He knew that he was still very weak now, and the gap between his strength and that of Vice Admiral Garp, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard was very obvious. And the forging of the body is only the first stage. Wang Ji continued to browse the newspaper, and then opened the other side of the newspaper. The pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly, and then he laughed, "Ha ha hars, you are rewarded by the Navy. From now on, you also have a reward. The reward is 4000 WAN Bailey, he is also a little-known pirate." He squatted down excitedly, pointed at the bounty in the newspaper and laughed, "Blood Hand, Aries, bounty of 40 million Baileys. You are offered a bounty of 40 million for the first time, which is really unexpected. This bounty is not small. Blood Hand, it's really a good title." Wang Ji couldn't help but think of Aries' strange state of making his body red and hot, and felt that this title was quite suitable for Aries. And it sounded a bit fierce. Aries also looked at the newspaper, which showed a photo of himself above his chest. The iconic smooth and reflective boiled egg bald head confirmed that it was him. He looked at his bounty. For some reason, he was a little excited, and the corner of his mouth raised. 40 million bounty, this bounty seems not bad. Don't worry. When we return to Beehive Island, there will definitely be a bounty order for you. I'll get you one as a souvenir. Wang Ji said with a smile. After all, it was the first time that the Navy had a bounty on their hands. Many pirates would collect their bounties, either as a way to show off or as a souvenir. Aries was also eager to return to Beehive Island at this moment. Not only because of the bounty order, but also to ask Captain John if he had any way to quickly recover from his injuries. He couldn't bear it after 2 days of not training. It was like an addiction. A few days later, the pirate ship also successfully returned and arrived at Beehive Island. On the deck, Wang Ji noticed the ships at the port and smiled bitterly. "It seems that we are the first to return. This mission is only half completed. But there was nothing we could do. Who told us to run into the walled pirates and Vice Admiral Garp on the way?" Then he ordered the pirates behind him, "Move the supplies on the ship down. Someone will come to count them later." He looked at Aries beside him and asked, "Do you want to go back first or ask Captain John to help you check your injuries?" A few days later, although Aries' injuries have improved a lot, they have not yet fully recovered. It can only be said that Garp's fists are really powerful. "I'm going to find Captain John," Aries said anxiously. He hadn't trained for several days, and the bandages on his body made him very uncomfortable. Wang Ji nodded and agreed, "Go. He is also responsible for handing over the supplies here." Aries also hurriedly walked down from the ship. His thick thighs were just 2 or 3 steps away. Soon they arrived at the skeleton castle. Found Captain John. In the room, Captain John was lying on the sofa, took a sip of strong liquor, and said with a smile, "Aries, you are wanted by the Navy. The title of Bloody Hand is really good." Looking at Aries in white bandages and the sudden appearance of Aries' bounty, he knew that something had gone wrong on this voyage. However, the appearance of the bounty meant that Aries and others were fine. If Aries and others were caught, the Navy would not have done anything unnecessary. Captain John raised the bottle and said with a smile, "Aries, do you want to have a sip?" "No, the ship's doctor said I can't drink." Aries shook his head, and walked to the opposite side of Captain John, and asked directly, "Wang Ji said that you are the best doctor on the ship, so I want you to see if you can make my injury heal faster. I haven't exercised for several days." Wang Ji got up from the sofa, walked to Aries with a drunken look and a strong smell of alcohol, and helped Aries check his injuries. He curled his lips. "It seems that you met Cap. Wait a minute, I'll get some medicine." After a while, Captain John, who brought potions and bandages, removed the bandages for Aries. Aries also took the opportunity to ask his own question, "John, I want to know how to make a person's body recovery ability stronger. If you have a strong recovery ability, you can quickly recover from your injuries, and increasing the weight and volume of training will quickly recover and increase the speed of becoming stronger." He didn't think so before, but after the battle with Garp, Aries felt that he needed stronger recovery ability. "Let's generate some electricity. I insist on generating electricity every day, and a little bit adds up. It won't take much effort. Of course, brothers who don't have data can forget it. Brothers with Wi-Fi, please support it. Thank you." Chapter 45 Golden Lion, I really didn't make a mistake. After removing the bandages on Aries, Captain John could see Aries' injuries clearly. He sincerely praised, "Tisk tisk, your muscles are as strong as rocks. Your body is already strong enough, and your recovery ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. Except for Lingling, Whitebeard and a few others, Aries is the strongest person he has ever seen. This is why Aries is called a monster." Captain John said patiently while applying medicine, "If you want to improve your recovery ability, in addition to constantly strengthening training to make your body stronger and more adaptable, there is another way." This sentence instantly made Aries' eyes light up, full of interest, and asked excitedly, "What method?" "Devil fruit." In John's mouth after saying these 4 words, he explained, "As we all know, devil fruits have peculiar abilities, and some of the special superhuman ones should have the effect of recovery. However, the more popular ones are the animal-type devil fruits. The animal-type devil fruits can give people the abilities of animals, and different animals have different abilities. However, most animal-type devil fruits can enhance recovery ability. The rarer and more powerful the animal-type devil fruits are, the stronger the recovery ability will be. There are even ancient species and extremely rare fantasy beast species devil fruits among them." Looking at Aries with a moved face, Captain John said, "This thing is rare, and each devil fruit is very expensive. And the ancient species and fantasy beast species devil fruits are even more rare. However, staying in the rocks pirates still has a great chance of obtaining devil fruits, and the first person to discover them naturally has the right to control the devil fruits." Ancient species. Fantasy beast species. Captain John also simply told Aries about this extremely special devil fruit in the animal system. There are quite a few devil fruits, but they seem a little too few when they are distributed over the entire ocean. There are still not enough to share. Devil fruits. There are also ancient species and mythical beast species. Aries' eyes sparkled, eager to get devil fruits to make his body's recovery ability stronger. It is of great benefit to his own strength and training improvement. Captain John picked up the bottle of wine on the table and took a big sip, then poured a basin of cold water on Aries. "You can't swim in the sea after eating a devil fruit. The sea water will deprive you of your strength, making you weak and sinking into the sea." But his words obviously couldn't hit Aries, who was in expectation and desire. Captain John shook his head and continued to apply medicine on Aries' body, and saw the hard, well-defined muscles on Aries' body, as if they were cut by a knife and an axe. He exclaimed in amazement, "I wonder how many people will envy this strong body, and I wonder which woman will be so happy in the future." His eyes stayed on Aries' strong muscles for 2 more seconds, and then he laughed. After applying the medicine, John said, "With your physical fitness, it will take about 4 or 5 days to recover. Go back and have a good rest." "Thank you." Aries thanked him and left John's room, thinking about the devil fruit. Looking at Aries leaving, Captain John suddenly drank the remaining liquor in the bottle and smiled. As soon as he went out to sea, he became a pirate with a bounty of 40 million. How much will you be bountied next time? 4 or 5 days later. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and other cotters have not returned yet. Ares's injuries have been completely recovered. There is a place on Beehive Island where Golden Lion and Whitebeard often take him to practice. There are no towering mountains on this island. The largest one is the Skeleton Castle. So there were only some small hills with no weeds and only stones on the island. Finally I can practice. Ares seemed very excited. These days he could only imagine and replay the previous battle scenes in his mind, but it took him a long time to hold back. He raised his arm and said to himself excitedly, "Let's try the slash first." The combination of speed and strength, explosive power, and air driving are very important. Then, slash! The arm like a hand knife chopped down. A dazzling sky blue sword light flew out, but compared to other people's slashes, Ares's slash width was obviously much larger. It seemed not sharp enough. Bang! The slash landed on the ground 2 or 3 meters away, splashing a pile of gravel and dust. The effect of the slash made Ares know that the first attempt failed. What surprised him was that the power of the slash was indeed much greater, and the explosive power and air driving were effective. Ares was full of motivation and passion. "Try more, you will definitely be able to do a slash like a golden lion that can easily cut the hill." He continued to train tirelessly. The rumbling explosions continued. Not only slashing training, but also speed training to enhance explosive power and physical training. And daily physical strength training. Ares did not miss any of these, and insisted on training as hard and fiercely as always. Efforts will not be in vain. Ares's strong physical fitness and talent, coupled with the playback function in his mind, allow him to accurately grasp the characteristics of his own action shortcomings at the first time. After a few days, he slashed with a slash comparable to that of a sword. The ground has long been bumpy with pits of different sizes during these days of training, and now on the uneven ground, there is a slash mark about several meters long and tens of centimeters deep. This is the real slash. Ha ha ha, I finally learned it. Ares, sweating all over, couldn't help but laugh happily. For the first time, he successfully slashed with his arms, and the joy and sense of accomplishment surrounded him. Harvest the fruits of hard work and enjoy the fruits of hard work. It made Ares feel very comfortable all over. Raise your arms and following the feeling of swinging the arm just now, do it again. Swish! The sharp slash seemed to tear the air apart, suddenly flew out, landed on the ground, and cut out a trace. Ares spoke his mind, with a bright smile on his face, and shouted to the sky, "I succeeded! I succeeded in swinging the slash! Ha 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 hars, I didn't expect that you really learned to slash after more than 10 days of not seeing you." The golden lion appeared at some point and flew over with a big laugh. He also had a strong smile on his face, as if he was proud of it. After all, Ares could be considered his disciple. Seeing that his disciple had truly understood the flying slash in such a short time, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Awakened by the voice, Ares turned his head to look at the golden lion, and said in surprise, "Shiki, you are back." The golden lion also flew in front of Ares, and his feet landed gently on the ground. His eyes were full of satisfaction and appreciation, and he said with a smile, "You are back, you gave me a big surprise." Not only did he become a pirate with a bounty of 40 million, Blood Hand Ares, but he also understood the secret of flying slash. He laughed and praised again, "Good! Good! The golden lion, was right. You, Ares, are a man born for the sword." Today's third update, as usual, I ask for power and 5-star praise. Thank you again for the support of the book, friends. Love you. Everyone, go to bed early. Chapter 46 rocks, Ares is the real warrior. In the eyes of Golden Lion Shiki, Ares's talent is not enough to be described by the word genius. This guy. He even surpassed himself in swordsmanship. No. To be more precise, this guy is an all-round genius of physical skills, swordsmanship, and domineering, perfect to the point of impeccable. This is an extremely terrifying talent. Such a talent is a monster talent that is one in a million. Ares is also his disciple, which makes Shiki, the golden lion, feel proud, and his mouth is raised high. Ha ha ha, this is my golden lion's disciple. Ares, if you keep going like this, in a few years, you will become a famous swordsman. He was full of joy. Ares used his body to achieve a real flying slash. If he could become a great swordsman, with Ares's physical talent, he would be a human-shaped fighting killing machine. Every attack of the body will be a slash with extremely powerful destructive power. The sharp, hard, streamlined metal blade of the knife is destined to make the knife more suitable for slashing sharp than the body, and the body also has advantages, that is, it is easier to control and the power is unimpeded. However, there are still too many disadvantages, which cannot be compared with the advantages of the sword. Ares looked at the golden lion, clenched his fist, and said ambitiously, "No matter what swordsman or great swordsman, my goal is to surpass the supreme big blade. As long as I make my body harder than the 12th level of the supreme big blade, no one on this sea can be stronger than me. I am the strongest. The hardest." The golden lion nodded with satisfaction, raised his mouth with a cigar in his mouth, and showed a little domineering. "Then let's start today's swordsmanship training. Flying slash is just the beginning. A truly powerful swordsman can cut off everything. Then I must make sure that no swordsman can cut off my body." Ares interrupted. The golden lion laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha." Then his face changed, and a strong expectation appeared on his face, grinning, "Let me see how much you have grown during this period of time." He took Sakuragi and Kyuju in his hands with the sword and sheath, and instantly completed the hardening of the armed color. The arm with the sword and sheath became black and shiny. Bursts of cold light. Ares's egg-sized eyes also burst out with a terrifying brilliance, grinning and showing white teeth. "I like fighting. Then come on." The golden lion raised a crazy smile on his face, and the sheathed sword in his hand slashed towards Ares with a whoosh, even without taking off the sheath. With his amazing and powerful armed color domineering, Ares did not dare to underestimate it. Blood hand, reappearance. The bronze arm instantly turned blood red, and the sound of hissing was accompanied by a lot of white smoke, and raised his hand to block it. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, shaking the eardrums of both of them. With a bang, the 2 or 3 meters of hard ground under Ares' feet suddenly sank dozens of centimeters, forming a circle. It shows how powerful the casual attack of the golden lion is. "Ha ha ha ha, what an unexpected improvement, Ares, you are a man born for battle." The golden lion laughed and praised. Excitedly shouted, "Come again." The black scabbard covered with armed color domineering hit Ares' arms and even legs again and again, not only sharpening Ares' swordsmanship, but also enhancing his physical reaction, combat awareness, physical strength, etc. Because in Ares' body, the souls of the two worlds part due to the fusion of divide, his reaction speed, 5 senses, brain strength, etc. have changed. The golden lion Shiki thought that Ares's progress was beyond genius amazing. Although Shiki did not use his full strength, the momentum of the two people's battle was still mighty. The sound shook the sky. The brilliant and dazzling slashes destroyed the trees on the earth, and everything around was devastated. I don't know when. There were a few more people hundreds of meters away from the two people fighting. The leader was a man wearing a black captain's cloak with golden tassels on his shoulders locks. And there were 2 people beside him. One was Whitebeard Newgate, and the other was Wang Ji. Locks crossed his arms and looked at the 2 people fighting. A faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. It seems that Ares has grown a lot this time out to sea. His progress is even faster than I expected. In his imagination and estimation, Ares would need at least half a year to reach his current strength. But the actual situation started. From Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6, which was far beyond his budget. It only took about half a month. What Rox didn't know was that during the time he joined the Rox Pirates and this not too long journey, Ares learned some methods of armed color domineering, swordsmanship, physical skills, and fishman boxing. He gained a lot, which made his strength improve so fast. Although it was not as fast as a rocket, it was as fast as an airplane. The speed of growth and progress was so fast that Rox was quite surprised. Yes, I watched Ares grow up, and his progress was even faster than me and Shiki. Newgate also said in agreement, with a lingering shock on his face. As Ares's physical training teacher, he witnessed Ares's terrifying learning speed with his own eyes. Often, what he taught today can be learned the next day. It has already surpassed the category of genius, and after returning from this sailing mission, Ares's growth made him feel like he had been out at sea for several months. Unique. Ares' strength is like a different person. Wang Ji had a bitter smile on his face, and said with some complaints, "Captain, Ares just listened to you and was extremely eager to fight. This time we met the walled pirates on the sea, and Ares actually jumped into the sea and killed the walled pirates alone. Not only that. Halfway through, a Vice Admiral Garp came out, who knew that this kid would rush over again. If I talk too much, I will cry. He is able to stand here alive, which is the blessing of the goddess of luck." Wang Ji's inner sadness is beyond words. It is really true that even the whole ship can't come back. This matter. Of course, Rox knew about it on the day when Wang Ji and others came back. Listening to Wang Ji's complaints, he laughed, "Thief, haha, isn't this back alive? Even the world destroyer Bondi Wald and Vice Admiral Garp couldn't take this guy's life. Strength is also a part of luck. If it were someone else, he would have been killed long ago. Pirates must move forward fearlessly. Any enemy that stands in their way should be fought fearlessly. Go and fight." Which world-famous pirate doesn't have a lot of corpses in his hands? Not only did he not mean to blame him, but he also praised Ares. It is people like Ares who are not afraid of any strong man and face men head-on. They are the real warriors. As long as such a person does not die, he will become a famous pirate in this sea. I am a humble coder who asks all the readers for support online. If you like it, you can send a message to support it. Or you can give comments or urge for more updates. I will also pay attention to it. Thank you. Chapter 47 Whitebeard, Let me practice with Ares. Lox glanced at Wang Ji and said, "Wang Ji, you think too much, but lack courage and passion. Otherwise, you can become a top strong man like Shiki and Whitebeard." It has been several years since Wang Ji, the coder, joined the Rox Pirates. Rox has seen his growth. With Wang Ji's talent, his strength could have been even stronger, but his personality made him not as capable as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Lingling. Fearless fighting. He was thinking carefully before moving, lacking a bit of bravery, and was still a lot worse than the previous ones in terms of bloodiness and tempering in battle. So he gradually opened up the gap with Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Lingling, and others in strength, and was just a little stronger than Silver Axe, the LSP. But everyone has their own different personalities and choices. Even if he is the most famous and the strongest pirate in this sea, he cannot force Wang Ji's will. Wang Ji didn't care. After all, it was not the first time he heard Rox's words. He smiled and said, "It's enough to have Ski, Newgate, and Lingling charging in the front. We need to keep an eye on the other pirates on the ship and supervise those guys more." Newgate reached out and patted Wang Ji on the shoulder, and said with a hearty smile, "Kulala, you are such a fool. Like to fight, but it's good. Leave those powerful opponents to us." The three of them watched Ares training together, and the fight with Golden Lion Shiki also gave them a rough idea of Ares' current strength. Ares is now closer to the strength of the elite Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. According to his growth rate, he may reach or even exceed that level in less than half a year. And Ares is not even 15 years old now. It shows how strong and abnormal this guy's talent is. In the field, Golden Lion Shiki was more and more frightened as the battle went on. Ares' strength was always maintained at a peak level, and the battle lasted for nearly half an hour. Ares' body's strength has not weakened at all, and he has not shown any sign of weakness. The physical strength is extremely long and lasting. Every punch, every kick, and even the slashing blows have not weakened at all. And through the battle, the sensitive Golden Lion also realized that Ares was constantly improving his fighting skills. If the previous slashing blows were just simple moves, the current slashing blows are quickly adapted to Ares' own physical condition. 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6, and used in battle. More and more proficient. Leg knife 2 consecutive slashes. Ares kicked out a bright blue slashing blow while raising his leg, and his body instantly completed a 360-degree rotation, and kicked out another sharp slashing blow. Swish! Swish! 2 blue slashing blows several meters in size flew into the air, making a sharp sound of galloping and whistling through the air. There is progress! Golden Lion exclaimed, and then used the knife in his hand to pick up 2 slashes, one on the left and one on the right, and cut 2 deep grooves behind him. In his black and white eyes, he saw the huge figure of Ares approaching, and grinned. He held the knife horizontally in front of him, blocking Ares' weird arm. Clang! The fierce and violent force forced Golden Lion to once again strengthen the quality and quantity of his armament haki input, to reduce the impact of Ares' terrifying power. It's really weird armament haki. I don't know how Ares came up with this kind of haki. The Golden Lion's eyes condensed with a sense of importance. This strange, weird, and unique armament haki of Ares brought a power increase and hardness that surpassed ordinary armament haki. He had tried to learn this haki before, but his body couldn't bear it. Perhaps it was due to the difference in body. Trying to use Ares' armament haki caused the body's load to increase, and the blood flow rate was not enough to operate that weird armament haki. Golden Lion Shiki had to give up. And Rox and others who were watching the game were also very interested in Ares' state. Rox tilted his head slightly to look at Whitebeard and asked, "Newgate, do you know what's wrong with Ares' arm?" He knew that was why Ares was given the title of Blood Hand by the Navy, and this state could actually fight against Shiki's armament haki for so long. It is indeed extraordinary and unique. It also aroused his strong interest, and wanted to see if this unique method could improve his combat effectiveness to a higher level. "I have tried it, but others can't do it. His body has been different from ordinary people after being tempered and beaten day after day," Whitebeard replied. His face became solemn and deep, and he continued, "I don't know how Ares persisted in such training for so many years. If it were an ordinary person, let alone persisting, I'm afraid he would be injured in a few days. It can only be said that there are always a very small number of people in this sea who have talents and potential that ordinary people can't reach, and others can't envy them at all. This sea has countless secrets, various strange races, and countless mutated humans. There are always a few lucky ones who are favored by the gods, such as Charlotte Linlin, who is born with a super talent like steel skin, and Whitebeard also suspects that Ares may have such a talent. This talent is also different from Linlin's talent." Rox nodded in agreement, looking at Ares in the field with deep, sharp, and domineering eyes, and said with a slight smile, "Ares is a member of the Rox Pirates anyway. His strong talent and potential are also a good thing for the Rox Pirates. Let us witness the growth of this little guy." His mind was slightly moved. He was looking forward to Ares growing up quickly and becoming another strong man in the Rox Pirates. The Rox Pirates would be even stronger, and Rox would have a little more confidence in becoming the world's overlord. Rox looked at Wang Ji and said, Wang Ji, Aries has some mental problems and he is still young, so you have to teach him some things. Captain, don't worry, this guy will definitely be an excellent pirate, I promise. Wang Ji responded to Rox solemnly. Adolescence is the most rebellious adolescence in life, and Aries seems to have brain problems, so Rox also deliberately told Wang Ji. Let him be careful, teach Aries well. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes were shining, staring at the two people fighting on the field excitedly, and his heart and blood began to get excited. Finally, he couldn't help it, and simply stabbed the cloud into the ground, rushed up with a dragon-like tiger step, and grinned, Ski, get out of the way. Let me practice with Aries. Protagonist's small theater. Aries touched his bald head and looked at the book friends in front of the mobile phone. Have you generated electricity for love today? Let the strong current stimulate my body, and then fencing. Book friends, please support me more, thank you. Chapter 48 Golden Lion, Whitebeard, you are cheating. Asshole. Whitebeard, this is a competition between Iris and me, why are you interfering? Golden Lion roared with an angry face. He caught a glimpse of Whitebeard running towards him with big strides out of the corner of his eye, not to mention the beginning. Posted in Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6. Whitebeard's voice was so loud that even hundreds of meters away, it made his eardrums buzz. Then he shouted to remind him, don't forget that today's date is an odd number. According to our agreement, Aries belongs to me today. Even-numbered days belong to you. The Golden Lion's heart suddenly tightened. Because Whitebeard had no intention of stopping at all. Kulela-Lahate agreement or not, I'm itching to play with Aries. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He didn't care about the Golden Lion's words at all, staring at Aries with his eyes, and the sound of the wind running past his ears. Let the distance between him and Aries get closer and closer. Damn it! Golden Lion was furious and yelled, you're cheating. He was also indignant. Whitebeard ignored the agreement they had made and was just cheating. At this time, Whitebeard turned a deaf ear to Golden Lion's scolding. When he was about to get close to Aries, he shouted, Aries, pay attention. He raised his sturdy arm, his muscles swelled, and punched Aries with great momentum. Aries was not to be outdone, and raised his blood-red arm to punch him. Bang! The dull collision sound was like thunder. The airflow at the intersection of the two fists surged and whistled in all directions, blowing up Whitebeard's clothes and golden hair. Cool, the power has increased. Whitebeard's eyes flashed with a light, and he laughed and exclaimed. He was also full of surprises. Through the collision of fists, he personally felt the growth of Aries' strength and physical skills. One punch after another. The two people's fists formed more than 10 after-images in front of them. The loud noises of bang 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 rang out one after another. The Golden Lion Shiki, who retreated to the side, stared at Whitebeard fiercely, his face was very unhappy, and he bit the cigar in his mouth tightly, what a bastard. Then don't blame me for taking your time tomorrow. Then he put Sakura 10 and Deadwood back on his waist. Aries, who was fighting with Whitebeard, became more excited, and the blood in his body began to boil. The kind of nerve stimulation with a little pain, the impact of power on the body brings a kind of shocking and refreshing feeling. Two Iron Men are really fighting each other physically. Just like pounding the back, when it hurts, it makes people feel comfortable and happy. Great! Aries laughed happily, this is a kind of full-body venting, hearty happiness. It is simply an extremely strong push-back feeling. It is completely incomparable to the collision with the Golden Lion scabbard, this is the real happiness. Kulala, not enough. Whitebeard laughed and stimulated Aries, this kind of power is far from enough, use all the power you have. The movements between the two became faster again. And both sides even added more fierce kicks. The power brought by the thigh is much stronger than the fist, which makes the battle between the two more exciting and refreshing. Lox on the sidelines was a little excited, and he said in a hoarse voice with excitement, "I really want to join them, but Ares is still too weak now." He did not go down to join the battle directly, because not only would it ruin Whitebeard's interest, but Ares's fighting power was still too low for Rox. There will be a chance. Ares is growing very fast. He should be able to have a good fight with the captain. Wang Ji smiled with narrowed eyes. He was somewhat envious in his heart. After all, he had seen Ares grow up with his own eyes. He thought about Ares' crazy training method. Wang Ji couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. Such self-harming training was not something that everyone could bear. Pirates must be prepared for battle at all times. If they get injured during training, they may die in a brutal battle. Not everyone has the physical conditions and capital like Ares. Ares and Whitebeard's battle. No one called for a stop or a rest. The battle lasted for several hours. Finally, Ares fell to the ground with a thud, breathing in the air with his mouth wide open. He had only one thought in his mind: this kind of battle is simply too exciting. Sweating all over, his convex parts appeared on his forehead. Under the sun, the bronze muscles were covered with sweat and even reflected the golden sunlight from the sun. If Charlotte Linling was here, she might not be able to control herself. Whitebeard's face, neck, and other places exposed outside his clothes also showed a lot of sweat. He looked at Ares with satisfaction and said, "Your combat skills and physical skills have improved very well. But you have to keep it up. You are still far away from the strong." It's not that he didn't want to praise Ares, but he was afraid that too much praise would make Ares proud. So he scored 99 points against his conscience. Through these hours of fighting, Whitebeard was extremely shocked and surprised. But it didn't show on his face. In just over 10 days, Ares's body reaction speed, explosive power, combat awareness, perception sensitivity, etc. have all improved significantly. It stands to reason it's understandable that one aspect has improved significantly. But Ares's progress is simply unreasonable, a direct all-round improvement. What an unreasonable talent! Whitebeard also turned and walked towards the position of Rox and others. He did not pull Ares up, so he let Ares take a rest. Seeing Whitebeard coming. Asshole! It should be me who is responsible for Ares' training today. The golden lion stared at Whitebeard fiercely as if he wanted to eat him, and said with gritted teeth. Whitebeard raised his head proudly and smiled, "It's really boring to sail for more than 10 days. I want to play with Ares. It's really refreshing and happy." Then he walked to Kanjayunki and pulled out Kanjayunki that was stuck in the ground. "Okay, it's only a day, so don't argue." Rox still came out to stop the quarrel between the two, and then directly changed the subject. He said to the ground, "Ares, get up, go back." After Ares got up, everyone began to return to the skeleton castle. A grand banquet was held on the island. This is the tradition of the Rox pirates. After receiving the supplies and treasures from the islands ruled by the Rox pirates, a banquet will be held that can be attended by both regular crew members and newcomers. Watching Ares appear, Xiaoqi, the chef of the Rox pirates, had 2 raging flames in her beautiful eyes, and she gritted her teeth and made a gurgling sound, "This damn big stomach king." The appetite has increased again. The protagonist's small drama. Ares posed with his arms bent and his chest muscles clamped together to show his huge and rock-hard chest muscles to the book friends in front of the mobile phone. The bronze muscles were shiny, and he raised his eyebrows and showed a mysterious smile to the book friends, which meant, "You know." Said, "Are you interested? It's the 3rd update today, a small milestone of 100,000 words. Give me some support." Chapter 49 Lingling, I just like Ares. Xiaoqi vented all her anger on the ingredients. As the head chef of the Rox pirates, she is naturally good at cooking. She chopped the small kitchen knife on the chopping board. Whether it was vegetables or meat with hard bones, they were all cut neatly by her. This time, she cut the vegetables with a little more force than before. It seemed that what was lying on the chopping board was not food, but Aries. This huge banquet was naturally divided into inside and outside. The newcomers were naturally on the periphery, and the formal crew members were in the skeleton castle. And the higher-level corps members and captain-level figures were naturally in different rooms. Aries, sandwiched by Whitebeard and Golden Lion, naturally went all the way to the cotter's room. The members of the Rocks Pirates envied him and cast envious eyes. There was even more discussion in private. As soon as Aries went out to sea, the navy offered a bounty of 40 million berries, and he was called the Bloody Hand. This matter has been spread all over the island for a long time. I even asked the people who went out with Aries. I heard that Aries and Vice Admiral Garp had a fight. What the hell? This guy is so fierce, isn't he afraid of being beaten to death by Garp's fist? More than fierce? Everyone on the ship was running away, and Aries jumped into the sea and killed the world pirates alone. Do you think he is brave or not? Awesome! He is simply the father of an awesome guy. The captain of the world destroyer, Bondi World. Why do you think that guy is so valued by the two captains, Golden Lion and Whitebeard? Of course there is a secret. Secret? Come and tell me. The members of the Rocks Pirates discussed heatedly, and were treated differently by the two most powerful captains on the ship, Golden Lion and Whitebeard. It has attracted the attention of many pirates. So far, no one in the Rocks Pirates has been taught by the two captains, Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Not only these two captains, but it is said that Captain Wang Ji also takes great care of Aries. And Kaido, who was in the crowd, looked at Aries with envy in his big copper bell eyes, and felt a little uncomfortable. After all, Aries stepped on him and was taught by Rocks. Captain Cock's values him, and he became a formal member of the Rocks Pirates. Now he is also a person valued by Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Kaido also felt strong envy and jealousy in his heart. Wait! I will definitely surpass you. I will train 10 times harder. Long Bao has taught me armament haki. When I succeed in practicing, I will get the devil fruit from Lingling. I will definitely surpass you. I, Kaido, will not only become a formal crew member, but also a cotter of the Rocks Pirates. Kaido's eyes were bright, and a strong flame rose in the center of his pupils. He swore in his heart, I must take back my own glory. I should be the most dazzling, most welcome, and most powerful newcomer in the Rocks Pirates. In the room. When Aries entered the room, a scorching gaze fell on him, causing Aries, who was much more sensitive, to look over. I saw Charlotte Lingling's eyes always on me. When Aries looked over, Lingling even made a very provocative expression, raised the corners of her bright red mouth, and licked her lips with her tongue. There was spring in her eyes, and she threw a wink at Aries. Wink! Charlotte Lingling's actions made Aries frown. Whitebeard, who was holding Aries' shoulders, also noticed Lingling's gaze, and immediately glared at Lingling with a sharp look like a sword. Whitebeard warned in a very cold tone, Lingling, don't think about Aries, he is still a child. If I know, I will sink you into the sea. Although Aries is big, he knows that Aries is only 14 or 15 years old now, and is still a minor. And Whitebeard knows exactly what kind of character Lingling is. These years. In the Rocks Pirates, Lingling has given birth to more than a dozen children, both boys and girls. Even when she was prolific, she could give birth to up to 4 children a year. As for who the father of the child was, even Whitebeard couldn't remember them all, and even the child didn't know who his father was. Golden Lion held a cigar in his mouth, grinning with an evil and domineering smile, Lingling, Aries is my Golden Lion's apprentice. If you think your steel skin can block my Golden Lion's slash, you can give it a try. Let's see whether your skin is hard or my Golden Lion's blade is sharp. He exhaled a thick white smoke from his mouth, and his face showed a fearless and domineering expression of "come and try if you dare." Charlotte Lingling, who was threatened by Golden Lion and Whitebeard, suddenly opened her eyes and said bluntly, "I just like Aries. As long as you agree to let me have children with him, I can give you gold, Bailey, and other things." The last word "we" has not been spoken yet. Lingling suddenly widened her eyes, full of disbelief. In her ember pupils, a sharp guandeo was reflected. It was Whitebeard's Zanjiankari. She was shocked. Whitebeard actually took action at the Rocks Pirates executive banquet just for that guy Aries. "Hey!" Whitebeard Newgate glared at her and shouted, "Lingling! Are my words no longer effective?" With Zanjiankari raised in his right hand, he pointed the sharp tip of the knife at Charlotte Lingling's face, but finally stopped. With a cold face, Whitebeard exuded a powerful and fierce aura that instantly enveloped Charlotte Lingling, and said coldly, "Lingling, today is Captain Rock's banquet, but that doesn't mean you can have an idea of Aries in front of me, Whitebeard. This time is a warning. Next time, my knife will cut you directly." A sharp gust of wind from Yunki hit Lingling's face, and a trace of cold sweat overflowed from her forehead. The whole room was silent for a moment. You could hear a pin drop. The tense and depressing atmosphere once reached its peak. Long bread ran out from behind Lingling, with a peacemaker's smile on his face. "Newgate," Lingling was just talking casually. "We are all members of the Rocks Pirates, there is no need to make such a fuss. Captain Rocks will be here soon, it's not good to see you like this. Put away your knives." At this time, other cotters also echoed, and Silveraxe stood up from his seat and said, "The banquet is the happiest time for pirates, everyone should enjoy the banquet." He walked straight to Aries and asked, "Aries, do you think I'm right?" Everyone in the room looked at Aries. Although Aries is now just a formal crew member and a newcomer who has just joined for less than a month, the status gap between him and the cotters is obvious, but Aries has the support of Golden Lion and Whitebeard behind him. Those are the two most powerful captains in the Rocks Pirates. It also makes other cotters dare not look down on Aries. Aries also directly expressed his attitude, "I want to eat. I want to drink." After practicing for most of the day and taking a shower in the room, he was already starving. Hearing Aries's answer, a laugh suddenly rang out in the room. "Ha ha ha! Kulala!" A few minutes later, Captain Rocks and Captain John also came into the room. The banquet officially began. The main character's drama. Aries looked at the table in front of him, which was filled with more. He immediately lost interest in eating. He looked at the readers with pitiful eyes and said, "My food is 5-star praise and power generation, feed it a little." Chapter 50 Long Bread, Clash Between Monsters. Charlotte Lingling looked meaningfully at Aries, who was surrounded by the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard, and lowered her head slightly. The hat on her head made half of her face fall into the dark shadow. She grabbed the huge cake in front of her with one hand and put it into her mouth. Mom, what a delicious mousse cake! Although she was eating the cake in her mouth, her heart was filled with the strong and sturdy physique of Aries. She couldn't help but guess in her mind, it must be very hard, right? Compared to the cake. Lingling wanted to taste the taste of a young boy like Aries, which must be different. She laughed secretly in her heart, "Aries, I don't believe that those two guys Newgate and Ski will stay by your side forever, there will always be a chance. I'm only in my 20s now, there's plenty of time. Aries, you will be eaten by me sooner or later." Mom. Lingling yet in her heart and laughed wildly, with a touch of spring in her eyes and eyebrows. There was laughter in the room. Pirates' fun was naturally drinking. Aries's alcohol tolerance had improved a bit, but he didn't dare to drink too much. He focused more on the delicious food and ate it voraciously. His teeth were like a meat grinder. He didn't even let go of the bones in the meat. He chewed and swallowed it. This was one of the reasons why his bones were strong and hard. Everyone, be quiet. I want to say something. Rox looked around at the cotters in the room with his tiger eyes. When the room was completely quiet, he said with a serious face, this time, Wang Ji led the team to carry out the mission and encountered the walled pirates on the sea. When Rox mentioned the walled pirates, the cotters in the room all looked solemn, knowing that Captain Rox might take action. As expected, Rox's magnetic voice sounded, if the world pirates dare to provoke the Rox pirates, they must be punished by the Rox pirates. The reputation and face of the Rox pirates cannot be trampled by other pirates. It is necessary to tell all the pirates on this sea with blood that those who trouble the Rox pirates will die. The cotters in the room also echoed. Wang Ji was the first to stand up and support. There can only be one pirate overlord on this sea, that is the Rox pirates. Any pirates who oppose the Rox pirates, they should all be eliminated. That's right. I agree with the captain's decision. Silver Axe smiled and immediately followed suit. Whitebeard and Golden Lion had no objection. And Rox's decision is far more than that. From today on, it will be the beginning of his road to the top. There was a wanton and crazy arc on the corner of his mouth, and then he said, let Newgate lead the walled pirates, and the Roger pirates on the sea seem to be quite strong. Let Jin Shizi and Wang Ji lead the team to contact them. Recruit the Roger pirates. If they refuse, let them return to the embrace of the sea. Roger pirates. Jin Shizi raised the corner of his mouth, showing a domineering and confident expression and laughed, ha ha ha, let me meet the Roger pirates. A strong expectation also rose in his heart. The Roger Pirates are a pirate group that has recently gained fame and gradually become another extremely dazzling and powerful pirate group on the sea. And what surprised Jin Shizi was that the captain asked Wang Ji to accompany him, so that he could bring Aries with him. One spent a wonderful honeymoon. It took a long time to find the Roger Pirates, giving him the opportunity to leave Whitebeard behind and enjoy Aries alone. Shiki the Golden Lion was instantly excited, and he started to drink the wine. Happy. I wish I could take Aries to sail to find Roger's pirate group right now. Aries was also excited and looking forward to it, going to sea. Maybe I can encounter the devil fruit that Captain John mentioned this time. With the devil fruit, my recovery ability will become stronger. For going to sea. His heart was full of expectations and yearning, not only because of the devil fruit, but also because he could fight with other strong men on the sea. Roger's pirate group. Captain Rox asked Shiki the Golden Lion and Wang Ji to lead the team. The other party must be a very strong pirate group. The time is set in a month. Rox raised the bottle in his hand and said loudly, let's drink together. Let the reputation of the Rox pirates resound throughout the sea. Ha 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 ha. The pirates in the room raised their glasses and bottles and drank happily. All kinds of strange laughter intertwined. 27 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Rox's plan was about to begin. Ha ha ha, I can finally use the armament haki skillfully. Kaido clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out, it was terrifying. His arms were like polished black metal, reflecting bursts of bright white light. That was armament haki. Kaido was so happy and excited at the moment. 20 days. He finally mastered armament haki and could use it skillfully on his arms or various parts of his body. The long bread on the side also exclaimed, Kaido, you are really a monster. You can perfectly control your armament haki in more than 20 days. Although armament haki is a very common power on the sea, it takes a lot of time to master this power. From understanding armament haki, to various attempts in training, to using it, sometimes working and sometimes not, to using it at any time, even to various parts of the body. All these processes take time. This time varies from person to person, ranging from a few months to a few years. And Kaido, this monster, only took less than a month to completely master the power of armament haki. In time, his armament haki will be very terrifying. My strength improved a lot a month ago. This time, I will definitely defeat Aries. A burst of high fighting spirit burst out from Kaido's huge eyes. For nearly a month, except for sleeping and eating, he has been training madly to improve himself. Even when he was doing high-intensity exercise with Lingling, he was trying to exercise, and when he was exercising with Lingling, he was also sharpening his will. He really got stronger. Much stronger than he was a month ago. Bread was shocked and asked in surprise, "Hey, Kaido, you don't want to challenge Aries? Aren't you afraid that Shiki and Newgate will be angry, then? What are you afraid of?" Kaido's eyes were horizontal, and his huge head blocked the sun in the sky. He looked down at the short bread and smiled, "This is a matter between Aries and me. Are they going to protect Aries under their wings all the time? This is my challenge, he will definitely accept it. Even Whitebeard and Golden Lion will not stop it. This is a fair challenge." Kaido turned and walked towards the direction of Aries' training. His heart was full of enthusiasm. He would definitely be able to defeat Aries today. Become the most dazzling and shining new star of the Rocks Pirates. Looking at Kaido leaving, Long Bread also chased him, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The collision between monsters will definitely be exciting. And this time Kaido has learned the armed color domineering. Protagonist's small theater. When can Aries eat the devil fruit? How to develop the devil fruit? It's almost time. Won't everyone send more power, give 5-star praise, and urge for more updates? Chapter 51 Negative example, Charlotte Linlin. Kaido strode towards the place where Aries was training. The fighting spirit in his eyes seemed to have formed a substantial flame that was getting more and more intense in his pupils. The Long Bread had to run fast with his legs to keep up, which was the disadvantage of being short and having short legs. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. It was already the beginning of July, and the weather was gradually getting hotter. It had been almost a month and a half since Aries joined the Rocks Pirates. At this moment, Aries was carrying a building that was almost a 2-story building under the scorching sun. A hill as big as a 30-story building was squatting. This small hill weighed at least tens of tons, but Aries was carrying it on his shoulders and back to do squats. The arms, which were already extremely strong, expanded nearly twice their size because of the bulging muscles. The veins were like hemp ropes on a pirate ship. Crossing Aries' bulging muscles, his broad shoulders were like 2 round steel shields, and his high chest, with beautiful muscle lines, was as solid and hard as a steel pillar. 2137. Ha! 2138. Hey! Aries' sweat never stopped for a second. Under him was a pool of black sweat. Even the hot temperature could not evaporate the sweat on the ground in a short time. The white-bearded man who was sitting under a big tree to enjoy the coolness could not help but sigh, "What a hard-working boy." At his age of more than 30, Aries, who was in his teens, was just a child in his eyes. Aries has grown up in almost a month. The speed of growth is faster than others in a few months or even a year or two. The expression on the face of the Golden Lion showed a look of relief and satisfaction. He reached out to take out a lighter, lit the cigar in his mouth, and took a deep puff. Since the last time Whitebeard Newgate took his time, he took it back the next day, and now the two of them will teach Aries together when they are free. The original agreement of 1 person per day is also in vain. Whitebeard also smiled with satisfaction. Yes, now Aries can probably fight back and forth with the elite Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. In a month, the swordsmanship has reached the middle level among the swordsmen, and the improvement in physical skills is also very obvious. At this rate, his face changed, and he said solemnly, "Maybe it will only take 2 or 3 years to become the top powerhouse in this world. It means that Aries, who is 17 or 18 years old, will stand among the strongest in this sea. This is a very amazing thing. And Aries still has decades to go when he is 30 years old? When he is 40 years old? How strong will Aries be at that time? Just thinking about it makes Whitebeard look forward to it. Yes. Aries is the fastest growing person I have ever seen, and he is also the one who trains the hardest. If Lingling had half the effort of Aries, she might have surpassed both of us long ago. Golden Lion said with emotion. Charlotte Lingling. She was born to be a being that surpassed countless people. Her natural growth allowed Lingling to destroy a village in the Elbaf giant country when she was 5 years old. Even the giants were vulnerable in front of the 5-year-old Lingling. No one in the world can match such talent. If she could insist on training as hard as Aries, no, even if she was only half as hard, she could become a strong man who was not inferior to rocks or even surpassed rocks. It's a pity. Such talent was really wasted by Lingling. Lingling was able to grow to this point, all thanks to fighting, and she never exercises or trains at ordinary times. Whitebeard grinned, with a bit of sarcasm in his smile. Why mention her? Lingling is a mentally ill guy. Speaking of Lingling, Golden Lion also said, maybe she has a problem with her soul like Aries, but Aries' usual performance is normal. Then he smiled teasingly. Lingling is focused on men, while Aries is focused on training. This is the difference between the two people. It won't be long before Aries will surpass Lingling. In their view, Lingling is simply a negative example, while Aries is a positive role model. They also believe that the height that Aries can reach will surpass Charlotte Lingling. This is where Golden Lion and Whitebeard have the greatest expectations for Aries. I can't see the limit of Aries. Whitebeard nudged Golden Lion next to him with his elbow and reminded him, someone is coming. Then he stood up. The Golden Lion on the side also looked at Kaido, who was walking in a long distance, and raised his mouth. Kaido? It seems that he is looking for trouble with Aries. He must be very unwilling to lose to Aries last time. He also stood up and looked at Kaido with disdain in his eyes. He sneered in his heart, if you fail once, you will fail forever. No one can surpass Aries' growth rate. Kaido. Compared with Aries, there is a big gap. Kaido looked at Aries in training, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he was shocked, this guy is still so hard-working. But I, Kaido, will definitely win this time. He walked towards Aries. And the long bread on the side stopped and looked at Aries, who was training with a mountain on his back. He was shocked and couldn't help but take a breath. Hiss. It really is a monster. The strong visual impact made him open his eyes wide in shock. This was the first time that Long Bayoma had seen such a training method. At this time, Kaido had already walked to a place dozens of meters away from Aries. It was the ups and downs of the mountain that blocked him. He also directly stated his intention, Aries, I want to challenge you. The high fighting spirit was written on his face. Today he came to avenge the previous shame. Aries also suddenly stopped training. He looked up at Kaido with the mountain on his back. He frowned and refused, I don't accept your challenge. I defeated you last time. You are not my opponent. Your strength is too small. I am unhappy. That time when he fought Kaido, he easily defeated him, and he also felt the strength of his opponent's power. Kaido's power was far behind Whitebeard and Golden Lion, and the battle would definitely be unpleasant. So Aries rejected Kaido directly. He continued to do squats with the mountain on his back. Aries' rejection made Kaido, who was originally excited and ready to fight, look stunned. He was rejected. He looked down on him. Kaido was immediately furious. Aries was obviously looking down on him, and he gritted his teeth. Clucking, Aries. Are you scared? Are you afraid that after you lose to me, both Ski and Newgate will look down on you? Are you afraid of losing your qualification as a formal crew member? Are you going to fight me or not? Protagonist's small drama. Book friend, Aries, when will you eat the devil fruit? We want to see the author eat shit-smelling fruit. Is there power generation and 5-star reviews? If so, eat it. The coder typed out the answer on the keyboard. Very soon, just tens of thousands of words. Handsome book friends like Wuziu, Peng Yan, Chen Xi, etc., please give some support. Chapter 52 Kaido, do you know how I live? Seeing this, the golden lion showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth and shouted to Aries, Aries, just teach this kid a lesson. Ha ha ha, let this kid see the results of your training these days. A gleam of light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and he was interested and grinned. Kulalala, Aries is not so easy to challenge. In the Rocks Pirates, which are full of strong men, with Aries' current strength, he can definitely squeeze into the top 20. Even cotters of Wangji and Silver Axe would never dare to be careless against Aries now. If they were hit by Aries' punch, it would be uncomfortable under the terrifying strange power. Aries' fist can be fatal. Kaido, who had his back to the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, could not see the expressions of watching the show and playing on their faces. But Longbread noticed it. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and it didn't feel good. He was worried. Look at Golden Lion and Whitebeard, they seem to be full of confidence in Aries. Aries is very strong. Under the guidance of Whitebeard and Golden Lion, he must have improved a lot. But they must not know that Kaido has learned armament haki, otherwise they wouldn't be so sure that Aries can defeat Kaido. Kaido who has learned armament haki is no longer the Kaido before. With the increase of armament haki, the power of Kaido's punch has increased by at least 3 times. Bread looked up at Kaido. Compared with Aries, he believed in the Kaido he saw more. Kaido's crazy, violent, devilish training made him remember it vividly. The amount of training is definitely not less than Aries, and it may even exceed it. It's like he's torturing himself like crazy. That kind of training method makes even the people who see it feel scared. Aries looked up at Kaido. Carrying a heavy mountain on his back, he said to Kaido with a hint of urging, "Come on. I accept your challenge. You can start now." 2205. Looking at Aries who was still squatting, Kaido suddenly had several black lines on his forehead. Very speechless. After being speechless, he was full of anger. The other party did not take him seriously as an opponent. Such a contemptuous and disdainful attitude made Kaido feel greatly insulted. Don't be a human being. Aries, are you going to fight me with this mountain on your back? Kaido suppressed the strong anger rising in his chest and squeezed out this sentence from his teeth. Then he could no longer suppress his anger, and roared, "Don't look down on me. I am the man who is destined to stand on this sea in the future, Kaido." Crack! The angry Kaido clenched his fist tightly, his bones made a terrifying sound, and his arm muscles, which were thicker than Aries, swelled up. He punched the mountain in front of him. Bang! A loud noise came, and Kaido's huge fist sank deeply into the stone. Shocking cracks began to spread from his fist to the surroundings of the mountain. Finally, the mountain on Aries' back broke apart, turning into huge pieces of rubble that fell to the ground with a bang. The ground shook violently. The smoke and dust in the sky blocked everyone's sight. His punch was powerful and extraordinary. The purpose? Of course, it was to destroy the things Aries trained, so that Aries could fight him openly. Kaido glared at Yanshin and yelled, "Aries, stop looking down on me. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Do you know how I managed to get through this month?" The resentment in his heart completely erupted at this moment. Not only did he have to endure the painful, torturous, and boring training, but he also had to endure the torture from lingering from time to time after training. He had had enough. It was the will to defeat Aries that kept him going from the hellish days to now. Supported until this moment. Kaido had only one belief in his heart, that was to defeat Aries. The only way to avenge the past is today. Seeing Kaido's furious look, the Golden Lion in the distance couldn't help but sneer. It seems that this little brat Kaido has a deep grudge against Aries. Before Aries joined the Rocks Pirates, Kaido is indeed the most talented, but that's all in the past. Before meeting Aries, when Kaido had just joined the Rocks Pirates, Shiki the Golden Lion did try to recruit Kaido. It just didn't work. Now that he has Ares, he doesn't think highly of Kaido. Kaido's challenge to Ares is just another way to seek failure. Whitebeard is full of confidence in Ares. What is Kaido? He has been on Rock's ship for much longer than Ares. Although he is very outstanding, compared with Ares, one is a beautiful swan. The other is an ugly duckling. There is no need to compare the gap between the two. This is also the reason why they did not stop Kaido. In their opinion, Kaido's challenge to Ares is to humiliate himself. The smoke gradually dissipated. And there was a bang-bang sound in the smoke, which was the sound made when the boulder was moved and thrown away. Ares gradually walked out of the smoke. A terrifying light burst out from his deep eyes, and his face, which was interrupted by his training, was furious. What I hate most is someone interrupting my training. Are you ready? Ares strode towards Kaido, his sharp eyes staring at Kaido like a ferocious tiger. Kaido was shocked by this sharp and fierce gaze. Then his eyes were filled with flames, and he grinned, I have been ready for a long time, waiting for now. He stepped forward with his left foot, making a dull sound and stirring up a cloud of dust. He swung his right arm, stirring the airflow in the air and making a whirring sound. Ares! I will defeat you! Kaido let out a deafening roar, and with a buzz, the enviable arm suddenly turned black. The hardening of the armament color is completed. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Shiki the Golden Lion suddenly shrank. With a hint of surprise, Kaido has learned the armament color Haki. He remembered that this guy didn't know armament Haki a month ago, but now he has learned it in a month? That's pretty fast. However, when he thought of the scene where Ares punched him twice, his expression changed and he laughed. Monsters have their own monsters to deal with. Let Ares deal with this guy. More than a month ago, Golden Lion couldn't forget that Ares used that weird armament Haki to hit him in the face. Deep memory. That was also the first time he instigated Ares to drink and make a farce. At this moment, Bread couldn't help but widen his eyes and stared at Kaido intently. The next scene made him unforgettable for life. Small theater. From the helplessness of the coder, why are there still people talking about the fruit? Isn't it already said in the introduction? Also, there are people who say that the protagonist, as a time traveler, doesn't know these people. Have you really read the novel seriously? Or just to criticize for the sake of criticizing? I'm asking for support from the coder. I want 5-star reviews, urging for updates, and sending electricity. Thank you all. I kowtow to you all online. Bang! Bang! Chapter 53 The strongest monster of the Rocks Pirates, Ares. Kaido's raised arm made a sound of thunder and wind. It was like a howling wind. It made the whole world depressed, just like the roar of a beast, which was creepy. The air was shaking violently. The momentum was amazing. Ha! Kaido roared like a mad beast, and then his fist, which was hardened by armament Haki and harder than steel, slammed towards Ares. The sound of breaking through the air sounded like thunder. The airflow whistled along his arm like a strong wind. The power of this punch was several times stronger than the punch that Kaido had used to smash the hill before. Kaido opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were filled with the belief that he must win. He wanted to see Ares fall under his punch with his own eyes. He couldn't help but get excited. Ares, I am the strongest newcomer in Rocks. All the glory of Ares now belongs to me, Kaido. As powerful as a tiger. It felt like a mountain being smashed with one punch. The momentum was overwhelming, sweeping up a fierce gust of wind, and it attacked Ares at lightning speed. Ares just slightly dodged to the side, and said calmly, too slow. He dodged Kaido's punch easily, and in a flash, he pressed his palm on Kaido's face in Kaido's horrified eyes. What? When the warm hand was on his face, Kaido's eyes were bloodshot and his mind was shaking violently. Even his strong heart couldn't help but feel an unprecedented fear. The opponent dodged his punch, and the hand on his face made him feel like he had fallen into a terrifying hell. In Kaido's eyes, he couldn't believe it and was horrified. Ares' arm exerted force, causing Kaido's sight to shift, and the body came sideways. Boom! Gravel splashing. The long-bread watching the battle was stunned. Kaido's head was pressed to the ground by Ares. He opened his mouth wide, showing an expression of shock, but he didn't know what to say. This kid, one move is fatal. The golden lion's eyes lit up and grinned. He defeated the opponent so cleanly and neatly. His combat awareness, reaction, etc. were far beyond Kaido. The two are not at the same level at all. This is the Rocks Pirates, the strongest monster Ares. Whitebeard chuckled, fast and fierce enough. The physical skills were not practiced in vain. The gap between Kaido and Ares is still too big. Even if he learned the armament haki, it is not enough to make up for the gap between the two. Then he laughed again and praised himself, "Kulalala, you are worthy of being my disciple taught by Whitebeard." He looked quite proud. He watched Ares' physical skills grow rapidly. He was sincerely happy for Ares for his rapid progress. The golden lion on the side raised his head slightly and glared at Whitebeard, saying, "Ares is also my golden lion's disciple. His growth to this point is naturally also due to my golden lion's contribution. What does Ares' powerful physical skills have to do with you, the yellow-haired lion?" Whitebeard immediately retorted unhappily. The golden lion's face was furious, "It has nothing to do with me. Do you think you are the only one who has had actual combat training with this guy?" The two quarreled again over a small matter. Kaido, whose head was pressed deeply into the ground by Ares, suffered a violent impact and his mind was blank and confused. This state lasted for several seconds. Kaido suddenly came to his senses, and immediately a feeling of shame and anger rose from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His punch was thunderous but the raindrops were small. Not only did he not hit Ares at all, but he was also pressed on the head by the other party and pressed into the ground. Shame, anger, disappointment. These emotions were instantly intertwined in Kaido's heart, and the previous bold words were like slaps in his face. "Ah!" Kaido let out an unwilling hysterical roar, all the muscles on his body swelled up, veins popped out, and even his face, which was held down by Ares with one hand, turned red. Thick veins appeared on his forehead, temples, neck, and other places. His arm carried a strong wind and hammered towards Ares. But Ares easily clamped his wrist with his other hand and said, "Give up, you are not my opponent." Then he changed the subject and said something that hurt Kaido very much, "No. You are not qualified to be my opponent." Then he let go of Kaido's hand and stared at Kaido indifferently and calmly. Kaido also stood up from the ground, with blood all over his forehead sliding down his face, making his already hideous face and anger look even more terrifying. His head drooped deeply, and his whole face was immersed in darkness. He couldn't help but tremble all over. He was deeply shocked again. Why? Why did I train so hard and crazy and master the armament haki? Isn't it still Ares' opponent? Ah! Why? At this moment, Kaido seemed to be in a state of madness. This month of inhuman torture. The motivation and belief that supported him to persist was to defeat Ares, but the crazy training only resulted in him being killed instantly again. What he got in return was another crushing defeat. I will not give up. Kaido raised his head suddenly, and even a man as strong as him with a strong heart had tears in his eyes. He made a hoarse roar. Buzz! The arm instantly hardened the armament haki, and punched Ares' chest again. Bang! The collision made a deafening dull sound. Kaido was stunned. His expression was dull as if he had seen something incredible. He howled like a mental patient, "Impossible! This is impossible! This must be an illusion!" He waved his other fist and suddenly hit Ares' chest. Bang! But Ares' feet were firmly planted in the ground like tree roots, and his high chest was harder than steel. Aries looked at the crazy Kaido in front of him expressionlessly, and said lightly, I defeated you once, and I can defeat you 100 times. 1,000 times. People who have been defeated by me, Aries, will never be able to defeat me again. He was filled with a strong self-confidence that made people look sideways. His eyes seemed to pass Kaido and look at an illusory person, that is, Garp. He secretly told himself, next time I see Garp, I must defeat him. The long-bread who witnessed all this was simply stunned. Just like me and my friends. In his sight, Kaido's fist, as thick as a stone pillar, fell on Aries, but he couldn't move Aries at all. It couldn't cause any harm to Aries. The thunderous sound reached the ears of the long-bread, making his heart beat violently. He was so shocked that he almost fainted. The tears came out of his throat. He was so shocked that he could not say more, too strong. Is this Aries' body? Monster. It's a real monster. No wonder he was fine after being punched by rocks more than a month ago. He had a strong doubt in his heart, how much strength did Captain Rocks use at that time? And how strong is Aries' physique? After Kaido punched several times in anger, he suddenly stopped. Aries' non-attack made him more painful and desperate than doing it. The opponent stood and let him hit him, and he couldn't hurt Aries. The power he was proud of was unable to withstand a blow in front of the opponent's strong physique and strength. A strong heart was shattered in an instant. What's the difference between such a strong and hard body and steel? It's so hard. Kaido's face looked like he had lost his soul, and he murmured in despair, such a physique, only Lingling's body can be stronger. This is also the strong body he longs for. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Hate that he can't have such a strong body. He has a deep understanding of Lingling's extremely strong physique, and Kaido himself is the first to lose every time. Hearing what Kaido said, Aries' eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Kaido with burning eyes and asked, You said Lingling's body is harder than mine. Please support the small drama. Book friends, author, you are so short and small. The author took off silently looked at it, and replied, How long is my chapter, didn't you count it yourself? 1 page is 1 centimeter, count how many pages this chapter has. The coder sighed, Please support, please generate electricity, and please give 5-star praise. Chapter 54 Born Destroyer or Steel Balloon. Aries couldn't help but get excited. The dream and goal he has always pursued is to make his body into a superb big knife. One word to describe it, that is hard. The hardest in the world. For this dream, he insisted on training beyond human limits every day, even training in a suicidal way in the eyes of others. In order to make his body harder than the supreme big knife. Now, Aries heard from Kaido that someone's body was harder than his own body after years of training, and he immediately became very interested and curious. He wanted to know why the other party's body was harder than his. You don't know. Kaido raised his head and looked at Aries with a puzzled look. You have joined the Rocks Pirates for more than a month, don't you know that Lingling has the nickname of Steel Balloon? Steel Balloon. Aries' eyes flashed, and his face with youth and childishness in his firmness was full of confusion. Isn't she known as a natural destroyer? He had always heard Lingling's nickname was Natural Destroyer, and he didn't know that Lingling also had the title of Steel Balloon. It was also related to the fact that Aries rarely contacted other people in the Rocks Pirates. He has always been obsessed with exercise, and the people he usually contacts most are Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Wang Ji. None of them told him about Lingling in detail, but only warned him not to have any contact with Lingling and not to agree to any request from Lingling. Kaido looked very strange. At this moment, he was full of anger towards Aries, but he also had an indescribable feeling of recognition. Aries, a muscle man, insisted on crazy training that was hard and unimaginable for ordinary people. All of this won Kaido's inner recognition and approval. After his face changed for a while, he said, the reason why Lingling has the nickname of Steel Balloon is because her skin is harder than steel. Even swords and artillery can't hurt her, and the weak can't break her skin at all. At this time, Golden Lion and Whitebeard also came up. Whitebeard looked at Aries, then looked at Kaido with a sharp look, and said without giving Aries any face, "Kaido, don't tell Aries about Lingling." And Shiki, the Golden Lion, scolded him rudely, "Kaido, get out. Guys like you are not welcome here." He was not as polite as Whitebeard, but directly did not give Kaido face, and told him to leave with a rude word. Kaido's face turned blue and purple, and he turned away with his teeth clenched. The back was quite lonely. His face was extremely gloomy, and the successive blows made his heart full of holes. Step by step, the body was like lead, and it kept moving forward like a zombie, until it disappeared from the sight of Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Kaido gritted his teeth in his heart, "Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Aries, I will defeat you. I, Kaido, will definitely become the strongest in the world." Suddenly, a strong and domineering aura suddenly burst out from his body, creating a hurricane that swept all around. It made people feel cold all over. The long bread that was following him stopped in his tracks and suddenly widened his eyes. He squinted his eyes, and said in shock, "Baba King's Haki." He was shocked. Kaido actually awakened, King's Haki. At this time, Kaido also stopped. He suddenly felt that he was filled with an extremely powerful force, but this force disappeared without a trace in an instant. It came quickly and went quickly. Hearing the exclamation of Long Bread, he turned around and looked at Long Bread and asked, "Long Bread, what was that power just now? Why did it make me feel so powerful? If I master this power, can I defeat Aries?" A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in his traumatized heart. Long Bread took a deep breath. He really didn't expect that Kaido actually awakened the King's Haki. He was really surprised and shocked. As Kaido waited with curiosity and expectation, he explained, "The domineering color domineering is the rarest kind of domineering, and this domineering cannot be learned through practice. This is a qualification belonging to the king. People with the domineering color domineering can intimidate, shock and scare the enemy without taking action, and can also make opponents much weaker than themselves faint. This is a powerful force that only one person in millions of people can possess." As he spoke, even the Long Bread himself couldn't help but get excited. People with the domineering color domineering will surely become strong people in this sea once they grow up. This kind of spirit is not something that ordinary people can have. There are many people with the qualifications of the king on the sea, but only under special reasons can they awaken the domineering color domineering by themselves, and that is the real domineering color. Kaido also got excited, with a hint of joy in his voice. "Only one person among millions of people has this qualification, I must master this powerful power." The face with dried blood was filled with strong urgency, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Long Bread, tell me, how to master this power?" The powerful feeling just now came quickly and disappeared quickly, and Kaido, who accidentally awakened the domineering color domineering, couldn't master it at all. He was eager to master this power. That is the foundation of turning over, only one person among millions of people has it, maybe Aries doesn't have this power at all. Long Bread explained, "There is no clear method to practice Conqueror's Haki. Only when the spirit of the owner of Conqueror's Haki is improved, Conqueror's Haki will be strengthened. However, this power can be mastered through training. After proficient use, you can control the range of Conqueror's Haki and affect the target, and the stronger Conqueror's Haki can be wrapped around weapons or bodies to attack. It is an extremely special skill. There is only one person in the entire Rocks Pirates who can master this skill. That is, Rocks D. Jibek." Kaido's heart was stirred, and the flame of hope became more and more intense, making his eyes bloom with terrifying light. "As long as I keep training and getting stronger, my Conqueror Haki will become stronger until I master this powerful force. Plus, if I can get the devil fruit that Lingling treasures, I will be able to become stronger. Kaido, who regained his confidence, was filled with high morale and confidence. And even his aura became stronger. Chang Baomao couldn't help but look at him sideways. Kaido has become stronger again. And he also has Conqueror Haki, just like Lingling, he has the qualifications to become a king. He encouraged Kaido with an excited look, 1 or 2 failures are nothing, you have to be a man who keeps standing up even if you are defeated, and becomes stronger and stronger. After awakening Conqueror Haki, Chang Baomao paid more attention to Kaido. Kaido, who has the qualifications of a king, and Lingling, who has the qualifications of a king, are simply a perfect match. They will definitely make this sea glow with a new pattern together. Suddenly, Longbread thought of that hot guy again, Aries. He was also the man that Charlotte Linling had always been thinking about. Lingling asked me to find a way, but this guy is being watched so closely by Whitebeard and Golden Lion. What can I do? The small theater is here. The coder, I am really grateful to every supportive reader. I have replied to many of them, but there are too many, so please forgive me for not replying to some of them. Thank you for your support. Let the storm of support come even more violently. Electricize the coder to death. Chapter 55, the second stage of body forging, pyrotechnics forging. Longbread was depressed. Lingling gave him this task, but now he had no idea. Today he witnessed Ares's powerful strength again. He estimated that Ares's strength was at least 5 times that of Kaido. This is a very terrifying number. With that kind of strength, even if he fought Ares, he would not be sure of winning. He was not very clear about how strong Ares was. The main reason was that Kaido, who had learned the armament Haki, was defeated too quickly and thoroughly by Ares. Longbread was troubled. Ares is so strong, and with Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Wang Ji and others by his side, it's really hard to complete the task assigned by Lingling. Now he can only take one step at a time, and his eyes are on the huge Kaido in front of him. He felt fortunate. Fortunately, there is Kaido. Now Kaido has also mastered the armament Haki. I hope Lingling won't get tired of the old and love the new so quickly. After Kaido and Longbread left. Well done. The Golden Lion laughed and patted Ares's broad shield-like shoulders, praising him, you should beat Kaido hard and make him completely desperate. Whitebeard also laughed and praised, Kulalala Ares, you can train yourself completely after practicing your current physical skills for a while. A real strong man still needs to constantly gain experience and become stronger in battle. Life and death battles can stimulate the potential in the human body to a greater extent. What surprised him was that Ares's growth and progress were so great that he felt that he had almost nothing to teach Ares. Ares nodded heavily, well. Captain Rox also said that fighting can hone oneself. In the more than 1 month since joining the Rox Pirates, I feel that my progress is greater than the whole year before. During this period, he learned so much in the Rox Pirates, including swordsmanship, physical skills, armed color domineering, combat skills, etc. Also saw part of this sea. It's so magnificent. Let Ares see the hope of forging his body into a knife that surpasses the supreme massive blade. He is getting closer and closer to his dream. He said to himself, maybe I can start trying to enter the second stage of forging a knife. Take some time to try it. His father is an excellent knife smith. Ares was influenced by him when he was a child, and even helped his father. Naturally, he knew that there is another process for forging a knife, which is fire forging, or the second part of the first stage. That is fire forging. In the next stage, Ares is going to use flames to burn his body and beat it repeatedly, make his body stronger and harder. Another thing came to Ares' mind. Captain John said that the animal-type devil fruit can enhance recovery ability, and combined with fire forging, it should be able to quickly improve my physique again. He now feels that his body has fallen into a bottleneck, and the unremitting beating every day has little effect on improving his physique. It's time to try other methods to strengthen your body. Whitebeard and Golden Lion didn't know Aries' inner intentions and plans yet. Aries, the previous training also laid a solid foundation for the current rapid growth. If there was no previous training, how could you have made so much progress in such a short time? Whitebeard smiled. Aries' ability to make such great progress now is still inseparable from his previous training. Golden Lion showed satisfaction, and then said, Aries, you still have to reduce the amount of training a little in the next 2 days. You will set sail to perform the mission in 2 days. His face became solemn. This mission is not simple. Golden Lion Shiki is a person who will act after making a thorough plan. The task of inviting Roger to join the Rocks Pirates seems simple, but Captain Rocks made them wait for a whole month. This shows that this mission is definitely not simple. He also specifically instructed all cotters not to tell this matter. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. This small action of his showed that he also attached great importance to it. He said seriously, of course this mission will not be easy. Our Rocks Pirates are the focus of the Navy. Which voyage was not chased by the Navy? You went to invite the Roger Pirates this time. There must be the Navy on the way. Besides, the group, 9:8, 0:2, 0, 5, 8, 5.6. And the Roger Pirates are not small characters. They have traveled to many islands in the past few years and made a great reputation. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabber are all strong men. He had a hunch that Captain Rocks might make a move. He and Golden Lion's solo action might just be to attract the attention of the Navy and contain part of the Navy. Unless there is a problem with the cotters, the Navy will never know their real purpose. Roger Pirates. Aries' eyes lit up, and he asked Whitebeard with great interest, who are the strong men in this Roger Pirates? Seeing Aries' strong desire to fight, his thoughts were all written on his face. Whitebeard grinned. Kulala Roger Pirates are of course a powerful pirate group, with a great reputation. The most famous of them is naturally Captain Goldo Roger. He briefly introduced the situation of Roger Pirates to Aries. Posted in Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6, Aries was excited and looking forward to it. Want to meet this Roger Pirates, looking forward to fighting with the strong men of Roger Pirates, and improving himself through fighting. Ha 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 Aries, there will be a chance, our mission this time is Roger Pirates group. The Golden Lion laughed, with a gleam in his eyes. Of course, he wanted the same thing as Aries, and wanted to meet the Roger Pirates. The most dazzling new star on this sea. Having his training interrupted by Kaido, Aries simply ended his morning training, not to mention the beginning. 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6, he still had an idea in his mind, wanting to see Lingling's so-called steel skin. The three of them returned to the Skull Castle together. Aries returned to the room and took a shower. Kaido said Lingling's physique is stronger than mine, but I have been training for so long to reach the current level. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became, and decided, go meet Lingling and find out why her body is so hard that swords, guns, and cannons can't hurt her skin. And let Kaido claim that her body is stronger than mine. Aries made up his mind and left the room. He asked someone and found out the room where Lingling was. He went there. At this time, in Lingling's room, Long Baomai was telling Lingling about Kaido's challenge to Aries today, describing the whole process vividly. Mama. After listening to Long Baomai's story, Lingling was excited, her eyes full of desire and admiration. Aries, you are indeed a man I value. I'm sure he'll be my man. Even Kaido, who has mastered the armament haki, can't hurt Aries and cause damage to Aries' body. How can this not make Lingling excited? Too excited. She wanted to eat Aries directly. What surprised Lingling was that Kaido actually awakened the Conqueror haki. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Longbread immediately ran to open the door and was shocked when he saw the person outside. Ah, Aries. Chapter 56 Aries, I'm here to find Lingling. Longbread was quite surprised. Aries actually came to find Lingling on his own initiative. In the room, Charlotte Lingling heard the exclamation of Longbread and immediately turned her head to look at Aries at the door, with a glimmer of desire in her eyes. A huge heart instantly became active and excited. Even her body couldn't help but produce an indescribable reaction. Lingling, who reacted fiercely, stood up from the big bed made of steel and walked towards the door. Aries at the door also said to Longbread, I'm here to find Lingling. Longbread, get out. Lingling's eyes were like looking at a peerless delicacy, full of desire and enthusiasm. She looked at Aries and said anxiously, come in. Bread took a deep look at Lingling, but he couldn't disobey Lingling's decision, so he had to close the door and go out. He simply stood outside the door. In the room, Aries followed Lingling, then sat cross-legged on the tatami, and went straight to the point. Lingling, Kaido said you have the nickname of Steel Balloon, and said your body is harder than mine. I want to know why your body is so hard. If he could understand why Lingling's body is so hard, maybe he could make his body stronger. This made Aries very eager to know the answer. Hard. Lingling's expression was a bit reluctant, and she stared at Aries and said, my skin is indeed very hard, but there are also very soft places on my body. How about it, do you want to try it? She even deliberately puffed out her chest to show off her strong capital and deep cleavage. Passionate and bold. There was an inexplicable flame burning in her huge pupils. Aries frowned slightly at that look, feeling very uncomfortable, and then said, please show me your hand. I just want to see how hard your skin is. He didn't quite understand why Lingling was so different from usual, but he still remembered what Golden Lion and Whitebeard told him. Can't agree to any request from Lingling. And boys should learn to protect themselves when they are outside. He also told Aries that Lingling must not touch certain parts of his body. Lingling showed a charming smile on her face, and then she stretched out her hand to Aries. Just as Aries was about to hold Lingling's hand to look at Lingling's extremely special skin, something strange happened. When Aries stretched out his hand, Lingling grabbed Aries' arm and pulled him in front of her before he could react. The force was huge. Aries, who was not prepared, leaned forward and bumped into Lingling. He immediately glared at her and said, Lingling, what are you doing? Lingling stuck out her tongue and said with a sweet smile, of course I'm eating you. How could I miss the opportunity that came to my door? Holding Aries with both hands, he held him tightly. Aries was immediately furious and kicked Lingling in the stomach without any hesitation. Bang! A deafening and dull sound was enough to prove how powerful the kick of the angry Aries was. If it was a normal person, Aries' kick was enough to break the internal organs of an ordinary person, but Lingling is different. She is a natural monster. This powerful kick did not hurt Lingling, but her body suddenly fell backwards and hit the ground with a bang. Aries, who was tightly held by his hands, fell to the ground with him. The two rolled over and over on the ground like hooligans fighting. The tables and cabinets in the room were knocked down, making a sound of breaking. Many things on the tables and cabinets fell to the ground. Aries was furious, and he stimulated the strength in his body to break free from Lingling's arms, while warning Lingling, Lingling, let me go. Otherwise I will get serious. But Lingling didn't care, and came over with a drunken face, forcing Aries to shake his head to the left and avoid Lingling's pouting. Although Lingling is now a real beauty, Aries doesn't know anything about the relationship between men and women. Damn it! Seeing Lingling indifferent, Aries was immediately furious, his face flushed like a monkey's butt, even his bronze skin couldn't stop his face from getting red and hot. Aries was ruthless. Newgate and Ski are right, I shouldn't touch Lingling. He suddenly used his unique armament haki. The body instantly heated up. The high temperature of the body made the temperature in the room rise rapidly, and a burning feeling came. A burst of thick white smoke instantly rose from Aries' body. Ah! It's so hot! The increasing body temperature made Lingling feel like her hands were placed on a branding iron. At first, she could still withstand it with her steel balloon-like skin. But Aries, who used the special armament haki, not only heated up his body, but also the power in his body continued to increase and explode. The two of them were stuck in a stalemate. Outside the room. Hearing the noise in the room, Longbread's face suddenly changed, and he took a breath. Hiss, this noise is too loud. It's much more violent than Kaido's last time. The newly made steel bed won't be able to withstand it, right? Do we have to change to sea stone next time? He didn't expect the noise in the room to be so loud. Longbread smiled. I didn't expect that Aries, who usually looks stupid, is so good at playing. Suddenly. Bang! A loud noise came, which made him pale, and a huge figure pressed down Longbread's figure. It was a disaster from heaven. Lingling, who was huge, sat down on Longbread, and immediately made Longbread scream, ah! His head was a little confused. What was going on? Could it be that what happened in the room was not what he thought? Of course not. Lingling was kicked away by the furious Aries, smashing the wall directly, causing her huge body to almost crush Longbread. However, the people in the One Piece world fully demonstrated their tenacious vitality. His vitality is extremely tenacious if he is not killed. If he is killed, even an ordinary musket can take his life. Aries. Lingling stood up, her eyes flashing with scarlet light, and roared towards the room, I want to eat you. The desire that had been suppressed in her heart for the past month completely broke out at this moment. Her figure did not change from decades later, but her leg muscles suddenly burst out with a powerful force, instantly crushing the stone bricks on the ground. Like a fired cannonball, she rushed into the room. Chapter 57 Longbread, put down the devil fruit. Ouch ouch! The expression on Longbread's face was full of pain. The impact brought by Lingling's weight still made him feel very painful. Now he was confused. With one hand on his waist, he turned around and looked at the room in an uncoordinated manner, muttering to himself in confusion, what on earth happened between Aries and Lingling in the room? And in the room, Aries was very angry. He just wanted to see Lingling's skin that was different from ordinary people, but he didn't expect that she would make a move on him directly. She also said something like she wanted to eat herself. At this moment, most of his body was blood red, making the muscles that were originally like copper bricks become like burnt iron blocks. It made people feel fear involuntarily. After a month of training, his special armed color domineering could cover most of the body, but it couldn't cover the whole body. The progress was also very obvious. It wouldn't be long before the whole body's armed color could be hardened. At that time, it meant that Aries' strength had improved a lot again. At this time, Lingling's roar was heard, and then a huge figure flew over like an arrow. Damn! Aries couldn't understand why this woman was so strange. Her scarlet eyes were like a mad and angry beast, as if she had lost her mind. If Longbread saw Lingling's appearance at this moment, he would be shocked. It was Lingling's food craving that broke out. It was different from craving for food. This time, Lingling's what he wanted most was Aries. Aries quickly dodged to the side, and Lingling's body violently knocked a big hole out of a wall. He didn't know Lingling's current state. He immediately shouted, "Stop it!" The furious Lingling didn't listen at all, and laughed strangely, "Mamama." Standing outside the wall, she put her hands on the hole in the wall, one on the left and one on the right, and then exerted force suddenly. A cracking sound came, and the crack widened. The whole wall collapsed and shattered. Fortunately, the structure of the room was strong enough, and the ceiling and the upper floor did not collapse completely, but they were slightly deformed. Through the hole in the wall, Longbread also saw Lingling's face. The gloomy face and bloodshot eyes made him pale and exclaimed, Lingling's food cravings have occurred. The little heart suddenly shrank. This is bad. That's Lingling, the natural destroyer. She got her name because she will constantly destroy everything in this state. With my power, I can't stop Lingling at all. If Shiki and Newgate know that Lingling is like this because of Aries, Lingling will be in big trouble. Longbread was worried and anxious. He was anxious. He murmured, once the momentum gets bigger, with Newgate's extremely protective personality, and Shiki, we must stop Lingling. We can only give it a try. Longbread instantly pulled out a western sword from his waist and slashed at the broken boulder on the wall in front of him. Although he was holding a western sword, he used it like a kitchen knife. The boulder was cut into pieces in the blink of an eye, and its shape was also changing. The texture softened and became huge pieces of meat. He shouted to Lingling in the room, "Lingling, there is food here." Food. Lingling's eyes were always on Aries, and the stomach acid flowed out of the corners of her mouth like a stream, making a hissing corrosion sound. "My food! I'm going to eat you!" She screamed and rushed towards Aries, but Aries easily dodged her again, causing Lingling's body to hit the ground with a bang. The floor shattered, and some fragments flew everywhere. But Lingling didn't feel anything at all and got up from the ground again. Aries frowned immediately and said in a confused look, "How could it become like this? What happened to Lingling? She looked so weird and behaved so strangely." Lingling was like the eagle in the eagle catching the chick at this moment, and rushed towards Aries again. "It's over now." Longbread looked frustrated. He knew that the food he made with the power of the eat fruit was not very attractive, but it was the only way he could think of now. Although the eat fruit can turn everything into food, this kind of food can only fill the stomach and is not delicious. It is very attractive to Lingling. Since Lingling can't recover from her bulimia, the only way is to let Aries leave here. At least if he is not seen by Newgate and Ski, things won't be so bad. Thinking of this method, Longbread's eyes suddenly lit up. He ran quickly into the room and entered the room through the broken wall. He immediately shouted to Aries, "Aries, get out of here!" His shout. Aries immediately looked at him, but in an instant, his eyes were attracted by a strange thing on the ground. It was a very hard iron box. The iron box that fell to the ground was partially opened, just in the direction of Aries, so he could see it, but Longbread couldn't see it at all. There was a blue fruit in it, and the strange fruit peel was covered with fish scales. Is it devil fruit? This thought suddenly emerged in Aries' mind, and his heart was instantly excited. That must be a devil fruit. I wonder if it is an animal type. Just when Aries was distracted by the excitement of the devil fruit, Lingling rushed over and hugged Aries' body. Aries also reacted instantly, and his right leg, which was as thick as a steel pillar, instantly completed the blood-colored armament. From now on, this word will be used to indicate the special armed color domineering of the pig's feet. Blood-colored armament bullhead top. Bending his legs, revealing his steel-like round knees, he suddenly hit Lingling's abdomen with a fierce knee strike. Instantly, Lingling's body was bent like a cooked shrimp. The 8-meter-tall figure flew out diagonally, smashed the ceiling with a rumble, and disappeared from sight. Taking advantage of this gap, Longbread anxiously urged, "Aries, hurry! Leave here immediately!" And Aries turned around immediately. Without paying any attention to him, and took a step directly, squatted down, reached out and picked up the box, and poured the devil fruit into his hand. Looking at the unique devil fruit covered with blue scaly peels, Longbread suddenly took a deep breath, his eyes burst out, and he exclaimed in shock, "Aries! Put down the devil fruit quickly!" The coder complained, "Some people think it's watery, I don't agree, my goal is to reach 1,000,000 words. If you think it's not good, you can choose not to read it, or I recommend you to go to a certain LU to read it. There are a lot of pirate novels there, and there are tens of thousands of them. The pace is so fast that you can't stop reading. 3 chapters should be posted together every day, which is also for the convenience of everyone to read 3 chapters together. Please support and ask for free electricity for life. Coders also want to get married. Hehe. I have been staying at home alone for several months. It is inevitable that I will complain a little. Please forgive me. Thank you for your support, book friends, love you. By the way, the title of the fan list is an exclusive title, you can take a look. Chapter 58 Aries, what a disgusting taste. Seeing the devil fruit fall into Aries' hands, Longbread suddenly became anxious. That was the extremely rare devil fruit collected by Lingling. That was the animal system mythical beast fish fruit blue dragon form. Extremely rare. The mythical beast devil fruit, which is even rarer than the natural system. It can give a person extremely powerful power. With this devil fruit, he can also become a strong man on the sea. This devil fruit was kept by Lingling all the time, even her biological sons Sparrow and Katakukui didn't give it to her. Longbread suddenly looked panicked, he was anxious. Put down that devil fruit quickly. While yelling, he raised the sharp sword in his hand, and pointed the sharp blade directly at Aries. It looked like he would take action immediately if Aries didn't listen. Aries also looked at Longbread, with clear features and a calm face with a hint of expectation and excitement, and asked, "Longbread, what kind of devil fruit is this?" Longbread's eyes rolled around, and he obviously had a crooked idea, and then said, "This devil fruit is the most worthless ordinary type of animal system. Aries, put it down. If you want a devil fruit, I will find a powerful superhuman devil fruit for you." Among the devil fruits, the most common one is the animal type devil fruit. Compared with the magical superhuman type and the powerful natural type devil fruit, this kind of devil fruit is so ordinary that it can't be more ordinary. Aries will definitely not choose an ordinary animal type devil fruit, unless it is a superhuman type or natural type devil fruit that will make him interested. So, he will definitely not. What? Eat it. Bread was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. He couldn't believe it. He clearly said that this was an ordinary animal type devil fruit. Why did Aries choose to eat this devil fruit? Aries's behavior made him doubt his life. He guessed in his heart, is it because Aries has mental problems? But now it's too late to regret. Animal type fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form was eaten by Aries. At this time, Aries' face instantly turned black, a dark purple color, his face swelled up, and the strong feeling of nausea made bile rush up his throat and almost vomited directly. It's so disgusting. This is definitely the most disgusting thing Aries has ever eaten, the taste. It's so disgusting. What a disgusting taste. This is Aries' evaluation of eating the devil fruit. It feels like his soul is being pulled out of the nausea. But his eyes suddenly lit up, filled with excitement and joy, and said happily, "Well, it seems to be a very special animal type devil fruit. This should greatly enhance my body's recovery ability." She grinned, revealing a pair of big white teeth, and smiled happily. But this joy did not last long. A rumbling sound was heard, accompanied by Charlotte Lingling's mumbling, "Aries, Aries. Have a baby with me, I want to have a baby." Her small arm and the whole palm became dark, and a fist violently hit the wall. Stones flew, smoke and dust rose. This is a natural destroyer. Lingling, who was knocked away, was destroying everything that stood in her way, and she only wanted to find Aries. The devil fruit is gone. Longbread's heart was bleeding in pain. That was a fantasy beast devil fruit that was even rarer than the natural type. Every devil fruit was a rare existence. Even money could not measure the value of the fantasy beast devil fruit. Instantly, endless anger surged in Longbread's heart, and he angrily cursed at Aries, "Damn it! Bastard! Didn't I tell you not to eat this devil fruit?" Insanely angry, he immediately exerted force on his legs, and the force penetrated, like a crossbow arrow, and leaped into the air. Whoosh! In an instant, he jumped to a height almost the same as Aries. His face was ferocious, and he roared angrily, "Do you know how precious this devil fruit is?" He held the western sword in his hands with both hands and swung out a dazzling sword light of more than 10 meters. Swish! The sharp sword energy tore through the air and flew towards Ares. Ares didn't know why. "What? I feel very strange, as if there is a strange and powerful force in my body, as long as I summon it with my mind. I can use this terrifying power contained in my body." The slash came. Ares raised his arm covered with blood-colored armor to block his face. Clang! The extremely powerful slash fell on his arm, and a trace of blood splashed out. The skin covered with blood-colored armor was broken by this slash. Ares also felt a slight tingling sensation, and his arm suddenly exerted force, and it suddenly became nearly twice as thick. Ha! This little pain was nothing to him. He exerted force on his arm to throw the sword energy away, and immediately made the dazzling sword light change direction and cut a wall. Flew out of the house. The smooth and flat cutting surface made the wall slightly staggered. The next second, Ares suddenly raised his leg and kicked out a whip kick, making a sound of breaking through the air. A huge and brilliant sword light of several meters suddenly burst out from his foot. This was not the end. Ares stomped his other foot on the ground with a loud thump. The hard stone slabs on the ground were crushed. The whole person pounced on the long bread at a speed faster than thunder. The red and hot blood-armed fist wrapped in domineering aura made the air flow in the air violently agitated, creating circles of ripples. Missed kick. Long bread was immediately shocked. He never thought that Ares would know the 6 styles. In his opinion, this was the missed kick among the 6 styles. He felt his heart sink. He raised his arm and raised his sword to block the sword energy kicked out by Ares, making a clanging sound, causing a large number of orange sparks to splash on his snow-white western sword. He was suddenly shocked, so strong. He actually kicked out such a strong slash with his feet. This slash made him feel the terrifying and domineering power of Ares. It was not sharp, but it was extremely powerful. Just using his body, he kicked out a powerful slash that was no less powerful than that of a swordsman. He is really a monster. The distance between the two. Ares suddenly stepped over him, and he followed up with the slash, and the punch was swung out with a whistling wind. The strange arm, watching the bloody arm coming towards him, long bread's scalp numbed instantly. He swung the western sword in his hand hard, causing Ares's kick to fly back and fly towards Ares' fist. Bang! With a click, the sword light shattered instantly, but it did not leave any trace on Ares' fist. This time, it gave Long Bread a brief opportunity. After landing, he suddenly jumped back and distanced himself from Ares. A questioning voice came out of his mouth, "Ares, how can you use the 6 styles?" At this moment, a voice interrupted Long Bread's questioning. Mama Ares, I found you." Lingling's scarlet eyes had completely lost their pupils. She stared at Ares like a devil. The stomach acid flowed out of her mouth continuously from the corners of her mouth, and she looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. Chapter 59 Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Species Blue Dragon Form. I must take you down. You belong to me. Have a baby with me. Lingling's tongue seemed to be hanging on her lips with her mouth wide open, almost touching her chin. She stretched out her hand and pressed on the wall. The wall suddenly began to soften and turned into a flowing liquid substance. The grey wall also turned into a purple viscous liquid. Superhuman system. The ability of the soul fruit. It turned into a surging purple ocean and rushed towards Ares, including the rubble on the ground, the damaged items in the room, etc. Everything was being assimilated. It was as if it was swallowed up. It's the power of the devil fruit. Ares was not unfamiliar with the devil fruit. Golden Lion and Whitebeard were both devil fruit users, but he had no idea about Lingling's ability. He suddenly thought of it in his heart. He had just taken the devil fruit, and the power contained in his body should be the power of the devil fruit. He summoned the power of the devil fruit in his heart. In an instant, Ares's body shape began to change, his face became hideous, he held his bald head with both hands, and screamed to the sky with a very shrill and painful scream, "Ah!" The roar of pain resounded through the sky. For some reason, he felt as if his head was hit open with a hammer. It hurts. The pain was so severe that even if he gritted his teeth, he couldn't relieve the splitting headache. And his whole body shape was also undergoing a huge change. The whole mouth suddenly protruded forward, turning into a ferocious and fierce mouth like a crocodile, full of sharp teeth. The black beard fluttered. 2 forked dragon horns grew out of his head. Because he was not a special race like Kaido, there was no extra pair of horns on the dragon head. But before his transformation was completely completed, the purple liquid produced by Lingling's soul fruit instantly wrapped Ares completely in it. A scene of Ares' transformation. Let the long bread thoroughly, his eyes popped out of their sockets, and he exclaimed in a trembling voice, "That's the blue dragon form." He was shocked and angry. What shocked him was that such a powerful devil fruit was eaten by Ares, which would definitely increase the strength of Ares, who was already a monster, to a very terrifying level. Just thinking about it made Longbread's scalp numb. What made him angry was, this devil fruit originally belonged to Charlotte Lingling, and was even his personal collection, but now it was eaten by an outsider. Lingling began to approach Ares, who was covered in purple liquid, with a grim smile, and the blood-red light in her eyes became more blazing. "Give birth! Give birth! Come and give birth to a baby with Lingling!" With the loud noise of Lingling's previous destruction and Ares' heart-wrenching screams, the people of the Rocks Pirates in the Skull Castle were completely alarmed. Countless people walked out of the room, looking for the reason. The location of the incident. When Lingling took a few steps and was about to approach Ares, a huge dragon head broke through the purple liquid and flew up. Boom! 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 It violently and savagely smashed the hard ceiling layer by layer, and frightened the Silver Axe, who was originally having sex in the room, and instantly shook and wilted. A cold sweat covered his back. The huge blue dragon flew directly into the sky. It made a deafening dragon roar. Ang! A thundercloud in the sky began to expand wildly, turning the originally clear sky into dark clouds in an instant, and the dark clouds covered the sky. The entire Honeycomb Island fell into darkness. The blue arcs were like electric snakes swimming freely and happily in the dark clouds. Crack! A flash of lightning instantly shot down from the sky, illuminating the entire dark world, and with a bang, a building was directly split apart. However, the most shocking thing was, in the dark clouds filled with thunder and lightning arcs, a series of ferocious and winding blue and yellow dragons appeared. The abdomen was yellow, and the back was azure blue. The hard and dense diamond-shaped dragon scales covered the dragon body like armor, reflecting the blue and white electric light. And the orange-red flames moved in the thunderclouds, bringing a red light to the dark clouds. It felt like the eyes of the demon in the sky were watching the earth. This terrifying scene was suffocating. Animal system: fish, fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form. It also plunged the entire Beehive Island into unprecedented panic, boiling, and confusion. Hey, what kind of monster is that? What on earth is in the sky? What kind of monster is that? It's so huge, will it destroy this Beehive Island? Too scary. This kind of oppression makes me feel like my heart is about to jump out. Monster! Monster! Why would such a monster appear on Beehive Island? Ha! It looks like a giant dragon. Let me kill this giant dragon, and I will be called a dragon-slaying swordsman by others in the future. The whole island was in chaos, and countless people looked up at the huge monster in the sky that was at least hundreds of meters tall, with fear and shock on their faces. Just the exposed parts of the body made people shudder. The leaders of the Rocks Pirates who appeared from the skeleton castle also looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. Kaido, who was training in the room and sweating profusely, frowned. The noise outside was too loud. What happened? Is it the Navy attacking Beehive Island? This possibility is not high. It is difficult to figure out the situation. Posted in Novel Group 9:8 0:2 0 5 8 5.6. Kaido opened the door and walked out. The dark world made him look up. Just one glance. He was shocked and his face became hideous and terrifying in an instant. He vented his anger and punched the door frame and the wall, twisting them. He roared unwillingly and angrily, "Why?" Gnashed his teeth and said, "Lingling! Bastard! Scum! Bitch! You actually gave the devil fruit to others behind my back, you slutty bitch!" Ah! Not only did Kaido's face twist, but his heart twisted and collapsed. It should have been his own devil fruit, but now it has become someone else's devil fruit. Kaido walked out with a gloomy face. He wanted to ask Lingling why. On the other side, all the leaders of the Rocks pirates gathered together. Wang Ji frowned, swallowed the saliva in his mouth, and said in shock, that can't be a mythical beast devil fruit. So scary, such a strong breath, who is this blue dragon in the sky? The strong visual impact shocked every leader present, making Wang Ji, who was several meters tall and wearing golden armor, feel his own insignificance. In front of such a behemoth, even the giants with a body of 10 meters are just rabbits slightly larger than mice. Whitebeard Newgate tightly clenched the yunkai in his hand. A light flashed in his eyes, and he said with a slightly excited look, "It must be very exciting to fight such a monster." "Newgate, I like this monster, how about giving it to me?" The golden lion holding a cigar said excitedly. There has been a legend among swordsmen. The former sword god Longma killed a dragon and was called the Dragon Slayer Swordsman. This story has been passed down for hundreds of years. And the Dragon Slayer Swordsman Longma has become the goal that all swordsmen want to surpass. Let the whole sea sing the name of this person. At this time, the dressed silver axe also hurriedly ran over, looking at the huge and majestic dragon in the sky, and twitched his mouth. "Shiji, I'm afraid only a few of you can deal with this monster dragon." He was so angry that his teeth itched in his heart. It was almost the most comfortable moment, but he was frightened by this dragon and was forced to shrunk back. It also shrank. He was filled with resentment. Suddenly, Wang Ji shouted in horror, "The dragon is breathing fire!" Accompanied by a roar that shook the world, the whole sky seemed to be covered with a layer of orange-red light, and raging flames shot down from the sky. Chapter 60 Golden Lion, let me complete the feat of slaying the dragon. Leave it to me. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion laughed wildly and flew towards the raging and hot flames, holding a long sword in both hands that reflected a bright orange light. He was flying in the air, and his golden striped clothes and the golden long hair on his back that grew to his knees fluttered wildly. He looked confident and domineering, with the corner of his mouth holding a cigar wide open, and he uttered 2 words in a sonorous and powerful voice. Zhanbo. The Yakaruten and Muku in his hands were crossed in front of him in an X shape. And 2 dazzling golden sword lights burst out from the blades, tearing through the air. Swish! Swish! The golden slash of the great swordsman level was gorgeous and dazzling, and it burst out with amazing light under the blazing flames, instantly splitting the flames like a real object. His whole body flew at lightning speed along the channel split by the sword light like a meteor. The heart of the golden lion was passionate, and the small black pupils burst out with a soul-stirring sharp and crazy light. Today, I, the golden lion Shiki, will also complete the feat of slaying the dragon. Let the whole sea spread the name of my great pirate golden lion. In less than a few breaths, the golden lion flew a distance of more than 1,000 meters and approached the head of the dragon. At this moment, Ares' golden amber-like vertical pupils emitted a heart-pounding red light. His brain was in chaos and he endured unknown pain and torture. Driven by instinct, the dragon claw with only 4 sharp claws swung violently, with a tearing sound. The sound of the sky being torn apart was heard. Suddenly, 4 huge blue sword lights of 30 meters appeared in the air. When the dazzling sword light appeared, the pupils in the eyes of the golden lion suddenly shrank, and he blurted out, "It's a slash. Why does this dragon give me a very familiar feeling?" The slash instantly reminded the golden lion of a person Ares. But as soon as this thought emerged, he quickly denied it in his mind. It couldn't be Ares. Ares was not a devil fruit ability user at all. The slash came. Everything happened in a flash. In a flash, it was in front of the golden lion. With the sound of breaking through the air, the fierce slashing made the golden lion dare not be careless. Buzz! In a flash, his arms and the 2 big swords in his hands were hardened with the armament haki. The black blade reflected the blue light of the slashing. The golden lion laughed proudly, "Ha ha ha, let me see how powerful your dragon's slashing is." The 2 swords crossed and protected in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing came, and the golden lion, who was just laughing, suddenly changed his face. The terrifying power carried by the 4 slashes made his whole body tremble. What? How can the power be so strong? His body fell from the sky like a meteor, and finally slammed into the ground with a bang. The ground shook violently. The figure of the golden lion was also covered by smoke and dust. This scene shocked most people on the island. Their eyes popped out of their sockets and their jaws seemed to be dislocated. The captain of Rock's pirates, Golden Lion, was knocked away by the dragon's slash. This is destined to be deeply engraved in everyone's mind and a scene that cannot be forgotten. Silver Axe was shocked and couldn't help but squeaked, "What a powerful dragon! Even Shiki couldn't defend against it. With such a powerful strength, where did this monster come from? Too strong." Golden Lion Shiki is the top powerhouse in this sea, but he was knocked away like this. If it were me, I would be afraid that my armor would be chopped into several pieces. Thinking of this, Silver Axe shuddered. Turning his head and looking at Whitebeard and Captain Rocks on the body, "I am afraid that only these 2 people can stop the huge dragon in the sky?" Whitebeard's eyes were shining with gold, and he laughed heartily, "Kulala Golden Lion, this guy is still careless." Of course he knew that Golden Lion was fine, but he just lost face. Of course Whitebeard would not miss this opportunity to hurt Golden Lion. Then his expression became stern, his face became solemn, and his eyes were fixed on the majestic and menacing dragon in the sky, and he said in a deep voice, "I don't know where he came from, such strength is considered a strong man in the sea." Although Golden Lion was a little careless and was knocked away by the slash of the dragon's claws, the undeniable fact is, the dragon was very powerful, whether it was the high-temperature flames it spewed out or the slashes of the dragon's claws, they all reached a very powerful and terrifying level. Rocks on the side also frowned, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Such a giant dragon would not appear on the Beehive Island for no reason, and the ability of the mythical beast Devil Fruit would not allow this guy to not even recognize the Golden Lion. How strange! Just when he was puzzled, a loud rumbling sound came, and people kept running around, shouting in fear. Most of them had a person's name, that is, Lingling. From these people's exclamations, Rocks also collected a lot of useful information, that is, Charlotte Lingling's bulimia recurred, and she turned into a natural destroyer. Rocks was displeased, "It's just at this time, Lingling." He turned his head to look at Whitebeard and said to him, "Newgate, you go stop Lingling, leave this to me. We can't let this dragon be arrogant anymore. Such a powerful strength can already cause a horrific attack like a natural disaster. Let this dragon destroy it wantonly. The base camp of the Rocks Pirates, Beehive Island, will be destroyed here today." Hearing Rox's arrangement, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with regret. He also wanted to fight this extremely extraordinary and powerful dragon in the sky. Some regrets. Then he turned and rushed towards the direction where Lingling made the noise, and angrily cursed, "Damn Lingling! Destroy my good fight with the dragon!" when Whitebeard turned around and took a few steps with Yunqi in his hand. There was also a huge change in the sky. The blue dragon with red eyes, ferocious face, and powerful aura flew straight down from the thundercloud to the ground. And the direction of the dragon was right in front of Whitebeard. That was where Charlotte Lingling was. Whitebeard Newgate stopped and looked at the dragon flying down from the sky in surprise. Is it heading for Lingling? Could this blue dragon be related to Lingling? I hope everyone will send more messages, urge for more updates, and give 5-star praise. QAQ. I won't say too much, as it will affect the viewing experience. Chapter 61 Great Swordsman Level / When the dragon flew down from the sky at a gallop, the golden lion that was previously knocked away by Ares was full of anger and flew in the sky covered with dust. He shouted at the dragon. Hey hey! Monster! Look at me, golden lion, I'll cut you into pieces and make barbecue. A dark purple flame rose from his angry arms and the blades of his hands, like a burning flame. That was the performance of the armament haki that was so strong that it reached a certain level. Swish! Swish! Chopping wave, Chikiri Tani. How strong is the slash of a great swordsman? An average great swordsman is enough to split a mountain, and a great swordsman like Golden Lion can even split the sea with his slash. 2 golden slashes flew towards Ares one after the other. The dark world was illuminated by this gorgeous and dazzling slash, and a layer of golden gauze covered the world. There was a confident look in the golden lion's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Few people could take on such a powerful slash, giant dragon, wait to be torn apart by my slash. Countless people were looking at the sky. Such a devastating battle shocked countless people. And Ares, at this moment, was already caught in a battle between heaven and man in his brain, and countless chaotic memories were intertwined in the vast world of his brain. What was even more bizarre was that as he ate the devil fruit, the soul in his mind seemed to begin to undergo a huge change that humans could not imagine. The brain is the most mysterious and complex organ in the human body. Ares' body also moved instinctively. After the golden lion's slash, his extremely powerful perception ability made him aware of the danger. He also fought back. The long dragon tail swept with a fierce gust of wind. The dragon's tail was tens of meters long, and it was huge and heavy, but it was full of extremely strong power. Ares himself was a powerful warrior, and in the form of a blue dragon. His power was increased several times. The dragon's tail swept away with a mighty force. A brilliant blue slash suddenly appeared in the wildly vibrating airflow, and the blazing blue light illuminated the dark clouds in the sky. Blue and white. This slash instantly astonished the whole world. How is it possible? The confident look on the golden lion's face disappeared without a trace, and he was instantly filled with disbelief, exclaiming, "Why can he use the dragon's tail to slash so horribly?" It shocked him greatly that such a thick dragon's tail could actually slash as sharp as a great swordsman. Who is this dragon? Could it be? The name Ares popped up in the golden lion's mind, but when he thought that the huge dragon in front of him was Ares, his heart couldn't help but beat violently. If this dragon is really Ares, it's too amazing. It's too terrifying. In the sky, an epic scene that countless people will never forget in their lifetime happened, and different slashes collided together. Boom! Like the Big Bang of the universe, a loud explosion sounded through the sky, making everyone's ears buzz and their brains go blank. Many people even covered their ears with their hands in pain. A magnificent and shocking scene also appeared in the sky. The bright sword lights that collided together were like the aurora that illuminated the world. It was so dazzling that countless people closed their eyes or squinted their eyes. It was so bright that people couldn't look directly at it. Whitebeard's face also showed shock, and he exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "It's such a violent and brutal slash, and it's incredible to use that huge dragon tail to slash out such a fierce slash. It is definitely several times more difficult to slash with such a huge body than with a sharp sword." A strong fighting spirit rose in his eyes, and he murmured excitedly, when did such a powerful strong man appear in this world? The terrifying momentum rising from his body was like a sharp sword rushing straight into the sky. Full of fighting spirit. The blood in the body could not help but start to boil and heat up. If the purpose of robbing treasures is to save the people in the hometown from the suffering of war, the dream is to find family. The happy and joyful thing is to drink at a banquet. The passionate thing is to fight with the strong. Even Rox's face became solemn. Such a strong man could pose a threat to him. Its target is Lingling, so Lingling must know who this guy is. How did Lingling get involved with such a strong man? Such a strong man is definitely not an unknown person, but I have never heard of a strong man with the ability of the fantasy beast fruit that can transform into a blue dragon in this sea. All these things are too strange. Too sudden. We must find out the reason. Rox ordered John, you and Wang Ji bring people to gather all the people on the island together and protect them. Newgate, come with me to find Lingling. He was eager to know the cause and effect of this matter. Rox and the Golden Lion also rushed to Lingling's location quickly, while Ares, who was blocked by the Golden Lion in the sky, stared at the Golden Lion Shiki with his scarlet eyes. It was like a ferocious monster that chose people to eat. All actions came from the instinct of the body, as if it had lost its mind. This is indeed the case. Some people say that the devil fruit contains the devil's soul, or some unknown soul will. There is such a story circulating on the sea: when a person eats 2 devil fruits, the body will be torn into pieces and nothing will be left. However, the saying that there is a devil living in the body of the ability user has been widely circulated on the sea. And at this time, because of the devil fruit, the 2 souls in Ares' body also reacted completely. Over the years, Ares' brain has been affected by the impact of this soul, and some strange pictures have emerged in his mind in recent years. Last time, he was hit on the head by Garp. The chaotic memory fragments in his mind were connected in part and merged in part, and this time it seemed that more memories emerged in his brain. It caused an unprecedented strong impact on Ares. It gave him a splitting headache. As this memory emerged, there seemed to be more pictures in his mind, that is, a thin and young boy wearing a straw hat embarked on a magnificent voyage. It seemed to have lasted until the chapter of Judicial Island. However, more memories came from a world of blue stars. Ares's head was like paste at this moment, with various memories and his own memories intertwined together. At this time, after a stalemate, the dazzling sword light in the sky suddenly exploded, forming a visible and terrifying shock wave that spread in a circular manner. Under this shock wave, the dark thunderclouds in the sky were all dispersed. The world suddenly returned to clarity. Under the sunlight, the blue scales on Ares' body reflected bursts of golden light, adding a bit of domineering and divine power. At this time, the Golden Lion flew close to Ares, looked at the ferocious dragon in front of him, and asked a question with a suspicious look on his face. Are you Ares? Chapter 62 Rox, is this blue dragon Ares? The Golden Lion responded the sound of the dragon's roar that made the soul tremble with fear. Ang! The dragon's roar shook the earth, and it was so terrifying that the sound waves set off a strong shock wave that spread out. The clothes and hair of the Golden Lion were swaying in the wind. Being stared at by Ares's blood-red eyes, he felt a chilling palpitation and said, "This dragon seems to have lost its mind now. Is he Ares?" The ferocious blue dragon in front of him did give him a familiar and close feeling, which made him very confused. And Ares, who had lost his mind, had a burning energy surging in his body, along his body to his throat. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth. A brilliant orange-red ball of light shot out laser-like rays. Dragon breath. When the extremely hot ball of light expanded to its limit, it suddenly ejected a huge column of fire across the sky. The clear sky was illuminated with a red glow, which was spectacular. The temperature was extremely high, and the scorching flames produced waves of heat, which made the sight produce an illusion. Golden Lion Shiki's cheeks were covered with sweat, and his face showed an unruly and domineering look, with overwhelming momentum. Whether you are Ares or not, I, the Golden Lion, will have a good fight with you today. Come on! I am the Lord of the Sky, Golden Lion. Facing the flames that were like a natural disaster, this time the Golden Lion took the surging flames spewed out by the Azure Dragon very seriously. Swish! Swish! A cold light flashed, and the brilliant golden sword energy suddenly appeared, piercing through the sky. Tear apart the fierce high-temperature flames. The Golden Lion with the floating fruit was like a fierce eagle in the sky, feeling like flying freely in the sky, and appeared beside the Azure Dragon in the blink of an eye. The two swords stood side by side, and the black and purple armament haki was attached to the blades like flames. The Golden Lion laughed loudly, ha ha ha. With a strong force bursting out of his body, he swung the sword down fiercely. After long-term training and the growth of his soul, Ares's instincts have become very strong. Facing the slash of the Golden Lion, he instinctively used the bloody armament. In an instant, the majestic blue scales and yellow abdomen suddenly turned blood red, and white-hot air rose up. Clang! When the sword blade covered with armament haki slashed on the dragon scales, a sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other was heard. Sparks flew everywhere. The Golden Lion was shocked and exclaimed, Ares! Ares! Lox looked at Longbread with an expression of shock and disbelief, and said in surprise, You said that the blue dragon in the sky is Ares. He was shocked. His heart suddenly vibrated. Whitebeard was also shocked. With his eyes wide open and a strong sense of oppression that was so strong that it was suffocating, he glared at Longbread and asked in a stern voice, Did Lingling do that to our? His huge palm tightly grasped the handle of Kong Yunqi's knife, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. He was full of anger. He warned Lingling a month ago, but he didn't expect Lingling still didn't listen to his words. Being stared at by the fierce eyes of Whitebeard Newgate, Longbread's face turned pale, his spine was cold, but he kept sweating. He said tremblingly, No, yes. Absolutely no. He answered with all his courage and voice. If Whitebeard got angry, he was really afraid that Whitebeard would sink him into the sea. Whitebeard glared at the Longbread fiercely and snorted coldly, Humph! No is the best. If there is, I will split Lingling in half. Then he looked up at the sky, his eyes shining brightly under the firelight, with a touch of excitement and happiness on his face, and a grin. Ares actually got the mythical beast devil fruit, this is also his luck. This devil fruit is quite compatible with this guy's ability. This time, Lingling failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice, allowing Ares to obtain the powerful mythical beast devil fruit ability. Whitebeard was also happy for Ares, and shouted at the Golden Lion in the sky, Hey! Shiki! That dragon is Ares, don't hurt Ares. Rox also looked up at the sky, and said with great emotion, In just over a month, Ares' strength has reached the level of a cotter. It was beyond his expectations, the growth rate was too amazing. It's only been over a month. From a naive kid to a cotter-like strength, the key is that this guy is only 14 or 15 years old, and he has obtained the animal-type mythical beast devil fruit. Ares' future. At this moment, even Rox can't see how terrible this guy will grow in the future. In the sky. When Golden Lion heard Whitebeard's shout, his mouth twitched, Hurt Ares. It's a good thing that Ares didn't hurt me. This guy's body and armament haki are too abnormal too damn hard. There were crisp sounds of ding-dong-dang, and the slashes and blades slashed on Ares's hard dragon body, leaving only white marks. The Golden Lion Shiki was shocked, this kid's domineering and this devil fruit, his defense is simply too invincible. Facing Ares with such strong defense, he was somewhat helpless. The huge dragon tail came with a terrifying wind pressure that made it difficult to breathe, as if the world was dimmed. It forced the Golden Lion to fly up quickly to avoid it. Even so, the face was also scratched by the sharp wind like a knife with small cuts on the face, with a slight stinging feeling. Swish! Swish! The pupils of the golden lion who had just dodged the dragon tail swiped shrank, and several powerful slashes came at high speed. He quickly waved the long sword in his hand to block and deflect the slash. The cigar in his mouth also became a decoration, and was basically blown away by the wind. This kid has obviously lost his mind, but his fighting instinct is too strong. The offensive was continuous, like a storm. Just dodged the slash. A hot flame pierced the sky. It almost made the golden lion spit blood, without a chance to breathe, too busy. He was in pain. Lion's power empty scroll. He raised his sword and the air seemed to form a huge transparent magical and majestic lion, with its fangs and claws bared, fearlessly charging towards the flames sprayed by Ares. Boom! The flames and air exploded, the flames burst, and turned into a rain of fire falling from the sky, beautiful. However, countless people on the island were screaming in fear. This is a terrible disaster. And the ground. Kaido, who heard the news, stood there in a daze as if his souls were taken away by the black and white impermanence. No one knew how desperate he felt in his heart. And how devastated he was. This news hit his brain like a bolt from the blue. Nothing could be worse than hearing that Ares had eaten the powerful mythical beast devil fruit that should have belonged to him. Kaido's soul seemed to be pulled out, and he sat on the ground with a bang. Can I still defeat Ares? Chapter 63 Kaido, Ares, listen to me. Kaido had strong doubts in his heart, and his original firm belief collapsed at this moment. It shook violently. He looked up at the sky. That was the battlefield of Ares and the Golden Lion. It was so close, but Kaido felt that it was out of reach. Every time he saw Ares, the gap between the two was widening at an unimaginable speed. The reality of the blows made him see no hope of surpassing Ares. Kaido's copper bell eyes were empty and lost all color. Is it possible that in this life there is no chance to surpass Ares? The devil fruit ability that has the best chance of surpassing Ares was also obtained by the other party. That is a mythical beast species. His heart was bleeding. This was a more desperate moment than when he was caught by the navy. On the other side, Whitebeard had already taken action to stop Linlin from suffering from bulimia. The two sides fought together. The momentum was not small, and the destructive power was extremely strong. The collisions in the sky were like gorgeous fireworks, blooming with dazzling brilliance. The sound resounded through the sky. However, for most people on Beehive Island, such a battle was an epic disaster. The flames fell on the island and burned violently. People who lived on Beehive Island were either pirates or underground dark forces. When the battle broke out, most people began to move together and were protected. Ares, the instigator of all this, was completely unaware and instinctively launched various attacks on the Golden Lion. Because the four dragon claws were not as flexible as the arms. Most of the time, he used the dragon claws to swing and slash, and the huge dragon tail seemed to have turned into his arms, making sweeping, beating, and direct attacks. The dragon tail, dragon head, and dragon claws are all Ares' weapons. The Golden Lion was very busy, and he opened his hands left and right, swinging and slashing with powerful blows, or tearing the flames, or knocking Ares away. As for the terrifying dragon tail, he didn't dare to confront it head-on. The momentum was like a tsunami, and the power carried by the dragon tail was so terrifying. Golden Lion's face was heavy. I don't know how long Ares can hold on, this kid is too fierce. In some aspects, he is comparable to or even reaches the level of a Navy admiral. He just got the devil fruit. If this kid develops and familiarizes with the devil fruit, can't even I, Golden Lion, be Ares' opponent? Perverted. How can a human grow so fast? This kid is too damn lucky, right? He can actually possess the extremely rare and powerful mythical beast devil fruit ability. Strong. If the battle continues like this, the only way to decide the outcome is physical strength. Below is Beehive Island. It is the Rocks pirates at the headquarters, Shiki the golden lion did not dare to use the power of the devil fruit to mess around. The current situation is very embarrassing and anxious. No one can do anything to anyone. And the officers of the Rocks pirates on the island naturally saw the very anxious battle in the sky. The battle between the Golden Lion and Ares was so powerful that it was simply a natural disaster. Captain, why don't you take action? If this goes on, I'm afraid that the Beehive Island will be burned by the flames. Captain John suggested to Rocks. Rocks nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's true that we can't let these two guys fight anymore. The losses caused this time are not small." Then he bent his legs and squatted down. The whole person was like a compressed spring, accumulating strong explosive power. The Sea Overlord Rocks was ready to take action. Suddenly, Kaido, who had been slumped on the ground before, stood up and roared towards the sky like a madman. "Ares! Listen to me! Kaido! I will never admit defeat. 1 year. 10 years. 30 years. No matter how much time has passed, you will always be the goal that Kaido surpasses." The loud and heroic words in his mouth reached the sky. It made countless people look at him sideways. And a surging force burst out from Kaido's body like a stormy wave. Suddenly, it rippled in all directions and spread rapidly. Buzz! Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The breathtaking momentum rushed straight into the sky like a broken bamboo. This momentum contained a violent, fierce, and domineering will, and it seemed that even the air solidified. The world seemed to be quiet in an instant. It was as if Kaido was the king of this world, and everything was subject to this king. Hoang Haki reappeared. Feeling this will, Rocks looked at Kaido in surprise and exclaimed, "Great! I didn't expect that the newcomer Kaido would unexpectedly awaken the Hoang Haki. It seems that my Rocks pirates are really full of talents." He was very happy in his heart, which meant that his Rocks pirates would become even stronger. With such powerful generals as Kaido and Ares, why worry about not achieving great things? Why worry about not becoming the king of the world? Such a strong and domineering will. Captain John looked at Kaido in shock. This momentum was really very strong. Not everyone is qualified to have Hoang Haki, and not everyone can awaken this power hidden deep in the body. If Kaido grows up, he will be a capable coder. If he and Ares. Captain John seemed to think of something and immediately changed his words. If Kaido can grow up, he will also be a monster. Let's not talk about Ares. He is a monster among monsters. In just over a month, who could have expected Ares to grow to this extent? This is something that no one expected to happen. The strong momentum bursting out from Kaido quickly spread to the air. Golden Lion was also very surprised and couldn't help but glance at Kaido on the island. This kid, has he awakened the qualifications of a king? Take Ares as the goal and want to defeat Ares. What a strong and persistent belief. Then he smiled coldly and said domineeringly and firmly, "Ha ha ha ha, the man that I, Golden Lion, value will never lose." Under the impact of the strong will, the blue dragon incarnated by Ares twisted its huge dragon head and faced Kaido with a ferocious face. The dragon's eyes looked down at the ground from the sky with a violent and sharp look. The next second, the dragon's mouth opened wide, "Ang!" It made a deafening sound that shook the earth. At the same time, a mighty dragon power suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, the sky and the earth lost their color. The overwhelming momentum instantly shocked the whole audience. The third update today. The coder strongly asks for support. Please give some power, praise, and urge for more. I am a little hesitant about whether to add more. Chapter 64. The dragon's power is majestic. This is the qualification of the king. It was almost only in an instant. Suddenly, except for the blue dragon incarnated by Ares, everything else in the world lost its original color. The whole world turned into a black and white world. Plop! Plop! When this powerful and domineering aura spread to the island, The people who suffered from this strong domineering aura lost their eyes and their faces were dull. One after another, they fell to the ground like dominoes. They fell in groups, and the sound of plops continued, falling to the ground. 10 people. Hundreds of people. Thousands of people. 10,000 people. All lost their will and control of their bodies. At this moment, the arrogant, mighty, domineering, and arrogant attitude and momentum displayed by Ares in the sky shocked everyone to the extreme. It seemed that he was the master of the world. He was the king of this sea. Domineering aura awakening. Silver Axe was shocked and shouted, "Heroic color, heroic! This azure dragon has awakened the hegemony color. What a terrifying aura!" It seemed that the heroic aura had condensed into substance, and it was like a gust of wind blowing through his body, making him feel the horror of this aura. It was overwhelming. It was chilling. He felt as if he was about to surrender to this domineering aura. The golden lion, who was closest to Ares, felt it most deeply, looking at Ares in front of him with a horrified face, and couldn't help but gasp. Exclaimed, "Hiss! This aura! Too shocking! Has this kid just awakened the hegemony color heroic aura and already become so powerful and terrifying?" It seemed that a surging storm was rising in his heart, constantly hitting his heart, making his breathing stagnate. This level of hegemony color heroic aura was really shocking. Shiki the golden lion also laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha! From today on, I, Shiki the golden lion, will never treat you as a little devil again. I recognize you." His eyes were full of gay love, worthy of being a man named Shiki. This terrifying momentum was so shocking that it was unbelievable. Captain John felt as if he was suddenly stared at by a ferocious and powerful beast, making his hair stand up and his body tremble uncontrollably. Take a deep breath, calm down the strong shock in his heart, and say, "Ares, Ares is the darling of the gods. Obviously I didn't underestimate him, but this guy always does shocking things." He really felt that Ares's talent was only 1 in a million people, and even Captain Rox said that this kid already had the strength of a codder. Now, he has awakened his conqueror haki again, and Kaido's haki is just like the difference between a child and an adult in front of Ares's haki. It's terrible. This talent is so terrible that it makes Captain John's scalp numb. "Ares, you did a great thing today." Rock's deep eyes were filled with shock. The pupils reflected the majestic and winding blue dragon in the sky. A smile rose on his domineering face. "Ares, your appearance will definitely make this sea more exciting." What a terrifying monster! This sentence can be said to be from Rock's heart. Ares's talent cannot be explained by common sense. What happened today is destined to be praised by countless people. Become a legend on this sea. And the only person injured is Kaido. His body was not hurt, but the mental trauma made him feel so painful that he could hardly breathe. It hurts. It hurts again. He was excited for a second when his conqueror's haki was activated. It felt like heaven. And a second later, he was mercilessly thrown into the 18th level of hell by Ares. The whole person felt as if he was split apart. He once again became Ares' foil. He. Kaido smiled stupidly and asked in self-doubt, "Have I, Kaido, always been a clown?" Just when everyone was keeping their will clear and shocked by Ares's domineering haki. At this time, Ares seized this perfect opportunity. It happened in a flash. The blue scales on the dragon's tail seemed to shrink and close, and the muscles tightened, sweeping out with force through the dragon's tail. The powerful dragon tail was so powerful that it shook the air with thick air waves. At the moment when the golden lion lost consciousness, the dragon tail swept across and hit the side of his body. Bang! Puff! A mouthful of blood splashed across the sky, bringing a bright red color to this black and white world. The terrifying power that was difficult to resist made the golden lion Shiji feel as if he was hit by a high-speed warship. The whole body fell diagonally into the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground shook violently. Instantly, all the sober people came back to their senses. All of them looked horrified. This blow Shiji is probably going to suffer. Wang Ji looked up at the sky. The golden lion hit the ground hard, which made his heart tremble violently. It hurts just to look at it. There was a deep sadness and worry on his face. Ares was drunk last time, but why did he attack Shiki this time? Wang Ji didn't understand why Ares seemed to have lost his mind and didn't recognize his relatives. Before, Whitebeard Newgate shouted to tell the golden lion and the azure dragon in the sky. Of course, he heard it, and he also knew that the mighty dragon in the sky was Ares. Ares's strange state made him worried. Seeing this scene, Rox's face changed drastically. In his sight, Ares began to fly to the ground. Shiki is injured. He said to Yoko solemnly. Han said, John, go see how Shiki is doing. I'll stop Ares. John threw the bottle with a little bit of wine left in his hand to the ground, and it broke into pieces. He hurriedly felt towards the place where the golden lion fell. And the reflection in Ares's scarlet eyes, who was rapidly falling from the sky, was Charlotte Lingling, who was fighting with Whitebeard. The dragon head was facing down. He opened his big mouth and used dragon breath while flying and landing. A stunning flame gushed out. The firelight illuminated Whitebeard's body, making his golden hair and white beard reflect an orange-red color. Ares, this kid. Whitebeard glanced at him from the corner of his eye, made a decision immediately, and pulled back. Quickly dodged the flames. And the majestic and surging flames instantly submerged Lingling in it. The fourth update today. I'll post this chapter first, so that many people won't feel uncomfortable reading it. Seeking support, thank you all. The more intense the typing, the happier and more motivated the coder is. Chapter 65 The Shattered Atmosphere, Whitebeard takes action. The raging flames poured down on the ground like a flood that broke through a dam, drowning Lingling. Whoosh! The flames scorched the earth, burning everything, and the pungent smell of burning filled the air, and thick black smoke rose. Incinerate everything. Mama mama! A laugh came out of the orange flames, and Lingling waved her black arm with armed color domineering, and the flames covering her body were immediately dispersed, showing Lingling's charming figure. Under the high-temperature flames, Lingling, who was known as the Iron Balloon, was not harmed, but her clothes were burned with holes, revealing her smooth and fair skin, which was so moist and smooth that it could reflect light, just like mutton fat jade. The key is that Lingling's figure is extremely domineering. That pair of long legs, even if two Yaomings were stacked together, they would not be as long as Lingling's legs. It is simply a pair of soul-stirring wine glass legs. Playing the 10 Years series. It made Silver Axe stare with his eyes wide open, his eyes turned into red peach hearts, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This figure is amazing. Big big big. Protruding in front and curvy in the back." His pair of lustful eyes almost wanted to see through Lingling. When Lingling shook off the flames covering her body, Ares's huge dragon head had already appeared in front of her with a roar. Lingling's hands were covered with armed color domineering, and crossed in front of her. Bang! Ares's protruding mouth with sharp teeth slammed into Lingling, and the two pairs of scarlet eyes met in the air. The terrifying impact and extremely strong force made Lingling's body retreat continuously. Boom! Boom! House after house was smashed by Lingling and Ares, pushing all the way. A terrifying ground-breaking gully formed on the ground. The center of gravity of the entire skeleton castle was unbalanced, and it began to tilt and collapse, making a loud rumbling sound. Ares's fighting power is amazing. Whitebeard Newgate looked at the behemoth in surprise. If Lingling's strength is defined by the strength decades later, then Lingling in her 20s is definitely at the level of vice president, relying on the monster talent of Steel Balloon. Even a strong man at the level of admiral cannot defeat Lingling for a while. And the destructive power displayed by Ares is too terrible. Ares, who was already strong with his super strength, became even more terrifying in the form of the mythical beast species, the blue dragon. At this time, the scarlet light in Lingling's eyes faded, and she looked at the ferocious dragon head in front of her, and her face changed immediately. What kind of monster is this? Her back kept hitting buildings, trees, etc. Then she stomped her feet hard, and her footsteps sank deeply into the ground, stopping the trend of retreat. The dragon's tail swept across. Buildings and trees were destroyed by Ares's domineering power. Lingling, who had regained her consciousness, stretched out her right hand and pulled out the Napoleon on the pirate hat on her head. Roaring, "Destroy it! Waguo!" A terrifying sword light that was so bright that it dimmed the world suddenly burst out from the huge blade. Unlike the slash of the great swordsman, Lingling's slash was more of a destructive effect brought by brute force and destructive power. The slash was full of destruction, without any skill. But this does not mean that her slashing is not strong. Giving up the skills is more suitable for Lingling. The pink giant sword energy shock wave destroyed everything and collided with Ares's dragon tail in an instant. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion sounded, and the earth instantly broke apart and was swept into the air by the terrifying shock wave. Ares opened his dragon mouth wide, with a tendency to swallow, and a strong fishy wind immediately made Lingling feel a strong sense of crisis. Clang! A huge long sword held the sharp teeth. The strong and domineering power made Lingling's body shake violently, the blood in her body surged, and her muscles and fascia trembled. What a strong power! The powerful power not only did not make Lingling feel fear, but made her excited. She stretched out her bright red tongue and licked her mouth. Ares 8 Azure Dragon form. Such a powerful impact force is really pleasing. The blood in both hands surged, and the powerful force poured into the arms. Holding the huge long sword, it collided with Ares's dragon head again and again. Clang! Clang! The collisions made the air vibrate violently. It felt like a battle between Beauty and the Beast. In a short while, there were no less than dozens of collisions. Charlotte Lingling's face became more and more wrong. Suddenly, Lingling's face changed drastically, and she was shocked. Not good. She looked anxious, turned her head and shouted to Newgate, "Newgate, help me stop this guy, I'm going to give birth to a baby." The movement from her belly let her know that the baby in her belly was about to be born. This woman! Whitebeard couldn't help but curse, "I have to give birth to a child during a battle." Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, I have a chance to fight the Azure Dragon incarnated by Ares. It's really exciting. This situation began. From Novel Group 9:8 0:2 0 5 8 5.6. He couldn't sit idly by, and immediately stepped forward and ran like a tiger, leopard, or lion. Raised his left arm, and the power penetrated. A white ball of light appeared on his left fist. The huge dragon forced Whitebeard to jump into the air, and while punching, he shouted, "Ares, wake up!" Ares turned his head and opened his bloody mouth, shooting out beams of fireballs. Dragon breath! The flames instantly engulfed Whitebeard's sturdy body, and only a black figure could be vaguely seen in the blazing flames. The blood in Whitebeard's body accelerated, causing the strong muscles on his arms to swell with blood, and blue veins appeared on his fair skin like green snakes. It gave people a violent visual impact. The white light ball on the fist seemed to break through the raging flames like a thorn. A punch hit the dragon's mouth. Crack! The atmosphere suddenly cracked into blue cracks, which was shocking. Ares' entire dragon head was thrown out like a dragon's tail, and crashed into the 3-story building next to it. One strike was enough. Whitebeard grinned, "Kula Lars, your current strength is enough for me, Whitebeard, to use my real strength. I thought that day would take a year or two. I didn't expect it to come so soon that I was a little unprepared." And while Whitebeard was intervening, Lingling immediately ran into a building, violently smashed the wall with her body, and used the half-broken wall to block. Squat down. Started to give birth to a child. Chapter 66 Silver Axe, I'm not a monster like Ares. In the Rocks Pirates, Lingling is an alien. In the past few years, she has given birth to more than a dozen children, and the eldest son Perospero is now 8 years old. And the youngest is not even 1 year old now. Perhaps because of Lingling's strong physical fitness, plus the need to supplement more energy during pregnancy, her appetite is also increasing. It is also because of this that she can provide more energy to the baby, resulting in her pregnancy time. It is not like ordinary people who need to be pregnant for 10 months. It is common for them to give birth 2 or 3 times a year. The Rocks Cotters present have long been accustomed to it. The battle between Whitebeard and Ares officially began. Ares, who was hit by a punch from Whitebeard, swung his dragon tail horizontally, and flattened all the buildings in front of the dragon tail like a bulldozer. The rumbling sound continued. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Did you withstand this punch? The power of the mythical beast devil fruit is really powerful." He directly inserted Yunkai into the ground with his right hand, his muscles tensed, and his legs were firmly rooted in the ground like stone pillars. He raised his right arm, covered it with a layer of armed color domineering, and whistled at the dragon tail. Bang! A thunderous collision sounded. The violent wind destroyed the world wantonly. "It feels great." Whitebeard laughed happily. Ares's power is very strong. The next second. Swish! 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 The dragon claw tore through the air and slashed, suddenly appearing in front of Whitebeard. But he raised his left fist and smashed it violently with a punch. The huge dragon tail was like a whip, raised high and slapped Whitebeard. Whitebeard exerted force on his feet and suddenly jumped into the air. The dragon tail stirred up a gust of wind that swept across his body. With a bend of his arm, his biceps instantly bulged up, like an inflated balloon. A ball of white light appeared on his clenched fist. Hit the dragon tail hard. Bang! The terrifying punch was like hitting a person's heart hard. Such a sound seemed to shake the heart of the world. The dragon tail that fell in the air suddenly turned, flew out horizontally, and slammed on the ground. Dragon breath! The scorching flames shot from Ares' mouth towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard in the air had no way to avoid it and punched the flames head-on. The raging flames were shaken by Whitebeard's tremor fruit. It exploded like fireworks. It was extremely gorgeous. Whitebeard's figure also fell from the sky, and his feet landed on the ground with a bang. What a strong defense and strength! Now even if I want to defeat this guy, it will take time. A series of brilliant slashes came. He finally experienced Ares's endless offensive. If it weren't for the length limit of the dragon claw and the undeveloped fruit, Ares' strength would probably be improved a lot. The two sides fought together. The sound was deafening, there were ruins everywhere, and the earth was even more devastated. Golden Lion and Captain John also rushed to Rock's side. Ares has the ability of the mythical beast devil fruit, soaring into the sky. Captain John said with emotion. Ares was already a monster before, and his strength was also outstanding among the official crew members of the Rocks Pirates. And now Ares is so strong that even some cotters don't have the confidence to defeat Ares. Rocks nodded, watched the battle between Ares and Whitebeard, and commented, "This is the animal series fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, which is also an extremely powerful devil fruit in the mythical beast series. It has a terrifying destructive power like a natural disaster, which is not inferior to Newgate's tremor fruit. This fruit is also the most suitable for this guy Ares. Ares insists on brutal and intensive training every day, and he is also concerned. Such pirates are rare in this sea. Completely different from what other pirates pursue. The reason why he did not interfere with Whitebeard and Golden Lion's teaching of Ares is that, in his imagination and estimation, it will take several years for Ares to grow up. Everything that happened today also shocked Rock's heart. Aries, who was only in his teens, already had a strong strength that was not inferior to the Cotter's. There was a blood mark on the corner of Golden Lion Shiki's mouth, which was left by Ares's dragon tail sweep. And Golden Lion capsized again this time. His forehead was not black, but his face was a little black, and there was a hint of complaint in his tone. Ares, this kid, when he got ruthless, even my master was attacked by him. I don't know what's wrong with Ares. Fortunately, Ares's domineering aura made most people on the island faint, otherwise I don't know how embarrassing it would be this time. Maybe he was stimulated by something. Although he has mental problems, everything has been normal for more than a month. It's probably caused by Lingling's problem. Lox analyzed calmly, and then looked at Lingling, who was giving birth with half of her body hidden by the wall. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but have a few black lines on his forehead. A weird flower. John didn't know where he got the wine from, and he gulped it down, with his mouth raised high. Ares' current combat effectiveness should be comparable to that of the Navy's Reserve Admiral Zifa, right? No. Lox shook his head slightly, with a calm mind and clear thinking. He gave a very objective evaluation. Ares is not that strong yet, but most of the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters will not be Ares' opponents. As for the grasp of combat power, Rox, who has been in the sea for many years and has fought against various strong men, clearly understands that Ares' current strength is about the same level. He also knows the strength of Ares. His defense and destructive power are not inferior to the Navy's Reserve Admiral. In terms of experience and physical strength, he is much inferior. Using the power of the Devil Fruit will consume the user's physical strength, and Ares' ability consumes a lot more physical strength than other Devil Fruits. At present, Rox is not sure how long Ares can last. What a fast growth rate! Silver Axe, who was watching the show on the side, had an envious look in his eyes. When Ares first joined Rox, he felt that he could easily defeat the opponent. It's been more than a month in a blink of an eye. Silver Axe feels that if he fights Ares, he might lose. I couldn't help smacking my lips. I didn't expect that a handy move could harvest a monster like Ares. He is only in his teens. He was filled with emotion. Rox glanced at Silver Axe with his sharp eyes, and said angrily, if you put half of the time you spend on women into training and fighting, you wouldn't be surpassed by Ares now. Silver Axe turned his head away with embarrassment, and muttered softly, not everyone is a monster like Ares. Cry, come and generate some electricity QAQ. There are too many people who support books. Chapter 67 Lingling, who can I complain to? If everyone compares me with a genius, what's the point of living? Silver Axe feels that he can live happily every day, and he is satisfied with hugging girls at night. After all, as a pirate, he should cherish every minute and every second to enjoy. If he doesn't enjoy it now, will he go to prison to fencing with other pirate criminals in the future? Whose anus is more moist? If his body didn't allow it, he would also like to become Lingling's face-to-face. Lingling's figure and appearance are both first class, but too fierce. I can't stand it. I can't bear it. That's not enjoyment, that's playing with life. For the lustful Silver Axe who likes to spend money on wine and women, Rox can only laugh it off. It's born. It's born. It's born. A loud cry of surprise instantly attracted everyone's attention. The sound came from Longbread. 3 big babies with sticky blood and loud cries appeared in Lingling's big hands. Triplets. The size of these 3 babies is 2 or 3 times larger than that of normal human babies. Longbread immediately rushed to Lingling, very happy, it's triplets. Look at the physique of these 3 little guys. They will definitely become excellent pirates in the future. Giving birth to 3 at once surprised him greatly. It indicates that the Charlotte family will have 3 more capable men in the future. Lingling grinned, Mama Longbread, you can name these 3 little guys. She put her huge head close to the bloody baby in her hand, her eyes exuding maternal radiance. charming face made the baby cry louder. Adding the huge noise made by the battle between Whitebeard and Aries, the baby cried continuously. Longbread rolled his eyes and immediately named them, saying, "Then name them, Nusted, Bascardi, Dosmarch." The Charlotte family has added 3 more people since then. Bread, the children are in your hands. Lingling handed her hand to Bread without saying anything. The 3 babies were almost as big as Bread. The 3 babies were held by Bread like a pyramid, and he immediately ran away happily. Lingling's eyes fell on the blue dragon incarnated by Aries, and she said angrily, "Aries accidentally ate the devil fruit I treasured. I kept this fruit for so long, but it was given to this guy for nothing. Damn it! This devil fruit has kept Kaido for a whole month. So far, Kaido can be said to be the husband she is most satisfied with. Physical strength and physique far surpass others. With the power of this devil fruit, Aries' strength is now so strong that even I can't easily defeat this guy. How can I subdue Aries in the future?" Lingling was angry and anxious. The fruit ability brought Aries a boost in strength, and that powerful force made her extremely eager to be favored by Aries. What's more, it was the beginning. From Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0, 5, 8, 5.6 and a dragon doing such a thing. Just thinking about it made Charlotte Lingling excited. A red cloud could not help but appear on her beautiful face, and she could not help but clamp her thighs. In the distance, seeing that Whitebeard could not take down Aries immediately, Rox could not help it. Can't let Aries and Whitebeard fight wantonly. The destructive power of these 2 people, when their battle is over, Beehive Island will be completely destroyed in their hands. Rox exerted force on his feet, and the whole person moved quickly close to the ground. The posture is chic and elegant. The speed is so fast that it makes a whistling sound. The whole person was like a laser cannonball. Rox shouted solemnly, "Aries, stop it!" He suddenly jumped and appeared directly above Aries' head, raising his fist covered with armed color domineering. Bang! This punch was fast and fierce, and the strong and domineering power immediately made Aries' brain blank. He was fighting Whitebeard head-on, and he had no time to react to Rock's sneak attack. The huge dragon head slammed heavily on the ground with a bang, and a big bag appeared on the dragon head, and he fainted. Rox shook his hands to remove the extremely powerful recoil force, and raised the corner of his mouth. "This defense is really strong. Kulala, if it weren't for the captain's action, I'm afraid it would take at least several hours for me to defeat Aries alone." Whitebeard laughed, and Aries' vitality, endurance, and defense all increased significantly. If Rox hadn't attacked Aries' head, this battle wouldn't have ended so easily. Aries, who was knocked unconscious, also automatically released his azure dragon form and returned to his human form. Of course, his pants were not burst. This is a recognized bug in the anime world. The key parts must not be seen. That's paid content. John and Silver Axe also rushed over. John walked to the unconscious Aries, stretched out his hand to open Aries' eyelids, and said after a brief examination, "Aries is fine. There may be a problem with his brain. It needs an instrument to check. Silver Axe, you carry Aries to the hospital for treatment." Rox ordered immediately, then looked at John and said solemnly, "John, check Aries' physical condition thoroughly, 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6, we must find a way to heal his brain. The Rox pirates already have Lingling, a bomb that may run wild at any time. If there are more the last Aries, if the battle started, these 2 guys would go crazy. Indiscriminate attacks would be troublesome." John also knew the seriousness of the matter, nodded and responded to Rox, "Captain, don't worry, I will do my best to save Aries." Silver Axe on the side had already carried Aries on his back and left here with John. Whitebeard prayed in his heart that Aries would get better. He watched Aries leave and said, "I hope Aries' mental problems can get better. Otherwise, If this continues, he might go crazy every time he is stimulated. If his condition worsens, the consequences may be serious. Locke also sighed, with John's medical skills, the chances of recovery are still very high. Then he turned his head to look at Lingling, his face became stern, and he looked at Lingling with a threatening look in his domineering and majestic eyes, and asked in a cold tone, "Lingling, tell me what happened." Whitebeard also looked at Lingling, his eyes were as sharp as a sword. Lingling said with anger and grievance, "I didn't do anything to Ares, and he ate my treasured mythical beast devil fruit. Who can I complain to?" Chapter 68 Whitebeard, let me teach you a lesson. Lingling felt really aggrieved. Not only did the cooked duck fly away, but her most precious devil fruit was also snatched away. She still wanted to find someone to complain to. That was a mythical beast devil fruit that was even rarer than the natural devil fruit. Now it's gone. Lingling felt really heartbroken. Ares didn't get to eat it, and she lost a devil fruit. My heart hurts so much. Humph! I'll teach you a lesson today. Whitebeard snorted coldly, holding Kanjai Unki and slashing at Lingling. Swish! Bleeding suddenly gushed out of Lingling's shoulder, flowing down Kanjai Unki's blade and skin. The skin known as the iron balloon was also broken by Whitebeard Newgate's sword. She looked furious and cursed, "Asshole! Newgate, you actually attacked me for Ares." Holding Napoleon in a powerful country, he slashed at Whitebeard with a brilliant sword light. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you will still have ideas about Ares in the future." Whitebeard raised his left fist, and the blood surged to stimulate the power of the tremor fruit. He blasted towards the slash with a white light ball. Boom! The earth collapsed, and the surrounding ground sank and cracked. A terrifying explosion shock wave swept in all directions. The next second, the two swung their weapons at each other. The blade of the naginata and the blade of the longsword collided. Clang! The place where the weapons collided not only splashed sparks, but also appeared terrifying lightning. Whitebeard and Lingling looked at each other, their huge eyes were full of anger and hostility. "Stop it!" A strong momentum suddenly burst out from Rox, and black and red lightning spread around his body. The shock wave was instantly suppressed by his momentum, as if time stopped. Return to nothingness. Lingling, remember, I let you go this time for Captain Rox's face, but I won't do it next time. Whitebeard put away the cloud cut, his face still angry, and warned and threatened. Lingling responded not to be outdone, "Whitebeard, you won't just let it go for cutting me like this." The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, as if it would explode at any time. Rox stepped in between the two, his eyes fixed, intimidating, and sternly said, "Don't make trouble anymore, don't you think it's not enough today? If anyone wants to make trouble, then come with me." A black and red flame condensed on his body, covering his body, swaying in the wind. That was the domineering aura. Whitebeard glared at Lingling fiercely, and then said to Rox, "I'll go see Ares." After Rox nodded, he turned and left. Lingling looked unhappy and full of resentment. It was obvious that she was the one who suffered the most, and Ares got all the benefits. The priceless mythical beast species devil fruit. Bad luck. Rox frowned and said to Lingling with a serious face, "Look at what you have done. Don't use some tricks in the future. When Ares grows up a little, you can see if there is a way to make that boy like you." Looking around, there was a ruin. The skeleton castle that the navy failed to destroy was destroyed by their own people today. Even some towns on the Beehive Island were razed to the ground and crushed into slag. Lingling was silent, thinking in her heart, "Am I too anxious?" But the male hormones exuding from Ares, coupled with his strong and sturdy physique. How can I hold back this? As soon as she got close to Ares, she couldn't help wanting to eat him. Have a good time. At this time, several people with strange clothes and strange looks walked towards Rox. The leader had a ferocious face and a gloomy expression. When he approached Rocks, he said directly, "Rocks, you have to give us an explanation. So many buildings were destroyed on the island, including some of our underground forces' property, there should be some compensation for the destruction, right?" The several people who came together were the leaders who controlled the underground black market of Beehive Island. They had been rooted in Beehive Island for many years, and most of the destroyed buildings were their property. The leaders of several other underground dark forces also looked at Rocks, wanting to ask for an explanation and compensation. There were many places destroyed by the battle. In addition, there were many valuable things in the buildings, and Ares's destruction this time brought them huge losses. Rocks glanced coldly at the man who spoke in the lead with a ferocious expression, which immediately made the other party's hair stand up, and a strong fear rose in his heart. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he retorted sarcastically, "Compensation. Everything on this Beehive Island belongs to me, Rocks. Including your life." He took a step forward, and appeared in front of the man in a flash like a ferocious eagle. He punched the man's chest. Bang! The man's chest collapsed inwards, and the sound of bone fracture was heard, and the whole body vomited blood and flew out. Locke's fierce eyes like a beast swept over the leaders of other underground dark forces, and everyone shuddered uncontrollably. "Yes, yes, the entire Beehive Island is the property of your Captain Locks. We just came to ask you if there is anything you can help us with. It was all that guy's idea, and it has nothing to do with us." The other people showed flattering smiles on their faces, and tried their best to distance themselves from the matter. Locks grinned as if he had done something insignificant. "Thief, ha ha ha, then I'll trouble you to find someone to clean up this place and rebuild the skeleton castle. Is there a problem?" The eyes were like the green and shiny eyes of a hungry wolf, which made people feel scared. "No problem, no problem. No problem." Everyone was so scared that cold sweat flowed down their faces, and they hurriedly responded. Lingling behind Rocks sneered disdainfully, Mama, Captain Rocks can't be threatened by anyone. On this island, his words are everything." Rocks took Lingling away from here. The only thing left was a group of dark leaders looking at each other with a distressed expression. Not only did they not get the compensation, but now they may have to pay a large sum of money. Several hours passed. The sun had gradually sunk into the sea. Whitebeard and Golden Lion were guarding outside the door, and Captain John was treating Ares in the room. In the house. Strange. Ares' consciousness is like a vegetable, without any reaction at all. Captain John, who checked Ares again, also felt that Ares' current condition was extremely difficult. He had no physical problems. Even though he was hit by Captain Rocks, Ares' strong life recovery ability allowed him to recover quickly. There was not even a scar left. What made John feel difficult was that Ares' consciousness seemed to be in a deep sleep, and his body functions were reduced. It stands to reason that Ares should be able to wake up. But he tried many methods and couldn't wake Ares up. Captain John was full of worry and sighed, "We can only wait for Ares to wake up by himself." Chapter 69 Steelbone Sora, what kind of king do you want to be? Captain John put down the heartbeat monitoring device on his neck and put it on the table. Walked to the door and opened it. "How is Ares?" "X2. Whitebeard and Golden Lion said in unison, staring at John nervously. Ares' current situation began. From Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0, 5, 8, 5.6. Captain John shook his head, which made Whitebeard and Golden Lion's hearts rise to their throats, and their palms were sweating with anxiety. He continued, "It's a bit complicated. There is no problem with his body, but his brain has not yet recovered consciousness. When will it recover? Even I am not very clear." Whitebeard was anxious, and a worried look appeared on his face. His tone was a little heavier than usual. "You said that Ares didn't know when he would wake up." "Yes." John answered affirmatively, "Maybe he will wake up today, maybe tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, 1 or 2 months, it's all possible. Now Ares's situation began. From Novel Group 9:8, 0:2, 0,58,5.6, he was helpless. Whitebeard stepped over John and walked into the room, and Golden Lion followed immediately. The two stood on the left and right sides of Ares' bed. Looking at Ares, who looked calm and seemed to be in a deep sleep on the bed, Golden Lion couldn't help but grit his teeth and prayed softly, "Ares, you must wake up. I haven't finished teaching you swordsmanship yet, and I haven't seen you become the most outstanding swordsman in this sea." Whitebeard looked worried, his eyes sparkling with sparkling light. He held Ares's hands with both hands and said like an old father, "Ares, I believe you will wake up. If..." He gritted his teeth and said, "I will never let Lingling go." Then his voice softened again, and he said with great concern, "Ares, wake up quickly." At this time, Ares lost his perception of everything in the outside world. His soul appeared in a dark and chaotic world. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in this world, and Ares squinted his eyes and walked towards the direction of the light. The dazzling light made him close his eyes. A scolding voice came, "Hey, don't you have eyes when you walk?" The man rode away on the electric motor, cursing, and did not forget to turn back and glare at Ares fiercely. This is where the memories that inexplicably appeared in my mind exist." Ares looked up and saw tall buildings all around him, and memories began to emerge in his mind. It began to merge completely. Navy Headquarters. Although Cybernetic Sora, the Admiral of the Navy, is nearly 50 years old, he is full of energy and is at the peak of his life. There are documents piled on the table. He browsed the documents meticulously, then picked up a feather pen to leave comments and instructions on them. Pop pop. Cyborg Sora did not look away, and habitually reached out to the place where the den den mushy sound came from. Just when he brought the den den mushy to him, suddenly, his face changed drastically, and his pupils trembled. Could it be that the Rocks pirates are taking action again? He picked up the den den mushy and said in a deep voice, "Moshi Moshi, I'm the great black ape. I'm the little golden monkey." After the identity was confirmed, a soft voice came from the other end of the den den mushy, "Something big happened on Beehive Island today. Ares, a formal crew member of the Rocks pirates, ate a mythical beast devil fruit. It can transform into a huge blue dragon hundreds of meters long. And he also awakened the conqueror's Hacky Hacky." When he said this, the little golden monkey on the other end of the den den mushy also paused slightly. "I think only the admirals of the Navy can defeat him." There was a commotion on the island, and the Golden Lion couldn't subdue him. In the end, it was Rocks who stopped Ares's sabotage. A large area of Beehive Island was destroyed. Listening to the news from the den den mushy, Steelbone Sora's face became more and more solemn. "Pay close attention to the movements and news of the Rocks pirates, and don't reveal your identity." "Yes." Click. He hung up the phone without any hesitation, and he must not be discovered. Cyborg Sora rubbed his temples. "Blood Hand Ares, fought with Garp not long ago, he is a powerful newcomer. Mythical beast transformed into a blue dragon, awakened domineering Hacky. Even Golden Lion Shiki can't subdue Ares." He covered his face with his big hands, rubbed it hard twice, and sighed, "There is another strong man in the Rocks pirates. It's getting more and more difficult to deal with. A pirate group has already gathered strong men such as Rocks, John, Shiki, Newgate, Lingling, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Xiaoqi, Long Bread, etc., and now there is another Ares." It really gave the Navy Marshal Cyborg Sora a headache. Even the passion for justice in his burly body was poured with a basin of cold water by this news. It was a bit chilling. Cyborg Sora cheered up. "No matter how difficult the road of justice is, as long as I, Cyborg Sora, am still alive, I will never let the Rocks pirates do anything that harms the world." Since it is difficult to start from the outside, let's find a way to stir up conflicts within the Rocks Pirates. Hoang Haki. He turned his head and looked at the sun gradually setting outside the window, and said to himself, Blood Hand Ares, I wonder what king you want to be. I am Luffy, I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. An anime called One Piece was playing on TV. At that time, this anime was not called One Piece, but One Piece. Ares. No. Or it could be said that Li Yang was staring at the anime on TV, and he was only in his teens at the time. It was the time when he was extremely obsessed with anime. The passionate battle, the bond between partners, the dream they pursued. The magical devil fruit, the strange race, the mysterious treasure One Piece. All of them deeply fascinated Li Yang. When the protagonists were hit by the bad guys, he couldn't help but feel distressed. When the bad guys were defeated, his heart was instantly refreshed and full of joy. And the soul of Ares appeared in the body of Li Yang, and he couldn't control this body. It was like a bystander. But Li Yang's emotional fluctuations and physical feelings. Ares also felt as if he had experienced it himself, very real. He already knew that he had come to another world, but he was puzzled as to why the animation broadcast on the thing called TV had devil fruits. There would be Goldo Roger. Today's third chapter. QAQ, let's generate some power, thousands of people should express more or less. Silently wipe away tears, code. Chapter 70 Whitebeard, he called me Big Brother? Three Swords Style, Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, does his dream mean to become the world's strongest swordsman? Interesting. But his strength is so weak, it really makes me lose interest. Hawkeye my hawk. The man who stands at the top of the world's swordsman? I wonder if his slash is sharper or my body is harder. But what about Fiddlerard? Captain Shiki. With their swordsmanship, aren't they the men who stand at the top of the world? At this moment, Ares felt a strong sense of doubt and a vague sense of foreboding. Gold Roger. One Piece. As time passed, as the anime was broadcast, the scene came to the day when Roger was executed. Ares suddenly felt something was wrong. If Gold Roger becomes the Pirate King, then does that mean Captain Rocks has failed? He felt a little heavy. Ski, Newgate, and Wang Ji, what happened to them? He was eager to know the answer, to know what the ending of the Rocks Pirates would be. Time passed day by day, and the anime of One Piece was broadcast one by one. The appearance of Garp and Whitebeard Newgate gave Ares the answer. He understood that it was many years later in the anime. Newgate has become the captain of his own pirate group, and his family. Is that his dream? Ares couldn't help but recall every bit of his contact with Whitebeard Newgate. He was a very generous big brother who took good care of him and patiently taught him. But as the war on the top continued, things gradually came to a tragic end. No. When Ares saw Whitebeard Newgate being betrayed by his son, his soul instantly turned pale. Then he saw the scene where Whitebeard hugged Squad and chose to forgive him. Newgate. Newgate's broad mind deeply shocked him. Was that the son he recognized? Family. Family is the most precious thing in the world. Ares couldn't help but recall his childhood when he accompanied his father to forge swords. Unfortunately, happy times are always short. The arrival of the pirates not only took away the large sharp swords forged by his father, but also took away his father's life. My family. Newgate Shiki Wangji, are they also my family? They are like relatives to me, and I will never watch the tragedy repeat itself. It took him several years to see the top war from the first episode of One Piece following the life trajectory of Li Yang. That day. This era is called Whitebeard. Ace. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new generation has no ship that can carry me. Whitebeard Newgate. The strongest man in the world, died in battle. This tragic scene made Ares feel heartbroken. For some reason, tears flowed from his soul's eyes. Akainu, I will never let you go. His heart ached. It was a kind of pain to watch the tragic death of someone close to him, but he was powerless to do anything. And the memory stopped at the end of the war on the top. The world fell into darkness again. Ares seemed to know something, and said silently from the depths of his soul, "Thank you, Li Yang, for the memory from another world. With me here, all this will never happen again. I know that your soul must be in my body, right? I will take you to see the magnificent waves of the sea, and witness how I forge myself into a famous sword that surpasses the supreme big sword." His soul will return to his body. And it seemed that he had merged part of his memory again, and his soul became stronger, including will. The domineering aura of the king was also much stronger. And Ares's gains were far more than that. It will take more battles and training to fully master what he has learned from the anime. And his greatest talent is learning. Ares slowly opened his eyes, and all his perceptions became clearer. "Ares, you're awake. Great, you finally woke up." Ski and Newgate also noticed Ares sitting up at the first time, and immediately appeared beside the bed and looked at Ares with surprise. Newgate had a genuine joy on his face, grinning, "Kulalala, wake up. Just come over here. Otherwise I will go and settle accounts with Lingling." The bold laughter seemed to have a kind of magic, making Ares feel the comfort and warmth in his heart for the first time in a long time. "Ha ha ha." Golden Lion also laughed happily, "Speaking of which, this is the second time that I, Golden Lion, have been beaten by you. I have to say, Ares, you are so lucky that you actually obtained the ability of the mythical beast Devil Fruit. It's really enviable." The battle with Ares also made him realize the power of the mythical beast Devil Fruit. He was also very moved. Ares' strength has improved a lot. "I'm sorry." Ares scratched the shiny light bulb embarrassedly. He recalled everything that happened after he ate the Devil Fruit. He transformed into the Azure Dragon and bleed the Golden Lion with his tail. A surprise rose in his heart. He obtained the most powerful mythical beast Devil Fruit in the animal system. He not only has strong physical strength, but also can control the power of natural elements. Ares also swore in his heart, "I must become stronger, and I must forge myself into an indestructible sword as soon as possible to stop everything from happening. I want to change this era. This era belongs to me, Ares." Looking at Ares, who was in a normal state, the Golden Lion laughed, "It's okay, that kind of attack is not enough for me, the Golden Lion, to take it to heart. It's good that you wake up. Have a good rest these 2 days. Captain Rox has decided to postpone the mission." He asked, "Ares, what happened that day?" This question also attracted Whitebeard's attention. He also wanted to know in detail what happened that day. Posted in Novel Group 9:8 0:2 0 58 5.6. Ares also told Golden Lion and Whitebeard everything that happened that day. From his visit to Lingling, to eating the Devil Fruit, his brain hurt so much that he lost consciousness. Lingling. Whitebeard's eyes were filled with anger. "I must let her experience what it means to sink into the sea in the future. If it weren't for Captain Rox, Newgate might have rushed over to fight with Lingling." "Newgate, big brother." Ares paused, and finally called out the title of Big Brother, and then said with a firm look, "I will work hard on my own, and one day I will defeat her with my own hands." "Big Brother." Whitebeard was stunned, and a strong surprise flashed in his eyes. "Ares. He called me Big Brother." Chapter 71 Kaido, let me witness the birth of the strongest creature. Kulala, I, Newgate, also have a younger brother. Whitebeard laughed heartily, happily patted Ares's broad shoulders, and laughed from ear to ear. On the contrary, Golden Lion suddenly looked unhappy, looked at Ares, and asked, "Big brother. Then what am I, Shiki? Second brother? That won't work. He, Whitebeard, is the big brother, and I won't be the second brother." Glancing at Whitebeard's happy and proud expression, Shiki felt unhappy. Why is he the big brother? Big brother Shiki. Aries' voice suddenly fell into his ears, and his dissatisfaction disappeared immediately. It turned into joy and happiness. Ha ha, you kid, that's right. Golden Lion also laughed out loud. From now on, you, Aries, are my Golden Lion's younger brother. If anyone bullies you, just ask the knife in my hand if it agrees. The room was filled with the hearty laughter of Whitebeard and Golden Lion, and Aries' laughter could be heard from time to time. After a round of greetings, Aries also asked Golden Lion, Brother Shiji, how long have I been unconscious? 3 days. Golden Lion rarely kept his cigar on his lips, and continued, by the way, you should be hungry, I'll find someone to bring you some food, and smoke a cigarette by the way. Then he turned around and pushed open the door. As soon as he went out, he took out his cigar, lit it, took a deep puff, and looked at the huge figure outside the door. I say Kaido, why don't you follow Lingling and stay outside Aries' door? The sharp eyes of the Golden Lion stared at Kaido. Is Aries awake? Kaido did not answer Shiki's question, but asked if Aries was awake. He was not frightened by the sharp eyes of the Golden Lion at all, but stared at Shiki tightly, waiting for Shiki to give an answer. The Golden Lion frowned and snorted, Humph, Aries is awake, if you mess around, Newgate will kill you. Just an intern, if he dies, he dies. Even if he has the domineering haki, he is still an intern. His figure floated up, and when he passed Kaido, his expression was a little cold, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, warning, I hope you know what's good for you. If you mess around, I, the Golden Lion, will definitely cut you into pieces. Passing through Kaido's body, it gradually flew away. Kaido stopped for 2 or 3 seconds, then opened the door and walked in. Aries and Whitebeard in the room immediately looked at Kaido. On the stage, Whitebeard Newgate narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. The air in the room suddenly dropped, as if walking from outside into an air-conditioned room, the cool feeling, all the pores involuntarily closed. Aries was also very puzzled, looking at Kaido curiously, why did he come to him? I have defeated this guy twice, is he here to challenge me again? Kaido walked straight to the bedside, with extremely complicated emotions in his eyes. The man in front of him defeated him twice, and even took away the devil fruit that should have belonged to him, the powerful and rare mythical beast species blue dragon form. He opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. Finally, his face turned grim, and he looked at Aries and said firmly, Aries, please please. Please let me follow you. Let me become your subordinate. As soon as these words came out, it was Whitebeard and Aries' turn to be surprised. I didn't expect to hear such words from Kaido. You want to follow me? Aries looked at Kaido in surprise, and finally asked, why? Because you took away my dream. Kaido did not shy away from Aries' gaze and said directly, since I can't become the world's strongest monster, then I, Kaido, will watch you Aries become the world's strongest monster. Witness you reach the top of this world. If you fail, then I, Kaido, will follow this path. Until you become the world's strongest creature. He knew. With the loss of the mythical beast species devil fruit and Aries' unparalleled talent, it was simply hopeless for him to surpass him. So he chose to witness such a legend fulfill his dream. Witness Aries step by step become the world the strongest creature. Is that so? Whitebeard grinned, then looked at Aries, wanting to see what decision he made. And the sights of Aries and Kaido met in the air. They looked at each other for a few seconds. Aries also saw the persistence and determination in Kaido's eyes, and suddenly thought of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. One more person means more strength. He smiled and said, okay. I promise, you will definitely see the day when I stand at the top of this world with your own eyes. I will also become the world's strongest sword Aries. Then he added silently in his heart, I will also make all those who care about me no longer play tragedies. LOL, from now on I will call you Boss Aries, I am Kaido. Kaido, who was accepted by Aries, also laughed. Whitebeard on the side also smiled. Brother Aries, we must drink to our heart's content today. Yes. Aries smiled and said, drink to our heart's content. Eat to our heart's content. Then when the golden lion arrived with a lot of food and wine floating in the air, the four of them drank happily. In the end, everyone was drunk and lay on the floor of the room without any image. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning broke through the dim sky and brought a ray of light to this dark world, Aries slowly opened his eyes, thinking of the madness of last night, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Then he stretched out his hand to push away the golden lion whose head was leaning on his lower abdomen, raised his hand to lift up the thick thigh that Kaido placed on him, and pulled away the thigh held by Whitebeard. I don't know how much I drank yesterday. Anyway, I couldn't remember anything in the end, and I fell to the ground one by one. The wine bottles in the room were piled on the floor. Aries walked out and came to the training ground as usual, and pulled out a brand new iron rod from the rack. He kept hammering and training, and the training time was long and the hammering times were more. This thick iron rod couldn't withstand his consumption and bent and deformed. Fortunately, he asked the craftsman on the island to make a lot of it later. Aries tightly grasped the iron rod in his hand, with a hint of excitement and expectation in his eyes. After the devil fruit improves recovery, how much will my training improve? 2 chapters first, and 1 chapter later. Please readers, please give me some power, and don't hold on to the 5-star reviews in your hands. The child is about to cry. QAQ. Chapter 72. Aries is starting to cheat again. With strong expectations in his heart, Aries exerted his arms and swung the iron rod, hitting his waist and abdomen with a bang. The hard muscles also vibrated under the fierce knocking. Aries' eyes lit up, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he happily said to himself, with the same strength, the pain is reduced a little, and the body's recovery speed is indeed enhanced. And my perception has also become stronger. The speed of the same action of knocking on his body is the same. But today, Aries found that when he was tapping to exercise, he could clearly feel that the tapping movement was slower. No. The speed was still the same, but the movement felt slower in the sensory reaction. The ability to capture dynamic vision and the reaction speed of the brain have become stronger. This made Aries very happy. Looking down at his abdomen, a blush appeared on the bronze abdominal muscles where the blow was made, and it soon disappeared. Double confirmation of the body's perception and vision. The recovery ability has become much stronger. Aries grinned and showed a pair of bright white teeth, and smiled happily. This training can increase the strength and improve faster. You can also try the fire forging training method. He did not rush to start the second stage of training, but increased the strength in his hands. The iron rod hit the abdomen fiercely with a strong wind. The abdominal muscles that looked like huge blue bricks quickly turned red and returned to normal again. Bang! Bang! Aries also started his daily training. From the memory of Li Yang, he suspected that the Rocks pirates might face failure. The whereabouts of Shiki the Golden Lion are unknown. Whitebeard established his own pirate group, and Captain John, Wang Ji, and others seemed to have become zombies. Bad guys don't deserve sympathy, but relatives are different. Aries doesn't understand too many great principles. As long as he thinks someone is good to him, he will firmly guard them and cherish them. Although he doesn't know what will happen in the future, he doesn't want the Rocks pirates to disappear. He still wants to fight. He still wants to fulfill his dream step by step and forge his body into a famous sword that surpasses the 12 works of the Supreme Sword. Aries has never forgotten this dream from beginning to end. He also carries his father's dream. The fusion of souls has brought great growth to Aries, and his will has become more tenacious and powerful without knowing it, and it cannot be shaken. The iron rod hits the body and the dull sound echoes continuously in the training room. The previous rod just hit the body, and the next rod followed. The growth of the soul has made Ares's pain resistance much stronger. About an hour later, a huge figure appeared at the door of the training room. It was Kaido. Ares boss, I knew you must be in the training room. Kaido walked over. The title of boss was still a little uncomfortable for him. Walking in front of Ares, he felt the powerful force of Ares swinging the iron rod in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Is this the reason why Ares can become so powerful? Ares also nodded to Kaido and asked, do you want to train together? Bang! Yet. Kaido also pulled out an iron rod from the shelf and smiled, only training and fighting can make you stronger. I don't want to fall behind boss too much. Then he swung the iron rod towards his bulging chest. Bang! The huge force made his face change, and he grimaced in pain. It hurts, it hurts. He also understood that Ares could grow to such a level, and his rapid growth was definitely not luck. It was based on years of hard and torturous training. The difference between the force of his swinging the iron rod and Ares's was unknown, but the other party took it easily as if nothing had happened. What a monster! It also made Kaido realize that the gap between himself and Ares was really huge. For the first time using this training method, you can try to be lighter, or use a stronger wooden stick. Ares smiled and suggested. I couldn't help but think back to the first time I tried to exercise, when he directly used his body to hit the thick and solid tree trunk. Kaido nodded, reduced the force on his arms and began to hit his body. The sound of bang 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 alternately resounded in the training room. Other pirates gradually began to appear in the training room, and they looked at Ares and Kaido, the two fierce men who were self-harming, with surprised eyes and incredible eyes. It was simply unreasonable for them. Of course, some people tried it together, but they couldn't stand the pain after 2 hits and gave up directly. After the daily training was completed, Ares also brought Kaido to the remote training site on the island. Next, it was time to verify his gains. Ares looked at Kaido and said, you can train freely first. I need to practice alone for a while. Yet. Kaido nodded and began to train on the side. Ares gently closed his eyes, and recalled a sentence from Master Zoro in the anime, the strongest sword is to protect what you want to protect. The power to cut off what you want to cut off. He thought deeply about this sentence, which made Zoro understand the mystery of the breathing of all things, and made Ares understand that this is a very powerful force. My body is far less sharp than a knife, but as long as I continue to grow stronger, I will definitely be able to cut off everything I want to cut off. With his eyes closed, he recalled every detail of Zoro's battle with Mr.1. The images and words convey limited things. Ares has not experienced it personally, so he can only understand it through what he has learned. I don't know why. A sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. Concentrated will can break through the stone. Ares suddenly understood and was delighted, its concentration, its focus. He began to abandon the chaotic thoughts in his mind and concentrate his willpower. Close your eyes. He raised his arm and felt the cool wind blowing on his arm. He gradually calmed down. At this moment, the world began to become different in front of Ares, and the same things made him feel differently. There was a mysterious feeling of seeing mountains as not mountains, and seeing water as not water. Ares' mouth suddenly raised a smile. I seem to understand the breathing of all things. With a light wave of his arm, a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared from his arm and flew out. Swish! The sharp sword light made a sound of breaking through the air, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw this scene, and he exclaimed, "What a sharp and terrible slash!" His eyes looked in the direction of the sword light. A face full of horror. The terrible slash. I won't read the comments anymore. My life is already so bad, and seeing disgusting comments really messes up my mentality. Book friends, Please leave messages directly in the future. As usual, I'm asking for support. There is also a pirate novel under this pen name. You can try it. If it's not good, don't read it. Just read it if you can read it. Let me tell you the rules for adding more chapters. If the gifts are over 100, there will be more chapters. For every additional 100, there will be one more chapter. There is no upper limit. I'm willing to die of exhaustion. 5, 7, or 10 chapters. It depends on how much you generate. No accumulation. If it is less than 100, it will be reset on the same day. Chapter 73 Mythical Beast Species, Human Beast Form appears. Is this a slash from the arm? Kaido stared at the 1 meter wide and more than 100 meter long slash on the ground with his big copper bell eyes. It went several dozen centimeters deep into the ground. He simply couldn't believe that this was the destructive power of Ares's slash with his arm. He turned his head and looked at Ares, who looked calm and composed. Boss Ares, you can slash. In the battle 3 days ago, he thought that Ares, who was in the form of a blue dragon, slashed with his dragon claws might be the ability of the devil fruit. Today, he saw with his own eyes that Ares slashed such a powerful slash with his arm full of hard muscles, which surprised him greatly. Ares' face seemed to still be slightly dissatisfied, and he nodded. Well, I have been learning slashing for more than a month, and this slash should be even stronger. It seems that the breathing of all things is still not enough. He closed his eyes again, and replayed the whole process of the slash he just made in his mind. Then he raised his arm again, concentrating all his willpower and focusing on the breathing of all things. More than a month. Kaido's face froze for a moment, and he turned his head again to look at the traces left by the slash on the ground. Is this a slash that can be made after learning for more than a month? He felt that there was something wrong with his cognition. With just a casual swing, Ares made a slash with extremely powerful destructive power, and it only took him more than a month? If such a slash fell on him, Kaido had no doubt that he would be bloody on the spot and would definitely be seriously injured. Kaido's sight shifted to Ares again, and he exclaimed in his heart, Boss Ares is really a monster among monsters, after more than a month of practice. The slash is so strong, if he practices for 10 or 8 years, wouldn't it be stronger than the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion? With the power of the fruit he didn't dare to imagine how powerful Ares would become in the future. Ares in Kaido's sight suddenly waved his arms again. The speed of the arm swinging was much faster than the previous one. Almost in a flash, the arm had already fallen. And a brilliant blue slash suddenly appeared in the air. It was at least tens of meters long. Swish! The brilliant sword light tore through the air and sank into the ground with a whoosh, leaving behind a dark and bottomless crack. The power of this slash made Ares nod happily. After understanding the breathing of all things, not only the power of the slash has become stronger, but the power caused by the same degree of power has also become much stronger. The improvement of his strength made him very happy and excited, and his mood instantly became relaxed, with a smile between his eyebrows. Kaido's eyes were full of heat and envy, and he asked, Boss Ares, do you think I can learn to slash with my body? Excited, he kept waving his arms to imitate Ares's movements and made a rustling sound. Ares shook his head and said, let's focus on honing our physical strength first. As long as our physical strength is strong enough, we will have powerful strength whether we slash or not. It's not that he didn't want to teach, but this kind of thing was so profound that even he didn't know how to express it in words. He also knew that his comprehension ability surpassed that of ordinary people. Kaido also nodded, gave up the idea of learning swordsmanship, and continued to practice. He picked up a huge rock of more than 100 square meters beside him and continued to practice. Ares also began to try to shorten the time of concentration, and used his left arm and even his legs to kick out slashes that contained the breath of all things. For a whole morning, Ares and Kaido were basking in the sun, training without wasting any time. Both of them were extremely strong people, and training was a great challenge. They were used to practicing for the whole morning. At noon, the two of them were simply drying food machines, leaving the cafeteria under the chef's murderous gaze. During the period, Captain John also checked Aries' body again, and was relieved after confirming that there was no problem. But about Aries' brain problem, Aries did not tell him his secret. In the afternoon, Aries started another training. Through the devil fruit abilities he learned from the anime, he also knew that there are 3 forms of animal-type devil fruits, divided into human form, human beast form, and beast form. And he naturally had to be familiar with the human beast form. Golden Lion took a puff of cigar, spit out a white smoke, and smiled. Aries, come on, let's see the human beast form of the mythical beast species. Whitebeard, Newgate and Kaido on the side opened their eyes wide, looking at Aries intently, their eyes full of curiosity. Aries did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the human beast form, and his body suddenly began to swell a little, and forked horns like deer antlers grew on his head again. Most of his body turned blue, and blue scales began to appear on the back of his arms and feet, reflecting the golden sunlight. The palms, soles of his feet, face, etc. have all changed, and a dragon tail with black hair on the scales has grown out from his buttocks. Just like 3 legs. It's just that this 3rd leg is a little different. With this whip, it's easy to beat a person into a pulp. Aries, who was only about 4 meters long, swelled to a giant of about 6 meters in the dragon man form. The muscles on his body, which were originally as hard as rocks, gave people an extremely strong visual impact, full of terrible explosive power, muscle aesthetics. The whole body suddenly exuded an extremely fierce, brave, and domineering aura. That kind of oppressive feeling. The hot air in July instantly cooled down. Aries was very satisfied with his current state. He preferred the current human beast form to the blue dragon form. He was more familiar with this body. He raised his hand and looked carefully at the sharp claws on his fingers, which made him feel the strong hardness and terrifying sharpness. It felt easy to cut steel. With a light fist, he could feel the surging and terrifying power in his body. This powerful feeling made Aries feel very cool. Sure enough, the mythical beast species devil fruit can bring powerful power. The amber-like golden vertical pupils with a strong desire to fight looked at the golden lion. Brother Shiki, I'm going to attack. Come on, Aries, I won't be careless like last time. The golden lion nodded, and there was a bit of expectation in his solemn face. Last time, he was shocked by Aries' terrifying and domineering aura. As a result, he was hit hard by Aries' dragon tail. Swish! Aries, who had realized the explosive power, suddenly burst out the power of his body and leaped up like an antelope, but his speed was as fast as chasing the wind and lightning. The blood and energy flowing through his body were poured into his muscular arms. The terrifying fist force carried a strong airflow that shook the air. Big Ape King Fist. Chapter 74 Blood Hand Aries vs Golden Lion Shiki. Ha ha ha, are you so strong right at the beginning? I won't hold back this time. Golden Lion certainly knew that Aries' physical fitness was much stronger than before, and this punch had a heavy feeling like a mountain. This time, the 2 swords in his hands were not sheathed, but sharp blades wrapped in black and purple flames. Clang! The 2 swords were raised, making a harsh sound of metal clashing, shaking the eardrums of the 2 men. The 2 men stood firmly in place, without any trembling in their bodies. This blow was almost evenly matched. Aries looked down at the golden lion. The collision of power caused his adrenaline to secrete hormones, and the blood flow in his body began to speed up. He was excited and grinned. The real battle begins. The voice was not finished yet. Aries' arms suddenly opened left and right like a bow, and 4 fist shadows seemed to turn into 8 in the blink of an eye, with the sound of breaking through the air, shaking the air. He launched a torrential attack on the golden lion Shiji. The golden lion's double swords also danced tightly, organizing an unbreakable defense, and smiled, "To deal with a monster as powerful as you can't do without armed color domineering." Clang 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 clang. The airflow in the air suddenly became chaotic, and a series of gusts of wind swept up the sand and gravel on the ground and scattered them. A large and small fist shadows and sword shadows intertwined, and no one was willing to give in. Ares also changed his attack method, sometimes turning his fists into claws, and colliding with the long sword in the hands of the golden lion, creating a burst of brilliant sparks. The dragon tail behind him swept left and right, attacking the golden lion from the side. The endless attack made the golden lion's face gloomy, and cold sweat began to flow on both sides of his temples. He exclaimed, "If I don't show some real skills, it's really hard to suppress you, a monster." A light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the golden lion. The momentum of his whole body suddenly rose a lot. Two sword-style lion's power. Behind him then suddenly a golden lion appeared, with a huge body, much larger than Ares, with its mouth wide open, majestic. Like the king of the forest. So domineering. The golden lion rushed towards Ares. Ares was instantly shocked. He had seen Zoro in the anime using the same moves, but the objects condensed were different. And the sword moves Zoro used were dim, and they were not as good as the golden lion's slash. "Come on!" he shouted excitedly, like a tiger roaring in the mountains. His back instantly bent like a fully drawn bow, and his red arms suddenly met the golden lion's slash. Bloody armor leopard charge. Boom! A terrifying roar that shook the earth sounded, as if thousands of shells suddenly exploded in the center of the collision. The terrifying wind pressure spread out, causing cracks to appear under Ares' feet, and finally the ground under his feet collapsed and sank. What a terrifying power! Kaido was dazzled, his eyes full of shock. Such a powerful power was what he longed to have. Ares was too abnormal to be able to compete head-on with the captain-level golden lion, the top man on the sea. After Ares smashed the sharp slash of the golden lion with his fists, he exerted force in his waist and abdomen and swung sideways. The tail behind him swept towards the golden lion fiercely, and the tail suddenly turned red during the swing, covered with blood-colored armor. Blood-colored armor dragon tail swing. And the two long swords covered with armed color domineering were placed in front of Ares in parallel lines, clamping Ares' fierce dragon tail swing. The fierce and violent tail made the golden lion slide back several meters. The feet rubbed against the ground, making a harsh, even nauseating sound like scraping glass with a sharp object. The golden lion, who had pulled away, swung his double swords and praised Ares, "Such power is really enviable." Chop! Several golden sword lights flew towards Ares. Ares raised his mouth, showing his domineering power, waving his red and smoking arms to knock away the dazzling golden slashes. The rumbling slashes fell around his body. The violent and barbaric way made the golden lion's eyelids jump violently, and his sharp slashes were knocked away by Ares's arms. "Brother Ares, you have really become much stronger." Just when he was sighing in his heart, Ares took a step, and a punch with a forceful force that caused a fierce gust of wind. The golden lion's whole body was suddenly covered with a layer of powerful armament haki, just like wearing a layer of black armor. The power of armament haki made his body stronger. Boom! Although he blocked Ares's fist, the wind from his fist scraped the golden lion's black face covered with armament haki like a sharp blade. It made the golden lion's face even darker. It's really quite terrifying power. If it weren't for the strong armament haki, he would probably be knocked out by this terrifying power. The battle between the two sides continued to heat up. Ares also used his sharp claws to slash out sharp slashes. The battle was huge. As a bystander, Whitebeard was also shocked, with a satisfied smile on his face. Kulala, Ares's combat awareness and reaction power have improved a lot. If the devil fruit is developed and the power of the fruit is integrated, it will become even stronger. With Ares' current strength, it is unlikely that even a strong man at the level of Admiral of the Navy can defeat him in a short time. It will take some effort and time to defeat Ares, who has high defense and thick blood. However, he needs to continue to become stronger if he wants to reach the level of Admiral. Whitebeard also remembered that the flames erupted from the mouth of Ares's incarnation of the blue dragon form a few days ago were also extremely powerful. He even suspected that the mythical beast species, the blue dragon form, could master other powerful natural abilities. With a look of watching a good show in his eyes, he shouted to Ares, "Ares, don't forget, you still have fire attacks." This sentence immediately made the golden lion's face sank, but Ares' face was full of surprise. Yes. He had a fire attack. But he almost forgot to use it in battle. Dragon breath. Ares opened his mouth and suddenly spurted out a hot flame. The orange-yellow flame illuminated the golden lion. The golden lion raised his sword, and a big bulge suddenly appeared on the flat ground, and a thick stone wall instantly formed in front of the golden lion. It felt like he was performing ninjutsu. But he didn't need to make gestures, and he could easily control the earth with the power of the floating fruit. Chapter 75 An Era Called Ares. Boom! The surging flames were blocked by the hard stone wall. Bang! But it was shattered by Ares's punch. The two sides fought. How strong is the golden lion Shiki? In swordsmanship, he is still at the level of a great swordsman, and with the power of the floating fruit, his combat effectiveness has reached a very strong level. It was just a sparring match, a training match for Ares. Golden Lion didn't use his destructive devil fruit ability, but he was able to fight Ares. When will I have this enviable power? Such a powerful power made Kaido envious, and he longed to have such a great power one day. At the same time, he was also tirelessly learning the fighting skills of the two. 2 hours later. No more fighting! No more fighting! Golden Lion Shiki chose to stop and pulled away. He was accommodating Ares, and most of the time he chose to fight head-on, which was really not in line with his fighting style. The extremely strong power contained in Ares' body also made him extremely uncomfortable in the collisions, and he maintained the armed color domineering with high intensity. In addition, Ares' offensive was continuous, without any breathing opportunity. It made his physical energy consumption much more than usual in the battle with others. Ares withdrew his hand and stood up, smiling, "Brother Shiki, thank you for fighting with me. It has helped me grow a lot. You monster, you are familiar with your power too quickly." The golden lion sighed from the bottom of his heart. As Ares gained more control over his own power, his power continued to grow stronger, and under the dragon man form of the devil fruit, Ares's attack methods could be used in a variety of ways. There is no place on his body that is not a weapon. The third leg, the fourth. Of course, he did not use the fourth leg to attack the golden lion, don't think too much. At this time, Kaido came over, looked at Ares with burning eyes, and invited, "Boss Ares, can I practice with you?" "Of course." Ares responded immediately. Then, Kaido was beaten to a pulp, his body was bruised all over, and several large lumps appeared on his head. One-sided ravage. His attack was not enough to cause effective threat and damage to Ares. Seeing Kaido's face that was beaten into a pig head, Golden Lion and Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. After the daily training, Golden Lion took out a piece of white paper from his body and said to Ares solemnly, "Ares, this is life paper, made of my own nails and other materials. It is a thing that can represent the vitality of the owner of this paper. No matter where you are in this sea, as long as this paper guides the direction, you can find me." As he said, he handed the life paper in his hand to Ares. Then he said, "This paper must be kept well, and it must not fall into the hands of the Navy, otherwise they will be able to find you no matter where you hide." Ares reached out to take the white paper handed over by the Golden Lion, and solemnly promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely keep this life paper well." Then he looked at the Golden Lion and asked, then do I have life paper? The golden lion smiled slightly, took out a large piece of white paper from his arms and handed it to Aries, and smiled, of course I have it. This was made for you when you were unconscious. I thought you would wake up after a long time. The reason why he asked people to make life paper was naturally to know Aries's life status when he was on a mission and away from Aries. You can tear off a small piece and give it to someone you think is important, so that they can find you and know that you are not in danger. Aries put the golden lion's life paper in his trouser pocket, then stretched out his hand to tear off 2 pieces of his own life paper and handed them to the golden lion. Brother Shiki, you can find me anytime you want. Ha ha ha! The golden lion who received Aries' life paper laughed happily, as if he had been recognized by Aries. Aries, when you fulfill your dream, we must hold a party happily. He kept a piece of life paper for himself and gave the other piece of Aries' life paper to Whitebeard. Definitely. Aries promised. Whitebeard stretched out his hand to Aries's shoulder and smiled happily. Let's go, let's drink to our heart's content today. In 2 days, we will carry out Captain Rock's mission. It is estimated that we will have to wait at least a month for the next party. Mentioning the mission, Aries couldn't help but think of the Pirate King Gold Roger who opened the Great Pirate Age in his mind. Do you want my treasure? If you want, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all the treasures there. He was confused. Is the so-called One Piece secret treasure really a treasure? Several people walked towards the town. Aries looked at Whitebeard who was hugging his shoulders. He had a hearty smile on his face without any worries. Brother Newgate, have you ever thought about leaving this world one day? Whitebeard turned his head to look at Aries and laughed heartily. Kulalala, how can there be immortal people in this sea? As long as you live happily, pursue your dreams, and protect the things and people you should protect. Then he must have left this world happily. It seems that Aries has not only grown in strength, but now he seems to ask more questions the problem, and even accepted Kaido as his younger brother. Aries has grown up a lot. Whitebeard was also relieved. Ha 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 ha! Even if I die on this sea, I want my golden lion's reputation to remain in this world forever and be remembered by everyone. Golden Lion said with great passion. With a raised corner of his mouth, he said domineeringly and confidently, if I can't die gloriously, does being a pirate mean pursuing gold and women? Kaido also interrupted and said with a beaming face, yes, my dream is to start the world's biggest war. And witness Boss Aries become the strongest creature in the world. Finally, the 3 of them looked at Aries together. Aries looked at the setting sun at the end of the distant coastline and smiled. Of course my dream is to make myself a famous sword that surpasses the supreme sword. Use my name to create a legend. Even to create an era. An era called Aries.